Special Agents Rebirth, the Almighty Goddess of Quick Transmigration Chapter 7:10 to Chapter 8:12. First place in the province, isn't that a good result? When are you going to invite me to a banquet? I can also benefit from it. The civil servant thought she was being modest. Our province is not a national paper. It's the most difficult of all the college entrance examination papers. Your family Xianxia took the college entrance examination. 749 points. The second place in the province is only 702 points. I heard that when the results came out, all the colleges and universities exploded. Aren't you satisfied? After hearing the other party's voice, the dishing Yi Mu's hand fell to the ground with a paw sound. However, the other party continued, but Xianxia is now an elite IT personnel. In the future, she will also enter the National Research Institute. Just after high school, her technology property was sold for tens of millions, but those schools can't compete with the capital university. When Yi Mu heard tens of millions, her legs were soft. Qin Fu was also stunned for a long time, then said in surprise, "Really? Tens of millions? How much money is that? His monthly salary is less than 10,000. How many lifetimes will it take to earn tens of millions? Xianxia is your daughter anyway. Go back and find her." After Qin Fu returned, he was very kind to Yi Mu. "Can she still raise you?" Hearing the conversation between the two, Xianxia bowed her head, although she didn't want her parents' eyes to be on Yi Xianxia. But with Yi Xianxia, she can buy all the famous brand clothes and bags she wanted to buy before. Thinking of this, she didn't say anything. Yi Mu is naturally the kind of person who sees money. Even if Qin Fu doesn't say it, she will go back to Yi Xianxia. However, when they returned to Ye's old community that day, their neighbors said that they had moved to Nanyu Villa. That's a house worth 80 million yuan. Yi Mu was very jealous. She quickly spent 100 yuan to take a taxi there. Just in time to see Yi Fu and Yi Xianxia and an extremely handsome young man enter the door of the villa. She wanted to follow in, but was stopped by the security guard. Yi Fu saw her, but his expression was very cold. Ye's mother found that Ye's father was no longer the same as before. Later, Yi Mu, at the instigation of Qin Fu, squatted at Yi Fu every day. In the end, she only saw Yi Fu come back with a very ordinary-looking middle-aged woman. A few months later, they held a wedding. Yi Xianxia and Su Yunzhou personally held it. Although it was the second marriage, it shook the whole N city. All the TV news was broadcasting it. Looking at the grand wedding reported in the newspaper, Yi Mu could not help but cover his mouth deeply and sit on the ground and cry bitterly. If she didn't leave Ye's father at that time, or when Yi Xianxia came back, she left her. Would such a luxurious wedding be held by herself now? However, it was just a thought. "Xianbai, what are you doing?" Linny looked at the black tortoise that was sucking her life force, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes. "Stop. I saved you." Xianbai looked at Linny. "Since you saved me, what's the harm in saving me again? I want to take human form and live in the human world. You're so kind-hearted that you won't reject me, right?" Lin Yi's hair was visibly turning white. She looked at Xianbai in disbelief. She didn't expect that Black Tortoise would repay her kindness with ingratitude after she saved it twice. By the time Chao Yanji and Lu Yanwen arrived, Lin Yi's hair had already turned white. And Xianbai absorbed Lin Yi's special ability, unlocked the seal and escaped. "Brother Chao, Xianbai, it unexpectedly." Lin Yi's face has a line of wrinkles, and there is no longer the beauty of the past. Chao Yanji looked at her, and there was no pity in her eyes at this time. "Xianxia can't stop your sense of justice once or twice. She wants to punish Xianbai, but she is stopped by you. When she wants to put Xianbai into a different space, you even secretly rescue it. In this case, you deserve it now." After that, neither of them cared about the girl who once made them feel different. The sense of justice and compassion in the past, now in their eyes, is actually stupid. But now, they don't talk to Linny anymore, and Yi Xianxia will never talk to them again. Yi Xianxia finally joined the Monster Alliance. Because her deskmate was actually a person from a different space, the relative she told Yi Xianxia at that time was actually her brother, who worked in the Monster Alliance. Yi Xianxia went in for the sake of her deskmate, but she rarely helped people. Everyone can only envy and jealously look at Yi Xiaohua's deskmate do not have to go back to the different space. Seeing the back of the two people leaving, Linny finally couldn't help crying. Ding. Complete the main task 1, the system rewards 1000 points. Complete the main task 2, the system rewards 3000 points. Ding. System 008 serves the host, 3000 points have been received, leaving the world. In a daze, Yi Xiaohua woke up again, and there was no uncomfortable feeling. But she could feel a strong unwillingness left by the original owner in her heart. She looked up slightly and looked at the people standing beside her. Now the people of the country have great doubts about her character and ability. For the honor of the country, we decided to cancel her place in the 400-meter freestyle and will be replaced by Ming Xian. Ming Xian has performed very well these days, and won the gold medal with a time of 2 minutes and 4 seconds in the national competition. In particular, she is only 17 years old now, and has great potential in the future. This place in the World Championship will be given to her, said a man in a black coat. Coach Su, are you okay? Off topic, deskmate, it's a movie for 3 people, but I can't have a name next world, society, my god Yi, glory immortal. A world with passion and faith, but also related to glory, as long as life is alive, faith is immortal. Today, I finally made up for it. I didn't make up for it. I really thought that I still missed a chapter when I was sleeping. At noon, I wanted to take a nap, but I immediately woke up when I thought about it. Then I wrote a little, and I can finally have a good sleep tonight. Yi Xiaohua heard the man called Coach Su sigh, no problem. The man in the black coat left directly, and did not look at Yi Xiaohua from beginning to end. Coach Su patted Yi Xiaohua's shoulder, Xiaohua, are you okay? After the man left, there was a sarcastic voice next to him, Coach, do you still care about her? As a 3-year-old member of the national swimming team, the place of the freestyle in the World Championship was robbed by a newcomer who had just trained for a month. Mei Jiamin, have you forgotten where this is? Today's training will be increased to 2 kilometers. Coach Su looked at Mei Jiamin sternly. Mei Jiamin did not dare to be presumptuous to the coach, and immediately went to the pool to train. Xiaohua, you are not feeling well now. I will give you a day off. Go home and see your parents. Although there is no place for the 400-meter freestyle, you still have a place for the freestyle relay. Coach Su said. But he also knew that it was impossible to win a prize in the relay race. He said this sentence just to comfort Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua sat on the rest chair beside her, gathered the big bath towel on her body, and began to receive the story of this world with low eyes. This is a very modern world. The Hua country she lives in is very similar to the Hua country she has stayed in, but there are also many differences. This world is a world of rapid development of civilization. Sports have gradually spread all over the world. Those popular sports stars and entertainment stars are similar. Table tennis, running, basketball, diving and so on are all sports content. Hua country sports are good in Asia, but it is very poor compared to the world-level competition. Especially the women's swimming team, which has never won a medal in the world-level competition. When the original owner was 19 years old, she was chosen by the national team and became a freestyle athlete, with a high popularity on the internet. Her current body joined the national team at the age of 19. She is the strongest player in the women's team, but the best result is only the 7th place in the freestyle at the World Championship. Now 22 years old, the quality of all parts of the body is not as good as those young people who are suitable for swimming. Especially compared with Su Xiao, a 17-year-old newcomer who was recruited to the team this year. 3 days ago, the original owner suddenly lost physical strength and did not play well. She only got the 7th place in the country, and Su Xiao became a dark horse with the 1st place. Su Xiao also refreshed the original owner's record for the shortest time. It caused an uproar among the netizens. Su Xiao quickly gained a large number of fans because of her 400-meter freestyle swimming video. And the old fans who have been waiting for the original body to win a world-level medal are disappointed with Yi Xiaohua. As Huagua did not have any results in the World Championships, only Huagua was given a spot in the freestyle event. The freestyle quota for the World Championships was originally prepared for the original, but because of Su Xiao's sudden rise, the head coach gave the quota to Su Xiao. The original owner of the body had lost her spot in the 400-meter freestyle, and the national team had given up on her. Her original fans were extremely disappointed in her, and the internet had even criticized her for using performance-enhancing drugs, which resulted in her being removed from the World Championships. She was despised by her former fans, and the members of the swimming team all looked down on her. While she was packing her things, the original owner of the body overheard a conversation between a man and someone else. Only then did she realize that the man had caused her to lose her stamina during the competition that day. That man was Jin Wennan, the son of a rich and powerful family who liked Su Xiao. Afraid that Su Xiao would not be able to get a place, he specially drugged the original owner. He, Jin Wennan, has the power to cover the sky in Sea City. If he wants to support a person, no matter where the other party is, he can support the person. The original owner couldn't believe that her swimming picture had been destroyed by him. She wanted to find her own justice. She wanted to explain to the head coach and tell others about Jin Wennan's evil deeds. But with Jin Wennan's means, how could the original owner get the evidence in his hands? No one believed the original owner. Whether it was on the internet or in real life, most people were brainwashed by Jin Wennan. It was even rumored that Yi Xiaohua was jealous of Su Xiao. The original owner was driven crazy. The national team thought that the original owner's character was low and let her retire directly, which made those black people even more rampant. The national team didn't want people. Presumably, the rumors on the internet were true. Yi Xiaohua is really a disgrace to the swimming world. She lost her face abroad. It's because of people like you that the swimming team can't get a medal. The original owner of the body was born in a declining family. Before her grandfather died, he arranged a marriage for her. It was the heir of the Xinda Group, EMO. The Xinda Group was the most closely watched financial company in Asia. Before the original owner's family had declined, they were on par with them. Therefore, the two families arranged a marriage. They also said that when the original owner was 22 years old, they would be engaged. EMO was also a sports enthusiast. He accidentally saw Su Xiao's swimming video and fell in love with her. He immediately announced that he would not be manipulated by his family. He said that he did not like Yi Xiaohua, who was believed by fans and was arrogant and always regressed. Even if he liked an ordinary person who worked hard, he would not like her. After losing her faith and being hit again and again, the original owner was depressed and committed suicide by swallowing sleeping pills. Su Xiao, on the other hand, was doing well in China. Because of Jin Wennan's blessing, although she did not get a medal in the World Championship, she got the 4th place, which set a new record for Chinese swimming in the World Championship. Countless fans. In the Olympic Games 3 months later, she shocked the world. She stood out from a group of black and white people, got rid of the shortcoming of Hua people, and won a bronze medal in a world-class competition. The year after that, she won a silver medal in the Olympic Games. Su Xiao created a miracle in Hua country and the world. She climbed to a world-class competition with her naturally weak body and won a medal. Because of her, Hua country's swimming, which was originally not valued and disliked by the people, suddenly became popular. She became the pride of Hua country and the goddess in everyone's heart. The original owner's goal this time was to win a world-class gold medal. She should not be affected by Jin Wennan and Su Xiao. I will fulfill your wish and follow your faith. As for Jin Wennan and the others, Yi Xiaohua smiled. Don't worry. From now on, she would follow the original owner's path and live. Coach Su, I won a medal in this relay race. Do I still have a chance in the Olympic Games? Yi Xiaohua tilted her head and looked at Coach Su. Coach Su was stunned by Yi Xiaohua's voice. He looked at Yi Xiaohua's indifferent expression and was sure that she was serious. Of course, it's just that, you know the strength of our athletes this time. That's good. Yi Xiaohua nodded. Coach Su saw that she had adjusted and couldn't help but smile. What, do you want to get a medal in the Olympic Games? Get a medal? No. Yi Xiaohua looked at Coach Su and chuckled. Coach Su, do you know that when I play games, I'm called the Wild Demon King? It's the same in the swimming pool. Coach Su, after so many years, have you ever thought that our Hua country can also monopolize the gold, silver, and bronze brands in swimming? Originally, it was just a casual joke. Coach Su didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to be so serious. He admitted that when he heard Yi Xiaohua's words, a kind of hot blood gushed out from his bones. You. Coach Su's sense of honor and pride hidden in the depths of his blood rushed out. Every cell in his body was trembling. Who are the other 3 people in this freestyle relay race? Give me the list. I'll train them this time. Xianxia gathered her towel. Lu Ku, Xianxia, Coach Su looked at Xianxia. There's still one spot that hasn't been confirmed. But Xianxia, do you really want to train them? This kind of thing had never happened on the swimming team before. Well, although there's no spot for the 400-meter freestyle, I'm still the captain of the swimming team. In that case, I'll be responsible for these people until we get a medal. Xianxia pulled the big bath towel on her body. That posture was very handsome. The slightly tilted face was lazy, but the pair of dark eyes were dyed with a touch of blood. Okay, I promise you. I'll go find the head coach to confirm the list of the last spot. Her words made Coach Su's blood boil. He immediately went to find the head coach of the national swimming team. Coach Su was not young now. He was also a member of the national team 10 years ago. After retiring, he was hired by the national team as a coach. For 10 years, he had led many female swimmers in his hands, but like others, he had not won a gold medal. The swimming team also had a new coach, Coach He. His Su Xiao suddenly rose. In the unfilial swimming team, Coach He, a newcomer, was treated better than Coach Su. Even without Su Xiao, Coach Su didn't have many years left. He might be fired by the national team. Before that, he also wanted to see their Hua Country women's swimming team win a medal. It had never been so crazy. Coach Su knocked on the head coach's door. It was the arrogance of the young people that affected him. Even if they didn't get a medal this time. But so what? Each and every one of them had tried their best. When Coach Su entered, Coach He and Su Xiao were both talking to the head coach. The head coach was very nice to Su Xiao. When he saw Coach Su, he asked, "What's wrong?" "There is still one spot left for the relay race. I was wondering if we could let Su Xiao." Coach Su had thought about it. If they wanted to win a medal, no one in the relay race could be too weak. Therefore, he wanted Su Xiao to participate in the freestyle relay race. However, hearing Coach Su's words, the chief coach waved his hand before Coach He could say anything. No, the relay race is the individual freestyle race the next day. Su Xiao can't waste her energy on the relay race. She has a good chance of winning a bronze medal. Su Xiao is the seeded player of the national swimming team. Xianxia only got the 7th place in the national competition last time. There was no way they could qualify for the relay race. The head coach wouldn't let Su Xiao waste her energy on this. Su Xiao looked at Coach Su and smiled. "Sorry, Coach Su." Coach He looked at Coach Su with some sarcasm in his eyes. "Coach Su, don't you have Mei Jiamin? Why don't you let her compete? All 4 of them are your teammates." Coach Su's enthusiasm was extinguished. He glanced at the 3 people in the office. The head coach was a little impatient with him now. Coach He looked sarcastic. Su Xiao looked at him with a smile. Only then did Coach Su realize that his status was no longer what it used to be. Compared to Su Xiao, who could win medals, his current team members were all veterans and disabled players. The national team seemed to have given up on them. Realizing this, Coach Su said to the 3 people in the office and then slowly left the office. When he returned to the swimming training room, Xianxia and Lu Ku were there. Xianxia didn't go back to rest. Instead, she was talking to Xianxia and Lu Ku. Coach Su took a deep breath. He couldn't lose confidence at this time, so he called Mei Jiamin. "Jiamin, the last spot for the freestyle relay race is for you. Don't let me down." He looked at Mei Jiamin deeply. Mei Jiamin nodded. "Okay." Although there was no hope of winning a prize, everyone in the competition was training very seriously. "I'm going to teach you a way to control the power of your legs, but it will take more than 2 months to succeed. The World Championship is in a few days. You may not have any improvement, but I hope you can train well from now on and strive for the Olympic Games. All 4 of us are still on the same team." Xianxia gathered the 3 players. She told them about the training method she bought from the system. Then she started the emergency training. There were only 4 days left in the World Championship. There couldn't be any big improvement in these 4 days. Everyone knew that. So Mei Jiamin and the other two actually used their old training methods. They didn't use Yi Xiaohua's new method at all. Although the other two didn't say anything, they didn't train according to what Yi Xiaohua said. Yi Xiaohua knew this, but she didn't say anything. She was now very clear about her current status in the national team. Because everyone had high expectations of the original her, they were so disappointed. But the physical condition of the original body is not bad in all aspects. Yi Xiaohua swam several times in the water. Because of the rich experience of the original body, plus she was originally a little bit through, she learned the skills bought in the system very quickly. What Yi Xiaohua lacks most now is an opportunity. The World Championship in 4 days is won. As she thought about it, she packed her things and prepared to go home. When he exited the training grounds, he bumped into Su Xiao. "Captain Yi, go home?" Seeing Yi Xiaohua, Su Xiao greeted her with a smile. Yi Xiaohua squinted at Su Xiao. The other party's face flashed a very sincere apology. She didn't know whether Su Xiao was involved in drugging her. Although Su Xiao's face can't be arrogant, talented young people are like this. The plot received by Yi Xiaohua has no reason for her. For the time being, it is not sure whether she knows it or not. So he just nodded slightly. "Okay. Su Xiao, what took you so long?" The man who had been waiting outside for a long time was absent-mindedly talking to the head coach. When he saw Su Xiao, his eyes lit up. Su Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. "I bumped into Captain Yi when I came out, so I said hello." The two of them huddled together and talked. They seemed to have a very good relationship. Hearing this sentence, Jin Wennan glanced at Yi Xiaohua with a little impatience on her face. Then, he looked down at Su Xiao. "Let's go. I'll take you to see Mr. Ning." Upon hearing this, the people around them, including the head coach, looked at the two of them in surprise. Su Xiao also enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. "Let's go." After the two left, Yi Xiaohua was still waiting at the entrance, and the staff not far away were still discussing in a low voice. Su Xiao was able to invite Big Boss Ning for additional training. "I'm afraid she's really aiming for the medal this time. I wonder how she managed to do it." There was no lack of envy in her tone. "Do you see the man next to Su Xiao? He is the only heir of the Jin family and the nephew of Big Boss Ning. Speaking of which, I don't know why Elder Ning retired. It's really a pity that he didn't even participate in the big competitions." Yi Xiaohua heard these words, although there was no expression on her face. But he had some guesses in his heart. She scratched her phone for a moment. The page appeared very quickly. The first thing she forgot was the introduction. It was a man in white sportswear. In fact, he was also the swimmer who dominated the domestic swimming world 5 years ago. He was the swimmer from Huan Nation who won all the gold medals for a year. Ning Yunchuan. In the Chinese swimming world, just the mention of his name would make one's blood boil. A young swimmer who would have to go home and inherit his fortune if he didn't swim well. 5 years ago, he had created a record for Huan Nation's men's swimming team. However, it had only lasted for a year. A year later, he had suddenly disappeared from the swimming world. He had gone home to inherit his fortune. Many people regretted that he didn't go to the World Championships. It was said that when the fans saw him move behind the scenes, many of them cried. He used to be a member of the national swimming team and was even more popular than a popular celebrity. Because of this, in the next 5 years, the swimming team did not even win a single bronze medal, which disappointed the people. That was why Su Xiao's sudden appearance had stirred up such a huge storm. Yi Xiaohua expressionlessly put away her mobile phone and got on the car to go home. The Yi family was in an independent villa in the city center. When she was at the gate, she found that the atmosphere was a little strange. "Cousin, you're back at the right time." Yi Tongtong opened the door for Yi Xiaohua and couldn't help but roll her eyes. "It just so happens that uncle and aunt are here." The uncle and aunt she was talking about were Emo's parents. In recent years, the Yi family had been getting worse and worse. The marriage of the young people in the Yi family was naturally not as good as before. However, Yi Xiaohua had a good marriage. Emo was the heir of the Yi family. He was also a rich, talented, and handsome man on the internet. He was known as the national husband. He had more than 30 million fans. Yi Tongtong's cousins were envious and jealous of her. She looked at Yi Xiaohua with complicated eyes and led the way into the house. Xiaohua, you're back. How's your training recently? Seeing Yi Xiaohua, Madame Jean greeted her kindly. At least on the surface, Yi Xiaohua couldn't find anything that she didn't like about the other party. It's okay. Yi Xiaohua's face didn't change at all. In fact, although Yi Xiaohua and Emo had an engagement, the Yi family and Emo's fans were very picky about Yi Xiaohua. They didn't like her very much. Yi Xiaohua didn't study finance or marketing. She just wanted to go swimming. Although it was the era of sports stars, the national swimming team was too bad. Before, because the original owner was the captain of the swimming team, the Yi family couldn't find any fault. Now that Yi Xiaohua made such a big mistake, Yi Xiaohua's 400-meter freestyle was removed from the hot search on the internet, which made the Yi family and Emo's fans have a point of criticism. I don't know finance, I don't know how to deal with company affairs, and now I can't swim anymore. How can I be worthy of my husband? Smile, Grandpa Yi. Because of these hot searches and recent events, Yi Xiaohua is back now, and his face is very black. The Yi family was in a recession and was in the midst of a bidding. If Yi Xiaohua and Emo broke off their engagement at this time, the Yi family would definitely be removed from the bidding. Don't worry about what Emo said at the press conference. He has been used to it since he was a child. No one can control him. Mrs. Jean immediately turned to business. Grandpa Yi immediately smiled. Young people are all like this. It'll be better when they get married. When he said this, Mrs. Jin's eyes flashed a touch of disdain. But in the end, she didn't say anything. Since the Yi family had to bear it, she had nothing to say. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't think about how long it would last. She looked at Mrs. Jean and clearly expressed the freedom of love now. Since Emo had someone else he liked, he would break off the engagement. Both Mrs. Jean and Mr. Jean were surprised by Yi Xiaohua's reaction, but Yi Xiaohua was willing to give in. When they achieved their goal, they said that they would find a chance to talk about it again and went back. After they left, Grandpa Yi was even more furious. Do you know what you are doing? Do you know how much Ye's stock will fall and how much we will lose when the marriage is dissolved? This is the only big boat that Ye's family can tie up now, and it was easily pushed away by Yi Xiaohua. Can Mr. Yi not be angry? I just came back to tell you that I'm going to the World Championship in 4 days. There are still 3 months of training when I come back. I may not go home for 3 months. Yi Xiaohua is not weak at all. She said calmly and walked out of the door. Everyone didn't realize that her momentum was completely different from before. Mr. Yi looked at her back as she left Ye's house. His eyes were very gloomy. This granddaughter didn't listen to him when she was a child. She didn't go to the economic department arranged for her. She even secretly signed up to join the national team and practice the sports department. It doesn't matter if you make some names and get some medals. It can also bring exposure to Ye's family, but up to now, nothing has been done. Even the places have been robbed. Xiaohua, you shouldn't contradict your grandfather. Yimu chased after him and gave Yi Xiaohua a card. Buy whatever you like abroad. Yi Xiaohua took the card and smiled at Yimu. Thank you, Mom. Come back if you can't stand the pressure. Yimu patted her on the shoulder. Emo is really not a good person. Your father and I will support you in the back. Come back when you are tired. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yimu knows that her daughter has liked swimming since she was a child. Her biggest wish in her life is to get a medal. However, her daughter's temper is a little soft, but she doesn't know when she has become so tough. In the past, she would not dare to resist her grandfather's arrangement. Well, wait for me to come back. Yi Xiaohua hugged Yimu. I'll get you a brand. Yi Xiaohua smiled again. His eyes lit up. The World Championship was just around the corner. Su Xiao was supposed to train at Ning Yunchuan's place, and the national team still had 2 empty pools. Yi Xiaohua and Mei Jiamin are all in Pool 3. Unexpectedly, the 3rd pool was given to Su Xiao the next day. I was wondering why Big Boss Ning would teach Su Xiao. Seeing this scene, Mei Jiamin, Shang Yihan, and the others couldn't help but say a few words. Coach Su came over with a whistle. Let's go to the number 4 pool next door. Why? Mei Jiaomin had always been bad-tempered. Su Xiao took advantage of you? There were only 2 days left until the competition. Everyone was training hard, and the swimming pool was very tight. Su Xiao did not apply for a swimming pool, but she did not expect to come back halfway. He occupied pool number 3. She was now the head coach and even the heart of the women's team. She could occupy anyone's pool, but everyone on the women's team had to give way to Su Xiao. They could only use the pool that Su Xiao didn't use. Go to the game. Yi Xiaohua said calmly. Don't you have any temper? Mei Jiaomin looks at her inconceivably. In the past, only others gave way to Yi Xiaohua. Now it's Su Xiao occupying her pool. Isn't she angry? Yi Xiaohua looked at her. What's the use of being angry? If you want to take back pool number 3, you have to do it with your own strength. After that, she went straight to pool number 4. Shang Yihan and others looked at each other, and finally followed Yi Xiaohua to the 4th pool without saying a word. Coach Su looked at the calm Yi Xiaohua and could not help but sigh. 4 days later, the World Championship began. The World Championship this time was held in America. More than a dozen people from the national team got off the plane and went straight to the swimming pool where the competition was held. The World Swimming Championships had always been a popular event both internationally and domestically. Although there weren't many good swimmers in the country, it didn't diminish the passion of these people for swimming. When they arrived, there were already many people waiting outside the swimming pool. There were people from all over the world. A few days before the start of the tournament, the tickets for the World Championship were already on sale. The last few tickets were very expensive. There were also many reporters with cameras at the entrance of the swimming pool. When the Canadian team arrived, the crowd and the reporters were excited. It's Ken. Ken, you'll definitely get first place this year. Ah, Timmy is here. What Ken? Nina is clearly the champion this time, okay? The reporters surrounded them in batches. Athletes from countries like Country Y and Country E who had won medals in swimming events or had hopes of winning first place this year were interviewed by these reporters. The fans were all fans of other famous swimmers. The scene was no less than a gathering of superstars. Only the Hua Nation team was ignored. There were very few fans of Yi Xiaohua and Su Xiao at the scene. They walked through the crowd in pairs. When they went to the swimming pool, many people looked at them, but they just glanced at them and immediately turned away, not caring about them. In this world, Hua country swimming was too weak. There were also physical disadvantages. They were not as good as the Ms, nor were they as good as the Africans. In fact, there was basically no comparison at the international level. The local reporters in America would not even give the Hua Nation swimming team a single shot. When Yi Xiaohua walked in, she looked back. There was a fan of hers outside, trying to hold up her sign and shout for her loudly. Unfortunately, her voice was too small and was squeezed by the people behind her. There were a lot of haters about Yi Xiaohua on the internet. Now those who could catch up to America were really true fans. This time, there were only 4 days, and the other 3 people did not train at all. Yi Xiaohua knew that even if they went to the competition, the points would be thrown down by the 3 people. Therefore, she had to work harder. The reporters of the Hua Nation swimming team had been carrying live cameras to follow them. Many Hua Nation fans liked swimming, but few people were willing to come to the scene because they would feel ashamed if they could not get a medal. There were many viewers on the live platform. When they saw Yi Xiaohua, these netizens could not help but frown. What? Wasn't the freestyle removed from the list? Can such a person still participate in the competition? The freestyle spot should not be hers. It's probably the relay race. Is there no one else in our country's swimming team except her? Of all the good ones, why did they let her participate in the competition? I'm afraid they will lose their face abroad. Even if it's the relay race, it won't be her turn, right? The Yi family and EMO were also watching the live broadcast. Yi Tongtong looked at the words popping up on the screen and snorted. That's it. The ranking can be a little lower. After the meeting, EMO asked the assistant to turn on the computer in the break room. After seeing Yi Xiaohua flashing on the screen, he couldn't help frowning. Does she really dare to go abroad to compete? What's the decision of the national team? I don't know, but after all, she was the first person on the women's team before. The assistant said with a smile. Emo sneered. The first person? Can she compare with Su Xiao? This reporter is good. He gave Su Xiao a lot of screen time. When the camera was aimed at Su Xiao, the popularity soared. Finally, the camera was put on Yi Xiaohua's side of the relay race. The reporter took the microphone and interviewed Yi Xiaohua. I heard that you are not going to register for the relay race this time. Coach, he said that you are not in a very good state now. Can you tell us why you still want to participate in the race when you got the 7th place? The bullet screen was instantly filled with some black fans asking Yi Xiaohua to get out. Su Xiao didn't look at Yi Xiaohua. She just listened to the head coach's instructions carefully. When Yi Xiaohua heard that, there wasn't any embarrassment on her face. She looked at the camera. I want to win an award for my coach, win an award for my teammates, win an award for my fans, and win an international award for the Hua Nation swimming team. The Hua Nation swimming team had never had a sense of existence at the world level. When this was mentioned, people from other countries would only point their little fingers at them. Too weak. So weak that almost all foreigners ignored them. Here, except for that fan. No one knew her. No one knew who the Hua Nation swimmer was. Yi Xiaohua touched her chest and felt a kind of hot blood that she hadn't felt for many years. She really wanted to tell the people watching the live broadcast, and all the people standing outside the swimming pool right now, there was nothing that couldn't be achieved with faith. Poor physical fitness? It could be made up for, not good enough skills? It could be practiced. The Hua people had their own beliefs. Before she reached her goal, she wouldn't stop fighting, because her life wasn't over yet. Now, they were here. Digression, I was in a hurry. Last night, when I was typing, my old illness acted up. You know, the doctor told me that as long as it happens, no matter what you do, you must stop immediately. Hua Hua was old now. She was more afraid. She hurriedly asked someone to help her upload without even explaining. She didn't know if everyone was waiting. Mid-Autumn Festival, make up the chapter. Everyone went in one after another. There were a lot of cameras in the competition venue, and many media outlets who had obtained permits were standing outside the competition circle. The head coach and coach he were still comforting Su Xiao, telling her not to be too nervous. The 4 of you will compete in the afternoon. Coach Su took advantage of this time to comfort the players at home. Don't be too nervous. Just treat it as a training session. It was Mei Jiaomin's first time participating in such a competition. The smile on her face was a little weak, and her whole body was tense. Yi Xiaohua silently followed the 3 of them, not saying a word. Su Xiao had 3 events this time. The 200-meter freestyle this morning, the 400-meter freestyle tomorrow morning, and as for the 1,500-meter freestyle, Hua country did not have a spot yet. The 4 of them were swimming in the afternoon. There were 3 top female swimmers in the world, and they basically won gold, silver, and bronze medals every time. These 3 people had created a very glorious medal in women's swimming. They were 3 female swimmers from Country M, Australia, and Country E. These 3 people had countless fans. The influence of the World Championship was limited to the Olympic Games. Coupled with the previous popularity, countless people were paying attention to this World Championship. Not only the people of Hua country, but people from other countries were also squatting in front of their computers or TVs, anxiously waiting for the swimming to begin. Hua country's first event was Su Xiao's 200-meter freestyle. This time, Country M was the host, and the host commentators were Country M and Country E. Yi Xiaohua stood with the head coach and waited for the competition to begin. To be honest, when the referee's whistle sounded, all the voices in the audience disappeared. Waiting for the gunshot, Yi Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body. The audience of Hua country in front of the live broadcast was also waiting to see Su Xiao's performance. Bang, a gunshot rang out. Splash, splashes of water splashed out from the water. Although she did not have a good impression of Su Xiao, in front of these foreigners, Yi Xiaohua also wanted to see Su Xiao ruthlessly leave others behind. 6th place. Go for the duck, Su Xiao. When the bullet screen saw Hua country's expired 6th place in the upper left corner of the screen, all the pores on their bodies exploded. So cool. Come on, Su Xiao. Oh my god, she rushed to the 5th place. Did you see that? Did you see that? We surpassed Country R. In the second 50-meter turn, Su Xiao overtook a contestant from Country R, who was in 5th place. The atmosphere in the stadium instantly became lively. Even Marika's commentator was paying attention to the 5th track. We can see that Betsy is still in 1st place, and Marika is in 2nd place. Look, Hannah's contestant has caught up with Yuka from Country R. I wonder if she still has a chance to get 4th place. The bullet screen was flooded with 666. Amazing. 4th place, let's go. 3rd place is in sight. Coach He and the head coach couldn't help but laugh. That's it. Beautiful. Although she was only in 4th place, one should not forget that the best result of the Hua Nation women's swimming team in the world's individual competition was only in 7th place. However, she was still very young, and her golden years had just begun. To be able to obtain 4th place out of so many people, his future potential would be even greater. The last time Su Xiao touched the wall, he got 4th place. The head coach and the other team members all rushed forward. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. The Hua Nation people who were watching the live broadcast could not help but exclaim at home. The video on the Hua Nation Plaza was showing the swimming event. Many people stopped to watch. Oh my god, 4th place. This Su Xiao really has a lot of potential. When she gets to the Olympics, she'll be able to get a medal. Someone next to him did not know about the sudden rise of Su Xiao. He could not help but ask, I remember that the captain of our national women's swimming team isn't Yi Xiaohua? Yi Xiaohua? She's long dead, someone could not help but sneer. Don't you know the last national competition? Su Xiao got 1st place. As for Yi Xiaohua, she's already 2nd to last. How could that be? This person was a passerby fan of Yi Xiaohua. Although he did not follow her, he had heard of her name. I'm also very disappointed, but this is the truth, the person who spoke sighed. This Su Xiao is just a newcomer. I thought that Yi Xiaohua could break her own record in the national competition. I didn't expect her to lose to Su Xiao, so this spot was given to Su Xiao. Before this, those people from Hua Nation, whether they were Yi Xiaohua's fans or not, all admired Yi Xiaohua because she was the first person to get a spot in the swimming competition for Hua Nation. They did not expect, before the competition, Yi Xiaohua was actually so disappointing. This was not only on these people. When Yi Xiaohua's fans found out that Yi Xiaohua was not on the announced freestyle list, they were extremely disappointed with Ahu. Su Xiao successfully gained a large number of fans with her 4th place result. Her popularity had long surpassed Yi Xiaohua's. Some people called her the star of the future. The head coach also showed Su Xiao the words of praise from many people in the country. The members of the Hua Nation team looked at Su Xiao with some envy. Su Xiao stood in the middle of all the Hua Nation people and looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was standing outside the crowd. The crowd was shaking, and she could not see Yi Xiaohua's expression clearly. However, she only wanted to prove to Yi Xiaohua that she was the future of the women's swimming team, the hope of the women's swimming team. She was only 17 years old, Yi Xiaohua was already 22 years old. Yi Xiaohua lowered her eyes and pulled her hand tendons, trying to stretch her body. Waiting for the relay race in the afternoon. This relay race was very important to her. She only had one chance in the whole field. This task was different from the previous ones. If she missed this one, she would have to wait for another 4 years. So, she could only succeed this time. She had to bet everything on this one throw. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Xiaohua's group finally arrived for the freestyle relay race. The commentator was commentating passionately on the spot. Su Xiao sat on a chair to rest. The chief coach and Coach He were whispering about Su Xiao's upcoming training, not caring about the schedule of the 4 of them. Hello, everyone. Now we can see that the first 8 swimmers are already waiting. The commentator was American. He first introduced the first swimmers on each track. Then, they waited quietly for the referee to blow the whistle and then the gun to go off. Mei Jiamin was the first swimmer, Luku was the second, Shang Yihan was the third, and Yi Xiaohua was the 4th. Although they didn't want to admit it, it was true that Hua women's freestyle was weaker than other countries. Not to mention that the first 3 swimmers weren't outstanding internationally. The first swimmer was 3 seconds behind the first and 0.35 seconds behind the seventh. Don't underestimate 0.85 seconds. In this kind of international competition, 0.001 seconds could determine your ranking. Because every swimmer was the best in their country, even if they were worse, the difference wouldn't be too big. 1 second could make a difference of 3 rankings. In the last World Championship, the first place in the 200-meter freestyle was 153.1458, and the second place was 153.5216. This showed how big the difference of 1 second was. After Luca came out, he was 3 seconds behind the first place. Another 3 seconds behind the first place, adding up to 6 seconds. He was 1.27 seconds behind the 7th place. Hua Nation's bullet screen was unbearable. My God, you can't even compete with the N people. Why did the national team send you? That's crazy. So disappointing. Hurry up and finish it. I just want to see Su Xiao. Thank you. The third swimmer was Xianxia. When Xianxia went up, Yi Xiaohua patted her on the shoulder. Come on, don't be afraid. I'll help you get back if you fall. Xianxia heard the words and looked at Yi Xiaohua, then pulled down her goggles and stood on it. After the handover with Lu Ku, the moment Xianxia fell into the water, there was nothing in her mind. Only Yi Xiaohua looked at her pair of deep eyes. As for the ones that fall, I'll help you get them back. At this moment, Xianxia didn't know where the courage came from, but a surge of strength gushed out from her bones. Her upper body dashed forward, and the only thought in her mind was that she would never drag the team down. She felt that she had never felt so powerful before. This time, Xianxia still didn't surpass the 7th place, but she fell to the 8th place by 0.8 seconds. However, the gap between her and the first place was still 8.88 seconds. The top 3 were all great swimmers, and each of them was stronger than Xianxia. Even if Xianxia managed to surpass him, she wouldn't be able to match their speed. There was a gap of 2 seconds between first and second place. The second and third places were the contestants from America and Australia respectively. The gap between them was only 0.45 seconds. It was very likely that they would overtake America in the final wave. In the last leg, Yi Xiaohua stood by the 7th lane and waited for Xianxia to come back. Coach Su patted her shoulder as a sign of encouragement before she entered the mall. Hua Nation's bullet screen couldn't help but comment on it. Where's Su Xiao? How could it be Yi Xiaohua? What an eyesore. Yi Xiaohua. How can you participate in this kind of competition when you're so bad? You're nearly 10 seconds behind the first place. If it weren't for Su Xiao, Hua Nation's results wouldn't have caused such a big reaction from the public. However, it was precisely because of Su Xiao's comparison that Hua Nation's results looked very disgusting. The audience had gone through their expectations, and then performed so poorly. Naturally, their disappointment was obvious. I think the women's swimming team should be disbanded except for Su Xiao. Did you guys forget that Yi Xiaohua was the one who fought for the world championship? Let's wait and see. Maybe a miracle will happen. As people from Hua Nation, it's fine if we don't cheer for them, but there's no need to slander a group of people who bring glory to our country, right? Can you believe in Yi Xiaohua? Everyone in the audience had some expectations for Hua Nation's swimming team. That was why they couldn't help but curse when Hua Nation's swimming team kept ranking 7th. Yi Tongtong, who was watching the live broadcast at the Yi house, couldn't help but laugh when she saw that Yi Xiaohua's only relay race was ranked 8th. Especially the bullet screen comments that urged Yi Xiaohua to quickly get off the stage and replace her with Su Xiao. That's it, Yi Xiaohua. This kind of ranking is very compatible with you. Grandpa is already prepared to remove your qualifications as the successor. On the field, it was already the last leg. The last leg was very important. It was filled with the best people from each country. When the commentator introduced the last person, he would emphasize the introduction. The second track is Betsy from country E. She once broke the world record for the 200-meter freestyle with a time of 152.1458 seconds. This time, we're very much looking forward to Betsy's performance. The camera even focused on Yi Xiaohua's face. The commentator still had some impression of her. This contestant from Hua Nation is Xianxia, who successfully squeezed out the contestants from Country H, Country L, and other countries. I'm also very much looking forward to her performance this time. However, we're still looking forward to Betsy from Country E. She's on stage. This was the first time that the commentator introduced an athlete from Hua Nation before the contestants had even dived. One had to know that during the first three, they did not introduce Xianxia at all. From this, it could be seen how eye-catching her original performance in the international competition was. Hearing the commentator's words, Su Xiao also heard it. She was originally listening to the head coach, but when she heard the commentator introduce Xianxia, she glanced at Xianxia, who was standing by the pool, expressionlessly. Looking forward to Xianxia's performance? Xianxia had already swam back. She came back at about the same time as the 7th-place contestant. When Xianxia touched the wall, she jumped into the water with a splash. It was this second, on all the live broadcast screens, Hua country's national flag officially surpassed the previous one and landed in the 7th place. However, not many people cared about this scene. It was already the last lap, and everyone's attention was on the top three. Australia, M, and Canada were fighting for the bronze and silver medals. Especially Australia and America, both of them were established countries with long-established swimming teams. Canada was just a new country that had risen in recent years. Meanwhile, Country E was already 2 seconds ahead of the 2nd place. Now that Betsy, the person who had broken the world record, had joined the competition, the 1st place was already set in stone. Hua country had always despised Hua country. However, at this time, they also saw that Hua country's ranking rushed to the 7th place. The swimming lane was a total of 50 meters long. 200 meters was 2 laps and 4 turns. This was the best opportunity to overtake. When she first entered the water, Xianxia rushed to the 7th meter. Did you see that? Our Hua country's ranking rose again. 7th place is already a good result. Compared to the previous World Championship, 7th place is already a glory. Looking at Xianxia's posture, I think it's okay. There's hope for her to rush to the 6th place. Is there hope for our Hua country swimming team? Originally, because they had always been in the 8th place, some of the people who watched the live broadcast in Hua country with poor psychological quality directly scolded. As soon as Xianxia entered the water, she surpassed the 7th place and gradually closed the gap with the 6th place. These scolders suddenly had nothing to say. Xianxia was now wholeheartedly swimming. She did not use any spiritual power, nor did she use any inner force. She used all her physical strength and endurance that no one else in the arena could compare to. This was a fair world-level competition. Xianxia respected and admired the other contestants. Naturally, she would not use abilities or internal force to cheat. The only thing she had was that fearless endurance. As soon as she entered the water, there was no sound in her ears. Her whole mind was only thinking about sprinting. Don't stop, give yourself and give your teammates a chance. At this second, Xianxia had already integrated into the original extreme training. Her whole body was empty, and there was only one word in her consciousness: swim. She did not pay attention to the other contestants on the field, nor did she care who her opponent was. Because a long time ago, her only opponent was herself. Time and time again, she broke through her limits. Therefore, she did not know that during the first 50 meters, Li Tianlan had been waiting for her. Not only did she surpass the 7th place, but she also surpassed the 6th place and reached the 6th place. In fact, many people were swimming. The audience paid more attention to the national flag ranking in the upper left corner. But now Xianxia is different. What was projected on the screen were the figures of the 8 contestants. Everyone saw Xianxia's smooth and very agile figure in the water. Her swimming movements were different from those of the people around her. It seemed that they could also see a trace of beauty. Oh my God, 6th place. I chased him for 2 seconds. Hua Nation's bullet screen started moving again. People who know how to swim can't help but look at Xianxia, and a bright light shines in their eyes. Even if they didn't know how to swim, they still felt excited. The head instructor was talking to Su Xiao when he suddenly noticed the change in the rankings. He was stunned. In an instant, he forgot to talk to Su Xiao. His eyes turned to the field, and his eyes lit up. 6th place, she's turning around. If there's no mistake in this turn, she can definitely stabilize the 6th place. At the same time, after the first 5 people turned around one after another, Xianxia in the pool also reached her first 50 meters, turn around, accelerate. As everyone knows, the time each swimmer holds their breath underwater is very important. Because every time they put their head out of the water to sleep, they will waste a little time when they breathe and paddle. But after Xianxia turned around and accelerated, she did not show her head. Swimming in a short period of time consumes a lot of oxygen. Even Betsy did not swim underwater for a few seconds. However, Xianxia did not show her head at the second 50 meters, never, until she surpassed the 5th place. 5th place. Hua Nation's audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but stand up in front of their computers. Some people even forgot to type and stared motionlessly at Xiaohua's figure on the screen. Their fists were tightly clenched. At first, there were a few people who were scolding why Xiaohua could go up and why she did not let Su Xiao go up. But at this time, no one was scolding. From 8th place to 5th place, this was simply a miracle. Xiaohua. Xiaohua. In the future, who dares to say that Hua Nation swimming can't participate in international competitions? Can't participate in international competitions. Who just said they want to replace Su Xiao? Stand up and get beaten up. Because of the previous disappointment, many Hua Nation viewers were very depressed. They did not expect such a reversal. The Hua Nation audience was boiling. More and more people gathered around the big screen in Hua Nation Square. Occasionally, the street broadcast of some changes would make a group of young people jump up in excitement. After surpassing the 5th place and almost reaching the second turn, Xiaohua finally looked up and took a breath. This made the majority of people watching the live broadcast breathe a sigh of relief. When Coach Su saw Xiaohua look up and take a breath, he also felt relieved. The commentator had been paying attention to the 4 people fighting for the gold, silver, and bronze places. He did not pay much attention to the contestants behind because in his opinion, there was almost no one who could catch up in the last leg. But Xiaohua's performance had already attracted the attention of coaches from other countries. I finally know why the World Championship gave you a spot. The coach of country was standing next to Coach Su. He glanced at Coach Su. Your country's Xiaohua is not bad. That scene of holding her breath underwater just now was too long. The coach of country was very clear that their country's Betsy could not do it. This girl from Hua Nation would be a strong opponent for Betsy in the future. But now that she has wasted so much energy, it may be very difficult for her to sprint later. The coach of country also saw Xiaohua's weakness. Coach Su was very satisfied with Xiaohua's competition. To be honest, he felt that it would be good to stabilize the 6th place at first. He did not expect Xiaohua to give him such a big surprise. Don't look at how much energy she used. She will definitely be able to sprint later and get 5th place. Coach Su smiled slightly. After Xiaohua turned around for the second time, she once again did not raise her head to breathe. It was also at this time, the 3rd turn, Xiaohua reached out, touched the wall, and turned around. She still did not show her head. This movement of hers, this action of burying his head and sprinting once again made everyone feel incredulous. Everyone in the Hua Country Square could not help but shout excitedly. The coach of country did not speak anymore. He watched Xiaohua's back in the pool motionlessly. Coach Su's eyes widened. As Xiaohua's coach, he did not know that Xiaohua could hold her breath for such a long time. Was this still something a normal person could do? That was the moment she turned around. On the screen, Hua Country expired and moved from 5th to 4th place. Everyone who was watching Xiaohua at the scene. There were also those who were watching the live broadcast. Everyone suddenly realized that this time, Hua Nation swimming might really be on the rise. Would Xiaohua really lead an era of Hua Country women swimming? Could she create a new glory? Ah, my Xiaohua. As a passerby, I really wanted to cry when I saw that she didn't show her head even once in the middle and kept sprinting past 5th place. That's great. I'm not a fan of the wrong person. I want to win an award for my coach, win an award for my teammates, win an award for my fans, and win an international award for the Hua Country swimming team. Don't win an award. Even if you don't win an award, you're still very good. I'm about to cry. At this time, Canada, who was originally in 4th place, was 2 seconds behind Australia, which was in third place. Therefore, the referee did not comment on the fourth place anymore. His eyes were on the third and second place. The commentator on the field was still explaining, Betsy is firmly in first place. Now Australia and America are competing for the silver medal. The difference between the two is only 0.78 seconds. Let's look at the sprint in the last 50 meters. Australia is still one step behind America. America is still in the lead, overtaking them. It was at this time, the last 30 meters, Xianxia approached little by little. From the second turn until now, Xianxia had been sprinting under the water without looking up to breathe, wasting time. Hua country's national flag rushed to third place. Wait. That's Hua country. Hua country third. Oh my god. Xianxia. 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 Where did this Xianxia come from? She's still accelerating. Still accelerating. Is she going to surpass the second place? Where did she come from? The M Nation's commentator had no idea what he was talking about. He forgot Betsy and the people of their country. All the commentary was on Xianxia. At the same time, the Australian translator was also shocked by Xianxia, who suddenly surpassed their own country. They were commenting on Xianxia and were shocked by Xianxia's surging momentum. Xianxia, who is Xianxia? Why did he suddenly appear? Compared to these commentators, the people of Hua Nation were the most excited. Xianxia. Third. Third. Those in China who were watching the livestream were all excited. From 8th to 3rd, there's only a small gap between him and the second place, and he's still accelerating. Doesn't she need to breathe? It's practically the scene of a Demon King's massacre. From the beginning to the 8th place, everyone was very disappointed. Even Coach Su didn't think there was any hope. 5th place was the best result they could achieve, but no one had expected this. In the end, Xianxia's underwater sprint turned the tables. From 7th to 5th, then to 4th, then to 3rd, it was a straight line rise. The people's blood was ignited by Xianxia's underwater sprint. The Hua Nation women's swimming team had never been ranked internationally. Netizens and people had always said that the women's swimming team was useless and that it would be better to disband it. But now, the Hua Nation women's relay race could actually rush to the top 3. Do you think these people are crazy? Completely crazy, especially after surpassing the 3rd place. Xianxia still maintained the appearance of sprinting. Xianxia. First. Demon King, you can do it. Come on. Go. The waves caused by Su Xiao just now couldn't be compared to Xianxia at all. Su Xiao's name was at the top from the beginning. But Xianxia caught up with the time bit by bit when her teammates were so far behind and reached 3rd place. This time, Xianxia was the idol in the hearts of these Hua Nation people, especially those who were Xianxia's fans before. They had no more ideas. Their heads were hot, and their blood was boiling in an instant, on the field, when Xianxia surpassed several people in a row and reached 3rd place. All the spectators couldn't help but let out a suppressed exclamation, then stood up and looked in the direction of the pool. The other Hua Nation team members also couldn't help but look at the pool. Lu Ku, Shanihan, and Mei Jiamin stared at the pool, watching as Xianxia didn't show her head after pretending to be a god for the second time. They couldn't help but clench their fists. No one knew better than them how much energy and oxygen it took to sprint underwater. Even a distance of 50 meters was difficult for professional swimmers to reach. But Xianxia didn't show her head for nearly 100 meters. Betsy is too strong. She already has a gap of 5 seconds with the second place. But that Hua Nation contestant is also very strong. What's her name again? Someone was asking Xianxia's name. Xianxia, her name is Xianxia. Some people had already found out Xianxia's name. I don't know if she can catch up with the second place. She hasn't shown her head for so long. Does she still have the strength to catch up? Still have the strength? Xianxia now clearly felt that her hands and feet were no longer her own. She was now rowing and sprinting with her perseverance and endurance. She couldn't see anything in front of her. It was pitch black. She could clearly feel that her physical strength was not enough. At this moment, she was in a trance to the point that she could only hear her own heartbeat. This time, there was only one goal in her mind, that was to get a medal. This was her obsession. Not to mention the referees on the field, even the audience watching the live broadcast from Hua country knew that it would be great if Yi Xiaohua could get the first place. No one thought it was possible for her to get the second place. Just like before, no one thought that Hua country would be able to obtain a brand. Only 10 meters left. At this moment, no one paid attention to Betsy, who was supposed to be the most popular. All eyes were on the 7th lane, Yi Xiaohua. Betsy was the first to hit the wall. First place, it couldn't be helped. Country E was too strong. They were 2 seconds ahead of the second place from the beginning. Plus Betsy, who had broken the world record, no one thought anyone could surpass Betsy with such a gap. The second place realized Yi Xiaohua's pressure and was also sprinting. She didn't want Yi Xiaohua to have more stamina than Yi Xiaohua since she hadn't sprinted before. Yi Xiaohua passed 5 people in a row and was about to catch up with the second place. She clearly felt that she couldn't take it anymore. She had no strength and her eyes were red. But at times like this, her brain became clearer. She understood that she needed to sprint and work hard. She needed to get a medal. Coach, teammate, fan, faith, dream, never give up. Many people. The last 5 meters. Finally, she was ahead of the second place by 0.59 seconds. These few days of swimming training, as well as the endurance and the heart of a strong person that she had honed in every world, had finally exploded. Shocking the world. Hua country. Second place in Hua country. Oh my god. Second place in Hua country. The commentator stared at Yi Xiaohua, forgetting who the first place was, and the third place of their country was right behind her. All his attention was on Yi Xiaohua. It's incredible. The Chinese got the second place. She got the second place from the 8th place. Miracle, it's a miracle. It's an unprecedented miracle in swimming. Relay swimming was different from other events. It was difficult for the 5th place to surpass the 4th and 3rd place. Not to mention getting the second place from the 8th place. After the referee finished, everyone, including Coach Su, looked at the big screen that showed the result. The national flag of Hua country was slowly displayed. The noisy audience quieted down instantly. Second place. The second the results were announced, the chief coach ran to Coach Su and said excitedly to him, "We got second place in the relay race." Secondly, do you know? Su Xiao saw that the head coach did not continue to talk about additional training for himself. Instead, he ran to Coach Su and looked at Yi Xiaohua with a slightly heavy gaze. Coach Su was still in a daze, but he was awakened by the head coach's voice. After a moment of daze, he quickly ran to the 7th lane. As a coach, he knew very well that Yi Xiaohua was not in a good state now. The head coach and other athletes of the Hua team also followed Yi Xiaohua. Bang! At this moment, all the spectators in the stadium could not help but stand up and let out an uproar, when everyone exclaimed. Yi Xiaohua's hand touched the wall of the pool, but she did not get up from the pool. Her face was deathly pale. His pupils were almost completely red, and his lips were pale and even a little green. She used one hand to prop herself up, trying not to fall. From the 100m underwater sprint to the last 30 meters, she persisted with perseverance. No one knew what price she had paid. Xianxia was the first to run over, followed by Mei Jiamin and the other 2. The other 7 athletes on the track had already climbed out. Only Yi Xiaohua had not gotten up yet. Xianxia and the others all knew that it was not that she did not want to get up, but that she did not have the strength to climb out of the pool. Seeing Yi Xiaohua like this, Xianxia could not help but sniff. The 3 of them did not care about Yi Xiaohua anymore. Instead, it was a kind of respect for the strong. The 3 of them helped Yi Xiaohua up. At this time, Betsy in the 2nd lane also rushed over. Seeing Yi Xiaohua like this, she also had some admiration in her eyes. Finally, she hugged Yi Xiaohua. "I look forward to meeting you in the Olympics. You will be the strongest opponent I have ever met." Betsy hugged Yi Xiaohua, then looked into her eyes and said. No matter how embarrassed Yi Xiaohua was, she would not let so many people see her. She just hooked up her lips in Betsy's direction. Betsy quickly went to be interviewed by the country reporters. There were also reporters who wanted to interview Yi Xiaohua, but were temporarily refused by Xianxia. Xianxia was holding Yi Xiaohua. She clearly felt how hard Yi Xiaohua was holding her hand. She did not know what kind of perseverance Yi Xiaohua had used to keep herself from falling down. This time, she hated herself a little. She hated herself for not training well in the past few days. Yi Xiaohua clearly gave herself training skills. But she didn't. Why didn't she swim well before? Why didn't she work hard? If they worked harder, even if it was just for 1 second, Yi Xiaohua would not have to work so hard. At this time, Coach Su and others also rushed over. Yi Xiaohua's eyes gradually recovered, and Coach Su brought a reporter from Hua country. I'm sorry. For the first time, Yi Xiaohua felt the powerlessness of her own strength. The camera the reporter brought was directly cut to the bullet screen in Hua country. As soon as Yi Xiaohua said this, the bullet screen in Hua country went crazy. No. Great devil. Don't cry. Second place. Do you know what kind of record you've made? Betsy once broke the women's 200-meter freestyle record with a time of 152:14:58, but do you know how long it took you to swim the last 200 m? 147:58:94. You've already broken the world women's 200-meter freestyle record. I'm proud of you. Why are you sorry? I just climbed over the wall. Do you know that those countries' bullet screens haven't even spammed the champion Betsy? They've been spamming you? Really, the other 3 are also very good, but can't you guys work a little harder and swim a little more? Our great devil didn't even show her head in the last 100 meters. I beg you guys, rise up. Our great devil will relay with you guys. I'm really tired for her. I feel wronged for her. I have a question. Why isn't the 200-meter freestyle quota for the great devil? And I don't think she's in the 400 m quota either. Everyone on the bullet screen who didn't know how to swim knew this. Coach Su and Mei Jiamin naturally knew this too. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, especially when he saw Yi Xiaohua's condition, Coach Su couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He took Yi Xiaohua from Xianxia hands and supported her. No, you're not sorry. Yi Xiaohua, I'm proud of you. The whole nation is proud of you. This silver medal is even more important than a gold medal. Yi Xiaohua also knew this. But thinking about it was only a silver medal, she still felt a little regretful. Coach Su looked at Yi Xiaohua and couldn't help but think of a few years ago when he started swimming. At that time, the domestic swimming equipment was not complete and everyone was working hard for swimming. But the innate gap in body was too big. Even his relatives didn't understand. There were so many sports to learn. Why did he choose to join the swimming team? Swimming was like the national football team. No matter where he went, he would be criticized. Coach Su felt that he was about to lose hope. He didn't have the enthusiasm he had when he first came to the national team. But now, looking at Yi Xiaohua, he really saw a faith in this generation of women's swimming team. Swimming. Medals. He also remembered what Yi Xiaohua had said before. I want to win an award for my coach. I want to win an award for the Hua Nation swimming team. She really did it. I'm really proud of you. Coach Su tilted his head and wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Yi Xiaohua also slowly recovered at this time. Don't be proud of me. It's too early. When I get all the gold medals in the Olympics, you can be proud of me. You still want to participate in the 1,500-meter freestyle after getting all the gold medals? Coach Su realized the key point. Of course. At first, Yi Xiaohua only took the swimming as a task. However, seeing how hard Xianxia worked in the end, after she came up, the 3 teammates around her were silent, their eyes red. Looking at the reporter's incoherent and excited look, she suddenly felt that she had found her faith here. I hope that after the Olympics, our Hua Nation swimming will no longer be so unknown. When our Hua Nation swimmers go abroad to participate in competitions, I hope that those reporters will no longer ignore each and every one of them. Yes, we don't have enough stamina, we don't have any innate advantages, but we, the Hua country, have endurance and perseverance. We can work hard, we won't admit defeat. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, everyone was silent. The head coach didn't say anything. He just looked at Yi Xiaohua with great emotion and seriousness. Yi Xiaohua, you really scared me. Second place, this is second place. Yi Xiaohua smiled. Sure enough, you haven't grown up yet. Naive. Coach Su patted Yi Xiaohua's head and said that she was naive, but there was a smile on his face. This was probably young people. Today, Yi Xiaohua, who was not afraid of death, finally got second place. Her solo swimming time could break the world women's 200-meter record. Unfortunately, because it was a relay race, it was impossible to record it. People from other countries, such as Country E, Country M, and Australia, who were the strongest in swimming, were all talking about Yi Xiaohua. They looked at Yi Xiaohua's direction with complicated eyes. That's Yi Xiaohua, the Hua nation who rushed from 8th place to 2nd place. There are a lot of seedlings in this world championship, but no one is as scary as her. She didn't even show her head in the 100m. Even Betsy isn't as strong as her. In the Olympics, she will be a very strong opponent. No one talked about the championship anymore. Almost everyone was talking about Yi Xiaohua's name. The surrounding reporters who were covering their own countries also secretly pointed their cameras at Yi Xiaohua. After a short break, Yi Xiaohua ate a candy, and her strength slowly recovered. At this time, the award ceremony began. Yi Xiaohua, Shang Yihan, and the other two changed their clothes. The four of them stood on the podium that belonged to the 2nd place. When the award giver handed the ginger slice to Yi Xiaohua, he couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua. At the same time, the gold, silver, and bronze countries that received the medals gradually rose in order. Everyone in the live broadcast room, when they saw the bright red national flag hanging in the 2nd place, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and cry. Yi Xiaohua raised the silver medal in her hand and looked at the camera. The first silver medal is for you. In the future, I will let you see that our national flag will be hung higher and higher. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Great devil, we will wait for you. Don't work too hard. We can see your efforts. Wait for you to reach the top. I will always be here. This time, everyone who was a fan of Yi Xiaohua had a feeling of being watered by hot blood. It was the first time they were a fan of someone, not because of their appearance, but because this person really made them proud. Proud of it, they were not a fan of the wrong person. Digression, double the monthly votes. At the same time, I sent a red packet of 30,000 yuan. At this time, my dear, you can vote your monthly votes to support Hua and help Gaji reach the top. Love you guys. I was forced to take a day off, and then secretly made up for 2 more chapters today. There are still 2 more chapters. Wait for Hua to find time to make up for it. Oh, intersection. Oh, this scene was quickly publicized on all major networks. Weibo was the first to hang up the news that the women's relay team had won a silver medal. There were a lot of people at the scene, but most of them were from other countries. The level of excitement was far from high, but the people of Hua country were extremely excited. Especially when they saw the banner hanging in the 2nd place in the video, a suppressed sense of nationalism and glory burst forth from the bottom of their hearts. Strong, he was really too strong. In addition to the spontaneous forwarding of the major media, the 4-system Weibo posts of Yi Xiaohua and the other 3 winning silver medals had automatically popped up on Weibo, especially Yi Xiaohua's Weibo, which had more than 200,000 comments in just 2 hours. This was a glory that the national swimming team had never had. It had been 3 hours since Grandpa Yi got the news. Xiaohua is from our Yi family. Grandpa Yi didn't expect that the granddaughter he almost gave up would finally give him such a surprise. He immediately asked the company's employees to forward Yi Xiaohua's Weibo. She will be the first heir of our Yi family in the future. Yi family's stock had fallen by 8 points this morning. However, after Yi family's Weibo management forwarded her Weibo, the stock did not fall in the afternoon, but rose by 6 points. According to this situation, it would continue to rise tomorrow. And the previous partners handed over an olive branch again. Grandpa Ye's move was to consume Yi Xiaohua's popularity, but it was also to sell Yi Xiaohua well. The position of the first heir was not something that anyone could get just because they wanted to. Damn it. Yi Tongtong, who was still leisurely before, saw a series of actions on the internet and Yi family. At this time, she was holding the wine glass in her hand and gritting her teeth with hatred. She actually got a medal for her, the first heir. Yi Tongtong's face was obviously unwilling. How could someone like that who had never learned company management get the position of the first heir? But now with Yi Xiaohua's momentum on the internet, she could only look forward to her Olympic Games in a few months and fall off the altar. For Xiaohua's results, all parties have different levels of reaction. But the most aggrieved should be Coach He and Su Xiao. Before this, Su Xiao was the future star of the Hua country swimming team, especially when she got the 4th place before. It also caused a lot of heat in Hua country, but now it seemed that she was not comparable to Yi Xiaohua at all. The netizens of Hua Nation had long forgotten that she had placed 4th in the morning. I should have let you go if I knew you were going to win. Coach He had a different opinion from Su Xiao. He regretted that she had rejected the opportunity on Su Xiao's behalf. It's a silver medal. It's the first real medal our team has ever won. Su Xiao couldn't laugh at Coach He's words. She was only 17 years old this year. She had limitless potential in the future. As soon as she entered the swimming team, she was flattered by everyone and had Jin Wennan's protection. At this time, the silent Yi Xiaohua suddenly came to a silver medal. How could Su Xiao's mood be good? As a result, when she was 400 meters the next day, she sprinted at the beginning, trying to achieve the effect of Yi Xiaohua, but she didn't expect that she was too radical at the beginning, and her physical strength couldn't keep up. He only got 8th place in the 400-meter freestyle. Fortunately, the online comments are controlled by Jin Wennan, and the news of Su Xiao has not burst out. Otherwise, let other people know that Su Xiao took Yi Xiaohua's place, but only got the 8th place, will definitely be sprayed to death. The head coach was originally full of expectations for Su Xiao, but after seeing Su Xiao's performance, his heart was naturally a little uncomfortable. However, considering Jin Wennan's face, he didn't say anything, just told Su Xiao to come on. A group of people will return home after the World Championship. After getting off the plane, there were still Yi Xiaohua's fans who came to pick up the plane. Keep it up, and there will only be more and more fans coming to pick up the plane in the future. Even Coach Su was drowned by a large group of fans, and then comforted Yi Xiaohua, don't be too nervous. He originally wanted Yi Xiaohua not to be too nervous, but when he tilted his head, he found that Yi Xiaohua was very calm to the fans who came to pick up the plane. She also waved at them. It didn't look like she was meeting fans for the first time. Coach Su, it's obviously the first time for everyone to meet, why are you the only one so excellent, in contrast to Yi Xiaohua's group of people who were surrounded by stars. On the other side, Su Xiao and Coach He's group were very uncomfortable. The tickets were bought in advance. In order to cultivate Su Xiao, the head coach bought all their tickets together and separated them from Yi Xiaohua. So after getting off the plane, the head coach casually said hello to Su Xiao and went to find Yi Xiaohua. Su Xiao's face sank instantly. This Yi Xiaohua has a lot of potential, said a person next to Coach He. Su Xiao looked at Yi Xiaohua's back, and her eyebrows slightly sank. She is now 22 years old. This time, it should be a temporary state. Hearing Su Xiao's words, neither of the two coaches opened their mouth to refute. Then they lowered their eyes and pondered deeply. They also had some thoughts about Su Xiao's words. First, Yi Xiaohua's performance in the past few years was too ordinary. Suddenly, she had such an excellent performance, which made people have to doubt that her outbreak should be like fireworks. It looked gorgeous, but it was just a passing cloud. It should be that the place in her hand was given to Su Xiao. She had an unyielding heart in her heart, so she had such an outbreak. The state of an athlete is sometimes uncertain, and this time, everyone can see that Yi Xiaohua is completely holding on. Then there is another important reason. Yi Xiaohua is 22 years old, and it is no longer the golden age of a swimmer. It's not that there hasn't been such a thing before. In the sports circle, a person who often won silver and gold medals for the country, because of his age, made another mistake in the competition and finally chose to retire. At that time, many people on the internet were scolding this athlete. This time, Yi Xiaohua's consequences were more serious than that athlete's. Thinking of this, Su Xiao stared at the back of Yi Xiaohua, who stopped to sign autographs for fans, and then suddenly smiled. Now Yi Xiaohua is held so high by fans. Wait until the Olympic Games. If she didn't get such a result, she would fall even more miserably. Su Xiao was looking forward to this day. Of course, Yi Xiaohua doesn't know that she is hated by Su Xiao now. After returning to the training base, Mei Jiaomin and the other two didn't get the silver medal. They all know that the silver medal was won by Yi Xiaohua alone. After swimming a lap in the pool, Mei Jiamin kept looking at Yi Xiaohua's direction. However, Yi Xiaohua did not look at her. Captain Yi. In the end, Mei Jiamin couldn't take it anymore and came over shyly. Do you still have the training method you gave me last time? I brought it home, but I don't know where my mom put it. In the end, Mei Jiamin did not dare to look up at Yi Xiaohua. In fact, it was lost by their mother. At that time, the three of them did not believe that Yi Xiaohua would selflessly give them this swimming training method. In addition, Yi Xiaohua had just been surpassed by Su Xiao. They did not believe that Yi Xiaohua's method would have any good training methods. So they didn't care about the paper Yi Xiaohua gave them at all, and they didn't know where they put it. Only now did he remember. However, the lie was a little clumsy. The three of them had not left the national team during training. How could that piece of paper end up in her mother's hands? Yi Xiaohua heard Mei Jiamin's words and did not expose it. Well, I'll give it to you later. In the meantime, she answered a phone call and wrote a new piece of paper for Mei Jiamin. There were 3 pieces of paper in total. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua once again got 3 pieces of paper, the 3 people were obviously a little guilty, and none of them dared to look up. You 3 have a good training, I have something to do. Yi Xiaohua answered a phone call and left the training ground. When the head coach and others came to watch their training, Yi Xiaohua had already left. Coach Su, your team needs to increase their training. You just need to report to the higher-ups which training pool you want, the head coach said. He looked around the pool and found that he did not see Yi Xiaohua's figure. He frowned slightly. Where's Xiaohua? He answered the phone and went out. Someone answered and said that he had been out for 2 hours. The Olympic Games are around the corner. Because of the performance of Yi Xiaohua's group, they got a lot of places in the Olympic women's freestyle. Therefore, after returning, everyone joined the emergency training. But I didn't expect to see Yi Xiaohua in the pool. Could it be that he was so complacent that he forgot that he still needed to train? The head coach frowned. Coach Su, Yi Xiaohua is your team member. I can't say anything, but I hope you can increase the management of the team. Coach Su didn't have any other expression on his face. His answer was very formal. Thank you for your guidance, head coach. After that, the head coach left to check on Su Xiao's training. She's been in the pool since she came back. She's been swimming for almost 2 kilometers, coach, he said to the head coach with a smile. I wanted to ask her to take a break, but she refused. She just had a 400-meter freestyle race, and her time was 4:01:15, almost 8 seconds shorter than her 4:09 in the actual race. I believe she has a chance to break into the international rankings. The world record for the 400-meter freestyle was only 3:58:01. Su Xiao's performance was enough to be in the top 3. Sure enough, after hearing Coach's words, the head coach's eyes lit up. The world championship is still too tense. Su Xiao is a good seedling. You should nurture him well. Of course. Coachy smiled. After walking around, the head coach's impression of Su Xiao suddenly changed again. After coming out, he saw that Yi Xiaohua next door had just come back from outside. The head coach couldn't help but remind her, you still have to step up your training. Don't relax yourself. I will, coach. Yi Xiaohua smiled. After that, Yi Xiaohua went directly into the number 4 pool. Mei Jiamin and the other 2 were still swimming in the lane. They didn't even raise their heads. You're back? Coach Su didn't ask Yi Xiaohua what she was doing, nor was he worried that Yi Xiaohua would slack off. As Yi Xiaohua's coach, no one knew better than him how hard she worked. There's one thing. In a month, there will be a competition in another country. The head coach just said, do you want to participate? The head coach hoped that Yi Xiaohua could participate. In the past, they had no chance in this kind of competition. Since there was this opportunity this time, the head coach naturally hoped that they could participate and get a few more tags. I'm not going. Yi Xiaohua glanced at Mei Jiamin and the other 2, then shook her head. Before the Olympic Games, I want to carry out closed training for the 3 of them. Speaking of this, Yi Xiaohua stood by the pool and looked at the 3 people in the water. If you want to participate in that competition, I won't stop you. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, none of the 3 people objected. Originally, the glory of the 3 of them was brought by Yi Xiaohua. Seeing the three people like this, Yi Xiaohua nodded. Mei Jiaomin was a typical thorn in the women's swimming team. When she got angry, she didn't listen to what she said. However, she was young. She was only 16 years old this year, so Coach Su didn't care about her most of the time. Unexpectedly, he could see Mei Jiaomin so obedient today. Today's training is here. Pack up your things. I'll take you to other places to train. Finally, Yi Xiaohua said a sentence. Not to mention the other three people, even Coach Su was very strange. He thought that maybe it had something to do with Yi Xiaohua suddenly going out this afternoon. Other places you said are swimming clubs? Yi Xiaohua didn't answer. She just gave them an address and asked them to come before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then she left the training base. Of course, her leaving figure was unfortunately seen by the head coach. Not far from the training base, a silver Pagani was parked, and many people were looking over there. Yi Xiaohua walked towards the car and answered the phone. It was Grandpa Yi. There is a banquet in the Yi family today. Master Yi is also there. He wants to see you very much. EMO is a rare. Master Yi asked Yi Xiaohua to come back in the evening to attend the banquet. Yi Xiaohua didn't even think about it. She refused directly. The Yi family doesn't like me. Do you still want to be looked down upon? Yi family is a very rich family in this city. Many people send their daughters to Emo's bed. Grandpa Yi naturally knows that Emo once said in public that he didn't like Yi Xiaohua, but what about it? There are many such things in the circle. As long as Grandma occupies the position of Yi family's mistress, who cares how many people there are outside? Grandpa Yi asked Yi Xiaohua not to be ungrateful. Don't be naive. Do you really think Emo can see Yi family? Give you a piece of advice. Don't try to give anyone to Yi family. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaohua said a sentence and hung up the phone directly. Grandpa Yi was so angry that he scolded, I really think I'm so great when I get a silver medal. No matter how many medals I get, it's not enough to put them in front of Yi family. She is such an ignorant person. How can other people look at her? She even looks down on Emo. I'll wait and see if she can find better than Emo in the future. Grandpa, don't be angry. Yi Tongtong appeases Grandpa's mood. On this side, Yi Xiaohua hung up the phone. The door of the silver Pagani driver's seat was opened. What's the matter? Hearing Yi Xiaohua's slightly cold voice, Ning Yunchuan looked at her. At this moment, even those people in the national team would not think that their hearts are cold. Once created the most brilliant scene in the Hua country swimming team, Ning Yunchuan, will appear here. He looked at Yi Xiaohua with a clear look, wearing a rigorous black suit. The slightly side face is angular, the arc of the jaw is delicate and beautiful, and the eyes are like the sea of stars. Yi Xiaohua gets into the car. My grandfather is going to send me to marry Emo. Just after that, the temperature in the whole car suddenly dropped. Emo? Ning Yunchuan drove the car slowly to the road. Yi family? Well, but Emo likes that Su Xiao. Yi Xiaohua leaned back in her chair. My grandfather is just self-sentimental, but I didn't make trouble with him. I'll sleep for a while and call me when I get there. After that, Yi Xiaohua closed her eyes. For days before the World Championship, in addition to a trip back to Ye's house, she spent all the rest of her time training, not only to adapt to this body, but also to master swimming skills. She slept less than 6 hours a day. Other meals and other times add up to less than an hour. He spent almost 17 hours a day in the pool. Coupled with the sprinting in the World Championship and the non-stop training after returning, her body was already quite exhausted. Ning Yunchuan put one hand on the steering wheel and turned down the soothing music in the car. After arriving at the place, he didn't wake Yi Xiaohua up. He just looked at the documents he brought with him under the light of the car. Yi family. Master Yi called Emo and Mrs. Yi. In his heart, although the Yi family had fallen, with the Yi family's background, it did not involve any other forces. Yi Xiaohua was very suitable for Emo. However, he did not expect that his grandson would strongly oppose it. He even returned to the old mansion and personally told him about it. You didn't object to the marriage with the Yi family before. Old Master Yi looked at Emo. Why did you suddenly make such a big move? Emo had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. His face was comparable to those popular celebrities on the internet. That's because Su Xiao wasn't there before. You don't know, but she's a great swimmer. Miss Yi also got a silver medal. Old Mastery looked at him. That's not the same, Emo snorted. Su Xiao is a complete amateur in swimming. Do you know where I met her? At the stock exchange. She helps her father manage the stock market. She has a unique vision. When you see her, you will know that she is completely different from those pretentious socialites. Mrs. E also hurriedly said that Miss Yi was only interested in swimming. She had never learned anything else. If she married into the E family in the future, she might not be able to communicate well. Hearing the words of the two, Master Yi didn't say anything. He agreed to the dissolution of the marriage between the two families. While the E family was talking, the housekeeper outside said that the Yi family had arrived. Hearing the housekeeper's words, Emo couldn't help but frown. Didn't we agree last time? You let him in. Last time, Mrs. E came back and said that Yi Xiaohua agreed very happily. He thought that the other party was really tactful. He didn't expect that this was playing hard to get. However, if the other party thought that this marriage could be saved, then it was a big mistake. He, Emo, was definitely not the kind of person who would eat grass. While Emo was thinking, Master Yi had arrived. Old man, we're both here. Let's talk about the engagement. Master Yi thought of Yi Xiaohua's final warning and came to the door. Xiaohua is right. Young people like freedom. It's really not good to tie them up with this kind of marriage. Originally, there was a trace of impatience on his face. He was stunned. He didn't expect that Master Yi came to break off the engagement this time. Emo looked at Master Yi with astonishment. Besides, Xiaohua said that she just wants to get the gold medal now and has no intention of getting married. Master Yi smiled. I hope you don't mind the young people's ideas. Master Yi was still thinking about how to have the cheek to tell Yi family about it. He didn't expect Master Yi to give him a step directly. Because of this, Master Yi felt a little guilty about his family, and immediately told Master Yi about a cooperation case. When Master Yi left, Emo reacted and was a little curious about the legendary Yi Xiaohua. However, it's impossible for her to get the gold medal. She's already 22 years old. In this respect, Su Xiao is more likely. After leaving Yi's house, Master Yi got into the car. He saw the reaction of Master Yi and the Yi family just now. How could he not know Emo's impatient reaction and Master Yi's attitude? This is clearly a decision to break off the engagement from the beginning. Master Yi can't figure out his granddaughter now. He even admires Yi Xiaohua's foresight. But he always knows what his granddaughter is like. She doesn't want a good life, but she wants to swim desperately. She doesn't know anything about business. Is this really what she expected? Did they give you the joint venture of New Energy as compensation? Yi Xiaohua received the phone call, without any surprise. Do this investment well, be honest, don't move crooked ideas, you will make a lot of money. It was just a guess by Yi Leoi before. But I didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua could even guess the joint venture case revealed by Yi Leoi. It's not just luck that can guess it. If you don't often pay attention to stocks and pay attention to a Demon King stock, you can't guess it at all. After listening to Yi Xiaohua's words, Yi Leoi has a new understanding of Yi Xiaohua. Before Yi Xiaohua had been in the swimming team, the old man didn't pay much attention to her. Recently, because of the collision of the engagement and contact more, Yi Leoi gradually realized that his granddaughter was completely different from what he thought. Yi Leoi didn't realize at all that he was now completely led by the nose by Yi Xiaohua. Early the next morning, Mei Jiamin and the other two got up, packed up some things, and went to the place Yi Xiaohua said. Coach Su is with the three of them. When the head coach got up, he saw that not only did Yi Xiaohua not come back, but Mei Jiamin and the others had left, and his eyebrows were getting deeper and deeper. Mei Jiamin and the other two have arrived at the place Yi Xiaohua said. This is a very private and very luxurious pool. The facilities and environment inside are much better than those of the national swimming team. When the group arrived, Yi Xiaohua was standing by the pool wearing a bath towel. When she saw them coming, she turned sideways. Because my next training may be a little special, I have to be separated from the people at the training base. Coach Su took a look at Yi Xiaohua. No, does your family have a mine? Such a large private swimming pool, also in a golden area, can't be afforded by families without minds. They don't know Xianxia's specific identity, but from Xianxia's food and clothing, they know that she may live in a rich family, but not so rich, right? These four people didn't know, and they were even more surprised after a while. 5 minutes later, Xianxia's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and answered it, saying only one sentence, "We're all here, you can come directly." Coach Su and Mei Jiamin are wondering who Xianxia is talking to. The next second, a tall and straight man comes in. His slender and fair fingers were holding 3 documents. The extravagant Cartier bracelet on her wrist was studded with diamonds. No matter how one looked at it, it was extremely expensive. Even Coach Su's eyes widened when he saw the man. That is, Elder Ning? Mei Jiamin hadn't experienced Ning Yunchuan's glorious era, but Xianxia and Lu Ke knew that the second they saw Ning Yunchuan, their minds went blank, and then their faces turned red with excitement. Unlike Xianxia, Ning Yunchuan is really a god in the domestic swimming industry. Countless people regret that he has to go home to inherit his property and can't go to the international competition. But even though he had retired, those who had heard of his name would still feel a surge of passion in their hearts whenever he was mentioned. Well, Ning Yunchuan handed the 3 documents in his hand to Coach Su. "This is the physical training we specially formulated, as well as the diet arrangement. Xianxia studied with me all night yesterday. In the past 3 months, you will have devil training in this place. Upstairs is your room. Every day, food will be sent in." "Yes, Boss Ning, are you going to personally train them?" Coach Su's face was filled with disbelief. Who is Ning Yunchuan, the legendary person who counts money in minutes? Even the head coach of the national team can't see his figure. Coach Su has heard of the national team. He has long known that Su Xiao has a relationship with Jin Wennan, and Jin Wennan is Ning Yunchuan's nephew. It can be said that the Jin family's status in the city is mostly because they look at Ning Yunchuan's face. But even so, Su Xiao, who was originally said to be specially trained by Ning Yunchuan, was finally returned. It makes people feel that Ning Yunchuan is somewhat out of reach. But who knows, Xianxia unexpectedly invited Ning Yunchuan quietly. Not only invited Ning Yunchuan, the other party also created a special training intensity and diet for everyone. Ordinary people can't get such treatment from Ning Yunchuan even if they spend a lot of money, right? Coach Su looks at Xianxia. Who is she? It's really terrible. Compared with Coach Su, Mei Jiamin and the other 2 are purely excited. "Captain Yi, how do you know Ning Yunchuan?" Xianxia asked Xianxia in a low voice. "I haven't heard you say it." "You haven't asked." Xianxia glanced at her. Water training. The 3 people trained according to the content created by Ning Yunchuan. This morning, Ning Yunchuan did not leave. Instead, he watched the 3 people in the swimming pool and modified some training methods in practice. From time to time, the 2 people gathered together to discuss. Coach Su found that he had no place to use his skills at all. Especially when he saw Ning Yunchuan talking to Xianxia, he finally found out what was different, and his heart was shocked. That's about it. Ning Yunchuan finally finalized all the plans, and then looked at Xianxia. "You go upstairs with me. It's the new energy case. Do you want to have a look and give me some advice?" "No, I'm afraid I'm going to mess it up, and others will go crazy." Xianxia waved her hand. "I'll train with them." "All right." Ning Yunchuan was very regretful. Coach Su, who was listening, was even more shocked. Ning Yunchuan's joint venture case was at least tens of millions of yuan, and he was still asking Xianxia for advice. When he thought of this, Coach Su couldn't help but look at Xianxia. What kind of god was he in this college? However, Xianxia plunged into the water and didn't intend to say anything to Coach Su. After a month of training, Mei Jiamin and Coach Su probably knew the relationship between Xianxia and Ning Yunchuan. And this month, each of them's devil training was very effective, which was transformed by Xianxia and Ning Yunchuan, 2 ghost talents, and it was very targeted. The 4 of them didn't show up for a month, and the swimming world has gradually forgotten their existence. On the other hand, Su Xiao, who just went abroad to participate in a competition and won a bronze medal, plus Jin Wennan's hype, also caused a lot of fluctuations. Su Xiao's fans also rose a wave. With Su Zhao's comparison, Yi Xiaohua, who had won the silver medal before, but did not participate in the competition, left the fans very disappointed. The head coach was not satisfied with Yi Xiaohua's not training and going out all day, and gradually put his hopes on Su Xiao. Jin Wennan is the same. Su Xiao has heard of Ning Yunchuan's name for a long time. In fact, Ning Yunchuan is her idol. Last time, she was not strong enough. But in just 1 month, she got a bronze medal. I believe that this time, Ning Yunchuan will agree to train her. After Jin Wennan left, Su Xiao picked up her mobile phone and browsed Weibo. The news that she got a bronze medal has become a hot topic. It is full of praise for her, and there are doubts about Yi Xiaohua. With the portal of netizens, she found Yi Xiaohua's Weibo. Great devil, are you still a great devil? Shouldn't you fight for honor for your country? Why don't I see your people? It's so disappointing. I heard that after the 4 of you got the silver medal, you became arrogant and refused to train. Where is the great devil who counterattacked to the 2nd place? Where is the great devil I worship? Calm down, everyone. I believe that the great devil will not let us down. Seeing these messages under Yi Xiaohua's Weibo, Su Zhao's mouth hooked. After reading these things, Jin Wennan came back. My uncle just has time. I'll take you to his office. Don't say anything at that time. I'll say everything. Hearing Jin Wennan's words, Su Xiao nodded, and her eyes shone. When going upstairs, the secretary took a look at Jin Wennan, then went in and said to Ning Yunchuan. After Ning Yunchuan agreed, he let Jin Wennan in. I don't have time, said Ning Yunchuan, who was approving a document. His speed of reading 10 lines at a glance was almost the same as Yi Xiaohua's. He soon finished reading a document. Wennan, you'd better not let my mother know that you came to me today. Ning Yunchuan's voice was very cold, and he didn't even look at the two from beginning to end. Su Xiao licked her lips and was very unwilling. The answer was exactly the same as the last time. Jin Wennan was obviously very afraid of her uncle, who was a strategist and a powerful man in the business world. She didn't dare to say anything and pulled Su Xiao out directly. Just as he was about to go out, the office door was pushed open again. The first thing he saw was an extremely cold face. When that pair of beautiful eyes swept over, it seemed to drown people. Even in the entertainment circle, Jin Wennan has never seen such a person. He froze for a moment. The other party's eyes just touched him for a moment and immediately turned around. He's here? Hearing the footsteps, Ning Yunchuan knew who it was. He quickly put away the last document and looked up at the other party. Have you been waiting for a long time? Although there wasn't much of a smile on his face. But the two people on the field clearly felt that Ning Yunchuan's mood was much better, and there was a trace of gentleness in the corner of his mouth. She was not interested in the other 2 people in the office. I just want to ask you something. Mei Jiaomin's training needs to be changed. She is younger than Lu Ku, and her potential will be greater in the future. No, you are busy, Yi Xiaohua said. I've thought about what you said. Ning Yunchuan smiled and took out another document from the drawer. Take a look. Yi Xiaohua pulled out the chair opposite him and sat on it. At this time, the secretary brought in a cup of tea from the outside and put it beside Yi Xiaohua very respectfully. Miss Yi. Yi Xiaohua nodded to her and continued to pay attention to her own affairs. Seeing this scene, Jin Wennan was a little shocked. He knew that Ning Yunchuan's secretary had always been cold and inhuman. Even his mother's secretary did not give face. Except for Ning Yunchuan, the secretary would not give face to anyone else. He didn't expect that at this time, he would be so respectful to Yi Xiaohua. When he saw this, Jin Wennan's heart surged with fear. At the beginning, what would Ning Yunchuan do if he knew? His face was slightly pale. Drink less tea, you can drink milk. Ning Yunchuan looked at the secretary. The secretary replied, Mr. Ning, Miss Yi wants to drink tea. Ning Yunchuan. The wings are hard. The secretary on this side quickly went out, and Su Xiao finally reacted at this time. Especially Yi Xiaohua's words just now, she realized that Ning Yunchuan was teaching Yi Xiaohua and the other 4 to swim. A strong jealousy and an inexplicable feeling gushed out from the bottom of her heart. She ignored Jin Wennan's reaction and looked directly at Ning Yunchuan. Mr. Ning, so you've been training the 4 of them? That's why you won't guide me. Ning Yunchuan didn't look at her. He just reached out and pointed at the document in front of Yi Xiaohua. Look, what else needs to be changed? Su Xiao was used to being flattered. First Jin Wennan, then Emo. Seeing Ning Yunchuan like this, she couldn't help but bite her lip. These 4 people, except Mei Jiamin, the oldest of them is 23 years old. It's useless for you to train them again. Su Xiao looked at Ning Yunchuan seriously. Mr. Ning, no matter where you are a figure on the altar. But this time, you are wasting your time. They don't even dare to participate in an international competition. It's not worth it at all. Su Xiao looked at Yi Xiaohua, and there was a very obvious provocation and ridicule at the bottom of her eyes. The 4 of them will be the people who will hold up the women's swimming world. Hearing this, Ning Yunchuan looked at Su Xiao for the first time, and his eyebrows were very cold. I am very honored to help them plan training. When the Olympic Games come in 2 months, you will understand. Send Jin Xiao out. The last sentence was said to the secretary outside the door. The secretary soon came in and asked Jin Wennan to go out. Jin Wennan was afraid of Ning Yunchuan. When she saw the secretary come in, she pulled Su Xiao away. After going out, she looked at Su Xiao. Are you okay? I'm fine. Su Xiao stopped at the elevator and looked at the direction of Ning Yunchuan's office slightly. Her eyes were stained with a layer of haze. Finally, it turned into a touch of mockery. Olympic Games? Well, at the Olympic Games, she would let Ning Yunchuan know that the 4 people he felt very honored were actually nothing more than this. She was waiting for him to look at her with new eyes, waiting for him to regret. After returning, Su Xiao stepped up her training. She adjusted all aspects of her physical fitness to the best state. The next 2 months passed in a flash, and the Olympic Games came. This Olympic Games happened to be held in Hua country, during which countless foreigners poured into the country. The World Championship and the Olympic Games could not be compared at all. In some World Championships, the Olympic champions did not want to participate at all. Therefore, the gold medal of the Olympic Games was the top position that every athlete could reach. Hua country had always been weak in swimming. But this time, there was some new hope. They couldn't lose face at home, could they? But this time, when the M country reporters reported, they would occasionally mention Yi Xiaohua. The impression that Yi Xiaohua left on the last World Championship was amazing. And Su Xiao's popularity on Weibo in the past 3 months has always been very high, with more than 40,000 comments on each Weibo. She would often take selfies or something. On the day of the freestyle competition. As soon as the official list came out, the events that Su Xiao would participate in were immediately marked. The 3 events of the freestyle 200m, 400m, and 800m caused a wave of excitement on the internet. Countless netizens were crazy. Of course, there were also other unharmonious comments on Weibo. Sister Su Xiao won the individual bronze medal in the last competition, and now she has continued to sign up for 3 events. It can be seen how much progress she has made after 2 months. On the other hand, some fans, what did your family's devil actually sign up for? Don't say it. I'm dying of laughter. According to a friend of mine who works in the national swimming team, that guy didn't train for 3 months. I'm afraid that he didn't dare to participate in the competition at all. Why do you have to expose his scars? Everyone laughed as they watched the live broadcast. They had been looking forward to Yi Xiaohua and Su Xiao in this Olympic Games. But for 3 months, Yi Xiaohua and Mei Jiamin did not show up for 3 months. Now it seemed, Su Xiao actively participates, Yi Xiaohua has not let out a fart until now. The netizens were going crazy. How disappointing. Too weak. Many people have left messages, but they can't shake Yi Xiaohua's very loyal fans on Weibo. During the Olympic Games, almost everyone was watching the live broadcast of the Olympic Games. When the first 200-meter freestyle began, everyone who was watching the live broadcast realized that Su Xiao was the only one standing on the swimming lane. There were also 4 other people from Hua Nation. The second track, Mei Jiamin. The third track, Lu Ku. The 5th track, Shang Yihan. And the 8th track, Yi Xiaohua. When the commentator was talking about her, he even gave an important reminder. When the camera moved to Yi Xiaohua, the audience watching the live broadcast instantly exploded. Ah, Demon King. Yi Xiaohua pulls down her goggles. Bang, a gunshot rang out. Jump into the water. 3 months of secluded training had finally erupted. Out of topic, thousands of mountains and rivers are always love. Can I vote for a monthly ticket? 1 vote for you, 1 vote for me. Get the red packet today, I'll make up a chapter, only 1 chapter is left. Hee hee, there were voices shouting Demon King at the competition venue. Coach He, Coach Su, and the head coach were waiting nervously not far away, watching the competition members standing at the edge of the pool. Especially Coach he had been very nervous about Su Xiao's condition for the past few days. Now that he saw Su Xiao standing at the side of the lane, his mood was very complicated. Coach He didn't understand his own mood. He didn't know where Coach Su was going to train Yi Xiaohua and the other 3 this time. Seeing the 4 of them standing together on the lane, he was a little scared. Because they weren't the only ones on the track. There were 3 other people. Country M's Dillies, Country E's Betsy, Australia's Meili. Every one of them had won a medal in the world competition. In fact, it wasn't just Coach He. Everyone on the women's swimming team was very scared at the moment. In the last Olympics in Country R, the Hua women's swimming team came in last place. When the athlete hit the wall, the audience booed. This made everyone on the women's swimming team's eyes redden. They were ashamed and angry. The audience from Hua country was also angry. This was one of the reasons why they were angry at the women's swimming team. This time, about half of the audience didn't pay attention to the recent domestic swimming situation. So when they saw the 4 people from Hua country, they were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Of course, there were also people from other countries who were surprised. Country R, Country E, Australia, and Canada. Some of them even booed. Lu Ying, who was sitting in the audience seats, heard the 2 foreigners in front of him ridiculing him in a low voice. A local competition in Hua Nation actually produced 4 people. Don't you know that Betsy has already monopolized the gold medal for 3 years? Did they forget that in the last Olympics, their people got last place with a result of 5 seconds behind? When Lu Ying heard this, the tip of his heart ached slightly. Come on, Demon King. In the end, Lu Ying just raised the national flag in her hand and silently shouted in Yi Xiaohua's direction. It was also at this time that following the gunshot, all 8 people jumped into the water. At the beginning, the gap wasn't very big. The audience couldn't see it very clearly, but they could vaguely see that the people on the 8th track were leading by 1. The audience couldn't see it clearly, but those who weren't at the scene and watching the broadcast could clearly see that Hua country's flag was ranked first. Not only that, the 8 swimming courses were very clear. This time, the main venue was in Hua Nation, so the live broadcast in Hua Nation was commentated by Hua Nation, but there were also commentators from America and Japan. In the beginning, the commentator introduced the 3 more famous people on the track. We can see that in the 7th track is Betsy, the record holder of the 200-meter freestyle. Look, she's in the water, and her sprint is perfect. Oh my God! The 8th track. Did you see that? The 8th track had broken the world record. These few worlds were too crazy. She's still accelerating, she's still accelerating. My God, Yi Xiaohua, how did Yi Xiaohua suddenly appear? At the same time, the audience watching the live broadcast could clearly see a moving yellow line on the screen. Those who didn't know how to swim wouldn't know, but some people on the bullet screen explained that the moving line was the world record line for the women's 200-meter freestyle. As the 8 swimmers swam on the track, the world record line moved with them. But everyone could see that the world record line had been left behind by 1 person. Oh my God, the world record line? Ah! She broke the world record at the beginning. Come on, Demon King. The Hua Nation people who said they didn't dare to watch were all shocked when they saw Yi Xiaohua make such a big scene at the beginning. Generally speaking, if you accelerate at the beginning, your stamina won't be able to keep up in the later stages, right? This competition was obviously different from the last one. After 3 months of extremely targeted devil training, the 4 of them, including Yi Xiaohua, were obviously very different from before in swimming. Yi Xiaohua had gone through 3 months of systematic training. In these 3 months, she had a good grasp of her swimming skills, and her stamina had been trained to the highest level. This time, she couldn't let herself get hurt in a swimming competition. But, this didn't mean she wasn't strong. Compared to Yi Xiaohua 3 months ago, she was still too young at that time. However, at this moment, Yi Xiaohua had already swum out of her own style. Coming. The world's first underwater sprint. Who else is there? Who else? Yi Xiaohua's fans on the bullet screen were already crying with excitement. In the past 2 months, Yi Xiaohua had been ridiculed too badly. Some people said that she couldn't do it anymore. Some people blamed her for not continuing to swim and not winning an award for the country. Fans imagined that they could see Yi Xiaohua's face in the world competition, but they didn't expect that in just 3 months, Yi Xiaohua would actually come to the Olympics and break the world record as soon as she entered the water. Yi Xiaohua was already very outstanding. Everyone on the other track was left behind by her. But she didn't slack off because of this, nor did she relax. Her attention was now all on herself. Every time she kicked and hugged the water, her efficiency was exceptionally high. Just as she had said, from the beginning to the end, her only opponent was herself. After turning around in the first section, Yi Xiaohua's speed obviously didn't decrease. Instead, she surpassed the world record by half a meter. Yi Xiaohua has been surpassing the record line, and the other players have been left far behind by her, the Chinese commentator said excitedly. As a swimming commentator, it was the first time he had seen such a scene in the Olympics. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that Xianxia and the others were also swimming very well. All his attention was on Yi Xiaohua. Now, let's see if our players can bring us a miracle. After turning around in the second section, Yi Xiaohua still didn't show her head. The foreign commentators were surprised. How could someone hold back for so long? The facts tell them, that's it, this kind of underwater sprint that doesn't waste time breathing can only be done by Yi Xiaohua. Water is Yi Xiaohua's world. At this moment, she is the water king. Turning around in the third section, Yi Xiaohua's consciousness is still very clear. She stuck her head out for a breath and then went on. Turn around. Accelerate. Everything was as smooth as flowing water. The commentator of Hua country is so excited that he doesn't know what to say. And the commentator of Yi country is crazy at this time. Betsy of their country is the creator of the last world record, but this time, Betsy can't be seen in the first few places. Especially Yi Xiaohua, the abnormal existence, he has been incoherent. Oh my god, I can't believe it. She's still accelerating, still accelerating. Amazing. In the last section, Yi Xiaohua left the others far behind. Especially when he swam back, he even bumped into Betsy, who was next door, head-on. The devil is really the devil. Even in the Olympic Games, it's a scene of slaughter. Great devil, please be kind. Do you want everyone else to drink your foot-washing water? At first, some people on the barrage doubted whether Yi Xiaohua's strength would be able to keep up in the later stage, but now their passion was ignited. The people watching the live broadcast were excited, but some people at the scene couldn't help crying. At the beginning, when the 4 people of Hua country went up, the foreign people were still hissing. But now, Yi Xiaohua has been keeping the distance of the original world record line behind her. This speed has never been seen before, whether it's underwater sprinting or kicking, it's like a textbook, steady, fast. The coach of Yi country clearly feels that this time Yi Xiaohua is different from the last time. Her progress is too fast. Su Xiao clearly feels that she is lagging behind. When she hits the wall, Xianxia and others around her turn away one by one before her. Almost 2 seconds difference. At this moment, Su Xiao feels a kind of panic and pressure without any reason. Her brain is filled with a kind of blood, and she begins to accelerate involuntarily. However, no one pays attention to Su Xiao at this time. Even Kochi's eyes are on Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was getting closer and closer to the finish line. Her technique was different from others. Almost from beginning to end, she was slowly accelerating, and in the last 10 meters, she also came to a maximum sprint. This was the moment. Yi Xiaohua maintained her speed and was the first to touch the wall. On the live broadcast screen, a red national flag quickly appeared on track 8. On it was the number 1, Yi. The people behind him had yet to catch up. Whoosh, everyone at the scene instantly exploded. The women's swimming team is the champion. Hua Nation's swimming team has won the gold medal. Our first gold medal. How can he be so handsome? The audience watching the live broadcast had goosebumps all over their bodies. They were all human, but how could he be so outstanding, surpassing the world record by so much? Great Demon King, you're not on the same level as the others in the swimming lane. We are all human. How can you swim so well, crazily calling? The Hua Nation people at the scene went from being angry at the beginning to exploding at the end. At this time, they were all fired up. There were no other thoughts in their minds. All they could think about was crying in their hearts. Yi Xiaohua's hand touched the wall, then she pulled down her goggles and wiped the water off her face. Almost all the cameras gave her a close-up view. She did not get up but waited for Xianxia and the others. Do you see Yi Xiaohua? Do you see Yi Xiaohua, everyone? The Hua Nation commentator nearly smashed the table in his hands. His commentary was just like the mood of the audience. Their blood was boiling. 1 minute, 45. 59 seconds. 1 minute, 45. 59 seconds. This is a result that has never been seen before in the world. She can practically compete in the men's division now. The judges were from Hua Nation and America. At this moment, the two of them were looking at the numbers displayed on the screen. For a second, they felt like they were announcing the results of the men's division. A new world record. This is too amazing. Almost all the commentators from the other countries had forgotten about the people behind them. They were all surprised by Yi Xiaohua's heaven-defying results. The last world record set by Betsy was 1 minute, 52 seconds. The record was surpassed almost every year, but it was surpassed by a few tenths of a second. There had never been such a big leap. This time, 45. 59 seconds, the men's 200-meter freestyle world record was only 1 minute, 41. 73 seconds. After Yi Xiaohua stopped, the coaches from other countries also looked very bad. How did this Yi Xiaohua come out? The Australian coach stood with the familiar coach from America. He frowned and could not help but say, "How come I've never heard of this person?" "I don't know." The coach from America came over and also looked at the coach from America. "Why are you not surprised at all?" The coach from America shook his head and did not say anything. He just looked at Yi Xiaohua with eyes full of horror. When Yi Xiaohua finished swimming last time, she was still physically weak. However, she did not expect that she would improve this time. What was even more frightening was that after she finished swimming, she was in a particularly good state. In just 3 months, her progress was so obvious and so terrifying. However, the heaven-defying performance of the Chinese women's swimming team did not end there. The 7 people behind were also sprinting at this time. Betsy and the other 2 had swept the world's gold, silver, and bronze medals before. If there was no accident, the gold medal would still be Betsy's this time, and the silver and bronze medals were also taken by Australia and America. On the live broadcast, Betsy from America was closely behind Yi Xiaohua. However, these 7 people chose to sprint in the last 50 meters, 30 meters. Betsy was still in second place. Meili was closely behind her. Xianxia and Luke didn't think about anything. At this moment, the 3 people who were shocked by Yi Xiaohua began to look at the other 7 people on the track. Only then did the barrage notice. Xianxia and the other 2 people were almost closely behind Betsy. Yi Xiaohua was too evil. They couldn't compare with her. But what about these 3 people from America? The last 20 meters, Xianxia and the other 2 people didn't show their heads, just like Yi Xiaohua, but this time, Xianxia and the others were almost tied with Betsy. In the end, the 4 of them hit the wall almost at the same time. Everyone stared at the screen. And the effect of Yi Xiaohua's 3 months of training for these 3 people finally appeared at this time. Everyone saw the name of the lane on the screen. Second place, Xianxia from Hua Country. Third place, Luku from Hua Country. The bullet screen was empty for a moment. At the competition, there was also a moment, suddenly silence. At the last second, the noise almost broke through the roof. The people from Hua Country, whether they knew or not, couldn't help but stand up. They were too excited and hugged each other. Yi Xiaohua broke the record of 0 gold medals for the Hua Country women's swimming team, and she just broke the record of 0 medals for the women's swimming team 3 months ago. This time, she didn't just get a gold medal, but 3 gold, silver, and bronze medals. How famous was the Olympic Games? Almost every television in the country was showing this scene. The bullet screen was densely packed with words. The people from Hua country almost couldn't help but cry. Luing waved the national flag in her hand in Yi Xiaohua's direction. The people sitting in the first row unfolded the national flag that they thought would not be used and placed it in front of their chest. This is too surprising. The head coach and the others couldn't help but come up to hug the four girls when they came ashore. A big man couldn't help but have his eyes turn red. You are the supreme pride of our swimming team. Go change. Coach Su reached out and wiped his red eyes, then patted Yi Xiaohua's shoulder and asked them to go down to fix up. There will be an award ceremony later. Xianxia and the others didn't say anything. They just looked at Yi Xiaohua, and Yi Xiaohua nodded at them. Then the four of them went down to change. Su Xiao, on the other side, only got the 7th place this time. Her performance in the Olympic Games was also good, but unfortunately, this time she met Yi Xiaohua and Xianxia, these big devils. Coach Yi also wanted to see Yi Xiaohua and the others, although he was a little jealous that Coach Su could have such a team. But for Yi Xiaohua and the others to win the award, he really felt proud for them. Although he didn't like Yi Xiaohua and the others in the women's swimming team, when facing foreign countries for national honor, they were all united against the enemy. Coach Su, seeing Yi Xiaohua going down with the other 3 people, Coach Yi couldn't help but look at Coach Su. How did these 4 people teach? Coach Su smiled. These 3 months, I've been the coach of the women's swimming team. There's only one thing, and that is to urge Yi Xiaohua not to train too late. Coach Yi and the others, after a short rest. It was the award ceremony. Everyone looked at the TV screen seriously. Even Coach Yi and Coach Su didn't say anything. They just watched the scene unfold. The bullet screen was still noisy. But the 3 of them stood in a row on 3 different steps, and then looked forward with a very serious expression. At the same time, the pole with the national flag hanging on the camera was raised. Gold, silver, and bronze raised their national flags one after another. Everyone could see that 3 identical national flags were slowly rising. Whether it was the people at the scene or the people watching the live broadcast, when they saw 3 identical bright red national flags, even the strongest person couldn't help but have their eyes redden at this moment. If one were to say that this scene was still bearable, he would not be able to bear it. When Hua Nation's national anthem rang out, all the people of Hua Nation couldn't help but stand up with a whoosh. No one said anything to each other, nor did they make any agreements. When the national anthem was played, they all stood up at the same time. Even the people sitting in front of the TV and computer watching the live broadcast couldn't help but feel their blood boil when they saw the scene and heard the national anthem on the TV. All the cells in their body were trembling. Under the witness of so many foreigners, so many people who used to look down on the Hua Nation swimming team. At this moment, they all stood below and watched the 3 national flags of their Hua Nation gradually rise, listening to their national anthem. This kind of blood boiling, unable to help but shout loudly, that kind of feeling of being suppressed in an instant, people who hadn't experienced it really wouldn't understand. But everyone, when they heard the national anthem, had goosebumps all over their bodies. The era of Hua Nation's women's swimming team had finally arrived. The bullet screen was spammed in unison. I regret not going to the scene. I owe the Demon King a ticket. Hua Nation's women's swimming team, you are a miracle. Yi Xiaohua, your king. Our eternal king. Yi Xiaohua held the gold medal. The reporters from Hua Nation quickly wiped their eyes and ran over to interview her. Yi Xiaohua took the gold medal off her neck and hung it around Coach Su's neck. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you, Yi Xiaohua said to the camera, then looked at the place where the national flag was still hanging and smiled. Our national flag is hanging the highest. After seeing the 3 national flags and the national anthem, there were people who could still hold back from crying. When Yi Xiaohua said this, they couldn't hold it in anymore. In fact, who didn't know how big the innate gap between their country's swimming and that of the foreigners was, although they didn't want to admit defeat, there was nothing they could do. 0 medals, 0 gold medals, this went on for so many years. At this moment, these 4 young girls had all set the world's limit record. Everyone knew of their glory, but after a few of them, what did the 4 of them pay? At 22 years old, you're not as young as the others, and the same goes for Xianxia. Demon King, you've done well enough. I hope that in the future, our young people will take over their positions. But no matter what, Demon King, you'll always be the king. The China women's swimming team won 3 gold medals in the 200-meter freestyle, gold, and bronze. The hot search exploded. In the end, the people in the live broadcast room looked at the 3 flags raised high, and there was only one sentence in unison: look at how proud he is. When it comes to the 800m and 400m, it won't be a record that can be reached in a short time. The Australian coach and people from other countries saw the 3 flags above. They couldn't help but think darkly. The 800m and 400m were a competition of endurance. They didn't know if the Hua people, whose innate physical strength couldn't keep up, could keep up. However, they didn't know that the 200m women's freestyle was just the beginning. When the 400m women's freestyle began the next day, the popularity of the scene and the live broadcast was more than twice as high as yesterday. Especially when they saw Xianxia and Xianxia on the list, the atmosphere was so warm that it exploded. Every audience who came to the scene brought a national flag. There were small ones and big ones. Several people who knew each other sitting in the first row also specially pulled a very big national flag, each holding a corner. I didn't see it, but I can see such a scene in my lifetime. Coach Su looked at such an explosive scene, and his heart was filled with emotion. Such a scene before, it should only be seen in table tennis, right? Yeah. Ning Yunchuan stood aside, and his face was not as excited as Coach Su. But obviously, he was in a good mood. It was going to be 400m soon. The 400m and 800m were very demanding on the physical strength of female swimmers. Both of them looked at the lane, and Yi Xiaohua and the other 8 contestants were already preparing. Mr. Ning? The head coach originally wanted to ask Coach Su about Yi Xiaohua's situation in the 400m. He didn't expect to see Ning Yunchuan as soon as he came. Ning Yunchuan responded faintly. Then he looked in the direction of the pool. The head coach followed his gaze and saw Yi Xiaohua at a glance. He had some guesses in his heart. Ning Yunchuan had always been arrogant and didn't pay attention to people. The head coach naturally didn't dare to talk to him, so he could only ask Coach Su in a low voice. Coach Su, this Mr. Ning, you're 3 months, Mr. Ning and Xiaohua know each other. In these 3 months, because the training the 4 of them need is different from others, Xiaohua especially found Mr. Ning and borrowed his private swimming pool. Coach Su explained. At this time, the head coach understood why these 4 people could have such an excellent performance when they were not in the training base. And the people squatting in front of the computer, with sharp eyes, saw Ning Yunchuan on the video at a glance. Ah, isn't that Big Boss Ning? The person who manipulated the video apparently also found him. Before the game officially began, he moved the camera to Ning Yunchuan. Still as handsome as ever. Did you notice that the direction he was looking at, the one in front, wait for me? I'm going with this couple. To be honest, last night, I was thinking that only Big Brother Ning could keep up with the great Demon King's swimming speed, official Candy? Of course, these discussions only lasted for a moment. Soon, it was time for the women's 400-meter freestyle competition. Not only the people of the country, but people from other countries were also paying attention. Especially for these people in Australia, and Canada, the appearance of Hua country yesterday was so shocking that they couldn't help but notice the existence of Yi Xiaohua. 400 meters? I don't think so, right? The Australian coach looked at the coach from country E. Look at their skinny bodies. I don't think their endurance is that strong, right? Country E's coach frowned. He thought back to the previous World Championship. To be honest, he was very uncertain. I don't know. Let's wait and see. At the same time, a gunshot rang out. 8 people fell into the water at the same time. At the beginning of the 400m, Yi Xiaohua swam tepidly. This time, Betsy was still on her left. At the beginning, Betsy was 2 meters ahead of her, and Yi Xiaohua maintained the speed of 3rd place. If someone counted at this time, they would definitely find that her speed was terrifyingly stable. There were 8 sections in the 400m. When it came to the 5th section, Yi Xiaohua was still behind Betsy, and she swam tepidly. The Australian coach breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. She definitely can't do it in the 400-meter sprint. Country E's coach looked at Yi Xiaohua's track and was somewhat puzzled. Hua Country watched Xianxia maintain the third place on the bullet screen and couldn't help but clench her fists to cheer her on. At this time, the fifth section was finished, the sixth turn. Fans who were familiar with Xianxia found that Xianxia didn't look up after turning around, and were instantly excited. And the audience watching the live broadcast also noticed that the bullet screen suddenly popped up, nuclear energy ahead. Some people still didn't understand what was happening. However, in the next second, they saw the flag of Hua Country move from third place to second place, and then from second place to first place. At the same time, the world record that hadn't appeared finally appeared, still left behind by Xianxia, an underwater sprint exclusive to Xianxia. Oh my god, did you see that? It's Xianxia again. It's her again. The commentators were excited again. Betsy, who was at the beginning, was once again left far behind by her. This time, in the 400m, Xianxia still won first place, breaking the world record. The bullet screen was full of 666 and excited words. Great Demon King, how can you be so handsome? So handsome. When the coaches from other countries saw that Xianxia had quietly created a new record that no one could break for at least 10 years, they were all stunned. The Australian coach's eyes were full of shock. Forget about the 200-meter sprint. Where did her endurance and physical strength come from? The coach of country E was also dumbfounded. The coaches of the other countries present felt unprecedented pressure and oppression. I don't know, but according to her physical strength, the 800m should be very difficult for her. She should not have such a performance again. The coach of country E finally said a pertinent sentence. Yes. I think so too. But looking at Xianxia swimming 400 meters, still in high spirits, they were full of doubts about their own judgment. This person. Won't she go to the 800m to get the gold medal and set a new record? They wouldn't be surprised if a new record appeared on Betsy. But Xianxia, the newcomer who suddenly rose, it was too abnormal to win gold medals in all the freestyle events. In the 400-meter freestyle, Xianxia won the gold medal, Xianxia won the bronze medal, and Betsy won the silver medal. After receiving the medal, the athletes of other countries, even Betsy, looked at Xianxia with awe in their eyes. Is it okay? Ning Yunchuan handed Xianxia a glass of water. Xianxia nodded. The 800m in the afternoon is no problem at all. Of course, Ning Yunchuan knew that she had no problem. These 3 months were a qualitative change for Xianxia. Not to mention the 800m, even the 1500m, Ning Yunchuan knew that Xianxia was not a problem. It was just that there was no 1500m in the women's freestyle, because women's physical strength was still inherently worse than men's. In the 800m in the afternoon, there were more people squatting on the field. When Xianxia set a new world record with a gap of 13 seconds, the coaches of country E and Australia didn't say anything, just took a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. There should be no more competitions for her. Yes, it's finally over. These coaches gathered together. This time, the freestyle speed change was too big. All the gold medals were taken by Xianxia. The silver and bronze medals were almost divided by Xianxia and the other two. This time, the freestyle individual competition and the relay race. The women's swimming team won a total of 8 gold medals, 5 silver medals, and 8 bronze medals. With an absolute advantage, he was the only one in the swimming events. The glorious moment that had never been seen in the history of women's swimming in Hua Country, this result was soon announced on the internet. The comments below the sports blogger were as high as 100,000. I must go and watch the first 200-meter freestyle swim. 3 national flags will be flown at the same time. The legend of the Demon King will never end. I'm getting goosebumps just looking at it. The women's swimming team is unbelievable this time. It should be said that our great Demon King is really strong. He crushed everyone. That night. 3 months ago, Xianxia's women's freestyle relay video once again became popular on all networks. Finally, at the bottom of the video, a unified sentence was left. Demon King Xianxia, see you in Japan. 4 years later, the Olympic Games will be held in Japan. Are you okay? After 800 freestyle, Ning Yunchuan looked at Xianxia's slightly white face and could not help but twist his eyebrows. Xianxia took the coat in his hand and waved, it's okay. It was at this time that Coach Su came over. His expression was very tense, but when he saw Yi Xiaohua, he eased a little. Xiaohua, the four of you come with me. Ning Yunchuan frowned. Yi Xiaohua patted his arm and said nothing. She just took a few other people and walked with Coach Su. Not far away, Su Xiao, who had just swam 800 meters but did not get a place, looked at Yi Xiaohua's back as they walked backstage and sneered. Finally, her eyes fell on Ning Yunchuan. The expression on her face was hard to describe. However, thinking of what she said to Ning Yunchuan at the beginning, she did not have the face to appear in front of Ning Yunchuan and directly left. After this Olympic Games, it was supposed to be the peak of Hua country's female swimmers. Unexpectedly, a Weibo post appeared on the internet at this time and attracted everyone's attention. The content was like this. The blogger said that Yi Xiaohua, Shang Yihan, and the others had taken stimulants. Otherwise, there would not be such an effect. The four of them were the shame of Hua country and should be banned. As soon as this Weibo post came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. It seems to make sense. I have seen Yi Xiaohua's previous competitions. Her progress is really strange to me, words have no proof. Do you have any evidence to start a rumor? Soon, the blogger released a picture of Yi Xiaohua and the others being pulled by the Olympic organizers for a blood test. This was a real scandal. Those who did not believe it began to waver one by one. Yi Xiaohua's rise was really too strange. Who the hell released this thing? When returning to the national team, Coach Su was going crazy. There was obviously nothing in the blood test. Coach Su looked at the four people in the office and really felt wronged and sad for them. Even he shuddered at the thought of the 3 months of devilish training, but the four of them endured it. They got the honor that belonged to them, especially Yi Xiaohua and Ning Yunchuan. They paid so much, and the rhythm of being led by the netizens became like this. There was no expression on Yi Xiaohua's face. 3 people came in from outside the door. She clearly saw Su Xiao, EMO, and Jin Wennan. Yi Xiaohua looked at Su Xiao and Jin Wennan. You reported it? Did the test come out? Jin Wennan did not believe that Yi Xiaohua could really swim like this. He was very distressed for Su Xiao. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua actually got the gold medal like this, he could not help but do this. By the way, he expressed doubts about Ning Yunchuan's vision. Afraid? Jin Wennan looked at Yi Xiaohua. Afraid? When Yi Xiaohua saw that Su Xiao did not speak, she directly took off the training clothes of the national team, then threw them on the table, looked at him and sneered, Jin Wennan, tomorrow you will know whether I am afraid or not. After that, she put on a shirt and left the office of the national team directly. During this time, Yi Xiaohua has been thinking, the original owner was drugged at that time, what identity did Su Xiao play in the end? Now, Yi Xiaohua finally figured it out. Why did Jin Wennan drug the original owner? He is a president, not crazy. And how did he get in the changing room of the national women's swimming team? Yi Xiaohua's neck was still hanging the gold medal of today's 800 meters. When she went downstairs, she held the gold medal in her hand and whispered, "Don't worry, I will not only let you see the prosperity of the women's swimming team you want to see, but also let those who hurt you blame themselves." The women's swimming team was the place where the original owner's dream was broken. There were so many dirty things in it. This time, she, Yi Xiaohua, would completely solve these. How could they destroy the heyday of the women's swimming team? Ning Yunchuan also knew this and was discussing something with the secretary in the office. When Yi Xiaohua came, he had already contacted the Olympic officials, who would release the test results directly. No, I'll do it. Yi Xiaohua took Ning Yunchuan's computer directly, and then typed on the keyboard. The expression on her face was very cold from beginning to end. The secretary looked at her and typed a long string of codes, and could not help but stare. Who will tell her that their great devil is actually a hacker? Asterisk on this side, Su Xiao and Jin Wennan did not put Yi Xiaohua in their heart. They thought that Ning Yunchuan should not want to pay attention to Yi Xiaohua at this time. One night, only Yi Xiaohua and other 4 people took stimulants on Weibo. Su Xiao and Jin Wennan were relieved. But the next morning, when Jin Wennan woke up, she received a call from her mother. Jin Wennan, what have you done for women? You framed athletes who won honor for the country to take stimulants. 3 months ago, when the other side was competing, you drugged her. When did you become like this? Mom, what are you talking about? Jin Wennan's legs were soft, and he couldn't believe what his mother said. Your voice recording and the video of you being reported are out on Weibo. Also, your identity as the heir has been taken away. The old man is waiting for you. Come back. I can't help you this time. After saying that, his mother hung up the phone. Jin Wennan opened Weibo tremblingly. The hot search of Jin Wennan and Su Xiao on Weibo made his eyes flash, recordings, videos, all of them. There was also a video of Xianxia and the other 4 people constantly challenging the limit in the 4-person swimming pool. When everyone saw their training video, they were silent. The blogger concluded with a sentence, everyone knows that the Olympic Games is unfair to Hua Nation's athletes. Our red cards are always more than others, and our athletes are always committing fouls. But this time, Xianxia and the other 3's medals came fair and square. Those people are already very unfair to us. They want to force blood tests, but the final test results do not have any stimulants. They are supposed to be the most glorious people, but they are already so wronged. I don't understand. As domestic people, you should be their support. When they are questioned, you don't stand up for them. Even if you don't stand up for them, why do you slander them like this? You should tell them. Our great demon king is so powerful, so against the natural order. Our athletes are not allowed to be bullied by anyone. Digression, honest people don't beat around the bush. Monthly votes come to the Bull Preview. For years later, an interview with Yi Wenyan, the swimming champion of the World Youth Competition. My surname is Yi Xiaohua. In a short period of time, the number of comments under this Weibo post had exceeded 200,000, and it was still rising. There were 5 clips of the video links below the text. The first was a recording of Jin Wennan talking to others about drugging the original owner. It was also 3 months ago, when the original owner performed poorly and only got the 7th place in the national competition. 30s. The second clip was of Xianxia being interviewed by Xianxia and others after the relay race at the World Championship. 30s. The third clip was of 4 people doing extreme devil training in a 4-person swimming pool. The youngest, Mei Jia, was lying on the ground after training. She covered her eyes and cried, then continued to swim. 30s. The fourth clip was of the scene when the national anthem of the 3 5-star red flags of the Olympic Games was played. The words written by the blogger, along with the 4 shocking videos, had gone from despair and helplessness at the beginning. Every word and every video seemed to have seeped into everyone's bones and blood. In the end, when the women's swimming team raised the 3 5-star red flags for the country, it was the original haters didn't speak, and the fans couldn't help but have their eyes red again. Everyone actually knew that the unfairness of the Olympic Games made people feel that the whole world was against the Hua people. Under such circumstances, Yi Xiaohua and the others got the gold, silver, and bronze medals and were suspected of having a blood test. But the people on the internet were still criticizing. Finally, a comment under the Weibo post became a hot topic. We don't deserve an athlete like Yi Xiaohua. These words were like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. At Jin Wennan's house. After reading these Weibo posts and listening to the recording, he swept the things on the table to the ground. And on the national team, Coach Su's eyes couldn't help but turn red, especially when he saw the 4 linked videos. Originally, he thought that it was Yi Xiaohua's mistake. Who would have thought that she was drugged by someone like Jin Wennan, and in the end, even the world championship spot was given to Su Xiao. He couldn't even imagine how angry and desperate Yi Xiaohua would have been at that time. Every word of this blogger stung people's hearts, making people almost close their eyes and see the 4 people being slandered by everyone. After the silence, the people on the internet instantly exploded. Those who were originally surprised by Yi Xiaohua's performance in the 7th place 3 months ago finally understood everything after hearing this recording. Someone immediately found an interview that Su Xiao accepted last night. When the reporter asked Su Xiao why the 4 people of Yi Xiaohua made such rapid progress, she bit her lip and hesitated to say that the other party was old and her physical strength had long been unable to keep up. As for why she was suddenly so powerful, she was not clear. After today's recording came out, Yi Xiaohua and the other 4 people's training came out. Su Xiao was simply slapping her own face. I found him. Jin Wennan is Su Zhao's boyfriend, smiling emoji. I remember that after our great demon king only got 7th place, he gave the spot for the world championship to Su Xiao, right? I was heartbroken to see the 4 athletes who had just won glory for our country being slandered last night. Thank you for testifying for our athletes. I don't understand. If they really used drugs, why didn't the Olympic referees take back the gold medals? How bitterly disappointed. She raised the flag for Hua country more than 10 times, but what she got in return was everyone's questioning. You guys really don't deserve her. At this time, the World Swimming Organization and the Hua Nation Swimming Association released an announcement. With the assistance of the Olympic Organization, Yi Xiaohua is the only athlete who surpassed other countries in the swimming lane. She even reached an internationally recognized record that no one will surpass in 10 years. All of their medals came fair and square. Below were a few blood test sheets from Yi Xiaohua and the others. The hospital and the Olympic Organization stamp were very clear. These netizens who were directly shocked by the 2 news went crazy. First, they were angry at the Olympic unfairness to Hua Nation's athletes. Second, they were repentant for their previous slander and abuse of the athletes. Third, they were angry at the vicious behavior of Jin Wennan and Su Xiao. Tens of millions of netizens took turns questioning, making Jin Wennan completely panic. He wanted to remove the hot search and delete other people's Weibo posts. However, when he called the Weibo management office, the Weibo manager did not accept his request and even blacklisted his name. Because of Yi Xiaohua's incident, the Weibo server crashed 3 times. After this incident, all of Jin Wennan's positions were revoked, and even his bank cards were frozen. Su Zhao's status as an athlete on the national team was also temporarily put on hold. Both of them realized that things were out of their control and hurriedly held a press conference to apologize. This incident was already a scandal. The national anger had accumulated to a point. The reporters did not listen to the 2 people's apologies at all. They asked Su Xiao and Jin Wennan very sharply, "Why did you do this?" The 2 of them had no way to answer. Jin Wennan did not take Yi Xiaohua seriously at that time. How could he have thought that she could reach her current status? In fact, when he saw Yi Xiaohua sweep all the gold medals, Jin Wennan began to regret it. His love for Su Xiao was based on her being a swimmer from the beginning. Now there was a sharp contrast. Su Xiao, who had moved him more before, now seemed very boring. Jin Wennan had always been high and mighty before. He never thought that he would have such a day. All of his friends blacklisted his contact information. The only one who did not blacklist him also called him and scolded him for being disgusting. It seemed that after one night, all of his friends had become Yi Xiaohua's fans. No one from the Jin family or the Yun family cared about him. He panicked and found the media to publicly apologize. His humble apology and begging for forgiveness did not have the glory of being a president in the past. However, how could these reporters and Yi Xiaohua's fans forgive him? As he spoke, he went up to beat the 2, and the reporters didn't stop him. The security guards watched for a while, waiting for these fans to have enough, then slowly stepped forward, pretending to stop the group of netizens. The absurd press conference was finally over. Jin Wennan's suit was torn, and Su Zhao's hair and clothes were all messed up. She was in a mess. The surroundings were empty, and even the security guards were unwilling to pay attention to them. Jin Wennan took out his cell phone to call his mother, but no one answered after a long time. He regretted it. A kind of panic surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but collapse. The person he once thought he could pinch to death with one hand suddenly became the champion who monopolized the world's various swimming competitions. Now, on the streets and alleys, people as old as 80 years old and as young as 3 years old knew her. She was the publicly recognized king in the swimming world, the big devil that the world swimmers were most afraid of. He almost ruined such a person to the point that she couldn't go on the international stage. His grandfather and mother both pointed at his nose and scolded him. Even the board of directors unanimously voted for him to leave the company. Jin Wennan really regretted it, and his heart ached. If he had known this, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to let Yi Xiaohua struggle on the edge of despair when he heard Su Zhao's complaints and anxiety. Not far away, Emo was holding a cell phone, looking deeply at the 2 people standing here. There was no love for Su Xiao in his eyes. He looked down and saw the interview of Xianxia trying her best to win the silver medal in the relay race at the World Championship. Her face was pale, and she raised the silver medal and said to the camera word by word, "In the future, I will let you see that our national flag will be hung higher and higher." She did something that more than 1 billion people in Hua country couldn't do, breaking the record set by the white people. Looking at her firm eyes on the screen, Emo instantly turned off the screen and closed his eyes. He didn't look at Su Xiao and directly turned back. Because of Xianxia, swimming instantly became a popular event in Hua country. Even those who weren't athletes liked to swim in the swimming pool when they had nothing to do. The next day, in the 800-meter relay race, the referee ruled that the time of the Hua team was invalid and asked for a rerun. After exhausting themselves once, the members of the Hua Nation team once again set a new world record. At the end of the Olympic Games, Xianxia and other members of the national women's swimming team held the national flag and walked in front of the Chinese team. After knowing that it was over, Xianxia sent such a sentence: "Sports are never fair, but the spirit of sportsmanship is. It's my first time crying at the Olympics." Sitting alone in front of the computer with tears streaming down her face. "You want a blood test? I'll let you test it. The results are normal even after 10,000 tests." In the Great Demon King's team, the referee asked for a rematch. "Fine, if we do it all over again, you still won't be able to withstand it. My heart aches for you guys. The high-intensity exercise is too harmful to your bodies. Chinese women's swimming team, flesh and blood, iron will, your legend will never end." After Xianxia returned to Ye's house, he gave all the gold medals to Ye's mother. Yimu's eyes were red, and she held the gold medal very solemnly. She also opened up a place in the hall to put the gold medal. After talking to Yimu, Xianxia went upstairs to find Grandpa Yi, ready to talk about new energy. "What's the matter?" "When I got to the study, I saw a very stubborn boy standing in front of Grandpa Yi's desk. About 13 or 14 years old. Grandpa Yi now has an instinctive awe for Xianxia, and naturally regards her as the backbone. If he doesn't go to a good noble school, he will go to the sports department of a middle school. Yi Wenyan, tell your sister yourself. If you persuade your sister, I won't stop you anymore." Xianxia took a look at Yi Wenyan. "What's the matter?" "I want to learn swimming." Yi Wenyan saw Xianxia and said directly, his eyes bright. "I want to win the gold medal and raise the national flag abroad like my sister." "If you learn swimming, who will inherit the family business?" Grandpa Ye's cold mouth. Xianxia looked at him for a long time, looking at the firmness in Yi Wenyan's eyes, which was very familiar. "Okay, I'll give you 10 years to get the gold medal." Yi Wenyan's eyes brightened. "Thank you, sister." Although he is not very old, he also knows that almost everything in Ye's family now, as long as his sister opens her mouth, even Grandpa can't refuse. After Yi Wenyan left, Grandpa Yi looked at Xianxia and said, "If he goes to learn swimming, this is the new energy plan." Xianxia handed him a document directly. "Before he retires, I'll take care of Ye's family for him." Grandpa Yi originally wanted Xianxia to inherit Ye's family, but last time she came back, she made it clear that she didn't care about Ye's family. So he chose Yi Wenyan. Although Yi Wenyan has left, he has exchanged for a more valued heir. What's the matter with Yi Wenyan? On the contrary, he was happy that Yi Wenyan suddenly proposed to learn swimming. The Chinese women's swimming team has really risen. Xianxia led the team members, from the small competition to the big competition, no one missed. Xianxia undoubtedly swept all the gold medals, Shang Yihan took almost all the silver medals, and the bronze medals, Mei Jiamin and Luca took turns to take. This is the peak of the Hua country women's swimming team. And Xianxia became the king of the world women's freestyle competition. People in all countries panicked when they found out that the competition was in the same field or close to her lane. Every time, there will be a new record. You'll be a little relaxed in the 800-meter freestyle later. International friendship is also very important, said Coach Su, who has now been promoted to the chief coach, but his men are still the same 4 generals. Don't. I'm going to swim the record of the men's 800-meter freestyle later. Where do you let the men's faces go? Can you swim? It affects international peace and friendship. I didn't see that the referee's face was twisted. There are also international rules in the world. Because of the Great Devil King team in China, it's very difficult for other players to get silver medals in the world. Those people in Country M are beginning to decide to change the competition system. Coach Su is proud of Xianxia and has to take into account the face of other countries. At this time, it's time to rise to the political level. Xianxia twisted her eyebrows. Okay, I'll see how the people on the next track swim later. I won't sprint. Can I try to show my head outside? Xianxia and others behind her, ***, the international swimming competition is surging. The domestic financial war is also in full swing. The appearance of this name is too shocking. Mastery has also worked hard all the way and seen how much the world has been. But even so, when he saw the name, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is a confidential cooperation case between them and the state. He has heard about this plan from other partners. Before, he was amazed at such a talent. I don't know which monster it is in finance. But he didn't expect that at the end, it was Xianxia's name. The handwriting on it is like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Mastery was very fond of Xianxia's granddaughter-in-law, but Emo didn't want to, and he didn't force it. Later, he watched the Olympic Games and watched Xianxia's team step by step to the top of the world, with some slight regret in his heart. But it's not as much as the regret when he sees this document at this moment. At the beginning, he was very strange that Ye's family had fallen. Even if he leaked a little news to Grandpa Yi, he felt that Grandpa Yi was just in touch with the edge. But at last, when he saw Grandpa Yi at the meeting of several representatives, he had a strange feeling in his heart. Why can they participate in such a confidential and important joint venture case, and people in the country respect Grandpa Yi very much? Of course, he knows that it's not because Xianxia has won the gold medal. It's not clear until now that this plan was provided by Xianxia. When he realized this, Master Yi really regretted it. In the current state of Ye's family, it was entirely because of Xianxia that even Emo couldn't compare with her. It's their loss that Emo broke off the engagement with her. In this cooperation case, there are too few places that Emo can touch. The Yun family was originally a big head. Now the Yi family is rising, other families are slowly joining, and the Yi family is getting better day by day. Thinking of this, Master Yi can't help but go to the company to find Emo. Grandpa, what are you looking for me for? Emo took the document handed to him by Master Yi. When he saw the contents, he was stunned. When he knew the signature at the end, he had an incredible feeling. Go to Ye's house. Finally, Master Yi said. If before, Emo would never agree, but now, even if he didn't see this document, he wanted to go to Ye's house. This document just gave him a chance. Yi family had now returned to the original track step by step, but Yi family's villa was still in the same place. When Emo arrived, Xianxia was watering the words planted in the garden with a kettle. Beside her stood a teenager who looked a bit like her. In the past 2 years, Xianxia's every game, Emo tried his best to go to the scene. Even if he couldn't get to the scene, he would go to find the video. Seeing that Xianxia was only wearing regular clothes, his eyes were a little dazed. Miss Yi. Emo called. Xianxia raised her head, her eyes were very light. When she saw him, there was no strange look in her eyes, just faintly replied, Mr. Yi. Emo knows that Xianxia is very cold, whether in the game or in real life. Seeing Xianxia up close, and thinking of the documents that Master Yi gave him yesterday, Emo was a little nervous. However, before he could say anything, another man appeared in the room. You go in, I can't get through to Aunt. Ning Yunchuan's eyebrows were helpless. Wen Yen, tomorrow's game will be handed over to me. Xianxia nodded, handed him the kettle in her hand, and then pointed to Emo, help me entertain the guests. Okay, Ning Yunchuan smiled and looked at Emo. Mr. Yi, come in and have a cup of tea. When Emo saw Ning Yunchuan, his face changed in an instant, as if he had just woken up. No. No need. He left like he was running away, as if there was something chasing him behind. Until he sat back in his car, Emo smiled bitterly. Why did he think that the other side was still standing in the same place waiting for him? Compared with Xianxia, Su Xiao was really miserable. Later, someone revealed that she was the one who reported it to the Olympic officials. She used to accumulate popularity with great difficulty. Because of her character problems, almost everyone lost their fans. And the national team also let her retire. The national team is a place where glory and dreams coexist. People like her who stab others in the back and have no sense of collective honor, even if they swim well, the national team does not need them. Not to mention that her swimming skills are not worth mentioning compared with Yi Xiaohua. The netizens then said that Jin Wennan drugged Yi Xiaohua behind her back. These things hit her like a storm. Su Zhao's heart panicked for a moment. Yes, she knew that Jin Wennan drugged Yi Xiaohua, and she did not stop Jin Wennan in time, but she did not do it. She hurriedly wanted to find EMO and wanted Jin Wennan to help her find a way. However, neither of them could be contacted. EMO directly blacklisted her, and Jin Wennan became almost alone because of her. Finally, he listened to his mother's words and broke up with Su Xiao. Without Jin Wennan and EMO's escort, Su Xiao was really not worth mentioning and quickly drowned. At the same time, in this year's World Championship, in addition to the women's swimming team in China, the men's swimming team also won a gold medal in the 1,500-meter freestyle. In the interview, the Canadian athletes expressed doubts about him. This sentence swept the entire world. The audience watching the live broadcast had thought that apart from the women's swimming team, the men's swimming team wasn't worth watching. However, he did not expect to see an unbelievable scene at the end. Oh my god, I'm going to explode. Hello, my surname is Yi from Yi Xiaohua. Did you see the twisted expressions on the faces of the Canadian athletes and referees when he said Yi Xiaohua's name? Ha ha ha, the great devil is still amazing. One name makes people completely speechless. I'm getting goosebumps. I'm begging you guys to come out and fight me. Our great demon king is too lonely. Great demon king, pretend to be happy and use all my strength to compete with you. It's really not that you guys are bad at swimming. Don't be discouraged, international friends. It's just that our great demon king is too strong. Great demon king, please let me get a bronze plate. My family lacks a bronze medal. On the streets and alleys of Hua country, everyone was cheering as they watched the live broadcast in the square. As Su Xiao watched, she couldn't help but cover her face and cry. One person. One person represents the glory of a country. We must be diligent, holding books and wielding swords to dazzle the flower nation. The scene of the swimming massacre, King. Ding. The system will reward you 1,000 points for completing main mission 1. The system will reward you 5,000 points for completing main mission 2. Ding. System 008 is at the service of the host. 6,000 points have been received. Leaving the world. When she woke up again, Yi Xiaohua felt a very strong light. She could not help but raise her hand to cover her eyes. The original owner must have cried before coming here. His eyes were very swollen and dry. There was a large pile of paper towels on the side of the old table for wiping his tears and snot. Yi Xiaohua looked at the very old table around her and began to receive the plot. The original owner of the body came from a very backward village. Generations of farmers lived here, and the villagers took it as an honor to get into a university. As long as the children could get into a high school or university, they would be the best in the village. The original owner lived with a grandmother. In fact, she was not the grandmother's granddaughter, but was picked up by the grandmother on the road when she was young. Because of this, the original owner of the body cherished the opportunity to go to school. She knew that only by entering a university could she change her life. Every family in the village was very close. The only exception was that they were not close to the original owner's family. The villagers did not want their children to accept the original owner. Since young, only the village chief's daughter, Lin Ying, who was 1 year older than her, was willing to play with the original owner. The original owner of this body was very smart. She had always been number 1 in her grade since she was a child. When she was in her 2nd year of high school, she told the teacher that she was going to take the college entrance examination. After the college entrance examination, she estimated that she would score close to 680 points. She would be able to attend classes at Imperial City University. Before the results were out, a group of young people came to the village to have fun. They were very rich. In particular, there was a young man named Yenan. He was very handsome, and all the girls in the village surrounded him. The original owner was also very moved by him. The original owner decided to go out with the group of young people with his grandmother after getting the notice. However, she didn't expect the form teacher to get the results. She only scored 350 points, while Lining, who usually didn't have good results, scored 698 points. She was admitted to Imperial City University with the highest score in the city. The men and women in the village looked at Lining in a new light. Yan'an, who had always been a little arrogant, also treated her differently from the others. The original owner wanted to complain and ask why her grades had changed. Her memory was very good, and she was very sure that she remembered all the answers correctly. But no one believed her at the moment. The people in the village hated her and wanted her to die. Yan'an's group of people didn't know her even more. They thought she was jealous of Lining. The original owner didn't believe her results and questioned Lining. Lining didn't know why she fell, and Yan'an was injured in order to save her. The people in the village were very xenophobic and hated the original owner very much. At the moment, they wanted to drive the original owner out for this reason. The village finally got a top scorer, and the reporters had to come to interview. How could they let the original owner destroy it? In addition, Yan'an and Lining were injured because the original owner accidentally fell down the hillside. The traffic here was not developed. The injuries of the two people had to go to the big hospital outside for treatment. Because of this, the group of young people outside were very disgusted with Xianxia. Some people even wanted to beat her. The original owner herself was also silly. She didn't touch Lining at all. She didn't know why the other side suddenly fell. She wanted to explain again and wanted to make it clear to others. However, at this time, no one would listen to her. The people in the village, and Yan'an's friends and classmates, who would care about her quibble. It was also at this time. At this time, Lining suddenly used several kinds of spices to help Yan'an and herself cure their injuries, which surprised a group of people. The people in the village haven't seen the world and don't know the magic of this thing. But the young people from the capital no longer looked at Lining with contempt. Instead, they worshipped her very much. And these young people who came from the capital looked at the original owner with the same eyes as the villagers, as if they were looking at something disgusting. After Lining recovered, she also asked Yan'an and others to testify that her results were not fake. She wanted to compare with the original owner. The original owner thought that Lining couldn't do what she learned, but she didn't expect that Lining could speak English very fluently, speak French, and even recite mathematical formulas that could only be found in college. The original owner was completely stunned. Finally, Lining was admitted to the capital university. Finally, her talent for mixing incense was discovered. She supported herself in the capital and worked to earn money. Finally, she was recognized by the capital's first rich and powerful family as a daughter and became a gold medal incense mixer. The original owner was driven out of the village. There was no diploma and no money. Her life was miserable. When Xianxia came, it was when the results came out. When Yan'an and Lining accidentally fell down, the original owner cried all night. Thinking of this, Xianxia pulled her mouth, and her eyes, which were originally weak, gradually became sharp. She didn't come early or at the right time. Today, Lining came to prove that her results were not fake. She wanted to compare with the original owner. Digression, it's the end of the month, dear. Are you really not going to pay the ticket? Today's fourth update. The updates that are missing have been made up. I seem to see someone in the group making a voice call. You guys are so coquettish. Understanding the plot here, Xianxia will ball the table into a ball and throw it out. This family is so poor that it can be described as poor and white. It's good that you can come out, Grandma. You worried all night. Now seeing Xianxia coming out, she breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go to the field to see the rice. If I didn't get the exam, I didn't get the exam. Remember, Gaogao is never the focus of life, but Grandma also hopes that you can go to the outside world. After that, Grandma Yi stepped on her basket and walked out. She is now more than 70 years old, but except for some white hair, she can hardly see her old age. She is very agile and planted a lot of food by herself. Because the village is remote and there is no road building, most people's lives are a little hard. Except for the village chief's family, no family has built a building. Although the villagers don't like Xianxia, they are still a little warm to Grandma Yi. Seeing Grandma Yi coming out, she greeted her warmly on the surface. Grandma Yi, are you going to the field again? Grandma Yi walked very vigorously, and said to them, yes, see if the water in the field is full. Then take care. A group of people said warmly, in fact, some can be at the bottom of the eyes. Turn around and talk about it together. If you don't say, poor people must have something hateful, said an old woman about the same age as Grandma Yi, sitting in the shade of a tree with a stool. I'm so old, I still have a child, and my life savings are all for her to study. I usually praise her for how well she reads. Now when the college entrance examination comes, she shows her original shape. It's Lin Ying, that girl, who doesn't show her face at ordinary times, who surprises everyone as soon as she comes out. Yes, it's not easy for Grandma Yi to earn that little money. She doesn't let her granddaughter work on weekdays. Let her concentrate on Lin Ying. She goes back to help her parents work every day, and she still does so well in the exam. The way I see it, this granddaughter of hers is wasted by her. People in the village shouldn't hate Xianxia so much. It's all because of Lin Ying. Lin Ying's mouth is sweet, her hands and feet are diligent, and she looks sweet and lovely. She is not like other girls in the village who are black and yellow. She is very likable. On the other hand, Xianxia is dull and lazy. She only knows how to study all day and doesn't go out. The villagers have long disliked her behavior. In addition, the xenophobia is more serious. Compared with Lin Ying, they dislike Xianxia even more. If Xianxia really got good results, it would be good, but now look at her half-baked results, a group of people still see more jokes. Grandma Yi regards Xianxia as her hope, but she doesn't expect that Xianxia is so useless, but she pretends to be decent in ordinary days. The group of people discussed one after another. Grandma Yi walked in front with a small basket on her arm. Although she was old, her 5 senses were very good. She heard the words of these people, but her expression didn't change at all. Granny Yi went to the field and picked some green vegetables. Seeing Xianxia tidying up the yard in good order, and her face was not as dead as yesterday, Grandma Yi was relieved and went to the kitchen to cook. He even killed a hen in the yard and stewed it into soup. Xianxia loaded all the garbage into the iron pipe in the yard, then lifted the iron bucket and went outside to dump a lot of garbage. When he came back, a group of people stood or sat under the big tree in front of the house. They were dressed in fashionable and beautiful clothes. They were playing and playing. When they saw Xianxia, they suddenly stopped. The leader of the group was Yan'an, who was using a makeshift walking stick. Beside him were his friends and classmates. Xianxia, the boy with a flat head standing beside Yan'an, saw Xianxia and immediately stopped talking. You still have the face to come out? Ye's house and Lin's house are next door, but compared with Ye's small house, Lin's 2-story building is very beautiful. It is also because of Lin's 2-story building that Yan'an and his people will choose to live in Lin's house. Only Yan'an and Lin Ying were present yesterday. Other young people didn't know what happened, but when Yan'an went back, they also knew about it. At this time, they all looked at Xianxia with both contempt and strange eyes. Obviously, they despised Xianxia's practice. At first, they had a good impression of this very good-looking girl who lived next door to Lin Ying's house. But now, after knowing that she had done such a thing, they all hated her very much. Hearing the sound, Xianxia looked at them. In the past, the original owner did not dare to look at these noble young people, but Xianxia was different. She had experienced many things, so she looked at them calmly and didn't care at all. What's the matter? The voice is also cold enough. Her body is about 1.7 meters, but because of long-term malnutrition, she is very thin, about 87 kg, wearing black trousers, a very simple yellow-white shirt. A head of dark straight hair, not dyed or permed, the expression on her face is a little lonely. The clothes that were originally very rustic were surprisingly beautiful on her. These young people who don't have a deep impression of her are all stunned. Suddenly, the impression of this girl deepened a lot. When Grandma Yi heard the voice outside, she opened the door and greeted the group of young people. Just now Xianxia stewed a pot of her own chicken soup. Would you like to come in and have a drink? Grandma Yi has always been very enthusiastic about these young people who are full of youth. No. Yanan looked at Yi Xiaohua, still holding a crutch in his hand, and replied coldly. Grandma Yi thought these young people were polite. It's okay, it's like my own home here. Well, the boy with a flat head had no interest in Yi Xiaohua. At this time I don't know why he suddenly touched his chin with interest. Thank you, I said no. Yanan withdrew his gaze and walked into the house with his crutch. Among the young people, it is obvious that Yanan is the boss. As soon as he spoke, no one dared to say no. Seeing him go in, the group looked at each other and followed Yanan into Lin's house. The boy with a flat head followed Yanan into Lin's small building with a puzzled face. What's the matter with you? Didn't Lining think of a way for your leg? And yesterday, Lining also said that Yi Xiaohua didn't mean it. Grandma Yi still listened to her enthusiasm. Su Hao opened his mouth. You are, but it's the first time he's heard of these things. This time, we still have to rely on Lining for Yan Xiao's injury. If it weren't for her, we would have to go overnight today. The girl with curly hair looked at the two of them and changed the topic for fear that they would quarrel. When it comes to Lining, their expressions are obviously a lot more relaxed. In the evening, Lin's family prepared a lot of farm dishes to entertain them. On this side, Grandma Ye's eyebrows are tightly twisted. Yi Xiaohua is thinking about the faint fragrance she just smelled on Yanan. It's a kind of perfume with salty coldness and analgesia as a supplement. The medicine is very simple, but there are 7 kinds of perfume. She asked about it as soon as she smelled it. But she didn't expect that besides making perfume, the perfume mixer can also cure diseases. This world is a bit interesting. Grandma Yi looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was in a trance, and asked worriedly, Xiaohua, did you have a conflict with Lining? I saw you playing together a few days ago. She knows what her granddaughter is like. She doesn't like to talk or communicate with others since she was a child. Only Lining is a friend. Now it's not easy to talk to other peers, but I didn't expect Yanan to have such an attitude today. It's okay, don't worry. Seeing that Grandma Yi was going to move the table, she immediately walked over, moved the table to the yard very smoothly, and then went to the kitchen to get chopsticks and bowls. Grandma Yi looked at Yi Xiaohua's expression and didn't seem to be lying. Today, I went to the field and heard from Grandma Wang at the head of the village that after Lining mixed the incense, her daughter-in-law's body was cold. Speaking of this, Grandma Ye's eyebrows flashed with admiration. This kind of perfume mixer who can make perfume and cure diseases at the same time is also a rare existence in the capital. I don't know where the girl of Lin's family comes from. Didn't Lining get hurt yesterday? I heard that she mixed a spice when she went home yesterday and soon recovered. Xiaohua, you used to be weak. When you were in high school, you fainted at school. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Lining and pay her to help you mix a spice to nourish your body. How about that? Is the spice she mixed so magical? Yi Xiaohua put down the bowl, went to the kitchen to bring up the chicken soup and vegetables, and filled the rice for Grandma Yi. It's general. I smelled the spice that Lining gave Yanan today, which has the effect of relieving and analgesic pain. However, it was still missing a type of Chinese medicine and a type of spices. If the 2 spices were added, the fragrance would not only have the main fragrance, but the auxiliary fragrance would also be more obvious. The fragrance would be more charming. Most importantly, the healing effect would be twice as good as the current one. If I treat Yanan's leg, he won't need crutches tomorrow. The main reason was that there were not enough materials here. If there were enough materials on the mountain, she could make a perfume that was several times better than this. Yi Xiaohua said carelessly. In this world, perfumers were the mainstream. Grandma Yi just lives in the countryside. I don't know why she is so familiar with perfume. She looks at Yi Xiaohua in surprise. Perfume can also put medicinal materials? Won't the smell become unpleasant? Grandma Yi only thinks Yi Xiaohua is joking when she says that she can cure Yanan's leg. The smell of Chinese herbs was too pungent. How could it be? Yi Xiaohua smiled and shook her head. There is also fragrance in the medicinal materials. The extracted medicinal effect is mixed with the fragrance. It is no worse than other fragrances. If used well, it will have a miraculous effect. Yi Xiaohua feels that her nose is too sensitive. She can even distinguish the smell of fragrance with a small difference. Grandma, I'll make a perfume for you tomorrow, Yi Xiaohua said from memory. Grandma Yi has rheumatism. It's not obvious now. When it rains, the elderly are very sad. Good. Grandma Yi is not looking forward to the perfume made by Yi Xiaohua. However, seeing how excited she was, he didn't reject her. Because Yi Xiaohua came to change the trajectory, Yenan, Su Hao and others, who were going to come to the door to seek justice for Lining, did not come, but Yi Xiaohua did not care. The next day, Yi Xiaohua went to the mountain to find some spices and medicinal materials for Grandma Yi. The original owner only has a second-hand counterfeit machine that can access the internet. It's less than 200 yuan. It's card and power consuming, but it can at least solve Yi Xiaohua's current problem. She stayed at home for several days, looking for something on the internet, and then went into the mountain to successfully make the first perfume she made. Xiaohua, this is the express I got from the town. Grandma Yi handed the express to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua also took it back at will and threw it aside. I didn't care much. I didn't go out for several days. When Yi Xiaohua finished the perfume, I found that it was evening. Grandma Yi was not in the yard. She should have gone out to chat with others. Everything is good in the countryside, but there is one thing that is not good. In this large village, there is no family with air conditioning, but also the mountain road is too difficult to walk, far from the county town, who will come all the way to install air conditioning. In the evening, a group of people, like the rest of the village, came out to enjoy the cool and chat. Everyone brings a palm leaf fan. Ye's house and Lin's house are next door. The place in front of the two houses is very empty. People in the village basically like to come here at night to enjoy the cool and chat. In general, Yi Xiaohua will not go. Now that she has made perfume for the first time, she wants to find Grandma Yi to try. He came out and called Grandma Yi. Yenan and Su Hao's young people also like this kind of bustle very much. It's obvious that they can't see this kind of bustle in the city. They all sit next to the people in the village with benches. He also took out the poker to play. Yi Xiaohua first took a look at the crutch beside Yenan, and knew that the other side's leg was not good. Seeing Yi Xiaohua's gaze, the curly-haired girl's card was ruthlessly slapped down, and her gaze towards Yi Xiaohua gradually turned into hatred. Lining looked at Yi Xiaohua, and her expression was complicated. Yi Xiaohua glanced at them, and then casually took back her eyes. She was used to being proud, and now she was even more proud. Such an attitude makes Yenan and others itch to beat her. Isn't this a fool? I don't know what happened in the past few days. This group of young people look at her with disgust in their eyes. They sweep over from time to time, which is very annoying. Su Hao, who had changed his impression of her, now looked at her with some inexplicable eyes. Took a look at her, then quickly moved away and looked at the cards in his hand. When the curly-haired girl heard Yi Xiaohua's words, she sneered. Of course. Lining looked at Yi Xiaohua with a smile on her face. She couldn't see any emotion. What are you pretending for? The curly-haired girl looked at Lining and stood up. Are you jealous that Lining got better than you, so you pushed her down? Jealous that Lining got better than me? Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. That's not jealousy, that's doubt about her grades. It's a fact that her grades are worse than mine. In fact, she doubted Lin Ying's grades like the original owner, so she used her second-hand mobile phone to crack the Ministry of Education. It was found that the original owner's test paper had been exchanged with Lin Ying's. Oh. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Yenan, who was sitting beside Lin Ying and watching her play cards, couldn't help but sneer. Don't worry about her, you play yours. Yenan has seen a lot of people who try their best to attract other people's attention. Lin Ying's face was solemn. She put down the cards in her hand and looked unyielding. Xiaohua, we've been friends for so many years. Why do you insult my personality like this? She looked at Yi Xiaohua with a sad face. You weren't like this before. Yi Xiaohua looked at her lightly. Nothing, it's just a simple suspicion. Since you're so sure, maybe I was wrong about you before. Okay, hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Yenan said sarcastically, aren't you jealous that Lin Ying got better than you and can go to college? You can't, so you start to slander people? Slandering people failed and pushed her down the hill. If I wasn't there, her legs would be broken. If I don't study hard and think about it all day, can I blame Lin Ying for her good grades? If we don't know Lining, maybe we will be cheated by such a vicious person as you. Yi Xiaohua squinted at Yan'an with a strange face. What did you say? I blame Lining for her good grades. Which part of her grades is better than mine? Yan'an looked at her with a face that didn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. Lining also sighed. Xiaohua, I didn't expect you to slander me like this. There are so many people here today, so let them see if my grades are worse than yours. Grandma Yi and a group of onlookers also heard the dispute between the two. When the other people in the village heard this, they looked at Yi Xiaohua with disdain. Some of them even muttered something and then laughed. Asterisk and % yen asterisk. After Lining finished a long speech, she smiled and said, Xiaohua, do you know what I was just talking about? She looks at Yi Xiaohua confidently. Lining spoke in French. She spoke fluently, but her accent was not authentic. She was speaking in French about a difficult mathematical problem, the Stokes equation. Lining had translated the term equation incorrectly. The original owner of the body couldn't even speak English properly. How would she know French? In fact, Lining also knew. The reason why she did this was to let others see how excellent she was. Such an excellent person, it wasn't strange to score more than 600 points, right? When Grandma Yi heard Lin Ying's pronunciation, she immediately stood up. Lining, our family Xiaohua is joking. Don't take it to heart. Hearing Grandma Ye's voice, Yan'an and the others sneered again. This time, Su Hao looked at Yi Xiaohua's eyes and frowned. Compared with the ridicule of Yi Xiaohua, they looked at Lining with amazement. How could they not be amazed that a girl from a small place could speak fluent French? Originally, they did not believe in the education of this mountain village, but after hearing Lining speak French, they could not help but look at Lining with inquisitive eyes. For a while, I didn't pay attention to Yi Xiaohua. The villagers looked at Yi Xiaohua with anger in their eyes. The village chief said coldly, Yi Xiaohua, what do you mean? You want to harm our family's Lining again and again? The villagers behind the village chief were also very alert and disgusted, and looked at Yi Xiaohua angrily. Well, for Grandma Ye's sake. Feeling the eyes around her, Lining achieved her goal and knew that Yi Xiaohua really didn't turn over this time. Just want to pretend to be generous and say don't mind. Unexpectedly, at this time, Yi Xiaohua picked up a branch from one side, drew on the ground, and said, You are talking about one of the world's 7 mathematical problems, the Stokes equation, which describes a fluid room similar to liquid and air. Just now you also introduced the variables and fluxes it requires to study, but unfortunately, all your assumptions are wrong. From the internet? As she spoke, she drew deductions on the ground with a branch. Also, the term of the equation you just said is wrong. When it comes to this, Yi Xiaohua is kind enough to say the correct pronunciation. Her voice quality is lazy, the end of the voice is slightly raised, and she speaks French very well. Yan An's group of people are all from the capital university. Several of them are still studying financial mathematics. Originally, they didn't care about Yi Xiaohua's words. But when they looked at the numbers written on the ground under the door light, they were stunned. In the system space, 008 looks at Lining sympathetically. Especially the Department of Mathematics. Even the 4-dimensional space has been studied. 008 doesn't know why Lining has the courage to show mathematics in front of Yi Father. Does she know that standing in front of her is the existence that has changed the way of life on a sci-fi planet? See, this is the real equation. Yi Xiaohua only wrote half, and then didn't write. Don't show off what you found on the internet in front of me. Yi Xiaohua threw the branch away. Yan'an and others were stunned by her series of actions. The curly-haired woman, who was very disgusted with her and disdained her, couldn't speak for a long time. However, in 5 minutes, Yi Xiaohua wrote a lot of proof formulas. Some of them have studied advanced mathematics in high school, and some have never heard of it at all, but they don't doubt that Yi Xiaohua is writing blindly. Even if it's blindly, those mathematical symbols that can only be learned in college will not deceive them. Grandma Yi is very unbelievable. Yan'an and these people know the knowledge, and naturally know Yi Xiaohua's power. But most of these villagers, who don't know a few words, don't know. The village chief looked at Yi Xiaohua with a sneer. Who cares if there is any dead equation? Why do you want to slander our family Lining? She has won glory for our village and our town. You are jealous that she can go to a good school. This can't be argued, can it? That's right, said the villagers, who regard the village chief as their leader. When they heard his words, they said with disgust, "Our village doesn't need people with your character." Grandma Yi stared at her eyes. The original owner didn't tell her something. She didn't know what happened between the original owner and Lin Ying. At this time, when I heard it, I almost fainted. Yi Xiaohua doesn't have a good impression of these villagers who can't distinguish right from wrong. These people often judge a person's habits easily based on their own expectations and rumors. What's the difference between them and the trolls on the internet? Yi Xiaohua looked at the village chief and Lin Ying blankly. It's a fact that she has a bad score. To tell you the truth, I have a good memory. I always remember the answers after the college entrance examination. I compared the answers sent by the teacher and estimated that my score is about 680. As for Lin Ying, she is at the bottom of the school every time. I don't need to say this. You can go to the school to inquire about it. No, you can ask the head teacher. This time, she got 683 in the college entrance examination. I can't question it? With that, Yi Xiaohua took out the second-hand mobile phone in her hand and called the class teacher. The homeroom teacher asked her if the results were wrong the second she received the call. These words made the atmosphere on the field very delicate, especially the very anxious words of the head teacher, and let Yi Xiaohua check the paper by herself. Yan'an and others know the situation of Yi Xiaohua's family. They believe that the head teacher will not want to curry favor with Yi Xiaohua, so he deliberately said this. Coupled with the previous question, they were all silent for a moment. Lin Ying didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to understand her French. She didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to even know this equation. It seemed that she could verify it, but she couldn't understand a single word of Yi Xiaohua's verification. Lin Ying was so anxious that her fingers were tightly clenched together, especially when several people around her looked at her with suspicion. Xiaohua, why do you say such a thing? Well, you are not jealous that our Lin Ying will be admitted to a good university. However, the village head is an unreasonable person. He blushed and wanted to drive Yi Xiaohua away. You don't need a reason to hate someone. At this time, the villagers would not listen to Yi Xiaohua's explanation at all. They just followed the village chief and thought that Lin Ying had been wronged. This Yi Xiaohua is not originally from our village. She can't stay. They wanted to drive Yi Xiaohua out together. Yi Xiaohua's face didn't have any expression of panic. She just went back and took out a courier. I am jealous that Lin Ying will be admitted to a good university. My own university notice has arrived. Why should I be jealous that she was admitted to a good university? This is the university notice I just received. You can take a look. I, Yi Xiaohua, won't do things that will falsely accuse others. It's just that it's really strange how you, Lin Ying, got 680 points. As she spoke, Yi Xiaohua tore open the courier bag and took out the notice inside. Under the light, everyone could see the 4 big words written on the tall notice, Capital University. The villagers didn't know Fengqing, but they knew these 4 big characters. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly stiffened. You haven't even filled in your application yet. How could you possibly get the notice? Lin Ying looked at Yi Xiaohua incredulously. Xiaohua, you don't even know this, do you? The village head and the others originally had some hesitation on their faces. After hearing Lin Ying's words, their impression of Yi Xiaohua became even worse. Some old ladies were still cracking melon seeds and pointing at Yi Xiaohua. It's true. However, at this time, Su Hao suddenly stood up. He walked over to Yi Xiaohua's side and looked at the seal stamped on Yi Xiaohua's admission notice. I'm from Capital University. I received this notice last year. It's exactly the same. The seal is specially used by the school. No one would dare to imitate it. After these words, the atmosphere at the scene instantly froze. Lin Ying's face turned from red to green and then from green to black. Her self-confidence at the beginning was now gone, especially after hearing Su Hao's words. Su Hao stared fixedly at Yi Xiaohua. Capital University has never had this kind of thing happen before. How did you get the notice? Because of his words, the villagers were instantly stunned. Digression, yesterday, there was no time to summarize. In the last story, King, there was a lot of content that existed in reality. Back then, the women's volleyball team was booed by the entire audience in a certain country. Now, the women's volleyball team won the championship. Sun was the only Asian to surpass the white man in swimming. If you have a B station, you can search for Sun Yang's heaven-defying last stick. There were a lot of such things in sports. Writing this story, I hope that when everyone saw the national flag raised on the field, they would know how difficult it was for them in private. In particular, every time the national table tennis team raised 3 national flags at the same time, they would feel truly proud when they saw it. Yi Xiaohua slowly put away the notice. Seeing Grandma Yi staring at her all the time, she handed the notice to her. I've been good at math since I was a child. Although I can't participate in math competitions here, my assistant teacher gave me a professor's mailbox. Last time, I just sent the verification process of the Stokes equation to the professor. After knowing my results, the professor applied for a notice to the school. Yi Xiaohua looked at Lin Ying's stiff face. To be honest, the results of this college entrance examination have no effect on me. It's just that math is too simple. I can get full marks with my eyes closed, so I'm a little surprised by my and Lin Ying's results. I just didn't expect Lin Ying to compete with me. I didn't have so much doubt at first, but tonight, I think I still doubt your results. After that, Yi Xiaohua didn't care about this group of people anymore, and helped Grandma Yi, who was holding the notice, to go away. There was a hint of arrogance in his lazy voice. By the way, when she got to the door, Yi Xiaohua suddenly remembered something and looked at the village chief. You don't have to drive me away with Grandma. Tomorrow, Grandma and I will go directly to the capital and we'll come back. After that, Yi Xiaohua closed the door directly. Outside the door, some villagers heard Yi Xiaohua's words. After being stunned, a trace of regret gradually appeared on their faces. Grandma Yi, don't. Someone began to speak softly. What are you calling for? Although the village chief had a trace of regret in his heart, there were too few people who could be admitted to the emperor's capital university these days. The first one had appeared in their village in 20 years, but Yi Xiaohua's attitude made him very angry. The two of them haven't seen the world. How can the capital be so easy to mix? Without our donations, we can't afford tens of thousands of living expenses and tuition fees a year. This is not empty talk. Some people in the village have also gone out to work, and naturally know the housing price in the capital. If they move to the capital, even if they rent a house together, it will cost 2,000 a month, plus living expenses and tuition fees. What money can Grandma Yi, an old man, earn? A group of villagers think about it and it makes sense. But after this incident, they obviously have no intention of chatting together. They all go back to their homes with full minds. Yanan stared at the direction of Yi Xiaohua's departure for a long time, and then put his eyes on the deduction formula on the ground. Can you understand it? He asked Su Hao softly. Both of them majored in mathematics and finance. They finished their advanced mathematics courses in their first year. They know most of the symbols written by Yi Xiaohua, but some formulas and deduction processes are really complicated. Su Hao shook his head and turned to look at Lin Ying. Didn't you say that her results weren't good? Lin Ying's mouth twitched, but she couldn't smile no matter how hard she tried. The corners of her mouth twitched, but she couldn't say anything to refute. Just now, Yi Xiaohua's continuous coquettish operation was really a slap in the face. She now has no sense of superiority at the beginning. She wasn't the only one. Su Hao and the others were also feeling very awkward. Thinking that they looked down on Yi Xiaohua before, they swore that she was jealous of Lin Ying. Now they all blushed and wished they could find a hole to bury themselves. Yi Xiaohua's family is really short of money now. All the money in the house added up wouldn't even amount to 1,000 yuan. They would have to wait until the Zhuan family's harvest this year before they would have money. Grandma Yi is actually hesitant about Yi Xiaohua leaving the village now. She is reluctant to give up the field she planted. But thinking about her granddaughter's future, she has a cruel heart. Rummaging through the cupboard, he found a piece of yellow paper. Yi Xiaohua glanced at it. It was an address in the capital. In fact, Yi Xiaohua never liked to pack up things, but Grandma Yi was different. Because Yi Xiaohua said that she might not come back in the future, she almost wanted to take away everything that could be taken away. The cured meat and sausages marinated during the new year were all packed in big snakeskin bags. The next morning, they packed up and prepared to leave the village. When they went out, it was just dawn. Suha was sitting under the tree at the door smoking. When he saw two people, he immediately stamped out the cigarette. After saying sorry to Xianxia, he was relieved to see Grandma Yi pay attention to him. "You're leaving now? Why don't we go together in a few days? We're going back to the capital, too." Grandma Yi shook her head, "No need." Suha had some regrets and just wanted to say that he would look for him in the capital. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew, and he smelled a delicate fragrance. This kind of fragrance is different from ordinary perfume. The layers of fragrance are mixed together, which almost makes people's pores explode when they smell it. Suha's family has cooperated with international perfumers. Naturally, he knows that perfume has reached this point and has his own opinion on perfuming. "Grandma Yi, your perfume?" he asked. "Can Ye's family buy this kind of high-grade perfume when they have four walls?" Grandma Yi said proudly. "It took Xiaohua several days to adjust it for me." With that, she gave Suhao a bottle. Grandma Yi is carrying a very old bag in her hand. Yi Xiaohua is also carrying a big bag wrapped in bacon and other things. It looks like a migrant worker going to the city. But on Yi Xiaohua, Suha didn't feel her embarrassment at all. "When you get to the capital, you can go to this place to find a job." Suhao handed a card to Yi Xiaohua. "Just say that I introduced you." "Yi Xiaohua, the capital is different from your village. The most difficult thing for you is to support yourself. In the future, when your perfume can help people cure diseases like Lining, naturally there will be no shortage of money to spend." Suha didn't know that the perfume that Yi Xiaohua mixed for Grandma Yi was used to treat her rheumatism. Her understanding of perfume and medicine was something that Lining couldn't even compare to. "Thank you." Yi Xiaohua put the card in her bag and left with Grandma Yi. Suhao stood under the tree and watched them leave. "They're gone?" Yanan came over with a cane, saw Suhao's thoughtful look, squinted. "What's the matter? Familiar?" Yanan was stunned for a moment. In his mind, he recalled Yi Xiaohua's bright face, which was not like that of other people in the village, and felt that it was familiar. But he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Suha watched Yi Xiaohua and Grandma Ye's back disappear, and then he took back his eyes. "It's just like that." Speaking of this, Suha suddenly smiled again. "What am I thinking? If it's really that family in the capital, how could it end up in this small mountain village? But this girl is calm to the point of terrible. Even Lining is very obvious to flatter his group of people. Yi Xiaohua is so calm from the beginning." Suha thought of this and shook his head. It seems that he really thinks too much. He looked down at the perfume given by Grandma Yi, smiled, and stayed for the sake of the good smell. It's the peak of summer vacation, but fortunately, there are not many people who take the train to the capital, because it takes a long time. The two of them successfully bought tickets and sat for 48 hours before they arrived at the capital. They didn't find a place to rest for a while along the way, but they didn't have a strange smell like other people on the train. Instead, they had a faint fragrance. It's just that the smell of sausages and bacon in the package is still there. Here it is. Grandma Yi didn't go to find a house immediately. Instead, she took the yellow paper and took the bus for a long time before she found a community in the old city. She climbed to the third floor and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly. It was an old lady with some white hair. "Xiaohua, this is your second grandmother." Grandma Yi breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at Yi Xiaohua. "Call someone." The old lady was wearing a clean and Western-style clothes. Seeing Grandma Yi's two clothes, she took a step back in disgust. "I just changed my new clothes. Don't touch them, especially the smell of bacon and sausages in the snakeskin bag." The expression of the second grandmother was full of disgust and resistance. Granny Yi looked at the fact that she was out of place with the second grandma and took a step back at a loss. "What are you looking for me for?" The second grandmother looked at the snakeskin bag on the ground and said impatiently, "My granddaughter has been admitted to the capital university. She will invite people to dinner later. This should be the order to leave." The bright and beautiful girl in the blue short skirt in the room looked at the two people outside from time to time. Her expression was one of obvious contempt and disgust. In the blink of an eye, he withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at the two. "Grandma, hurry up. My classmate will be here soon. Then we'll go first." Grandma Yi opened her mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was slammed shut with a loud bang. "This is your second master's house. When the college entrance examination was resumed, your grandfather sold his iron pot and pot to let your second master study in Beijing. Only your second master took the college entrance examination. I didn't expect." Grandma Yi sighed, but she also expected this situation. Yi Xiaohua picked up the snakeskin bag. "Don't worry, I've already found a house and paid 3 months' rent." Grandma Yi was surprised at her speed and where she got the money. "Didn't I solve a math problem before? The Mathematics Association gave me an award. You don't have to worry about my tuition," Yi Xiaohua said casually. After going out, she stopped a taxi and went to the rental place. The house is a little far from the city center, but it's not far from the second grandma's home. The layout of 2 rooms and 1 living room, each space is not very large, less than 45 square meters. In order not to scare Grandma Yi, the house Yi Xiaohua rented was not very good, but even so, Grandma Yi was shocked for a long time, which was much better than the house in the village. It's still summer vacation time. Yi Xiaohua and Grandma Yi spent a few days cleaning and arranging the house. Then Yi Xiaohua found a place to mix incense to work during the summer vacation. Of course, she didn't go to the place Su Hao introduced. Grandma Yi made some breakfast and went out to sell. When she came back in the evening, Yi Xiaohua thought about mixing incense in her room. After nearly a month, she finally figured out how to mix all kinds of flavors to achieve the best effect. It's almost the beginning of school, and Yi Xiaohua just quit. As soon as she arrived at the door, she found something wrong. She took her cell phone. "I'll hang up first." Then she hung up. Picking up the key to open the door, she saw 3 people sitting in the simple hall, a middle-aged man and a woman, and a girl about the same age as her. It's Yi Xiaohua's second grandmother's son, daughter-in-law and granddaughter. "Are you the granddaughter adopted by my grandmother?" The middle-aged parents glanced up and down at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua nodded, "Well." The tone was very cold. Yi Longjun frowned when he saw Yi Xiaohua's rude appearance. He wanted to blame Grandma Yi for raising an adopted daughter so crooked. But thinking that Grandma Yi was his elder, he didn't say anything to her face. Yi Mingyu sat on the hard bench and was already a little impatient. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, he quickly looked away. He didn't even look at Yi Xiaohua and directly lowered his head to play with Li Zi's mobile phone. "My father told me to take good care of you at the last minute," Yi Longjun looked back at Grandma Yi. "Xiaohua should be at the age of school now, right? I heard from my father that there is no school in the village." "Well, I have some people in the school and arranged Xiaohua to go to number 1 middle school. Our ancestors were mixing incense. In the future, when we go to college, we can take an exam for mixing incense. Maybe we can go to work at his house." Grandma Yi asked, "The family that specializes in mixing perfume? Don't they not recruit outsiders?" Yi Mingyu looked at Grandma Yi in surprise. "Big grandma, you know a lot?" "Mingyu," Yi father looked at Yi Mingyu, but he didn't blame her. He just looked at Grandma Yi and said, "You should also know that it's not easy to live in Beijing now. Let Xiaohua go to high school to study and get a diploma." What? Yi Mingyu's family, who were a little impatient, suddenly became surprised. Grandma Yi smiled. "Yes, there is a high school at the foot of the mountain. Xiaohua has always been smart and learns everything quickly." After the professor knew it, he gave her a notice in advance. With that, she went to the room again and took out her precious notice. Yi Longjun stared at the notice for a long time, then nodded awkwardly. "This child, very, very excellent. It's much easier to get into the capital university in Beijing than in other places, but it's not so easy." Being able to get in also shows Yi Mingyu's excellence. And Yi Mingyu also rubbed a low score to get in. It's all because the perfuming department is an unpopular subject. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaohua was admitted to the capital university. Even Yi Longjun knows that all the people who were admitted to the capital university from other places are top and excellent. Yi Ming's heart was speechless for a moment. She knew that her poor relative came to rely on their family. When her parents asked her to come, Yi Mingyu was actually reluctant at all. According to her grandmother's poor mountain village didn't even have electricity, just like the kind of place in the news. I didn't expect her grandmother to know perfume. But speaking of it, there is a faint smell of perfume in her grandmother's house. Yi Mingyu doesn't think it's strange that Yi Xiaohua works in the place of the perfumer for summer vacation. But now Yi Xiaohua has been admitted to the capital university? Are you kidding? It's just that the notice is not obviously a joke. Yi Mingyu can't take a breath. Yi Longjuan's eyes on Yi Xiaohua changed. He also told Grandma Yi that he had time to go to their place for dinner. They were close to the capital university, and Yi Xiaohua could live in their house. Yi Mingyu was in a hurry when he heard this. But Grandma Yi refused. The smile on Yi Longjuan's face was more intense, and Yi Mingyu was relieved. The door is closed. The smile on Grandma Yi's face gradually disappeared, and her heart couldn't help being blocked. What? She went to prepare food for Yi Xiaohua with a black face. The capital university began to register in mid-August. Yi Xiaohua didn't want to go so early, but at Grandma Yi's urging, she had to pack some clothes and come to school. When she was registering, the seniors in charge of her information stared at her for a long time. Then they all lowered their heads and said that this year's campus bell might be replaced. Yi Xiaohua took her luggage to her dormitory. The conditions of the dormitory of the capital university are good. There are 4 people in one room. Yi Xiaohua takes the quilt and comes to the dormitory with Grandma Yi. The other 3 people in the dormitory have already arrived. Their parents were chatting happily together, each of them pulling a small suitcase. Grandma Yi looked at this group of bright and beautiful people, a little embarrassed. She was even a little annoyed. How could she forget to buy a new suitcase for Xiaohua? What she brought for Yi Xiaohua was just an ordinary snakeskin bag. Thinking of Grandma Yi took a look at Yi Xiaohua and found that Yi Xiaohua's expression was still light, as if he didn't care about anything. Grandma Yi didn't know what to say about her granddaughter for a while, but she had made up her mind to buy her a suitcase when she went back at night. The bed by the window had already been taken, leaving only the one by the door. Yi Xiaohua didn't say anything. She spread her cup directly. During the military training, she still had to live in school. After the military training, she would see the situation. "You're Yi Xiaohua, the last member of our dormitory," said the girl, who was obviously being treated carefully and politely by the other 2 parents, smiling at Yi Xiaohua. "My name is Su Jojo. The other 2 are Su Wen and Tianjing. My family is in the capital. I'll invite you to dinner later." Su Wen and Tianjing's parents brightened when they heard the words, but they took a look at Yi Xiaohua and finally put their eyes on the snakeskin bag beside Grandma Yi. Nothing said. Yi Xiaohua looked up and wanted to say no, but she was pinched by Grandma Yi. Grandma Yi is really afraid that Yi Xiaohua is not sociable. This child used to be a little autistic. In the last 2 months, she just came back and shut herself in her room. She didn't go out to play or go shopping. She didn't even buy herself clothes. "Well, thank you." Yi Xiaohua sighed, then said to Su Jojo. Su Jojo is obviously from a rich family. She is wearing famous brands. The other 2 roommates and their parents are obviously trying to please her. Grandma Yi didn't go with Yi Xiaohua because she had to go back to prepare for tomorrow's work. The parents of the other 2 roommates didn't say anything. Yi Xiaohua saw off Grandma Yi and tidied up the room. Then she followed her 3 roommates and other parents to a restaurant outside for dinner. "Jojo, I heard that you also know Su Hao, the president of the school's student union. His surname is Su, and yours is also Su. What's your relationship?" At the dinner table, except for Yi Xiaohua, everyone treated Su Jojo as the center. Su Jojo smiled. "He's my distant cousin. I saw him when I was a child. I still have his number on my cell phone. Well, when school starts, we want to enter the student union. Can you help the president?" Tianjing and Su Wen's eyes brightened. "Of course." Su Jojo said with a smile, then looked at Yi Xiaohua. "Yi Xiaohua, entering the student union is very important for your future credits. Do you want to come? If you need it, I'll help you talk to my cousin." When Su Jojo was browsing the forum, he found that there were many posts about Yi Xiaohua on the forum today. This freshman attracted most people's attention. At first, she was also very afraid, but after observing for so long, she found that Xiaohua's family was too poor, and the clothes she wore were all earthy. She couldn't help but feel relieved. While eating, Xiaohua's counterfeit cell phone on the table rang. Others looked at the dilapidated counterfeit cell phone that no one wanted in the second-hand market, and they couldn't help but flash a different look on their faces. Xiaohua didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She directly replied to the text message, and she was quite serious. Boyfriend? Su Jojo pinched the chopsticks. Digression. Xiaohua didn't even raise her head. She responded lazily, yeah. Su Jojo didn't expect her to have a boyfriend as soon as she came to school. Thinking about where Xiaohua used to live, she didn't think Xiaohua could make friends with those young masters in Beijing. She didn't know why she suddenly felt relieved. Order more food, it's my treat, she said with a smile. Since Su Jojo was treating them to dinner, it was not an ordinary place. This place was the most high-end restaurant next to the school. Generally, people with a little money in the school liked to come here. When the group went out, they happened to meet a group of people who had just finished eating. Jojo, isn't that President Su? Tianjing and Suwen exclaimed in a low voice, he is much more handsome in person than on the bulletin board. Are those people around him from the student union? There was envy in their eyes. Su Jojo also looked over there in surprise, it should be. When things are done tomorrow, I will take you to the student union to find them. Xiaohua was playing with her phone and didn't care about them. Su Hao, who was surrounded by people, suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance and couldn't help but turn his head. Xiaohua was tall and had white skin. Although he was wearing cheap clothes, he was very outstanding. He saw the other party at a glance. Without thinking, he walked in that direction. Jojo, President Su is looking for you? Tianjing whispered to Su Wen. Su Jojo was also very surprised. Although she borrowed Su Hao's power, she was actually not familiar with him. Her father was only a relative of Su Hao's father. They were separated by 2 generations. She was thinking randomly. But she saw Su Hao pass her and very naturally pick up the phone. You changed your phone number? When I came back with Yan'an last month, I wanted to look for you, but I couldn't get through to you. Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and didn't plan to give him the phone number. What do you want from me? It's the bottle of perfume that Grandma Yi gave me last time. Su Hao touched his nose. It was the first time he asked for a girl's number, and he was so resistant. Hearing about the perfume, Xiaohua suddenly remembered something and gave him a string of numbers. Su Hao saved the number, then called Xiaohua and asked her to save it. Then he left. There are still things to deal with in the student union today. I will look for you tomorrow. With that, he glanced at Xiaohua and felt that she was a little strange after not seeing her for a month. He was still wearing the same cheap clothes and second-hand phone, but he was carrying a backpack worth more than 100,000 yuan. Although the backpack didn't have a brand, Su Hao had seen it at his aunt's place. This kind of backpack was directly presented to his aunt by the designer and wouldn't be sold on the market. However, thinking about the bottle of perfume he brought back, Su Hao calmed his mind and immediately made a phone call. After he left, Su Jojo and the others turned their eyes to Xiaohua. Su Jojo looked at Xiaohua and said, how do you know my cousin so well? They met when they traveled to my hometown during the summer vacation. Xiaohua looked at the time on her mobile phone. Sorry, I still have something to do, so I'll go first. After saying that, he left without waiting for a reply. But after that, Tianjing and Su Wen's attitude toward Xiaohua changed. Not to say how much better he would become, but at least he wouldn't look down on her anymore. It's just one thing worth mentioning. In just one night, Xiaohua became famous among the freshmen. Her face was indeed beautiful, and she had a kind of cold aura about her. She was the most seductive and deadly one. 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Now, all the sophomores knew that there was a campus belle among the freshmen this year. She was even more beautiful than the students in the performing arts department. The next day, the group went to the army training. After Grandma Yi sold breakfast, she sent Xiaohua a new silver box. When she saw the box, Xiaohua was silent for a moment, but she didn't say anything. Just took the box and took Grandma Yi to the army training. This time, seeing Grandma Yi, several other roommates in the dormitory did not dare to show other expressions. Tianjing and others are obviously flattering her. Xiaohua, Grandma Yi, you are here. Is it appropriate for you to take the 170 military training uniform? Yi Xiaohua took the military training uniform handed over by Tianjing and nodded, yes, thank you. She took the military training uniform, Grandma Yi held it for her, and the smile on the corner of her mouth was clearly visible. The military training uniform is issued by the school student union's senior sister. At first, this group didn't pay much attention. When he heard Yi Xiaohua's name, he couldn't help but look up and saw Yi Xiaohua's face in an instant. The boy on one side opened his mouth. Fuck, the student union girl in charge of tidying up took a look at him. What's the matter? No, don't you think she looks like Yi Launching? The boy pointed to Yi Xiaohua and said, we discussed it in the dormitory last night. Now that we see her in person, we feel more like her. When Su Jojo and others heard the name Yi Launching, they couldn't help but pause. The surname of He family was like thunder in the capital. However, they didn't think that a poor family like Yi Xiaohua would have anything to do with He family. Grandma Yi has always wanted to help Yi Xiaohua find her biological parents. She doesn't want to wait for her death. Yi Xiaohua is alone and helpless. She can't count on Yi Longju now. Just looking for Yi Xiaohua's parents is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Although Grandma Yi thought about it, she didn't hold much hope. So when she heard the boy's words, her eyes brightened and she almost couldn't wait to open her mouth. Who is Miss Yi Launching you are talking about? Maybe she is Xiaohua's sister. Hearing Grandma Yi's words, both boys and girls couldn't help laughing. The boy didn't sneer at the beauty's face. The girl in charge of distributing military training uniforms sneered, Grandma, are you delusional? He family is the first big perfume maker in the capital. Even the Queen of White Country uses their perfume. As for He's senior sister, she studied both fragrance and economics in her freshman year. When she was in her sophomore year, she made her own perfume. He family also opened a special counter for her. Now she is a well-known genius perfume conditioner in China. Last time a person had a heart attack, he used her perfume, and his condition was stabilized, which shocked the capital. She created her own brand, and foreign people are queuing up to want it. He family has only one daughter, and she is also a sister. Do you deserve to compare with her? Off topic, fourth watch at the end of the month, dear, don't let the monthly ticket expire. Babies after the girl finished, Grandma Yi, who never showed her emotions, blushed slightly. She is still holding Yi Xiaohua's camouflage clothes in her hand. Grandma Yi really treats Yi Xiaohua as her own granddaughter. She is so excited when she hears that someone looks like Yi Xiaohua for the first time. After listening to the girl's words, Grandma Yi felt embarrassed. Although in her heart, Yi Xiaohua is the best, but that Yi family sounds very good, Grandma Yi didn't think about that. How could such a family lose their daughter when they can't afford to raise her? The three roommates around him, Su Jojo and others, looked at each other and could see some contempt in the bottom of each other's eyes. Suwon turned his head and couldn't help laughing sarcastically. However, because of the relationship between Yi Xiaohua and Su Hao last night, she didn't sneer in front of Yi Xiaohua. In the end, she resisted. Yi Xiaohua smiled at Grandma Yi and comforted her with a sentence. She didn't care much about the man and woman who gave camouflage clothes, nor did she care much about it. This time, the main task is to go to college, live your own life and take care of Grandma Yi. As for the parents who abandoned the original owner for some unknown reason, the original owner has no obsession, but if possible, he wants to know who his parents are. Yi Xiaohua doesn't care, but Grandma Yi is very worried. When walking with Yi Xiaohua on the road, she couldn't help talking about whether she had lost face for Yi Xiaohua. She also said that she wouldn't come to school next time and was stared at by Yi Xiaohua. After arriving in the capital, Grandma Yi found that the life in the capital was very different from that in their village. Especially in the Imperial Capital University, the female students are more beautiful than one another. Looking at Yi Xiaohua, who is still wearing old clothes, Grandma Yi is worried. After arriving at the dormitory, she put Yi Xiaohua's things in the box. In the afternoon, Grandma will accompany you to buy clothes. For more than a month, Yi Xiaohua has paid for both living expenses and rent at home. The money Grandma Yi earns has not been moved. Hearing each other's words, Yi Xiaohua smiled. No, my clothes are on the way, express delivery. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua didn't seem to be perfunctory, Grandma Yi slowed down. She thought of he launching that the girl just said. Grandma, no matter what others say, I only have you as my grandmother. Yi Xiaohua put the box away without expression. This time, Grandma Yi was completely speechless. Yi Xiaohua took her to the cafeteria for a meal, then sent her to the taxi and paid the fare. When he returned to the dormitory, his 3 roommates, who were almost conjoined twins, also returned. They were chatting merrily. Su Jiujiu was applying a facial mask on his face. He generously placed the very expensive facial mask he brought back from abroad on the table for the other 2 to take. The fragrance is amazing. Su Wen touched the mask that cost a few thousand yuan. I heard that the freshman knows the He family. When he came, Yenin went to pick him up. His tone was filled with envy. Tianjing had already applied a facial mask. She washed her face in the bathroom and came out. When she saw Yi Xiaohua coming in, she suddenly looked at Yi Xiaohua. Xiaohua, I heard that the freshman came out from the same place as you. Her name is Lin Ying. Do you know her? Yi Xiaohua just shook her head and didn't speak. That's a pity, Su Jiujiu glanced at her, as if he had seen her thoughts. That Miss Lin is very talented in mixing incense. She was chosen by the He family at a glance. She is also the direct disciple of Master He. Didn't your grandmother say that you might be the younger sister of He Zujiji? Go and see if you can mix incense. If you are really the He family, you don't have to worry about it for the rest of your life. As soon as she finished, Su Wen and Tianjing both laughed. Yi Xiaohua didn't listen. She turned over the new books in her freshman year. She chose the Department of Fragrance Mixing. She just promised the professor that she would study mathematics. She just went to the professor to bring the books of the Department of Mathematics. Mathematics is nothing for her to study for the time being. Yi Xiaohua's main focus is on mixing incense. When she had just turned over a book, she received a call from Su Hao. The hotel last time, Su Hao whispered. I'll finish eating soon. I should be able to come out when you get to the door. After Yi Xiaohua hung up the phone, she casually took the book she hadn't finished reading and went out. After she went out, Su Wen glanced at the book on her table. I don't know why she is so arrogant. Does she really think she is the daughter of the He family? Learning the Department of Fragrance Mixing, what a joke. The voices of the 3 girls weren't loud. Most people couldn't hear them when they left the dormitory, but that didn't include Yi Xiaohua. She just glanced at the dormitory, then retracted her gaze and didn't say anything. Su Hao, aren't you going to the bar with us? At the entrance of the hotel, Yenin was a little surprised to see Su Hao about to leave. Su Hao nodded. Yes, I'm going to look for someone today. As he spoke, he saw a figure walking out from the corner not far away. He quickly waved to the group of people. She's here. You guys have fun. Let's make another appointment another day. Following Su Hao's gaze, he saw a familiar figure at a glance. Yenin was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but frown. Yi Xiaohua? How did they get together? Lin Ying on one side heard Yan An's voice and couldn't help but look over there. Now Lin Ying was wearing a famous brand name. Her long black hair was permed into a wavy curl. She looked very different from more than a month ago. She saw Yi Xiaohua at a glance. The other side was still the same, wearing jeans that were almost washed white. This year's freshman school flower? Does President Su know her? Several young people next to him saw Yi Xiaohua like this and couldn't help but tease her. I heard that she still wants to compare with He Xiujia and thinks that she will be He family. This news has been spread as a freshman joke. Is there such a thing? Yenin frowned. What is He launching status now? Even in the He family, only He Leoi can compare with her status. It's rare to find a fragrance mixer who can combine pharmacology and perfume. Yenin and Su Hao are conceited, but they dare not compare with He launching's achievements. Is that so? But Xiaohua is indeed an orphan. Maybe she wants to find her biological parents. Lin Ying smiled faintly. Cut, that's not the way to find your biological parents. Lin Ying listened to the ridicule of the people around her, and the expression on her face did not change at all. She is already He Lanqing's incense mixing assistant, with a unique talent for incense mixing. He Laoi also recognizes her as an adopted daughter, and her future is boundless. On the other side, Su Hao Sai Yi Xiaohua. Let's find a place to sit for a while. This matter may be a bit complicated. He glanced at Yi Xiaohua and still felt that she was very strange. She said that her clothes were very cheap, but she was wearing a pair of expensive sneakers. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him but did not say anything. Instead, she stopped at the side. What are you doing? Su Hao was about to ask. At this moment, a black car slowly stopped beside the two of them. Su Hao felt that the license plate was a bit familiar. He saw a tall and slender figure get out of the car. Under the heavy traffic, he could see the person's very beautiful side profile. At this moment, under the not-so-obvious light, it was very clear. When the person turned his face, a familiar face appeared in front of him. In the sea of people coming and going, it felt like a crane in a flock of chickens. Su Hao's mouth had already formed an O shape. Cousin? Cousin? Mu Jingyun saw that Su Hao was also here. He glanced at him and faintly nodded. Have you eaten? He lowered his head and asked Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua nodded. I ate with my grandmother. Okay. Mu Jingyun nodded. Then, he opened the front passenger seat and let Yi Xiaohua get in the car. Then, he looked at Mu Jingyun. Why are you together? No. No. Su Hao was stunned for a long time before he reacted. The powerful current leader of the Mu family, his cousin, actually knew Yi Xiaohua. After confirming that Yi Xiaohua was going to bring Su Hao, Mu Jingyun expressionlessly raised his chin and pointed at the back seat. Get in the car. Then, he sat in the driver's seat and drove. When they were in the car, Su Hao gradually came back to his senses. Cousin, did you find Yi Xiaohua because you knew that she could make medicinal perfume? Hearing this, Mu Jingyun looked at Yi Xiaohua in surprise. You also know how to mix perfume? There was a not-so-obvious meaning in his pitch-black eyes. You know that I know medicine. This kind of thing is always the same. Yi Xiaohua touched her chin. It's okay. I'm planning to learn it now. As she said this, she showed Mu Jingyun the book she brought out of the dormitory. What about the professor? Also, for the mathematics lecture next month, will he allow you to learn about perfumery? Mu Jingyun glanced at her. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand. It's all a small problem. I have really learned mathematics to a critical point now. I need an opportunity to break through. However, the mathematics department of this school should not have achieved this effect. It doesn't matter whether I learn it or not. No wonder. Mu Jingyun shook his head. What? Last night, the professor called me and asked me to advise you to think about your future path. I find it strange. Mu Jingyun chuckled. I was wondering if you dropped out of school to research other things. So it's because of this. Su Hao raised his hand from behind. May I ask, who is the professor you're talking about? Old Professor Jiang Wenba, who was in charge of that difficult problem, Mu Jingyun said. Su Hao was completely dumbfounded. He majored in mathematical finance. Although Professor Jiang Wenba only taught PhD students and did not teach them, it did not mean that he had not heard of Professor Jiang Wenba, who was a national treasure. Many foreign students came here to study because of his reputation. He had secretly participated in several national secret experimental projects and was a national A-level key protected person. At that time, Yi Xiaohua said that her problem attracted the attention of the school. Su Hao did not think much about it. But now that he thought about it, he could skip the college entrance examination and directly send the notice to Yi Xiaohua in advance. Except for Professor Jiang Wenba, there was really no other person in the capital university who had such power. At this time, Su Hao no longer looked at Yi Xiaohua with contempt. Miss Yi, I didn't expect you to be a major in mathematics. It's just that you can casually pretend to be a perfumer and make pharmacological perfume. How do you expect the perfumers of the He family to live? Su Hao faintly looked at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua said in surprise, is pharmacological perfume so difficult? Su Hao. I advise you to be kind. The car soon drove into a manor. Su Hao was not surprised. Today, he was also going to talk to Xianxia about pharmacological perfume. Young master is back. Butler Mu saw Mu Jingyun and bowed very respectfully. But when he saw Xianxia behind Mu Jingyun, his face flashed with surprise. But he didn't dare to look at her. Seeing Mu Jingyun directly take the girl to the second floor, the butler's expression became more respectful. Mu Jingyun took Xianxia into a room. In the room, there was an old man with gray hair copying handwriting on the table. When Xianxia saw Grandpa Mu, she knew why Mu Jingyun brought her here. This old man's complexion was not very good, and his body had a lot of hidden diseases. Jingyun, you're back too. Mu's mother carried a bowl of medicine for Grandpa Mu to drink. When she came, she also looked at Xianxia and showed her a very gentle smile. You are Xianxia, right? I often heard Jingyun mention you this month. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat together later. Mu Jingyun must have said something about it. Mu's mother didn't show any other expression when she saw the cheap clothes on Xiaohua's body. When she saw the small bag that Xiaohua was carrying, the smile on her face became bigger. Suhao? Wasn't Xiaohua still in the mountains a month ago? How did the two of them meet? The group of people were talking. At this time, a person rushed in from outside. She said jubilantly, Aunt Mu, Grandpa Mu, I have good news for you. Last time, the patient with organ failure who was sentenced to death by the hospital couldn't live more than a month. With the help of Senior He and Lining, he is still alive and well. Mu's mother's eyes lit up. What did you say? She can take care of organ failure? Ever since the heart disease patient. This was another shocking healing effect. Mrs. Mu was the first to be attracted. Housekeeper, please invite Mr. Mu back. We'll go to the He family together later. Then, she picked up her phone and asked her assistant to help her check. Within a few minutes, the assistant sent a long message. He Launching had indeed treated the patient whose organs were almost failing. He could still run now. Madam, young Master Yan is right. Miss He has become the best perfumer in modern times. The housekeeper sorted out all the news and was a little surprised. It seems that she has learned a lot of the He family's original techniques. Mrs. Mu couldn't wait any longer. For the sake of the old man's illness, they had seen both Chinese and Western medicine. Basically, there was no effect. However, Chinese medicine reminded them that the illness had to be nurtured. In the past, there was a master who could make perfumes. This kind of master could perfectly combine pharmacology and perfume. Perhaps it could slowly heal the old man's illness. However, this kind of technique was almost lost now. Even the He family didn't have the complete inheritance. Now that she heard that He Launching had learned the He family's secret technique, Mrs. Mu went out in a hurry to go to the He family. Seeing the group of people in a hurry, Suhao opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Xiaohua gave him a cold look. Although Xiaohua didn't say anything, Suhao understood what she meant and immediately shut up. Mu Jingyun frowned and looked down at Xiaohua. Xiaohua shook her head slightly. Seeing her like this, Mu Jingyun didn't say anything else. When Yanan went out with Mrs. Mu, he found that Xiaohua was also in the room. When he saw her, he was a little stunned. Then, he asked Suhao in a low voice, You brought her here? What nonsense. He thought that Xiaohua had given Suhao a bottle of perfume before he left last time. That was why Suhao had asked Xiaohua to come. Of course, he had never thought that Xiaohua would have anything to do with the Mu family. The two families were worlds apart. Suhao glanced at him and didn't answer. He went downstairs directly. Xiaohua already knew about Grandpa Mu's current situation. She had found a lot of raw materials and was slowly merging them with the perfume. At the same time, she was also attending classes at school. She didn't miss a single lesson about perfumes. Although she had her own understanding of perfume, these teachers were all very experienced elders, and she had benefited a lot from listening to a lesson. In the past few days, her reputation had spread throughout the school. Lining was also studying incense mixing. She had thought that with her looks and her reputation in the He family, her understanding of incense mixing would be the same as Lan Xing's and she would be very famous in the incense mixing department. This wasn't blind confidence. Lining didn't even read the freshman's incense books anymore. What she read was a very in-depth analysis of flavors. Therefore, when the teacher asked her a question, she was very confident in raising her hand to express herself. Student Lining, your answer is very good. The teacher calmly waved her hand and asked her to sit down. Lin. She the teacher master. Shi Lin Shi Mu. The harmony between man and nature is mainly based on the season. Yi Xiaohua squinted her eyes and said the understanding of Xiang that she had learned for so many days, word by word. The teacher's tone was much gentler. That's right. That's right. Everyone, remember what classmate Yi said. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask her. As soon as the class was over, many people gathered around Yi Xiaohua. It was like this again. Lin Ying sat in the first row and looked at the lively scene in the last row. Her fingers were gradually inserted into her palms. Yi Xiaohua didn't even have a bottle of perfume. She was just talking on paper. Why did the teachers and students like to lean on her? She still wanted to say something, but the phone in her pocket rang. Lin Ying immediately took it out. When she saw the name on the phone, her eyes lit up. Yi Xiaohua very patiently answered some people's questions. Only then did she take a thick book of the most basic teaching materials of the incense mixer and walked out. She didn't go back to the dormitory. Instead, she walked out of the gate. Outside the gate, a man in ordinary sportswear was standing with one hand in his pocket. Although he was dressed very simply, he couldn't hide his noble aura. Just standing there, he had a 100% chance of people turning their heads. I have a new understanding, Yi Xiaohua said in a low voice. I'm going to buy 2 new herbs later. Mu Jingyun took her hand and nodded. The two of them wanted to leave, but they suddenly stopped. A beautiful figure was standing in front of them. She was wearing a light formal dress, and there was a trace of similarity between her eyebrows and Yi Xiaohua's. It was He Lanqing. Young Master Mu, please wait. I want to talk to you about medicinal herbs. He Lanqing stood in front of Mu Jingyun and looked at him with a smile. However, she didn't look at Yi Xiaohua. It was as if she didn't exist. Who are you? Mu Jingyun held Yi Xiaohua's hand in his. He Lanqing didn't feel embarrassed at all. She just looked at their hands. Young Master Mu, you didn't forget. We studied abroad together in primary school. We agreed to come back to college. Let's not talk about that. We met at your house last night. Have you forgotten? I'm He Lanqing. Digression, our names were given at the same time. He Lanqing couldn't help but smile when she said this. Grandpa Mu and my grandpa talked about it when we were chatting. I didn't expect that it would be so long before we meet again after we separated more than 10 years ago. Mu Jingyun came over around the same time as Yi Xiaohua. He had only received a small portion of Mu Jingyun's memories. Of course, he wouldn't go through all of Mu Jingyun's memories since he was a child. Hearing He Lanqing's words, his memory surfaced. I'm not in charge of this. Mu Jingyun looked at her indifferently. He didn't seem excited at all, as he hadn't seen her for a long time. In fact, he seemed a bit impatient. My mother and the housekeeper are in charge of the medicinal herbs. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. After he finished speaking, Mu Jingyun didn't wait for He Lanqing's reply. He directly led Yi Xiaohua away. He opened the door to a black car opposite. Lin Ying, who was following behind He Lanqing, didn't know who Mu Jingyun was. However, what kind of person was He Lanqing? She was a bit arrogant in front of the mayor, yet she was treating a man with such an attitude. This man's identity, young Master Mu, Lin Ying recalled what old master he had said last night and suddenly remembered this person. Her face was instantly filled with surprise. She looked at Yi Xiaohua, who was sitting in the front passenger seat with a book in her hand, and pursed her lips. That's Yi Xiaohua? He Lanqing didn't pay attention to Yi Xiaohua from beginning to end. Especially when she saw that the other person was holding an introductory book on mixing incense, she didn't care much about this person. However, judging from Mu Jingyun's current attitude towards her, He Lanqing couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Lin Ying, did she really come from the same place as you? Yes, Yan'an and the others all know about this. Lin Ying retracted her gaze and concealed the trace of jealousy in her eyes. In the past, she was just like me and had never left the mountain. I wonder if this time, He Lanqing did not say anything else. He only looked in the direction of Ye's black chariot and chuckled. No wonder, how pitiful, go back to school first. Come with me to the Mu family tomorrow. After that, He Lanqing went back. Yi Xiaohua went back and gave Grandma Yi a bottle of perfume and a bank card. Grandma Yi quit her job. Now Grandma Yi is dancing with the ants downstairs. She lives very young. Have you seen the granddaughter of your second grandpa at school? Grandma Yi suddenly thought of this question. Yi Xiaohua shook her head. No, what's wrong? It's good that you didn't, Grandma Yi said. If you see her, don't take her to heart. Yi Xiaohua didn't know what Grandma Yi meant at first. Until the next day, when she went out of the school gate and saw Yi Mingyu with a boy dressed like a nouveau riche, she probably knew what Grandma Yi wanted to say. Yi Mingyu must have found a rich boyfriend. The second daughter-in-law, who looked down on them, went to Grandma Yi and said it very proudly. Grandma Yi would mention it to her. Yi Xiaohua glanced over there and retracted her gaze. Holding the phone, he walked towards the car on the roadside. The black car had attracted everyone's attention for a long time. It was at this moment that Yi Mingyu suddenly felt something. He suddenly looked up across the road and saw a familiar figure getting into the car. What's wrong? The man beside him asked. Nothing, it should be a mistake. Yi Mingyu laughed. He should be thinking too much. How could a person like Yi Xiaohua sit in a limited edition Lamborghini? On this side, Yi Xiaohua took out a bottle of perfume from her backpack. There's only one bottle left. The others were given to Nihayman a few days ago. Mu Jingyun. Say that again? He even stopped the car. Nihayman. Yi Xiaohua touched her nose. Mu Jingyun looked at her and roughly understood that she knew Nihayman's identity. How did you get in touch with him? I met him on the computer at the beginning. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand casually. Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety. Nihayman doesn't dare to make trouble. I exchanged something with him. The old spice that I lack is just there. Used to dealing with those people, Yi Xiaohua now doesn't feel that her words will bring much impact to ordinary people. Fortunately, there was Mu Jingyun in the car. Although Nihayman is trying to clear his name, he is still the leader of the mafia and monopolizes all the perfume in country Y. Mu Jingyun was not at ease and decided to send someone to check it out after going back. He just looked at Yi Xiaohua again. Yi Xiaohua took out the bottle of perfume from her backpack and looked at it diligently. This was the first time she showed such a strong interest in this kind of thing. Mu Jingyun didn't disturb her anymore and just drove the car back to Mu's house. There were a lot of people in Mu's house today. He Lanqing was helping Grandpa Mu. When Yi Xiaohua and Mu Jingyun arrived, He Lanqing was sighing. The old man's body is a bit complicated. I don't have any good ideas for a while. I'll think about it when I go back. Lining was standing behind her. This time, there were a lot of people from the He family. While talking, both of them saw Yi Xiaohua come in with Mu Jingyun. He Lanqing paused in the middle of her words and turned her eyes back. When a middle-aged man with eyes similar to Yi Xiaohua saw Yi Xiaohua, he looked at her deeply. I'm sorry, Aunt Mu. He Lanqing held Mu's mother's hand and wanted to say something. Mu's mother shook her head. It's okay. We know the old man's body. The doctor can't do anything. We thought that you cured the heart patient and could cure the organ failure. He Lanqing said helplessly, the old man's situation is different. Our family's history books have never recorded such a situation. When she said this, the Mu family was obviously very disappointed. At this time, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the door. Who said there's no way? It seems that Senior He didn't learn the essence of He family's harmonized perfume. Digression, just now, I was stuck for a while and was 10 minutes late. I almost couldn't write. Oh, finally, babies, it's the end of the month. Hurry up and vote. Perfume was a combination of traditional Chinese perfume and modern perfumery. However, the ancient perfume technique had not been completely passed down. He Lanqing was the person in the He family who understood perfume the best apart from Old Master He. However, she had no idea how to make something that was not recorded by her ancestors. Plus, she was used to being arrogant. Hearing this, she immediately turned her head and saw Su Hao walking in from the outside. Before she could say anything, Yenin, who was standing next to Lin Ying, said, "Su Hao, what are you talking about?" "Nothing." Su Hao chuckled. "Uncle, I brought you a bottle of perfume from Y country. It's limited to 100 bottles worldwide. It's the latest product from a company called YD. It's a brand recommended by the International Perfumery Association." As he spoke, Su Hao handed the gift box in his hand to Mother Mu. He Lanxing looked at the so-called perfume in Su Hao's hand and looked away. "Grandpa Mu, we'll leave first. I'll come back when I find a good solution." The butler walked them out. Mother Mu and the others took the perfume from Su Hao's hand. They had never heard of the YD company. Mother Mu and the others didn't care much about it. They just put it away casually and let Grandpa Mu try it. Yi Xiaohua came today mainly to see what the He family's perfumery technique was like. She also smelled the perfume brought by He Lanxing. There were still some problems with the fusion because she was too eager for success. However, she didn't remind them. Mu Jingyun avoided her to answer a phone call. Needless to say, he really went to investigate Niheimen. Yi Xiaohua didn't care about this because she received a text message. Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes when she read the text message. Then, she said goodbye to Mother Mu and the others and left the Mu family. "Su Hao, what are you doing?" Yenin called Su Hao out alone and frowned. "You know that your shop is full of He family perfume. How dare you speak to Senior He like that?" Su Hao looked at Yenin seriously. "Young Master Yen, let me put it this way. This YD perfume is really not ordinary. I think you should cooperate with me. Let's take advantage of the fact that it's not famous yet and there aren't so many people scrambling for it." Yenin took a step back. "I think you're crazy." After saying that, he immediately left. He felt that Su Hao was a little unreasonable. The Yen family was different from the Su family. The Su family had the Mu family behind them, while the Yen family could only work with the He family and then build a relationship with the Mu family. Su Hao could do it, but he couldn't. On this side, Grandma Yi, as usual, danced with others in the square of the community in the evening. But today was different. As soon as she came out and finished a song, she saw the crowd around her explode. A luxurious-looking luxury car drove into the neighborhood. Yi Xiaohua rented this community very cheaply at that time. Both the area and the environment were very poor. Not to mention a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce, even a 2 million yuan car had never been here before. Now that a 10 million yuan luxury car had appeared, everyone was shocked. The lady who thought she was dressed in a very luxurious way came to Grandma Yi. "I'm Yi Xiaohua's biological mother. Let's find a place to talk." Grandma Yi looked at the lady who was 5 points similar to Yi Xiaohua, and the girl who was 3 points similar to Yi Xiaohua behind her. She rubbed her hands at a loss, and then immediately invited them into her house. That's right, this group of people were He Lanxing and her parents. He mother and others followed Grandma Yi, frowning down the narrow stairs into their temporary residence. As soon as she entered the door, she glanced at the very small room, and then looked at the simple furniture, and knew what was going on. There was not much room for sofa in the house, only a few stools. Grandma Yi went to the room and looked around. She found all the stools for He mother and others to sit on. When Yi Xiaohua came back, Grandma Yi stood awkwardly in the face of these three very noble people. He mother is wiping the stool for He Lanxing. "Lanxing, sit down first. Don't get your clothes dirty." He Lanxing took a look at Yi Xiaohua, then sat down. "Thank you, Mom. Why are you polite to me?" He mother pursed her lips and smiled. She was very gentle to He Lanxing. "Xiaohua." Grandma Yi looked at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua shook her head and motioned her not to speak. Then put the book in his hand on the table and looked at the mother and daughter who seemed to have a good relationship. "How did you find the capital?" He mother watched Yi Lanxing sit down, and then looked at Yi Xiaohua with his father with a very complicated look. Yi Xiaohua was not surprised at all by a pair of rich parents who suddenly fell from the sky. Her tone was very cold. "Go to college." "Go to college? Then why do you go to Mu's house? What's your relationship with Su Hao?" He mother frowned at her. "What do you want to do here?" "Mom, my sister is also here to go to college." He launching took his mother's arm and said gently with a smile, "She's also in the incense department with me. Now she's still my junior sister. If the student union didn't tell me that there was a junior sister who might be my sister, I wouldn't know that my sister was still here." Hearing He launching's words, the expression on his mother's face became dignified. She looked at Xianxia with doubt in her eyes. He father, the middle-aged man who had just appeared in Mu's house, put his eyes on Xianxia's introductory book. "Do you also learn to mix incense?" "Introductory incense?" Launching finished reading this book when he was 5 years old. He father took a look at it and took back his eyes with little interest. "I learned it late. There are no such books in the mountains," Xianxia said lightly. When it comes to this, the mood of He mother and He father is very complicated. In fact, He launching is the daughter of He father's first love. For his first love, she left He father when she was pregnant. Later, she had a car accident and sent her daughter to He's house before she died. At that time, He launching was just 3 years old, and He mother was still pregnant. He family has excellent incense making talent, so everyone in He family will go through a fragrance identification. On the first day He launching came, she was detected to have a very good incense making talent. At that time, He mother's position in He family was actually not stable, and she directly raised He launching as her own daughter. Later, He mother gave birth to her own daughter. Unfortunately, when washing He family put the spice next to her daughter's nose. Her nose seemed to fail, and she didn't have the same talent as He launching. He mother saw that He father looked at He launching every day and was very disappointed with her own daughter. At that time, the family's mind was not on Xianxia. They were all concerned about the genius of He family. They didn't even name their newborn daughter. After that, when they went to the mountain to find a kind of spice, they encountered a mudslide, and He launching had a fever and pneumonia. Beside her little daughter and He launching, He mother and others resolutely left their own daughter. Later, they sent people to look for it, but they never found it. Unexpectedly, they would see their own daughter in this situation. Can He mother and He father not be surprised? 20 years have passed, He launching has grown very well. At a young age, she has a place in the way of incense making. There is no doubt about her talent for incense making. He family's reputation has gone up more than one level because of He launching, and He launching has more or less some relationship with Mu family. There are too many people staring at He launching in the capital. He mother and He father almost forgot Xianxia, but they didn't expect her to appear magically. But He mother and He father have discussed it, and have no intention of taking Xianxia back to hurt He launching. What's more strange is that He mother and He father did not see surprise or sadness on Xianxia's face from beginning to end. Both of them will feel a little strange more or less. When Grandma Yi heard the words of two people, her eyebrows immediately twisted. She probably didn't expect such a mother to exist in this world. Xianxia went to the kitchen and found a stool for Grandma Yi to sit down. Then he looked at his mother and his father. "You gave birth to me, but if it wasn't for Grandma, I would have died in the mountain, so don't worry about my resentment towards you. Of course, don't expect me to thank you." After listening to Xianxia's words, He father and He mother couldn't help but frown. "You this." He mother looked at Xianxia and just wanted to say something. However, He launching interrupted, "Mom, maybe Mimi is just too angry." But there was no other way at that time. He mother irritably took out her limited edition bag, unzipped it, took out a check from inside and handed it to Xianxia. "Take this check. There are 8 million in it. It's enough for you to live a safe and stable life for the rest of your life." Before coming, He mother investigated the life of Xianxia and Grandma Yi. He even specially asked Yan'an about it. Both of them lived deep in the mountains. In that kind of mountain, there are few outsiders all the year round. All the sources of income come from the land. It's good for a family to have a few thousand yuan a year. There are not many people like Xianxia who can get into the capital university. Of course, He mother also found out that Xianxia only got more than 400 points in the college entrance examination. She didn't know how she got into the capital university. He mother didn't investigate much about this. She was really not interested. At the moment, she just wanted to send these two people away. In the eyes of He mother and He father, 8 million yuan is already an astronomical figure for a family like Yi Xiaohua. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Grandma Yi almost fell off her chair. Looking at them in horror, she waited for her eyes to look at them. 8 million? Well, 8 million, Mother was very disgusted with Grandma Ye's expression when she saw money. She took back her eyes and was a little impatient at this time. It's not much. Launching has made a new perfume series. That's the money. No, I'm not doing it for money. Grandma Ye's face turned red. She wanted to say that she didn't raise Yi Xiaohua for money. She didn't want to accept the 8 million. Besides, Xiaohua is making money now. Grandma Yi has always been proud of the person she raised. When she mentioned Yi Xiaohua, her eyes will brighten a little. Yi Xiaohua gave me a card last night and said that it was her perfume. We are not short of money for trading with others. Mother took a look at the four walls of the house and disdained Grandma Ye's words that she was not short of money. However, he was a little surprised that Yi Xiaohua had made perfume. Wasn't it just the beginning of the perfumer? Can you make perfume? The most important thing is that it's even sold. Moreover, Yi Xiaohua didn't respond to spices at all when she was a child. How could she make perfume? How much did you sell it for? Father suddenly looked at Grandma Yi. Hearing this, Launching couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua, his fingers slightly pinched, a little nervous. Grandma Yi said proudly, 2,000. Last night, Yi Xiaohua gave her a black card, saying that it was the money from the sale of perfume. Grandma Yi asked her how much she had. She didn't say, just stretched out her hand and made a 2. Grandma Yi thought it was 2,000 yuan. After all, in Grandma Yi's heart, Yi Xiaohua had just learned to mix incense and could sell it for 2,000 yuan. It was already a rare genius. She said that she would go in and show them the card Yi Xiaohua gave her. Launching sat on one side and sneered when he heard Grandma Ye's words, but he didn't say anything. Father and Mother both waved their hands with great disinterest and said coldly, is it? Both of them have the same idea. Mother put 8 million yuan on the table, probably meaning to buy out the relationship with 8 million yuan. Yi Xiaohua impatiently took her mobile phone to send a message. When she heard this, she finally couldn't help looking up. Mrs. He, Mr. He, if there's nothing else, can you go? We don't need these 8 million yuan. I'm not interested in your He family. You can rest assured about this. After that, Yi Xiaohua returned the 8 million yuan to his mother. Then he urged a group of people to leave. His mother and father's faces were very ugly. When Launching saw this, she couldn't help laughing. She got up and took his mother's arm. She said very gently, Mom, let's go back first. I have to prepare for the explanation of incense in a month. This time, the International Incense Mixing Association will also come. I'm afraid I'll be the main speaker. Her talent in mixing incense is really high. After that, his mother never got pregnant again and treated Launching as her own daughter. When Launching learned to mix incense, Launching's mother accompanied her and learned with her. Launching's incense mixing was also taught by Launching's mother. The most important thing is that Launching is really talented. When she was very young, she didn't need to see the beginning of incense mixing. After that, she studied with the older generation of his family, which was also accompanied by Launching. Therefore, his mother spent almost all her efforts on Launching. Now Launching has made such achievements. His mother is simply proud of Launching. This kind of thought is the same as Grandma Ye's very proud when she mentions Yi Xiaohua. Therefore, Launching is not her own daughter, but she is better than her own daughter. I didn't expect that even your father is not qualified to go to the International Incense Mixer Union for the time being. His mother looked at Launching proudly. Let's go back and tell your grandfather the news. He will be very happy. 3 people said happily, and finally left Ye's house, leaving Ye's family alone. Before closing the door, Launching looked back at Yi Xiaohua, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Then he turned his eyes back. It seems very disdainful. Xiaohua. Grandma Yi is afraid that Yi Xiaohua will be sad and looks at Yi Xiaohua carefully. Grandma, don't worry, I'm fine. In fact, I already knew that they were my relatives, but I was too lazy to look for them. Grandma, don't worry, I'm fine. She has never been a liar. Grandma Yi knows Xianxia very well. Seeing her like this, she knows that she really doesn't care, so she is relieved. The He family's incense was very popular both internationally and domestically. It was at this time that the news that Xianxia was the daughter of the He family was revealed by someone. This matter quickly became the topic of discussion. He launching seems to have developed another perfume. While people are admiring He launching, they are also full of controversy about Xianxia. The two daughters of He family are a little different. For these, Xianxia did not care, still going her own way. When He launching finished making the third perfume, she went to the Mu family and gave the perfume she made to Grandpa Mu. This is the fragrance I made for Grandpa Mu. Then, he turned his gaze towards Mu Jingyun and turned a blind eye to Xianxia, who was holding a bottle of perfume beside him. I'm the only one who knows how to use this kind of fragrance. Don't be deceived by other messy people. Out of topic, my period came early again. I want to vomit and have diarrhea. I'm skinny and out of shape. I'll write another 3,000 words for everyone tomorrow and then end this story. Oh, the Mu family's reaction to her words was not very strong. Give it to me and let me smell it. Compared with a month ago, Grandpa Mu seems to be a different person. His whole face is glowing. He launching calmly hands her perfume to Grandpa Mu. Grandpa Mu opens it and smells it. He doesn't speak immediately. He just hands the perfume to Xianxia. Xianxia, have a look. Seeing Grandpa Mu's action, He launching frowned slightly. In fact, Xianxia smelled it when Grandpa Mu took it. It is indeed a new kind of perfume. In the past, it might have a little effect on Grandpa Mu, but now, it is similar to the ordinary perfume outside. She shakes her head at Grandpa Mu slightly. Grandpa Mu knows what to do. He puts away the perfume and asks the housekeeper to pay the money to the He family, but he doesn't promise anything to the Mu family. How is it? Did the Mu family say anything? After He launching goes back, He launching's parents come to her and ask. They sound a little anxious. It is indeed time to be anxious. In this month, YD perfume has swept through Y country and then entered the domestic market. It is loved by all the people in the country. It was said on the internet that insomnia and body chills could be seen with the naked eye. The He family's orders are getting lower and lower day by day. Seeing that their position as the leader is about to be lost, the He family has sent people to inquire about the origin of these Y groups. After all, they had been in the capital for so many years, and the He family also knew some people in the underworld. However, those who were hired by the He family to inquire about the matter were all very frightened and returned the deposit before they could even start, saying that they did not want to take the job. This is also one of the reasons why the He family is worried. Just what kind of power was it that made those gangsters so afraid? That's why He launching is so eager to make a new perfume and show it to the Mu family. Now the He family is in urgent need of the Mu family's power. She didn't expect that the Mu family would react like this. He launching shakes her head. No. Hearing this, the He family is obviously disappointed. Forget it, launching, prepare for the school's perfuming exchange tomorrow. He launching's mother calms down and looks at He launching very gently. After all, our He family is famous. As long as we make a name, it will be fine. He launching obviously attached great importance to this matter. Hearing this, she didn't think about the Mu family anymore and directly returned to her room. After He launching left, the He family members' expressions became much more serious. Old Master He had always valued He launching very much. When he heard the news from various sources, he couldn't help but look at Father He. Wasn't the Mu family's young master very close to Lanxing when they were young? That was why they sent He launching to negotiate. As long as they had the Mu family, who in the capital wouldn't dare to give face to the He family? I don't know. I'll ask Lanxing tomorrow. Papa He frowned. How about Xianxia? He Leiwei asked one more question. When Xianxia was mentioned, Father He was stunned for a moment before he realized who Master He was talking about. In the same school as Lanxing, as for other things, Papa He really did not know. However, the rest of the He family was obviously not interested. Now that the He family had He Lanxing, the focus was on He Lanxing, and even Father He had to stand aside. Let's go tomorrow. I'll meet him. Old master, he thought for a moment. He is a member of the He family after all. Papa, he nodded nonchalantly. This time, the incense mixing exchange was very important. The location was set at the capital university. All the famous incense mixers in the world would come here. There were not many places. Xiaohua, I heard that you and senior sister here are half-sisters. The three people in the dormitory saw Yi Xiaohua coming back with a bag and couldn't help but look at her. Su Jiujiu was the first to speak. Is it true? This matter was publicized by someone, and now it was no longer a secret. Yi Xiaohua glanced at her, then nodded. That's right. Tianjing and the other two heard the answer and looked at each other. Why hasn't the He family recognized you back yet? Have you heard that Linning in your department was recognized by your father as his adopted daughter, and you are still his daughter? In fact, when they heard the news, the three people didn't believe it at first. After all, it was the He family, a family that Su Jiujiu couldn't compare to. But it was spread in the school, and even He Lanxing herself admitted it. Su Jiujiu looked at the counterfeit second-hand mobile phone in Yi Xiaohua's hand, and his expression was very complicated. I don't want to go back, is there a problem? Yi Xiaohua collected the two books and prepared to go to the auditorium. Hearing that, she turned her head and looked at Su Jiujiu. Su Jiujiu immediately took a step back, not daring to say anything. Yi Xiaohua then took the two books and carried her small bag out. After she left, Su Jiujiu reacted and threw his lipstick on the table. What's there to be proud of? Jiujiu, Tianjing reminded her. Su Jiujiu didn't panic at all and sneered. What are you afraid of? Don't really treat her as a young lady. Everyone in the circle knows about her. You probably don't know that she is actually Mrs. He's biological daughter, and He Lanxing is just an illegitimate daughter. Then why? Tianjing and the other two widened their eyes. Because of He Lanxing's talent. I heard that when she was 3 years old, she could distinguish very subtle fragrances, and now she is the chief incense mixer. In order to not let He Lanxing's emotions be affected, the He family naturally won't let her go home. I heard that master he doesn't even want to see her. This matter was really only known by people in the circle. When Tianjing and the other two heard it, they looked at each other and saw a trace of pity in each other's eyes. I see, Jiujiu, you really know a lot. Tianjing and the other two immediately kissed Su Jiujiu's arm intimately. Let's go to the auditorium. I heard that today is the incense mixer exchange. As they spoke, the three of them went downstairs together. Su Jiujiu calmly listened to the flattery of his two roommates. On this side, Yi Xiaohua had already arrived at the auditorium. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him blankly and did not answer. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind. I knew you were coming here today. Why do you come to the perfume school every day? What's there to mix? The speaker was an old man with some gray hair with glasses. He looked at Yi Xiaohua with some anger. Professor Jiang, seeing the old man, Yi Xiaohua smiled and looked at him with some respect. I'm very curious about this industry. What's there to be curious about? If you have this time, you might as well come to the laboratory a few times. I'll tell Old Li tomorrow. Professor Jiang Wenba muttered, he's too unkind. You go to the perfumery department every day. Even if you don't want to come to the laboratory a few times. There's nothing new in the mathematics department now, and before I came back, I went to help them solve their problems. They probably didn't have time to tell you. Jiang Wenba listened to Yi Xiaohua's words and couldn't help but look at her. Then you'll have to read my blog in the future. Of course. Yi Xiaohua estimated that the perfumery department was almost finished. Reading down was the experiment. There was no need to waste time. The promised cases of Jiang Wenba would definitely be accepted. She would also benefit a lot from taking time to read such an old professor's blog. After getting a satisfactory answer, Jiang Wenba's expression became happy. It was also at this time that he seemed to have just seen the man in black. Xiaohua, who is this person? It should be someone looking for me, Yi Xiaohua smiled faintly. It's okay, Professor Jiang. You go back to the lab first. I can solve it. Jiang Wenba was very unhappy with the eyes of the man in black who was similar to a bodyguard looking at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was the most talented person he had seen in so many years. Hua country had always been higher than foreigners in mathematical calculation, but modern times began to fall behind. It was not easy to have a talent. Jiang Wenba and some people in the National Academy naturally couldn't treasure Yi Xiaohua. The top level of the country also sent someone to negotiate with Dean Li of the perfumery department, asking Dean Li not to always pull such a talent to learn what perfumery, and then was kicked out by Dean Li. In the end, Dean Li went to find Jiang Wenba. The two grades added up to more than 100 people, but they also quarreled for Yi Xiaohua. It was the group of senior brothers and sisters in the laboratory who came to persuade them. In the end, no one was convinced. Okay, Jiang Wenba still looked at the man in black unkindly. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. However, he also felt that he might not be of much use. Of course, he wouldn't think that Yi Xiaohua would be in trouble. After all, he knew that Yi Xiaohua had Mu Jingyun behind her back. Yi Xiaohua nodded. When Professor Jiang left, Yi Xiaohua looked at the man in black and said calmly, "Let's go." The man in black looked at the calm Yi Xiaohua and was surprised. Thinking about the old professor's words just now, the bodyguard in black couldn't help but be more respectful to Yi Xiaohua. This way. He didn't even ask who he was. The man in black looked at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua calmly follows the man in black. He was heading in the direction of the conference. At this time, the exchange of incense mixers had not officially begun, but there were already quite a few people here. Lining and He Lanqing were both here. When the man in black brought Yi Xiaohua in, a group of people were chatting. He first told Master He, but Master He didn't immediately look at Yi Xiaohua. He just said to Lining with satisfaction, "You have good talent. If you can worship Dean Li as your teacher, it will be easier for you to mix in the world of incense mixers." Lining was wearing a famous brand. When she heard Master He's words, her face overflowed with surprise. "I will work hard." Master He nodded, then looked at Yi Xiaohua, examined her, and finally stopped his eyes on the two elementary incense mixer books in her hands. "Also learning to mix incense? How is it going?" "It's just so. I've only reached here." Yi Xiaohua was not surprised at all that the He family was looking for her. It was just that the books in Yang Liaoyang's hands were very lazy. Looking at her like this, disappointment flashed between Master He's eyebrows. In fact, he still had a little idea of letting Yi Xiaohua come back. He always felt that Father He and Mother He were too much. After all, Yi Xiaohua was a He family. But now, seeing Yi Xiaohua's state, Master He knew why Mother He chose not to let Yi Xiaohua come back. In short, when he saw Yi Xiaohua, two words flashed through Master He's heart: disappointment. Thinking back to the time when the He family was mixing incense, they almost surpassed some of the old Chinese medicine doctors at that time. Later on, the family became more and more destitute, and many of those ancient prescriptions were lost. In addition, there were fewer and fewer talented people in the future, and the He family's reputation was also declining bit by bit. Although it was still the first rich and powerful family in the capital, it was only a rich and powerful family. It was completely different from the time when no one dared to speak up in the capital. At present, He Lanqing had a little talent, but he still couldn't create his own new fragrance formula, but it was also rare. "I hope you don't hate your parents." Master He concealed the disappointment in his eyes. "They did this for the good of the He family, I hope you understand." Saying that, Master He glanced at the person beside him. The person beside him immediately handed over a check. It was exactly the same as Mother He's actions before. Yi Xiaohua fixed her eyes on the check, then took a step back. "No need, your He family doesn't owe me anything, and I don't want to go back to the He family. Since my parents chose to give up on me, I have no plans to go back." After speaking, Yi Xiaohua faintly looked at Master He. "You're busy." She turned and walked in the other direction. Master He was frightened by the hostility that Yi Xiaohua's eyes had just overflowed. "Master?" The person beside him whispered to Master He, and Master He slowly came back to his senses. "Just now. Illusion? Grandpa, let's go. Those people are all here." He Lanqing looked at Master He with a smile. Master He looked at He Lanqing, and his mind gradually calmed down. Right now, He Lanqing was the most outstanding person among the younger generation. With the help of Lining, she would definitely be able to carry forward the He family and let their family's perfume officially enter the International Perfuming Alliance and become an international product. The He family walked into the house to meet the international perfuming masters. Only the bodyguard in black suddenly remembered Professor Jiang Wenba's words and stared at the direction of Yi Xiaohua's departure with his eyes wide open. Old Li, Dean Li of the perfuming department, as the youngest representative of Hua country this time, He Lanxing naturally had some pride on her face when she appeared at this international exchange. This is Master Nicole, Master. He introduced Master Nicole to He Lanxing, the president of the International Perfuming Alliance. Hearing this, He Lanxing took a deep breath and looked at Nicole with the most perfect smile. "Hello, Master Nicole." She used the most standard English. Nicole just glanced at her and smiled. "So it's He family's perfuming master." After this sentence, he didn't say anything else and didn't look at He Lanxing. There were rumors in China that He Lanxing was a genius girl. The perfume she made was scrambled internationally. In fact, it was very fake. He Lanxing may be famous in China, but internationally, who knows who He Lanxing is? Although He Lanxing could make fragrances, those low-grade fragrances were equivalent to chicken ribs for foreigners. Buying a chicken rib perfume from Hua country was far inferior to buying an international brand. However, at that time, the He family used He Lanxing to hype up, but this was obviously very effective. He family's perfume was popular in China, but after YD perfume, it went straight down. Seeing Master Nicole's performance, He Lanxing had a sense of pride in her heart. The exchange of perfumers was actually a competition between perfumers. In previous years, there was no Hua country. She didn't know why this time. It was held in Hua country, and it was even held at the capital university. As the leader of Hua country's perfume, the He family naturally took the lead and chose the youngest and most talented He Lanxing. The media reporters also arrived at the scene upon seeing this. Dean Li finally appeared at the last moment. This time, it's still the same as before. It's all guessing. Guessing meant guessing the origin of the incense. The incense mixer's social gathering was to place many incense sticks and distinguish each fragrance from them. This was the most important talent of an incense mixer. The most important thing for a perfumer was to be able to accurately distinguish the smell, which was even more important than fusing the fragrance. Master, he just stared at the girl who was following President Li. Wasn't it Yi Xiaohua who he had just seen? What was going on? How could President Li take Yi Xiaohua with him? Master, he and his father looked at Yi Xiaohua with something else in their eyes. Seeing this, He Lanxing sneered, but at the same time, she was secretly happy. Everyone knew that she could guess it when she was 3 years old. "Miss He, all the incense is here," Nick said to the reporter, then looked at He Lanxing. "As long as you can accurately identify these 50 types of incense, Hua country will be able to enter the international market." The foreign countries had too much control over Hua nation's perfume. With this opportunity, He Lanxing naturally wouldn't let it go, not to mention that she was best at identifying fragrances. Rosemary, rose and digitalis. There were 50 types of incense on the field, from the first one to the last several mixed. When He Lanxing said more than 20 types, a trace of sweat appeared on her forehead. This wasn't an ordinary smell at all, that Nick was clearly making things difficult for them. In fact, everyone who learned to mix incense knew that guessing only one type of incense, being able to smell several types was already a master-level task. Not to mention that all the spices on the field were mixed together. At the end, it was inevitable that the nose would fail. When He Lanxing reached the 23rd type, she could no longer smell it. Nick looked at He Lanxing in surprise. He didn't expect her to be able to distinguish the 23rd type. From time to time, there were foreigners exclaiming in low voices. They were also very surprised that He Lanxing could smell the 23rd type. He Lanxing originally felt that she hadn't finished identifying, but seeing the reaction of the scene and the excited look of the He family, she slowly smiled. Finally, she looked at Yi Xiaohua and sneered. Although Nick was surprised, he recovered after a moment. "I said that Hua country can only enter the international market after smelling 50 types. Master Nick, you're making things difficult for us." When some of the incense families heard this, their faces changed. However, Nick didn't look at them. He just said mockingly, "It's not that I'm making things difficult, it's just that this Miss He's answer isn't right." The faces of He Lanxing and the others also changed. Yi Xiaohua looked at Dean Li, whose expression wasn't very good. and asked in a low voice, "Is it important to join this alliance?" "Well, this is very important to the development of domestic incense mixing. This exchange is for this matter." I didn't expect them to play tricks. "I see." Deanly looked up in surprise. "What?" However, before he finished speaking, Yi Xiaohua stepped forward and picked up the first bottle of incense. "Rosemary, but it's mixed with 1% platycodon. I suggest that 1% platycodon be replaced with orchids, it would be better. 65% is hyacinth flower, 20% is fusang flower, 10% is bitter orange, 2% is carnation, 1% lemon, 1% benzoin, 1% skin." Yi Xiaohua picked up the last bottle. As she spoke, she also gave a suggestion: "There are more citrus, I suggest that you replace the alcohol fusion agent. React it with bromine water, and the resulting fragrance will be clearer." "That's about it, Master Nick. Am I right?" The room was silent. With just a light sniff, she could distinguish the fragrance type. Not only that, she could even describe all the components clearly. Multitasking, she could even give advice to others. Not only did she finish in the allotted time, but she also took less than half the time He Lanxing took to smell 20 bottles. This was something that had never been seen in an exchange gathering like mixing incense. Not to mention the people present, even a layman would be shocked if he saw this scene. Not to mention Master Nick, even Old Man He and Papa He were dumbfounded as they looked at the girl holding the last bottle of perfume. They couldn't react for a moment. Digression: the last day of the month is spicy. Little cuties with tickets, don't save it. There was still no fourth update today. I overestimated Gao Hua. I'll make it up tomorrow or the day after. Everyone forgive me. Oh, the main thing was that she had been fighting with her classmates for tickets tonight. She wanted to take advantage of the National Day to visit her grandparents. In the end, she still couldn't get a ticket. She called her grandpa and heard their disappointed voices. Listening to the two old people asking why she wasn't back yet, she felt terrible. The materials used to mix the fragrance here were all abandoned. After Nicole reacted, he immediately picked up the last bottle of perfume and exchanged for a new one. Then he brought it to his nose and sniffed, and was stunned in place. Seeing him like this, Old Man He, who was standing on the side, finally couldn't help but walk over and take the perfume that Nicole had just made according to Yi Xiaohua's specifications and compare it with the perfume that had been placed here before. The new perfume was even more obvious, making the pores on people's bodies almost explode when they smelled it. Who was better and who was worse could be seen at a glance. Old Man He finally knew why Nicole had this expression. Yi Xiaohua could make such a perfume in such a short time, it was enough to show her talent in mixing perfume. Even the Association of Perfumers couldn't find anyone who could match Yi Xiaohua's talent in mixing perfume. In just 10 minutes, she could smell 50 different bottles of perfume and nearly 200 different spices. Other than Yi Xiaohua, where else could she find a second person like this? Yi Xiaohua seemed to be born to mix perfume. He Lanxing in the He family, in the capital, was not bad, but compared to Yi Xiaohua, there was no comparison at all. Not to mention, Old Man He also knew that Yi Xiaohua grew up in the mountains, and had not undergone any special training before. He couldn't imagine, if Yi Xiaohua had been trained well since she was young, with her talent, she would definitely be better than He Lanxing, and it was even more likely that the He family had entered the international market. The more he thought about it, the more Old Man He's heart trembled. He stared at Yi Xiaohua, but Yi Xiaohua didn't look at him, she just lowered her head and talked to Deanly. Old Man He finally knew why Deanly was so familiar with Yi Xiaohua. He must have known about Yi Xiaohua's talent. Looking at her cold attitude, Old Man He was suddenly startled. He remembered his warning to Yi Xiaohua just now, and for a moment, a deep sense of regret welled up in his heart. "What's going on with you two?" Old Man He tried his best to restrain his inner excitement, and turned to look at the equally stunned He father and He mother. When she was born, who did the guessing test for her, especially you? He looked at He mother. "Didn't you say that she wasn't sensitive to perfume? Then what's going on now?" He mother certainly didn't know things would turn out like this. It had been nearly 20 years. At that time, Mother He had almost forgotten the specifics. She herself couldn't remember what kind of talent Yi Xiaohua had at that time. Now that the old man said it, she couldn't say a word. She looked at Yi Xiaohua with a very complicated look. Xiaohua is my daughter after all, Mother thought for a moment. As long as we are willing to recognize her and promise that she will take over He family with launching in the future, she will definitely come back. Although the He family was not what it used to be, it was still one of the top families in the capital. This kind of wealth can't be earned by ordinary people in their lifetime. He's mother thinks that Yi Xiaohua returned to the capital. In fact, a large part of the reason is to go back to Yi's family. Therefore, she was not too worried. Hearing this, old Master He and Papa He looked at each other and began to think about the possibility of this. Due to Nickel's inspiration, the incense mixing conference was temporarily stopped. This time was different from most people's imagination. The one who surprised everyone at the International Fragrance Exchange Conference turned out to be a person who had never appeared before, Yi Xiaohua. And He Launching, who was originally very eye-catching, although her strength was also good, compared to Yi Xiaohua, she was really mediocre. Not attracting much attention. The students of the incense department who were watching couldn't help but whisper, I really can't see it usually. She has never mixed incense in the incense mixing room. I don't think she will understand in the future. I didn't expect her to be a big shot. No wonder she reminded me last time in the laboratory that the formula was wrong. A person slapped his forehead and a flash of inspiration, I should have done as she said long ago. Sister He, I won't bother you with this experiment. I think I should have found the reason. It's my fault. I should have listened to my junior sister. It said that the He family's talent in mixing incense is high. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. This junior sister Yi is really scary. Did you see Master Nickel's face just now? Listening to the voices coming from around from time to time, He Launching's face became worse and worse. At this time, Master He and the others did not notice He Launching's face. Instead, they chased Yi Xiaohua out. You should have met a lot of incense mixers in this exchange meeting. In fact, the incense mixers from different countries are not the same. Dean Li was standing not far from the door and talking to Yi Xiaohua, relying on your personal understanding. It seems that I have nothing to teach you on the road of mixing incense. Dean Li smiled, but the smile on his face was joyful. As the two were talking, a car was slowly driving over. Then, a slender and tall figure came down from the driver's seat. His face was like jade, his figure was thin, and his aura was very different from the boys in the school. Seeing this figure, the expression on Dean Li's face collapsed. Is she the one who tidied you up to find old Jiang? I said he was not reliable. Your talent in mixing incense is so high, why are you learning mathematics? Dean Li, you have to talk to Dr. Jiang about this, or talk to someone from the National Academy of Sciences, Mu Jingyun said. Dean Li muttered, but he did not really dare to challenge the National Academy of Sciences. What could he do? He could only blame his own students for being too good. Xiaohua. N? Master Mu, you guys know each other too? Master He and the others caught up together. Originally, they wanted to talk to Yi Xiaohua about inheriting the He family. However, when they came out, they did not expect to see Yi Xiaohua and Mu Jingyun standing together. Mu Jingyun was famous for his indifference. When he saw him talking to Mu Jingyun with a low smile, his expression was very gentle. Father He's eyes were about to pop out? Why are you with young Master Mu? Mother He frowned first. In her subconscious mind, Mu Jingyun always kept his distance from all the other women. However, He Launching was the only one among them who could be a bit unreasonable with Mu Jingyun. Seeing Yi Xiaohua seen, she was naturally a little angry. Yi Xiaohua glanced at her lightly and didn't answer. She got into the car first and waved at Dean Li. Dean, Grandpa Mu is looking for me. I'll slip away first. Okay, drive carefully. Dean Li nodded with a smile. He didn't stop smiling until the luxury car with a row of 0 license plate numbers left. Behind him, Mother He and the others were still arguing. It's obvious that Lan Xing knows young Master Mu. Does she not even want her own face? Mother He hated this kind of person who interfered. If it weren't for Lan Xing, would young Master Mu know her? Master, I don't think it's necessary to let her inherit the He family with Lan Xing. With her character, if there's no He family, I don't think the Mu family will want her. He Launching was standing beside Mother He. Hearing Mother He's words, she chuckled. Dinley only recently heard rumors in the laboratory that Xianxia was the daughter of the He family. When he heard the news, Dinley was actually very puzzled. He had seen Xiaohua's grandmother. She lived a very simple life, with a little bit of honesty from the mountains. Most of the clothes she wore were washed white. Because of this, in the early days, Dinley also silently helped Xiaohua apply for a scholarship. He also checked Xiaohua's previous information. Living was really quite torturous. What do you mean by a person of her character? Dinley even dared to talk back to Dr. Jiang, let alone the He family. Mrs. He, I also want to ask you, what else did you do besides giving birth to her? Did you educate her? Did you raise her? Do you know what kind of life she had before? What right do you have to criticize her as a mother? Seeing that mother, he was stunned and speechless. Dinley sneered, also, inheriting the He family, where did you get the confidence to let her inherit the He family? Hearing his words, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but look at Dinley, not knowing why he said that. Old Master, he immediately said, directly, what do you mean? So, you really don't know that YD group belongs to Xiaohua? President Li said gently to them, it's fine if you don't know about other things, but YD became popular in the domestic and foreign market as soon as it was listed. It became a brand exclusive to the aristocrats. You should know about this, right? Who didn't know about YD group, especially the He family? Recently, the He family had been working hard for the second generation of the YD group. The power behind the YD group had penetrated into foreign countries. It was complicated and had countless perfume brands in its hands. Even the He family, who was in the limelight, was suppressed by the Y group and wanted to rely on the Mu family. Even Old Master, he was very cautious and tried to find out who the person behind Y group was. But now, Old Master he, as well as Xianxia's group of people, all felt that the world was very ridiculous. This market value was constantly rising, and it was only a matter of time before it surpassed the He family. Unexpectedly, the YD group was Xiaohua's? You also decided whether you want Xiaohua to inherit the Yi family. Tut, you give the Yi family this mess to Xiaohua, but she won't want it. Dinley looked at them, you still want her to mix perfume for you and bring your Yi family back to life. To tell you the truth, now her face YD company's perfume is rarely mixed, and the National Academy is robbing people from YD company. Otherwise, why do you think YD company is so big, and the higher-ups don't care? After saying that, President Li put his hands behind his back and left humming a song. Xianxia and Linning both stood in the same place. Their previous complacency had completely disappeared. At this time, there was only confusion. Senior sister Yi Xiaohua is really... Linning murmured, forgetting the latter words. Xianxia didn't speak. It's not that she didn't want to say it, but because she knew that President Li couldn't lie. Only one thing, Yi Xiaohua. She was really the founder of YD company. But how could it be? The two of them were almost the same. They both felt that they were already excellent enough. In terms of mixing perfume, it was already difficult for anyone to compare with them. But now it seemed that compared with Yi Xiaohua, no, there was no need to compare, because they knew that there was no comparison at all. Compared with Xianxia and Linying's shame and indignation, Old Master He and the other two people's hearts were really bleeding now. YD company appeared a month ago, with the first set of perfume. He finally knew why the Mu family didn't use the perfume developed by Xianxia. With Yi Xiaohua, how could they look at Xianxia, who was more than a little worse? A month ago, did you go to her? He stared at Himu and Hifu. What did you two say to her, that she would rather set up her own house than come to our He family? Himu and Himu thought of Bai Baiwan before, and their faces changed. The two of them didn't dare to hide it from the old man at this time. He listened to the two of them and slowly closed his eyes. The whole person seemed to have aged several years. So that's how it is. She must have had hope for the He family before. What you said interrupted her last thoughts, so she decided to create a brand by herself. But do you know? Because of your momentary impulse, our He family lost the smartest descendant in more than 100 years. The more Lei thought about it, the more his heart ached. In the end, he closed his eyes and fainted. On the other side, Yi Xiaohua went to Mu's house. She began to wonder how Grandma Ye's body was and whether she could withstand the shock. After leaving Mu's house, Grandma Ye called back and asked her to go to a hotel for dinner. Yi Xiaohua naturally knows what Yi Longjuan's family means now. Naturally, Yi Mingyu has found a rich boyfriend, so he wants to show off in front of their grandfather and grandson. Well, Mu Jingyun has a lot on hand now. And he has no interest in Yi Longjuan's family. He just looks at the time. That's an hour later. It will take 20 minutes to get there. Yi Xiaohua doesn't think it will take long to have a meal. 40 minutes is enough. Maybe Yi Longjuan's family, including her boyfriend, will be so angry that they don't want to eat. Yi Xiaohua nodded, and Mu's driver drove her to the Huangting Hotel. When Yi Xiaohua went up, everyone was already here. Grandma Yi sat in a seat in the corner. There was an empty seat beside her. Yi Xiaohua sat directly in the past. When he saw her, Yi Mingyu's boyfriend looked at her more, and his eyes were a little amazed. Eat quickly, Xiaohua. Grandma Yi has never seen the delicacies on the table, and immediately gives Yi Xiaohua dishes. I heard that this is bird's nest. It's beautiful to eat, and this is abalone. Doesn't it look strange? It can only be seen on TV, but I didn't expect it to look like this. Grandma Yi whispered. But how big is the whole table? Others can hear it clearly. The face of the second grandmother's family flashed with disgust. Let's eat, Yi Mingyu said happily, this is all my boyfriend's treat. He directly ordered more than 12,000 yuan for a table of dishes. This is probably the only time you guys can eat. Hearing that this table is so expensive, Grandma Ye's eyes widened, and her face looked like a small citizen who had never seen it before. Yi Mingyu's boyfriend smiled and didn't speak. He was a little interested in Yi Xiaohua at first, but looking at Grandma Ye's performance, he couldn't help but take back his eyes. This is too rustic. It's very different from the avant-garde Yi Mingyu. Mingyu's boyfriend, his family is in real estate. Do you know the department store building in front of him? It's contracted by his family. Xiaohua is also in the Imperial University. Does she have a boyfriend? Yi Mingyu's grandmother, while eating, looked at Grandma Yi. It's not without reason that she dislikes Grandma Yi so much. When Grandpa Yi was still alive, Grandma Yi lived a good life. Later, Grandpa Yi died, and they didn't leave any descendants. Second grandma didn't know how happy she was. The worse she sees Grandma Yi, the happier she is. No. Grandma Yi was about to speak. Yi Xiaohua interrupted her directly. She looked at the second grandma and said indifferently, yes. Is that so? I don't think your grandma knows. Since the fire is still burning, why don't you call her out to take a look? Second grandma said with a smile. She wouldn't believe that a person like Yi Xiaohua would have a good boyfriend in college. Yi Xiaohua ate a few mouthfuls and put them on the chopsticks. I'm leaving. He's waiting for me downstairs. Pfft, then I want to see. Most of the people at the table have eaten. Tonight, Yi Longjuan's family is mainly chasing after Yi Mingyu's boyfriend and showing off to Grandma Yi. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Yi Mingyu naturally wanted to see it. Grandma Yi looks at Yi Xiaohua in surprise. She wants to know when she made her boyfriend, but she has no chance to say it. He could only endure it and go outside with Yi Xiaohua. The Imperial Court is a high-end hotel, and there are not many people coming and going outside. Yi Mingyu's family wants to find a man who is not so outstanding outside, or better, find a car that is not so outstanding, but they didn't expect that there is no one outside. Yi Mingyu hugged her boyfriend's hand, carrying a big brand bag, and smiled. Xiaohua, don't say that the luxury car on the opposite side is your boyfriend. However, she didn't finish a sentence. A handsome figure came down from the luxury car. He walked over with his back to the light. From head to toe, he was noble and elegant. Grandma, she finally let me see you. She was afraid that I would scare you, so she didn't visit. Mu Jingyun looked at the time. It's getting late. I'll take you back first. Saying that, he opened the door and let Grandma Yi, who was already stiff, sit in. From beginning to end, he didn't look at Yi Mingyu's family. After they left, Yi Mingyu came back to his senses. Yi Longjun opened his mouth. That car just now. He remembered seeing it on TV. It was at least 10 million yuan, which was more than 1 grade higher than Yi Mingyu's boyfriend's Benz. Yi Mingyu's boyfriend didn't speak, but said in a daze, "The key is not the car, but the license plate. It's not something a rich person can get." "Uncle Yi, who is your relative?" Half a year later, YD Group has completely passed through Xianxia and became the #1 perfume producer in Asia and the world. Both black and white escorted her, and her journey was smooth. Half a year later, the mysterious founder of YD Group appeared for the first time on an interview program. When they saw this interview news, the 3 people in Yi Xiaohua's dormitory who were eating dropped the things in their hands. Meanwhile, in the Yan family, Yanan, who was extremely busy, was looking at the news in disbelief. He couldn't believe it, but now Su Hao, who was close to Yi Xiaohua, had become the successor of Su family. Yanan sat on the sofa and fell into deep annoyance. As for Lin Ying, who he had been optimistic about before, Su Hao had no time to care. Although Lin Ying was talented in perfume, with Yi Xiaohua, her talent was not very outstanding. What was even more incomprehensible was that she scored more than 600 in the college entrance examination, but when she went to university, she failed several subjects in a row. Except for the series of incense mixing, she failed all the other subjects. The most unforgivable thing in the capital university was to fail so many subjects in a row. In her sophomore year, Lin Ying was ordered to drop out of school. She wanted to go to Hijia and Su Hao, but now Hijia was gradually declining, and Su Hao didn't pay attention to her. She seemed to have nowhere to go. Su Hao pursed his lips, already knowing the answer in his heart. He family. Old man. He watched the interview program on TV, and Yi Xiaohua was answering the host's question, "Of course, I'm not an orphan, and you know I was left behind?" Hate? To be honest, I hated it a long time ago, but now, I don't feel it. Old man. He clutched his chest and couldn't breathe for a long time. Sitting on the side, Mrs. He, who no longer had the temperament of a noble lady, also watched the TV and fell into a daze. Now YD Group covers the sky in the perfume industry. Mrs. He couldn't help but think, if she didn't stop Yi Xiaohua from going to He family at that time, would they be in the same situation as YD Group now? However, there was nothing fake in this world. Ding. Complete main task 1, the system rewards 2,000 points. Congratulations to the host for completing the main task 2, the system rewards 2,000 points. Ding. System 008 serves the host, 4,000 points are received, leaving the world. In the chaos, Yi Xiaohua didn't know how long it had been. When she woke up again, she only heard a voice in her ear, "How is it, did you wake up?" "Not yet, it's really annoying, why do we have to bring this recruit? What's more, she's the daughter of a wealthy family. She can't even carry her on her shoulders." The voice sounded very impatient and even a little irritated. "How are we going to carry out the mission with her? She'll get caught in a trap while walking. Is this mission a joke? She's obviously a woman, why is there such a big difference between her and Captain Wu?" "Okay, stop talking, she's about to wake up." The voice sounded much gentler than the person just now. "You can't compare everyone with Jia Rong, can you? Even if Jia Rong is in the special forces, not to mention her, even you and I can't compare with Jia Rong." "What you said is also true." The grumpy man finally came to his senses. "Is she awake?" A cold female voice sounded, "When can we leave?" It was at this time that Yi Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes. The man holding the military green hat beside her happened to see it, and couldn't help but frown. "Captain Wu," she woke up. Yi Xiaohua hadn't received the plot yet, but from the conversation just now, she knew that Captain Wu was the cold woman in front of her. She directly looked up at Wu Jiarong. Unlike the others, Wu Jiarong was dressed in an army green outfit with several guns at her waist. He was still holding a sword in his hand, and his expression was cold and solemn. The team members around her all looked at Wu Jiarong with reverence. "It's good that you're awake. You're a temporary transfer from the higher-ups." Wu Jiarong looked at Yi Xiaohua and said, "I can't send you away in this situation. However, the Thunder Special Team doesn't want a weakling. If you step on a trap that even a normal soldier can recognize next time, I will leave you behind immediately. The Thunder Special Team doesn't need someone like you." After listening to Wu Jiarong's words, the others around her couldn't help but sneer. However, thinking of the current situation, they did not care about Yi Xiaohua anymore. Yi Xiaohua could feel that this Wu Jiarong was very unhappy with her. She looked at her with eyes as cold as a dead person, with disgust and a trace of disdain. After Wu Jiarong finished speaking, she took out the 2 guns on her waist and carefully wiped them. It was as if it was a treasure. Yi Xiaohua watched for a while. A seemingly mocking voice came from the side. Captain Wu is the #1 person in the Thunder Special Team's training, and also the #1 sharpshooter with 2 guns. You can't even hit a tree stump 5 meters away. Even if I look at you again, you won't be able to learn her operation. Digression, just in time for National Day, I wrote a hot-blooded story about a soldier's faith and soul. I hope everyone will like it. I had a very happy September this year. Thank you very much for your company in September. Thunder Special Forces. Yi Xiaohua silently recited the name. She could naturally hear that the person who spoke was the impatient male voice from the beginning. Yi Xiaohua hadn't received the memory yet. Yi Xiaohua didn't know what kind of character the original owner was, so she didn't say anything. She just slightly lowered her eyes and let 008 give her the plot of this world. Seeing her lowered eyes, the man who had just spoken glanced at her, then moved his eyes away and didn't look at her anymore. Let's rest here for 10 minutes. I'll look around. After Wu Jiarong finished, she turned and walked into the depths of the jungle. I'll go with you. The tall and handsome man standing on the side whispered and followed. He didn't even look at Yi Xiaohua sitting next to him. The others were doing their own things. Some were gnawing on dry food, some were wiping their weapons, and some were discussing in a low voice with a map. At this time, Yi Xiaohua had already received the plot sent by 008. As she expected, she was now in an army. The original owner was born in a military compound. In order to pursue Li Zongyuan, who was the same age as her in the military compound, she chased him to the army. She passed the strict test and joined the army. After coming in, she really liked being a soldier. She was assigned to Wu Jiarong's team. In fact, the original owner's ability was not bad. After all, she could join the army. But the team she joined was not ordinary. There was Li Zongyuan, and the captain was Wu Jiarong, who had just come out of the Thunder Special Forces. She was an excellent Special Forces soldier who had experienced countless life and death training. She was also the only genius double gunner in the Thunder Special Forces. She could shoot with both hands at the same time, and she never missed. Hearing that she had accepted the mission, everyone scrambled to be with her. Beautiful skills. She was an excellent soldier. This time, she took a team of 7 people to do an infiltration mission on the edge of the country. Through anti-detection of the enemy's defense line, without alerting the enemy, sneak into the enemy's defense line, and get back the secret information that the Special Intelligence Agency had placed on the enemy. Special Forces missions were also divided into levels, from level 1 to level 7. They were basically around level 3 missions, and level 5 and above required very professional Special Forces soldiers to complete. It was just an ordinary level 3 mission, but a few days after they accepted the mission, the military headquarters received some information from agents. The enemy's defense line was very careful, and there was a very high-tech warning system. On the surface, it was a level 3 quest, but in reality, it was a level 7 quest. The military headquarters sent the Thunderbolt squad to rescue them, but the enemy discovered them very quickly. The Thunderbolt squad had no choice but to abandon a few people in order to protect the genius Wu Jiarong. The original owner of this body was also one of the people who were left behind. In the end, he was captured by the enemy and tortured to death. After safely leaving, Wu Jiarong and Li Zongyuan each took on another mission. The timing was very coincidental. In fact, Wu Jiarong is a reader of the book. She looks down on the silly and sweet character of Yi Xiaohua. After coming to this world, she received some golden fingers, dual gunners. Because of this cheat, in addition to her knowledge of the plot, she completed one mission after another with the original male lead, Li Zongyuan. It was as if she could predict all kinds of situations, and countless soldiers worshipped her. Li Zongyuan was very interested in this mysterious characteristic of hers. In the end, Wu Jiarong became a soldier king that everyone respected. He had become everyone's glory. The members of the Thunderbolt Special Battle Team did not regret using that group of people to exchange for Wu Jiarong. This time, Wu Jiarong, who had read the novel, naturally knew about the level 3 to 7 mission. She just used a trick to let the original owner die in this level 7 mission. And because the original owner of this body did not tell the secret, she was finally tortured to death in prison. In the end, her body was thrown outside by the enemy and taken away by the wild wolves. The organization that the original owner trusted the most did not come to save her in the end. In the end, Li Zongyuan lived a sweet life with her in the next year. And the original owner's parents searched for the body of the original owner for a lifetime, but they could not find it. This time, the original owner's wish was very simple. Complete this level 7 mission, don't let more ordinary people suffer, and then live well and become an outstanding soldier. After receiving the plot, Wu Jiarong also came back. Have you all rested well? She asked, and finally looked at Yi Xiaohua, who seemed to still have her head down listlessly. If this is the Thunderbolt Special Battle Team, you don't even have the qualifications to do logistics. Yi Xiaohua, if you really want to be a soldier, then honestly participate in the training. Don't even be able to pass the most common level 1 alert system. Next time I will really leave you behind. Li Zongyuan, who followed behind him, was naturally very familiar with Yi Xiaohua. In fact, they could be considered to have grown up together. Previously, Yi Xiaohua was indeed outstanding, whether it was grades or other aspects. If it was in the past, Li Zongyuan would definitely take care of Yi Xiaohua. But now, he was very emotional towards Wu Jiarong. Now, basically no one else could enter his eyes. But hearing Wu Jiarong's words, he could not help but frown. Can't even pass the level 1 alert system? Isn't this basically what every soldier can do? Wu Jiarong looked at Yi Xiaohua, that gaze was very complicated. There was contempt, there was also indifference. Finally, she sneered, for a rich young lady like her, how could her family bear to let her undergo this kind of intense training? There was an obvious hint of disdain in her words. Hearing Wu Jiarong's words, the few people around her, in an instant, roared with laughter. Towards these people's reactions, if it was the original body, it would have long been embarrassed and flushed. But for Yi Xiaohua, there was no impact at all. She very calmly opened her military backpack, looking at what the original body had brought. Her eyes drooped slightly. The original owner's wish was to be a good soldier. Yi Xiaohua slowly raised a smile, cold and elegant and full of wanton. This level 7 task is the place where the original owner's dream of being a soldier fell. Then she will be here, let the original owner have a good look, she will pick up the original owner lost a little bit here. Wu Jiarong didn't survive in this world according to the plot. Also got a title of divine mathematician. Sniper with double guns, then Yi Xiaohua will give her a good lesson. A real soldier will never give up any of his comrades, go out together, and come back together, even if it's ashes, you have to hold them back, only soldiers can really understand the blood of this kind of country's soldiers. What are you going to do? 008 asked halfway, suddenly trembling. When it remembered the plane of the international training camp, from the beginning of the military region to the final international training camp, she was the existence that made everyone's hair stand on end, and others could never catch up with her. 1. Off topic, last month, the third place in the monthly ticket list, the third place in the Academy's monthly list will have a bonus of 1,000 yuan. A few months ago, Hua Hua, who was defeated twice, could not imagine that there would be such a day. Hua Hua knows that without you, I am still nothing now. Thank you for your efforts, creating one after another I thought impossible, the bonus also belongs to you, Hua Hua. I'll put in the monthly ticket red packet, dear people, vote for the minimum monthly ticket, take advantage of the national day and double the monthly ticket, get double the red packet. If you can't get it, Hua Hua will keep sending it until you get 1,000 yuan. After Wu Jiarong finished speaking, she glanced at Yi Xiaohua before continuing, let's go. Li Zongyuan didn't know much about Yi Xiaohua before. After listening to Wu Jiarong's words, he looked at Yi Xiaohua expressionlessly. He didn't make any comments, but he didn't say anything to Yi Xiaohua either. There were a total of 7 people in their team. In addition to Wu Jiarong and Li Zongyuan, there were 4 other people. One was Lin Lan, who was in charge of high technology and weapon deciphering. One was a very fiery person, who was the sniper Wu Yong, who disliked Yi Xiaohua at the beginning. There were also 2 other infantry gunmen. The strength of this team was actually not very strong. Compared to Wu Jiarong and Li Zongyuan, they were much weaker, so the other 4 people had always been led by Wu Jiarong. After she finished speaking, the 7 people in the team immediately packed up their military backpacks and began to walk forward. Wu Jiarong and Li Zongyuan explored the way in front, while the other 4 walked behind them. And Yi Xiaohua walked alone at the back. Compared to these 6 people, the original owner's physical strength was really weak, and her body was not as agile as Wu Jiarong's. Therefore, at the beginning, the original owner couldn't keep up with them, and accidentally stepped into the trap. Although her body was still the same, with Yi Xiaohua's experience, she definitely followed behind them in the most effortless way. The other 6 people originally thought that Yi Xiaohua would fall behind this time. When they walked for 4 hours, Lin Lan thought of Yi Xiaohua, "Aren't we walking a bit too fast?" As he said that, he looked back. Wu Yong curled his lips, "I can't even keep up with this express delivery, why are you still a soldier?" But even though he said that, Wu Yong also glanced at the back. This glance made him a little surprised. Yi Xiaohua followed 5 meters away from them, carrying an empty military backpack. "Yi Xiaohua, where's your stuff?" Lin Lan looked at her. "I threw it away," Yi Xiaohua lightly said. She didn't need those clothes and quilts, and they also affected her movements. The target was still big, so she directly threw them into the system space. Hearing her words, Lin Lan didn't want to care about her anymore. Without saying anything, she directly walked forward. Wu Yong looked at her mockingly, "Eldest miss, if you can't do it, don't join the army. No one will give you their things at night." Yi Xiaohua did not speak. She had experienced the harshest training environment. At the very least, there was a lighter and a military knife. These 2 were enough for her to survive in the jungle. The other things were really a burden to her. Wu Yong and the others probably hadn't experienced surviving in the wild without anything, nor had they participated in that kind of extreme training, so they chose to bring so many things. Li Zongyuan and Wu Jiarong walked fast, and Yi Xiaohua did not drag them down. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, they finally arrived at the first line of defense. "What is this? Can you tell?" Wu Jiarong stood at the side of a small pit and could clearly see that it was a small cone that flashed with red light. Wu Jiarong and the others had never seen this new type of weapon. Lin Lan took out her small computer and a bunch of spare parts from her bag. She sat on the flashing red cone, turned on the computer, and entered a series of commands. "This weapon is very complicated. It's very likely that it's one of the weapons we've collected. Don't touch it." He did not choose to open it. Every country had advanced detection equipment, small weapons, detectors, and even bombs. Just from its appearance, Lin Lan could analyze that this thing might be an alarm, but it could not be ruled out as a bomb. When did this thing with such an impeccable appearance appear? Lin Lan's expression was very bad. Seeing Lin Lan like this, Wu Jiarong and Li Zongyuan's expressions were very serious. While watching Lin Lan analyze the weapon, they were also on guard for a sudden attack. The 6 people present were very focused. Only one person put his backpack on the ground, one hand behind his head, the other holding a wild fruit picked from who knows where and was nibbling on it. He calmly glanced at Lin Lan's small computer. His expression was very relaxed. Li Zongyuan's brows were already very tight. He looked deeply at Yi Xiaohua, who almost didn't care about anything. He had to admit that perhaps he had really misjudged Yi Xiaohua before. In this situation, even Wu Jiarong was very vigilant and did not dare to take it lightly. People who had gone through special training knew that when carrying out a mission, one misstep would cause the mission to fail. But Yi Xiaohua didn't care about anything, nor was she vigilant at all. Li Zongyuan suddenly understood why Yi Xiaohua was just an ordinary infantryman, while Wu Jiarong was a member of the Thunder Special Forces. Infrared, it should be a detection alarm. Wu Jiarong had never seen this kind of weapon before, but she had read this novel. It was written very clearly about all kinds of weapons. She didn't remember much, but she had a general impression of it. Li Zongyuan, you guys be careful. There are a lot of these things around here. If we are scanned by infrared, maybe our whereabouts will be discovered. Hearing Wu Jiarong's description, the others couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Lan looked at Wu Jiarong in surprise. Captain Wu, you know this too? It should be the thing you were talking about. I was thinking if there was a way to turn it off and bring it back for research. This made the others look at Wu Jiarong with even more respect. Only Yi Xiaohua did not move on the field. She just glanced at Wu Jiarong and continued to nibble on the wild fruit expressionlessly. Everything about this tropical forest was good. It was just that she had a group of teammates who were not very powerful. She couldn't catch a wild boar to make pork chops. As she thought about it, she threw away the core of the fruit. Hearing Lin Lan's confirmation, Li Zongyuan couldn't help but look at Wu Jiarong. He was getting more and more curious about this person. In fact, he didn't need to take such a mission at all. He was just curious about this Wu Jiarong who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The more he observed her, the more he felt that she was not simple. It should be the alarm. Lin Lan wasn't sure at first, but after hearing Wu Jiarong's speculation, he immediately affirmed his own words. It'll be fine as long as it doesn't touch the infrared. He reached out his hand, wanting to cross the infrared to pick up the weapon. On the surface, this mission was rated as a level 3 mission, but because the agent inside did not understand the weapons of the place, the military misjudged the difficulty of the mission. Lin Lan couldn't see anything about this weapon. But when Yi Xiaohua's spiritual force sweeps, she can find the mechanism wrapped in the steel. In the original plot, this should be the breaking point. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaohua put down the hand behind her head and frowned at Lin Lan. You can't touch it. Lin Lan already had doubts in her heart. At this time, when Yi Xiaohua said this, her hand immediately shrank back. What are you doing? When Wu Yong saw that Lin Lan actually listened to Yi Xiaohua's nonsense, he couldn't help but sneer. You and the martial team both judged that this weapon can't be touched, why do you still listen to her? Wu Yong stretched out his hand without any hesitation. Go beyond the infrared and touch the cone. He wanted to bring it closer for Lin Lan to study. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. A sharp whistle rang out, and Wu Yong realized that something was wrong. He immediately dropped the cone in his hand. This was the first time they were in actual combat. When the sound rang out, he panicked. Wu Yong subconsciously threw away the cone in his hand. At that moment, the communication watches on their wrists suddenly received an emergency message. Level 7 mission? Li Zongyuan stared at the watch's interface. At this time, even he couldn't help but gradually turn pale. Level 7 missions were also known as death missions in the military camp. Basically, every time a level 7 mission appeared, more than half of the top elite teams would die, and sometimes, the entire team would be wiped out. Lin Lan's microcomputer was still on the ground. Of course, he had heard of the death mission. A trace of despair gradually appeared in his eyes. Go in this direction. Even though she had read about it in novels, Wu Jiarong's hands were trembling when she really experienced such an exciting scene. She didn't expect to be discovered by the enemy so early. Bring our people to the center of the forest. After Wu Jiarong said that, she immediately took the lead and walked forward. Not far away, the military dog barked. Not good. Li Zongyuan ordered resolutely. It's the search dogs. We've been targeted by them. Run. This time, no one spoke. Everyone picked up their things and ran towards the rescue. The search speed of the military dogs was not that fast. None of the 7 of them spoke, and the wisdom tree ran as fast as it could. Lin Lan was still holding her most precious computer in her hands. Wu Yong could only feel the wind beside his ears. At this moment, he could not hear anything else. His mind was completely blank. Even Li Zongyuan was afraid of this death mission. To them, who were still considered recruits, the challenge was too great. Even if they were to die, they didn't want to die in such a sullen manner. He suddenly remembered that Yi Xiaohua had just told him not to touch. Did she know? At the thought of this, Wu Yong immediately looked to the side. Yi Xiaohua was running beside him. Originally, Wu Yong and Lin Lan thought that Yi Xiaohua would not be able to keep up. Unexpectedly, this time, not only did Yi Xiaohua keep up, but even her breath was not chaotic. Wu Yong didn't observe much, but Lin Lan, who was observant, noticed it. Even he and Wu Yong couldn't help but gasp at the speed, but Yi Xiaohua's breath was still steady. It was almost like she was not the same person as the Yi Xiaohua who fell into the trap in the morning. But at this time, they didn't think so much. Because Wu Jiarong was a heavyweight person named by the higher-ups to be protected, the military sent people to help almost as soon as they knew about this. We can only take 2 people. General Liu stood next to the helicopter and looked at the 7 people coming over. He had to tell them the truth. Wu Jiarong was silent for a moment, then said, "Then let them go first. Major Li, you and Yi Xiaohua retreat first, I'll cover them." "Are you kidding?" Hearing this, Wu Yong immediately said, "Captain Wu, you can't stay. The first to leave should be you." The rescue this time was very rushed. After all, it was a level 7 mission. If they were not careful, they would all die inside. The military also took a big risk to come over to pick them up. "I'm sorry, there's an order from the higher-ups." General Liu sighed and glanced at the other 5 young faces. "Captain Wu is the first person to be protected. I hope you can understand, and Major Li. When we go back, we will increase the rescue, please wait patiently." If they wanted to save someone, they naturally had to save the most valuable person. Needless to say, Li Zongyuan. Wu Jiarong, on the other hand, was a rookie in the Leitang Special Forces. Her marksmanship was superb, and she was comparable to a Special Forces soldier. Plus, she was naturally sensitive to danger, so the military headquarters chose these 2 without a second thought. After the rumbling sound of the helicopter left, the barking of dogs not far away became more obvious. "Let's go." Lin Lan was the first to speak. The group walked south in silence. It was at this time that Yi Xiaohua, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke, "Don't go that way, follow me." Saying this, she didn't wait for the others to respond and directly walked north. This was obviously the opposite direction. In the past, Wu Yong and the others naturally wouldn't listen to Yi Xiaohua. But after what just happened, the group of people looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and followed. Yi Xiaohua saw that they were all following her, and was a little surprised. She originally thought that these people disdained her. After walking for a distance, dog barking God could not be heard. Crisis resolved, Wu Yong and the others looked at each other and saw a kind of inconceivable color in the bottom of each other's eyes. How did she do it? "Give me the microcomputer." It was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. The group of people's bodies had reached the point of exhaustion. They were tired and thirsty. Yi Xiaohua reached out to Lin Lan. Lin Lan directly handed the microcomputer in his hand to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua took it and typed the code on it with one hand. She said, "The 5th tree behind me, dig up the bark, there is water inside. Whoever is thirsty can drink it. The red fruit on the 3rd tree behind me can be eaten." When she said this, she did not raise her head. It was dark behind her, and she could not see anything. Several other people did as she said, and sure enough, they saw the tree with water and the red fruit. For a moment, it was difficult to be surprised. After eating and drinking, the group of people silently walked to Yi Xiaohua and got her a pot of water. Another person picked the fruit for her. Yi Xiaohua pressed the last enter key. Complicated instructions appeared on the computer. Lin Lan, who was fetching water for Yi Xiaohua, looked at this series of complicated instructions and was shocked to the point of speechlessness. You, are you a hacker?" Actually, hackers could not surprise Lin Lan. What Lin Lan was really surprised was that Yi Xiaohua could break through the firewall of the most powerful terrorist organization without alarming anyone. He understood that there was no such talent in the Hua country military. Perhaps the military also did not know that Yi Xiaohua, who was just an ordinary soldier, turned out to be a ghost hacker. If such a person were to be lost here, it would be the country's loss. Just now, the land general should have brought you back. Lin Lan looked at Yi Xiaohua. The other 3 people around him heard Lin Lan's evaluation of Yi Xiaohua, and their hearts trembled, but they did not say anything. However, Yi Xiaohua herself did not care. "We're out," Yi Xiaohua said. A string of satellite maps appeared on the computer, and there were a lot of surveillance images. "We are here, there is an air defense hole in the west. If you want to leave, you can go there overnight." Wu Yong noticed that she said you. "What about you?" "I'll get the information, and by the way, save them." Yi Xiaohua clicked on a monitoring screen. After the image was zoomed in, everyone could see that there were two children from Hua country, about 7 or 8 years old, and a middle-aged man and woman. A group of people wearing protective suits injected something into their bodies and started to heat up the iron under the two boys' feet. The two kids didn't seem to know pain. Their parents wailed through the glass door to no avail. "Bastard!" Wu Yong fiercely hammered the tree beside him and said viciously. Lin Lan pursed her lips. "It's the UR virus, a new zombie weapon." After that, he looked at Yi Xiaohua. "I can tell you how to avoid the trap. Wu Yong is better at sniping than you. I'll help you save people." The other two looked solemn. "We haven't rescued him yet, how can we leave?" Yi Xiaohua's hand paused for a moment. Looking at the determined expressions on the faces of the 4 people in front of her, she had a strange feeling in her heart. "Let's go." She took the water, drank 2 mouthfuls, and led them to the place where the 4 people were kept. There was no one guarding the place where the 4 people from Hua country were kept. Yi Xiaohua casually took out a wire and opened the lock. Lin Lan, who was going to take out a knife, saw her like this, and could not help but say, "Yi Xiaohua, you just reminded us, do you know what that cone is?" Yi Xiaohua glanced at him faintly. "Well, it's not an alarm, but a tracker. That's why those military dogs found us so quickly." They did not admit that they could not feel it. Now that Yi Xiaohua said it herself, the 4 of them could not help but take a deep breath. Horrifying. It was really horrifying. Lin Lan's gaze toward Yi Xiaohua began to become respectful. The place where the person in charge held the 4 people from Hua Nation was not hidden, and there were no guards. Those people should not have thought that someone could hack the surveillance. They would not have been able to enter so easily. They brought the middle-aged man and woman and their children out. The 2 children should have lost the effect of the drug, but even their crying was very soft. When Wu Yong took him, the boy opened his eyes and smiled weakly. "Mom said that the military uncles will definitely come to save me." The middle-aged parents were already in tears. The corners of their mouth trembled as they touched the 2 children's faces. They said thank you and were about to kneel down, but Yi Xiaohua stopped them with one hand. "Don't be afraid, we are behind you." She glanced outside with a slightly deep gaze. "Let's go." At this time, the sky was almost bright. The house they were in was at the edge of the terrorist organization. As soon as they went out, a sharper sound than last night sounded. Yi Xiaohua looked up and saw a fighter plane not far away. "You guys go first." She directly handed the computer to Lin Lan and the other 3. "I will help you guys. It's the path I mentioned last night." After that, she pushed everyone out of the gate of the base. However, Lin Lan and Wu Yong did not leave. They handed the 2 children to the other 2 people. The other 2 team members did not want to leave, but they knew that someone must send these 4 ordinary people outside safely. They just endured their red eyes and looked at Yi Xiaohua and Lin Lan. "You 3 wait for us to come back." After that, without looking back, they directly carried the 2 children and ran toward the dense forest with the middle-aged man and woman. "It's Red Scorpion." After seeing a team of people with guns coming this way, Lin Lan's body trembled. Red Scorpion, the world's largest terrorist organization. The number of ordinary people who had died in their hands was uncountable. No wonder it was classified as a level 7 mission. "Let's fight." Wu Yong had thought that he would be afraid when facing death, but now there was nothing and he had no intention of escaping at all. "When I was a soldier, I thought that I would die one day, but I didn't expect that my death would be so valuable. My life is worth it. Yes, even if we die, we have to delay them." Lin Lan took out his weapon. Under such circumstances, he actually laughed. "We'll also let them understand that our Hua country's declaration that we can't even harm a single Hua country citizen isn't bullshit. Since they dared to capture our countrymen, they should be prepared to bleed." Both of them knew that they would die if they stayed. Yi Xiaohua let them go. How could they go, leaving only a Yi Xiaohua who couldn't even aim accurately? "You guys actually dare to not leave." The leader of the Red Scorpions grinned at the 3 of them. Yi Xiaohua listened to his words, took out her weapon, and suddenly smiled. "Do you know who we are?" More than 70 years ago, Hua country did not have fighter jets, rockets, or weapons, But they did not bow down to any country in the world. They led 40,000 ordinary people and used their flesh and blood to drive those countries that invaded their land out of Hua country's land. Now, Hua country had aircraft carriers, they had fighter jets, they had tanks, they had weapons. How could they bow down? Digression: when Hua wrote this chapter, he was only thinking about that elementary school text. There weren't enough planes during the nation founding ceremony. You said to fly twice. Now we don't need to fly twice anymore, we can have as many as we want. Some of the content in this chapter was blocked, so Hua changed it a little. When he wrote it, his eyes were filled with tears. It really wasn't easy to get to where he was today. Everyone, please collect your monthly red packets. Good night, brave warriors of the Empire. The leader of Red Scorpions smiled as he looked in their direction. His gaze swept past Xianxia and the other two, his pale eyes filled with killing intent. But it's a pity that all of you will become our guinea pigs. Immediately, he took a step back. A group of people dressed in black behind him immediately stepped forward and looked at Xianxia and the others as if they were trapped. One of you can crack my firewall. I can't believe Hua country is willing to send you here to risk your life. Behind the crowd, Red Scorpion lit a cigarette and looked at the three of them. Finally, his gaze stopped on Lin Lan, who was holding the computer. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can defeat my men, I'll let you go. In reality, it was not easy for the military to train a talent. For example, Wu Jiarong, no matter how risky it was, they would still send people to rescue her. Moreover, even if Wu Jiarong was captured, she would not die. Red Scorpion would keep her to exchange for Hua country's captives. There was too little talent in the military. Training a person would cost a lot of money and time. No country would secretly execute such a person. They would keep her to exchange for captives. Especially the air combat army. Okay. Lin Lan knew that Red Scorpion had mistaken her for someone else, but he did not say it. Instead, he handed the computer in his hand to Wu Yong. Come. Wu Yong opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Lin Lan shook his head. He was a weapons analyst in the military. His combat ability was not that good, but in his eyes, Xiaohua's combat ability was worse than his. Moreover, he could not let Red Scorpion and the others find out that Xiaohua was the one who cracked their firewall. Moreover, the most important thing for Lin Lan was to delay as much time as possible, so that the two members who had already left could bring the four ordinary people out. Bang! After just one move, Lin Lan's stomach was kicked hard. It was so painful that he twitched and his face turned pale. What kind of people were Red Scorpion's men? Even those international mercenaries could not beat them, let alone Lin Lan, who was just an ordinary recruit. This mission was marked as a level 7 mission, and it was not a blind evaluation by the organization. Again. Lin Lan's figure swayed, then he stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Bang, he fell down again, but this time, he was a few seconds slower than the last time. Wu Yong's eyes were bloodshot as he held the laptop in his hand. His fingertips were almost piercing his palm. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to buy time for his teammates who had left, he would have already rushed forward. When Red Scorpion's underling saw that he had actually managed to get up, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled viciously and charged forward with his bayonet in hand. Lin Lan could sense his speed and his direction, but he couldn't find a flaw in it. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill anyone? Wu Yong exclaimed. Lin Lan's vision gradually darkened. He had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to avoid this. He had already predicted it, but he had also delayed for about 10 minutes. The two teammates who had left would be safer. However, he tilted his head and looked in the direction of Xiaohua and Xiaohua. It was a pity that he couldn't save them. Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Lan felt a gust of cold air pour into her brain. Her mind, which had been muddled from the beating, became clear again. Immediately after, a cool and clear voice poured into his ears. Lin Lan, step back. Do you remember the combat technique we learned? The 5th and 6th moves. Lin Lan's entire body froze. He subconsciously looked in Xiaohua's direction, but she clearly didn't open her mouth. How could he hear her voice? But as he thought about it, the moves that Xiaohua had mentioned naturally appeared in his mind, and he used them in succession. The opponent's bayonet just happened to pass through his skin and through his clothes. Remember, there's something called Hua Nation martial arts. 30 years ago, one of our masters fought all over the world and stood at the top of the world. Our physiques aren't as good as others, but we're not sick men. Don't forget what our ancestors used 5,000 years to leave behind. The seventh move, using the palm, bang, this time, Red Scorpion was shaken away by Lin Lan's palm. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Unfortunately, Red Scorpion's pupils shrank when he saw Lin Lan like this. Then, he smiled sinisterly. You're all going to become my guinea pigs. He raised his hand, and the nearly 100 people behind him took out their weapons. A hot and humid wind blew through the jungle. The morning sun had already risen, but the sky looked a little dark. Lin Lan's eyes couldn't see very clearly anymore. Right now, he only relied on a trace of willpower. All he wanted was to give his two teammates time to retreat. Hold on for 1 minute, just one more second. Boom, his willpower exploded. His body had already reached its limit. He spat out a mouthful of blood, swayed, and was about to fall to the ground. But what awaited him wasn't the hard ground, but a cold fragrance. He raised his head, and under his blurry vision, he saw a cold face. I'm going to go first. He would rather die than be a prisoner of war. Wu Yong put the laptop that Lin Lan would bring with him even if he died into his backpack, and said calmly, then wait for me. Catch them. At the same time, Red Scorpion spoke directly. He gave the order. Instantly, everyone behind him rushed forward. Some laughed wildly, and some looked as if they were looking at 3 dead people. All of you go to hell. Wu Yong took out the few grenades left in his backpack. He looked at the people surging toward them with a determination to die. Were they afraid of death? Of course they were, but why did they still dare to stand here? Because behind them was the motherland, and beneath their feet was the land. Wu Yong's hand had already touched the thread of the grenade. However, it was at this moment that Yi Xiaohua pressed his hand down. Wu Yong looked at her in shock. But she didn't look at Wu Yong. Instead, her gaze was on Red Scorpion's hand. You're wrong. Red Scorpion was stunned for a moment, not knowing what she was talking about. Take 2 steps back. Yi Xiaohua handed Lin Lan to Wu Yong and said lightly. Then, she picked up a wooden stick that was as thick as an arm from the ground, and looked at Red Scorpion. Remember, we are soldiers of Hua country. They were not the imperial soldiers that Red Scorpion mentioned. They were from Hua country. Hua country soldiers. Wu Yong and these people have subconsciously listened to Yi Xiaohua's words after only one night. Hear her voice. He instinctively supported Lin Lan and took a step back. Let's go together. Seeing Wu Yong retreat, Yi Xiaohua raised her hand and said casually. How arrogant. Red Scorpion looked at her face greedily, then laughed evilly. Then I'll satisfy you. At this time, not to mention Wu Yong, even Lin Lan knew what Yi Xiaohua wanted to do. His eyes suddenly stared. Yi Xiaohua, are you fucking crazy? Come back. Those are the Red Scorpion Corps. Lin Lan's expression changed drastically. Can't you King leave? Now, Lin Lan and Wu Yong regretted it a little. Red Scorpion was the largest terrorist organization in the world. Their leader was currently the #1 person on the international wanted list. Even America did not dare to go against him. They were fine, but Yi Xiaohua, only then did the 2 of them curse him for being a bastard. How could he let a woman stay with them? Wait for me for 5 minutes. Yi Xiaohua did not answer their words, but looked back at them. Then, he turned around abruptly and circulated the ancient martial arts mental cultivation method that he had learned before. The familiar power circulated through his limbs and bones. Surging power poured into the tree stick in his hand. The surging power in her body swelled. Yi Xiaohua waved the wooden stick and rushed towards the first row of people like a streamer. There was no spiritual energy in this world, and it was not a fantasy world. It was not suitable for cultivation, nor was it suitable for learning Xian techniques. The only thing Yi Xiaohua could think of was the ancient martial arts she had learned. Extremely strong mental strength coupled with ancient martial arts, the entire wooden stick was now as hard as iron. Clang, a member of the Red Scorpion terrorist organization disdainfully chopped at the wooden stick, but in the next second, he looked at Xianxia in horror. His bayonet chopped on Xianxia's wooden stick, as if chopping on a piece of black iron. What kind of kung fu was this? Xianxia smiled at him and then slammed down. Whoosh, 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 the members of the Red Scorpion terrorist organization in the first row collapsed one by one. Xianxia? Xianxia is also a strong fighter? Wu Yong, who was about to put Lin Lan down to save Xianxia, stared dumbfoundedly at Xianxia, who was holding a wooden stick as if she was holding a sharp sword. His entire person was like the floating clouds and flowing water as he walked through the crowd of over 100 people. Wherever it passed, everyone would collapse, clutching their hands, chests, or legs. A top-notch hacker capable of breaching the firewall of Red Scorpion's base is actually a combat expert? Lin Lan leaned against the tree, unable to believe the scene in front of her. Wu Yong was a sniper. His combat arts were not high, but he had seen Li Zongyuan's combat arts. He said in a low voice, "Yes, and she is very strong." At the very least, Li Zongyuan would not be able to last more than 3 moves against her. She must be an expert in combat arts. Even the leader of the Leitang Special Combat Team doesn't have such skills. Yi Lan's main occupation is definitely not a hacker. In terms of combat skills, no one in the military can match her. Lin Lan was completely startled awake and could not come back to her senses. 5 minutes, no more, no less. More than 100 people fell to the ground. Only the Red Scorpion leader, who was holding a gun and standing about 100 meters away with trembling hands, was left. Xianxia lowered her head and found a piece of paper from the bodies of the fallen soldiers and put it in her pocket. Then she turned around and walked towards Lin Lan and the others, not even looking at the Red Scorpion leader. When she reached Lin Lan and the other's side, she casually threw the wooden stick in her hand behind her. She did not turn her head, but Lin Lan and Wu Yong both saw that the wooden stick, as if it had eyes, directly stabbed into the chest of the Red Scorpion leader. Lin Lan and Wu Yong were stunned and had yet to come back to their senses. They only felt that the scene just now was too shocking. That was the Red Scorpion that everyone in the world feared and had headaches about. Although there were only 100 people this time, Xianxia was alone. Lin Lan now believed Wu Yong's words. Not to mention one person in the military, even 100 people did not have such terrifying combat power. You. Lin Lan opened his mouth, wanting to ask if she was the one who had spoken in his mind and guided him. However, a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of Xianxia's mouth. She casually wiped it away. Don't talk. Hurry up and go. The rest of the Red Scorpion Corps will be coming to rescue soon. The body in this world was very ordinary. It could not withstand such a huge load just now. Xianxia's body was already hovering at the edge of its limits. Seeing her like this, Lin Lan and Wu Yong's expressions changed. They immediately walked in the direction of the other 2 team members. Seeing that Xianxia did not show any abnormalities along the way, Lin Lan and Wu Yong finally felt relieved. They retreated 2 miles away. Lin Lan's body could not take it anymore. Xianxia let them stop and rest. She went to find some wild fruits and water. She had the ability to catch animals to eat, but the smell of fire and blood could easily attract the enemy's military dogs. Xianxia, I really thought we were going to die this time. Lin Lan's face was pale. Looking at Xianxia, he smiled. I didn't think that our 9th Corps' 28th Squad would hide a big boss like you. I originally thought you were an expert hacker hidden by the military for this time's mission. I didn't expect you to be a big boss hacker. That's right. Wu Yong took a bite of the wild fruit and looked at Xianxia seriously. You know, Team Wu is from the Thunder Special Forces. But compared to you, she is far inferior. You are simply. Which corps are you from? Why are you in our ordinary 9th Corps? Could it be that you are from the legendary training camp? Wu Yong suddenly looked at Xianxia. No, even they are not as strong as you. Lin Lan raised her eyebrows in surprise. What training camp? Wu Yong did not say anything. Xianxia only looked at Wu Yong strangely. She was somewhat surprised that he actually knew about the training camp. She looked to the west with a heavy expression. Don't think about it. Hurry up and rest. She had already heard the sound of fighter jets. The people of the Red Scorpion Corps were about to arrive. Wu Yong stood up to support Lin Lan. However, he gave Yi Xiaohua an extra glance. Of course, Wu Yong didn't think too much about it. They immediately hurried on their way. The two teammates who led the four ordinary people to evacuate first left marks on the road. With Lin Lan on his back, Wu Yong wasn't actually walking very fast. When it was almost evening, they still hadn't walked out of the edge of the jungle. Yi Xiaohua's mental power was so strong that she could hear the sound of the Red Scorpion terrorist organization's fighter jet as she was leaving. Until now, they were getting closer and closer. It was so close that Lin Lan and Wu Yong heard it. The evacuation process was not as tense as they were. Let go of me. Lin Lan struggled to get down. However, Wu Yong ignored him and still carried him behind Yi Xiaohua. Wu Yong, wake up, Lin Lan pursed her lips and said softly, yes, it doesn't matter if you die, but haven't you thought about Xiaohua? I'm injured now, and I'm seriously dragging you guys down. If you put me down, you can escape. After Red Scorpion's men catch me, you can safely evacuate. Wu Yong had originally wanted to bring Lin Lan out with him, but now, hearing Lin Lan's words, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The sound of fighter jets above their heads was getting closer. In less than 10 minutes, they would be here. It doesn't matter to me, but as Lin Lan said, what about Yi Xiaohua? Remember, you're not a burden. At this moment, Yi Xiaohua suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Lan sternly. You're injured because you're trying to buy time for your two comrades and the four Hua Nation people to retreat. You're the glory of the 9th Division, not a burden. After that, Yi Xiaohua took off her back, took out a military knife and inserted it into her boots. Wu Yong, carry Lin Lan and retreat in the direction of the markings. I'll go. Wu Yong knew what Yi Xiaohua was going to do and opened his mouth in a deep voice. Yi Xiaohua stood up and looked at him coldly. Are you going to die? After he finished speaking, he didn't give them any time to regret and turned around to walk back in the direction he came from. Wu Yong and Lin Lan would always remember this day. Under the setting sun, Yi Xiaohua left without looking back. Thin and lonely. Let's go. Wu Yong bit his lips until they bled before he resisted the urge to follow them. You're crazy. Lin Lan struggled to get down. Wu Yong threw him down, pointed to the back, and roared with bloodshot eyes, go. Go back. She risked her life to let us evacuate safely. You're going to die if you go back. After he finished shouting, Lin Lan's movements froze. She didn't say anything else and just lowered her head. At this time, they could clearly feel that the fighter above them was getting further and further away. Wu Yong didn't say anything. He just silently carried Lin Lan on his back again and walked step by step towards the place he had memorized. The sky gradually darkened. The two of them did not hear any more sounds of fighter jets. But Yi Xiaohua has not come back yet. Remember that there is a wide river at the edge of the forest. After retreating from the danger zone, Wu Yong and his companion finally stopped. Wu Yong put Lin Lan down beside a tree and threw him the rest of the water and food. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked straight into the forest. At this time, Lin Lan, who was leaning against the tree and unable to move, said faintly, I still have one last bullet for myself. If the two of you don't come back, I will leave one last message to my superiors. We will all be wiped out. Wu Yong's footsteps paused, but he didn't say anything and resolutely walked into the forest. However, it was also at this time that a figure walked out of the forest. Digression, Wu Yong's raised foot hasn't been put down yet, and he looks at the figure coming towards them. There is a fanatical surprise on his face. And Lin Lan, who is leaning against the tree, suddenly stands up. Because of external and internal injuries, he stands up too fiercely and falls to the ground. But he doesn't feel any pain at all. Looking at the familiar figure coming towards them, he smiles like a fool. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I came back alive. Yi Xiaohua puts the bloody dagger in her hand into the scabbard and looks up at the two men. There is moonlight overhead. In fact, even without moonlight, they can smell the strong smell of blood on Yi Xiaohua's body. It's not just the enemy. Lin Lan and Wu Yong can see that under her arm, there is a drop of blood dripping down. Her arm should be injured, also, her deathly pale face. And when they walked, the sound of bombs rumbling in the deep forest, with flesh and blood, fighting with fighters. Don't think about it, you know what kind of fierce battle she has experienced. Lin Lan and Wu Yong both closed their eyes. As comrades, they are really bad. If they train harder and stronger, why does she need to work so hard? It was also from this time that a kind of fighting spirit and blood spirit became the two future military kings who coexisted in the future military region. People's fragility and strength are beyond their own imagination. Lin Lan, who is just experienced in human pain, didn't shed a tear. But now looking at Xianxia, he can't help wiping the corner of his eyes. Then he handed the water and wild fruit to Xianxia. Xianxia's situation is really not good now. This body doesn't match the ability she has. 008 in the space looks at Xianxia's expressionless face, and dare not speak. It's the only one who knows how fierce the situation was just now. After drinking water and eating wild fruit, Xianxia stood up and looked at the marks left by the two comrades who evacuated first. Let's go on. She finished and walked directly along the river. This is the border of M country. There are countless patrols, and we need to be careful everywhere. Wu Yong and Lin Lan follow her silently. After walking for nearly a night, they finally see the dawn. That's our flag. And the mark left by Xianxia. Wu Yong's eyes were good, and he immediately saw the bright red flag on the big ship in front of him. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say. 3 was one of the 2 soldiers who brought along 4 ordinary people. 3rd Z and 5th Z were 2 brothers. Wu Yong mustered all his strength and followed behind Xianxia as they jogged towards the direction of the ship. They are our soldiers. Standing by the stairs of the big ship was also a soldier of Hua country. When he saw Xianxia and the others' camouflage clothes, he immediately raised his hand and asked someone to open the door. They're injured. Quick, go down. Wu Yong, Lin Lan, Xianxia, the 3 of you are finally back. Upon hearing the 3 soldiers, Xianxia, who was on the boat, immediately ran down. Seeing the 3 of them in a sorry state, he laughed and cried at the same time. Sirs, please board the ship first. The people from M Nation will be here soon. As soon as the soldiers on the ship saw their clothes, they knew that Xianxia was a soldier of the Special Army, and immediately respected. The 4 of them boarded the ship. Brother, sister, you're back. Mom and Dad, I said they would definitely come back. When the 2 rescued children saw Xianxia and the others, they excitedly wanted to hug them. Fortunately, their parents saw that Xianxia and Lin Lan were injured. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. They just stood up straight and respectfully saluted them. The soldiers on the ship said to the 2 parents, go up to the 2nd floor first. This is what we should do. Don't worry, no matter where you are, someone will come to take you home. The group of people went up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was full of noisy Hua country people. There was the sound of children crying, of men and women quarreling. Xianxia saw the soldiers on the ship on the highest stand, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, everyone, please don't worry. The ship will leave soon. Please don't crowd and make noise, don't worry. My son is still in the hands of those terrorists. Didn't you say that none of us would be fine? But my son. A woman's suppressed cry sounded, he's still so young, only 3 years old. My wife is sick, and there's no medicine on this ship. When can we leave for home? Any later, my wife will die. An angry crowd went up and grabbed the soldier who spoke. Didn't you say that you would leave last night? Why haven't you left yet? What are you hiding? Why are we being attacked? Xianxia looked at the messy 2nd floor and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered something and looked at 3. Where's your brother? Hearing this, 3 was stunned. During the evacuation, he died in the line of duty in order to distract the enemy. I buried him by the river. When it's safe to evacuate, I'll bring him home. Xiaohua's fingers clenched tightly. Her voice was a little hoarse. It's me, she still hadn't thought it through. She thought that she had attracted everyone's firepower. Xianxia, Lin Lan knew what she was thinking and said directly, first of all, you are a person, not a god. You see, because of you, the 7 of us can survive. This is a miracle, isn't it? Yi Xiaohua didn't speak. She just closed her eyes. The blood in her left hand was still dripping. At this moment, many people on the ship heard the soldier on the bed call Yi Xiaohua and her group officers. They immediately rushed over. Officer? Then can you tell me now, when can we leave? Why did we stop for 2 days? Are we all going to die here? Major General Liu has been taken away. How can you guarantee our safety? A middle-aged man grabbed Wu Yang's arm crazily. His face was flushed. 2 days, wandering on the edge of life and death for 2 days. These ordinary people have all gone crazy. It's not so simple to go back. Passes and other things have to be done. They also have to communicate with people from other countries. But now, the people who were forced to stay here no longer believe in the army. The remaining army can no longer appease them. The riot will soon begin. These people are likely to seize control of the ship and sail it themselves. Without good communication, they will be waiting for the navy of other countries to attack. 3 and the others were still explaining. Yi Xiaohua didn't say anything. She took a deep breath and bent down to pull out the dagger from her leg. Then she stood on the platform. Looking at the dense crowd below, she directly pulled out the dagger bayonet on her right arm with a red stamp. Bright red blood flowed down. All the rioters were shocked by the scene and subconsciously looked at her. Yi Xiaohua, the 28th team of the 9th Corps of Z City, swears by the blood and the glory on my shoulder that I will take you home safely. Digression, is the National Day the best time to vote for these hot-blooded soldiers? Thinking of when our country first started to build the railway, there was no tunnel boring machine technology through the cave. The price in D country was too expensive. Huahua was sad to see the professor in the documentary saying that they couldn't afford that price. Then the professor said domineeringly, "We will build it ourselves." Then he took his team to build the first tunnel boring machine. It's really proud. On the National Day, I will popularize the positive energy for you. Not only the soldiers, but they are also silently winning glory. All the ordinary people who were still rioting on the ship were stunned by Yi Xiaohua's sudden appearance. One by one, they stared at the bright red blood slowly flowing down Yi Xiaohua's hand, and no one dared to make a sound. Not only was her right arm bleeding, but there were also dark bloodstains on her body, and there were mud and grass on her clothes. However, she didn't show any embarrassment. Her back was still very straight. Her eyes were still very firm. One could imagine what kind of battle she had experienced before. Those ordinary people who were pulling the collars of the soldiers slowly put down their hands. Lin Lan angrily pushed through the crowd. "Yi Xiaohua, what are you doing? Don't you think you're hurt enough?" Yi Xiaohua took a step to the left, avoiding Lin Lan, and slowly walked past the crowd step by step, looking at the ordinary middle-aged man who took the lead in resistance. "Where is your wife?" The middle-aged man froze for a moment. "Take me there," Yi Xiaohua said directly. Obviously, she was just a young girl, and could be his daughter's age. The middle-aged man didn't know why, but when he heard her speak at this time, he felt very relieved. He didn't say a word, and took Yi Xiaohua to a middle-aged woman sitting in the corner at the edge of the crowd. Both Lin Lan and Wu Yong didn't know what Yi Xiaohua was doing. They just looked at her arm that was still dripping blood, and their brows were tightly twisted. They wanted to tell her to treat the injury first, but she ignored them. Yi Xiaohua looked at the unconscious woman. At a glance, she knew what happened to the other party. There was really no medicine on the ship that could alleviate the woman's condition. No wonder the middle-aged man was so anxious. If it dragged on, it was very likely that she would die. Yi Xiaohua looked like she was taking out a few silver needles from her pocket, but in fact, she was in the space. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiaohua didn't look at him, and directly inserted the silver needles into several major acupuncture points of the middle-aged woman. Even if the middle-aged man knew little, he knew that acupuncture points were not randomly inserted. Just when he was about to speak, the middle-aged woman's eyelashes trembled, and then slowly woke up. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. "Old wife, you're awake?" The middle-aged woman gave him a white look. "Why are you crying? What happened?" "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged man didn't say a word and quickly knelt down towards Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua is annoyed and looks at Lin Lan directly. Lin Lan helps the middle-aged man up. Because of Yi Xiaohua's series of movements, everyone on the scene looked at her. Yi Xiaohua turned around. Who else is sick? Come to me directly. If you are not sick, maintain the order on the ship with other officers. With just a few words, he had the right to speak on the ship. Stop the bleeding first. Lin Lan looked at her bleeding arm and her increasingly pale face, and finally couldn't help but say. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him and did not speak. Ordinary people who are already in order can't help but come over and want to persuade Yi Xiaohua to cure his injury first. However, Yi Xiaohua did not do so from beginning to end. Lin Lan and Wu Yong now understand why Yi Xiaohua didn't put on a bandage, and then they didn't speak. She can treat people? Wu Yong murmured. He suddenly remembered that she was the one who had roughly treated Lin Lan's injuries. The two of them looked at each other in silence. In the evening, Major General Liu, who was taken away, came back. How was the negotiation? Looking at Major General Liu, who sent Wu Jiarong away a few days ago, Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but squint. Major General Liu was also surprised that Yi Xiaohua and the others escaped safely at this time. However, this is not the time to talk about this. I didn't see their president. Major General Liu sighed. We can't wait. Yi Xiaohua looked at the sky with fighter jets patrolling from time to time and suddenly said, We'll leave today. But. Major General Liu opened his mouth. Yi Xiaohua didn't answer. She directly turned around and told Lin Lan, move the flag. She didn't say where, but Lin Lan could understand. Directly move the flag from the side to the bow. Xianxia is back? Yi Xiaohua looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong nodded. Xianxia just took 2 people to bring back his brother's body. Very good, Yi Xiaohua pressed the communicator on her ear. Let's go. Is it terrible? Major General Liu wanted to say something. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't answer him. She just stood straight under the red flag and looked at it for a long time. The ordinary people who were waiting in the boat gradually stopped talking when they saw the familiar bright red flag suddenly raised at the bow of the boat. The boat just left the sea. However, they were stopped by a ship that had these cannons. The ordinary people on the boat recognized the flag of the opposite organization and said in fear, It's them, they're here again. Evacuate. Evacuate quickly. Prepare the lifeboat. Major General Liu immediately ordered. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua was still standing in the same place, he immediately said anxiously, Yi Xiaohua, why are you still here? Quickly go. Saying that, he reached out to pull Yi Xiaohua. This is the Red Scorpion terrorist organization. They disregard human life. If you fall into their hands, you'll either become a test subject or die. However, no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xiaohua didn't move. The ordinary people on the boat also saw the scene and couldn't help but step forward. Officer Yi, quickly go, it's too late. The middle-aged man saw Yi Xiaohua as his savior and was sweating profusely. The 2 boats were already close. The people on the other side would only need to jump up. Yi Xiaohua looked at the opposite side expressionlessly and said in international communication, Red Scorpion? She didn't use a megaphone, but her voice reached everyone's ears. The person on the deck who was controlling the weapons on the opposite side heard such an arrogant sentence and couldn't help but sneer. This Hua country soldier is crazy, right? You know who we are, yet you're still so arrogant? I advise you not to resist. So it's the people you brought. This Red Scorpion executive's tone was still condescending at first, but now it became very polite. Quick, make way for Miss Yi. As he spoke, he ordered his men to steer the ship to the side, making way for Yi Xiaohua's army. On the Hua Nation ship, Major General Liu and the soldiers standing on the deck, who originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, couldn't help but have a stunned expression on their faces when they saw this scene. The Red Scorpion terrorist organization had always been overbearing. Even the M's had to take a detour when they encountered them. At this moment, because of Yi Xiaohua's indifferent words, they actually made way just like that. Major General Liu had a lot of questions to ask, but this was obviously not the time to ask. He immediately ordered his men to steer the ship away. After their ship left. Standing on another ship, the executive of the Red Scorpion terrorist organization couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Red Scorpion's subordinates on the ship had basically never seen their boss show such an expression, but from their boss's tone and behavior, they knew that the woman just now was definitely not ordinary. Jessie, who was controlling the weapon, looked at the bright red flag hanging on the side, and the glamorous woman just now, the other party's military green uniform, surname Yi. Jessie suddenly remembered something. Even though Yi Xiaohua's ship had left, he still couldn't help but take a step back. It's her? Hua Nation, Yi Xiaohua? The other subordinates behind him didn't understand why their boss suddenly retreated. At this moment, when they heard Jessie's words, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, a trace of fear appearing at the bottom of their eyes. It's actually her? Hua Nation, Yi Xiaohua. This was the last sentence passed down by the Red Scorpion organization after they were completely annihilated in the tropical forest yesterday. The people who rushed to the rescue found that almost half of the Red Scorpion's forces in the forest were completely annihilated. In particular, the few fighter aircrafts that they had spent a great deal of effort to obtain were completely destroyed. The person who destroyed everything clearly had no intention of covering up everything. Only a paragraph of blood was left at the scene. Hua Nation, Yi Xiaohua single-handedly destroyed an extremely powerful base of theirs. The Red Scorpion leader nodded fearfully. That's why I asked you to retreat. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the transport ship that we spent so much effort to snatch will also be destroyed by her. The others on the ship didn't speak and immediately distanced themselves from him. He didn't want to bump into that madman. Red Scorpion could no longer take such a blow. On this side, on the ship of Hua Country, a group of Hua Country soldiers and ordinary people of Hua Country looked at Yi Xiaohua as if they had seen a ghost. Especially the soldiers who were originally on the ship, they were all ready to fight. For the past few days, when the people of Red Scorpion, who were like death gods in their eyes, saw them, they actually let them go just like that. Also, what was the name of the person who was obviously the leader? Mishi. They call Mishi Xiaohua, especially Major General Liu. He still remembered that the mission issued by the military at the beginning was to send Wu Jiarong away safely with a helicopter because Wu Jiarong's value was too high. But now he looked at Yi Xiaohua, and a trace of respect appeared on his face. Regardless of whether it was a single sentence, she was able to make Red Scorpion fearful, and with just a few actions, she was able to make the people on the ship gradually submit to her. It was still her magical golden needle. Major General Liu started to wonder if the military had made the wrong decision. What they should have saved at that time was actually Yi Xiaohua. After a few days at sea, a fighter jet came to pick them up. This fighter jet is from the headquarters? Major General Liu and the others were very shocked. Even without the fighter jet, they could still go back in half a month. But what was going on now? Only a few soldiers and the captain were left on the ship, and the others were sent away by the military plane. The fighter jet landed on an open space in the military district of S City. As soon as Major General Liu and the others came down, they saw a man in a well-ironed military uniform standing on the ground facing them. He must have heard the sound. He tilted his head. In the sunlight, only his cold side profile could be seen vaguely, and it looked extremely frightening. Captain Jiang. Seeing him, Major General Liu was stunned, then raised his hand, straightened his chest, and gave a very proud military salute. However, Jiang Yunjing didn't look at him, but through him, at the people who slowly came down from the fighter jet behind him. His thin lips were tightly pursed. Xiaohua, are you okay? There weren't many supplies on the ship, and Yi Xiaohua didn't change her clothes. She didn't treat herself, and let the wound on her arm bleed from time to time. Lin Lan had told the ordinary people on the ship many times, but she turned a deaf ear. At this time, when she got off the plane, her hands were a little unstable. In fact, even if she didn't say it, Lin Lan and Wu Yong also knew that she was punishing herself in her own way. Not only her, Wu Yong and Lin Lan also hated themselves for losing their comrades in arms. Lin Lan was also hurt. Wu Yong immediately reached out and wanted to hold Yi Xiaohua. However, a pair of bony hands were one step faster than him to hold Yi Xiaohua first. Wu Yong raised his head in amazement, and then bumped into a pair of dark and deep eyes. The other side was wearing a special military uniform, buttoned all the way to the neck, and the whole person looked meticulous and cold. Under the blazing sun, he actually felt a wave of cold air from the other party's body. When did Yi Xiaohua know this person? Wu Yong didn't have time to ask. Find Nick for me. Jiang Yunjing's complexion changed as he carried Yi Xiaohua and walked forward. Wu Yong and Lin Lan followed him anxiously. The two of them still did not know how badly Yi Xiaohua was injured. However, when he saw her suddenly collapse, he knew that her injuries were not light. Seeing Lin Lan and Wu Yong following him, Jiang Yunjing glanced at them and knew that they were following Yi Xiaohua all the way, so he didn't let them go. Those ordinary people were going to leave, but when they saw Yi Xiaohua, they did not leave immediately, but followed to see Yi Xiaohua. Soon, they arrived at the military base. A mixed-race man carrying a medical kit came in. I say, Jiang, what kind of illness is it that makes you so anxious? Nick came in and wanted to tease Jiang Yunjing like he always did, but when he saw Jiang Yunjing's expression, he immediately took back his words. He had never seen Jiang Yunjing reveal such a terrifying expression. Nick straightened his face and used the instrument to check Yi Xiaohua's body, then widened his eyes. Oh my god. How could he be alive with such injuries? You didn't die of pain? Hearing Nick's words, not to mention Jiang Yunjing, even Lin Lan and Wu Yong's hearts went cold. What do you mean by alive with such injuries? When the ordinary people and Major General Lu heard Nick's words, they all fell silent. These days, they saw that Yi Xiaohua had blood on her body, but Yi Xiaohua didn't have any painful expression on her face. They really thought that her injury was not serious. But hearing Nick's words, Sister Yi, are you all right? The two children rescued by Yi Xiaohua could not help but grab their mother's arm, some uneasy opening. It'll be fine, his mother murmured. Nick's expression was solemn as he called a medical team over. Apart from Jiang Yunjing, everyone was chased out. Naturally, ordinary people could not stay here for long. They were all sent home safely by the soldiers. However, this trip gave them a completely different feeling than before. The middle-aged man was a successful businessman. He went back and posted a message on his Weibo. Thank you, everyone. I have returned home safely. Today is my 43rd birthday. The soldier who saved me and my wife is still lying in the operating room. If possible, I'd like to be 20 years younger and be a soldier. May my country become stronger and stronger, and may the martyrs who develop for the motherland be immortal. This time, the news of their countrymen being trapped abroad had long been on Weibo, and countless people in the country were waiting for the news of their safe return. After this Weibo post was posted, it became a trending topic within a few minutes. The pictures were simple. The first one was a bright red national flag hanging on the ship. The second one was Yi Xiaohua's blood-stained back. The third photo was of the operating theater. I was so touched when I saw the flag, an inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood. When I get old, I can't help but cry no matter what I see. I heard that this time, it was a terrorist organization that even the M nation had a headache with. To be able to safely evacuate, I can only say that we have really become stronger. I am very proud. I feel that women who serve in the army are so handsome. My heart aches. 2 hours later, Lin Lan and Wu Yongkai, who were waiting outside, saw the door open. It's fine now. Nick took off his mask. Seeing that the two of them were still waiting outside, he said, this woman is really tenacious. Such a serious injury, but she's almost recovered on her own without any painkillers. What a freak. Listening to Nick's words, Lin Lan and Wu Yong didn't say anything. The two of them went in to take a look at Yi Xiaohua. After confirming that she was fine, they came out. Nick. Wu Yong chewed on these two words. Suddenly, he remembered something and widened his eyes. The miracle doctor who can snatch people from the king of hell internationally, then he. Wu Yong suddenly looked at Jiang Yunjing in the room and opened his mouth. Is it Jiang? Captain Jiang? In the room, Jiang Yunjing looked at them. Wu Yong immediately stopped talking. Yi Xiaohua's body recovery ability was extremely strong. After a week, coupled with Nick, the miracle doctor, she would almost be fine. The news of her return should have been known by the original higher-ups. However, no one had been sent to negotiate. Yi Xiaohua thought that Jiang Yunjing must have told them. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't plan to stay for long. She was going to report. The information was still in her hands. 7 days. Lin Lan and Wu Yong, who were waiting outside, finally saw Yi Xiaohua. Let's go, Yi Xiaohua thought for a moment and suddenly looked at them. This time, it's a special worker. What do you want? Can we participate in the special training? Lin Lan and Wu Yong asked directly. Yi Xiaohua glanced at them and suddenly smiled. Okay, I'll tell Captain Jiang. You'll follow me from now on. Do you agree? Really? Lin Lan and Wu Yong's eyes widened, expressing their surprise. Seeing their expressions, Yi Xiaohua put her hand into her pocket to report. Level 7 mission. The chief of the military region smiled when he saw the three of them. Yunjing has already told me about it, but this matter can't be made public. You can only get special class meritorious service. There won't be a commendation ceremony. When the time is right. Soldiers were like this. Many special forces merits couldn't be shown in front of others. However, this didn't hinder their glory. Lin Lan and Wu Yong said loudly and proudly, "Yes, Chief." The chief looked at the three of them gently. Then you can leave first. Go to the special training camp tomorrow. The three of them went out together. The next day, Yi Xiaohua went home. Lin Lan and Wu Yong's family were not here. It was not convenient for them to go back with only 3 days of vacation. After Yi Xiaohua's mother knew, she asked Yi Xiaohua to bring them back for dinner. When they returned to the military compound, they happened to meet Wu Jiarong's group. Wu Jiarong had her own team, and Li Zongyuan had been with her. At this time, seeing Yi Xiaohua's group, Wu Jiarong moved her eyes. The comrades around her knew that Lin Lan and Wu Yong were originally Wu Jiarong's people, but now they followed Yi Xiaohua. Li Zongyuan also smiled. Yes, she is indeed a member of the Thunderbolt squad. Hearing this, Wu Jiarong smiled and couldn't help but look at Yi Xiaohua. But she saw that Yi Xiaohua was lowering her head and wiping the weapon in her hand, not looking at her. Wu Jiarong suddenly felt a little bored and looked away. Xiaohua, you're back. Mother Yi heard Yi Xiaohua's voice in the yard and immediately came out. Come back quickly, the meal is ready, we can eat soon. After saying that, she looked up and saw Li Zongyuan. Mother Yi's smile faded a little. Yi Xiaohua and Li Zongyuan grew up together in the military compound and could be considered childhood sweethearts. The Li family had never objected, but this time Li Zongyuan directly brought a girl back. This made the people in the compound laugh at Yi Xiaohua. It would be strange if Mother Yi had a good face to Li Zongyuan. If you don't like our child, just say it, we won't rush to pay for it. What do you mean by hanging on and now bringing a girl back, just this way? How much good impression Mother Yi had of Li Zongyuan was now gone. Let's go. Wu Jiarong whispered to Li Zongyuan. Bing, who was following behind Wu Jiarong, was now very admiring of Wu Jiarong and couldn't help but say, Captain Wu, don't worry, those two people will definitely regret leaving your team in the future. It's worth a lifetime for them to learn a little from you. There are so many people in the army who want to come to your team, but they can't even line up, and there are actually fools who want to leave. Hearing this, Wu Jiarong hooked her lips. Okay, maybe they are really powerful. But in fact, she didn't care at all. Sister Yi, your family Xiaohua is back. How is it, hasn't she found a son-in-law for you? The sister-in-law next door heard the sound, opened the door, and laughed while eating melon seeds. Don't say, the daughter-in-law of the Li family is very powerful. She just arrived at the military camp and got a first-class merit. I heard that she is from the Thunder Special Forces. Sister Li, what do you think? The sister-in-law next door saw Mrs. Li's head and immediately asked in a loud voice. Li's mother glanced at Yi Xiaohua's back and smiled. Yes, Jiarong is a good girl. According to her soldiers, she is a female soldier in the army. Mrs. Li was obviously very satisfied with Wu Jiarong and said proudly. Mother Yi felt annoyed and closed the door without talking. Lin Lan and Wu Yong looked at each other, remembering the attitude of Red Scorpion and the others towards Yi Xiaohua a few days ago. Don't know, if these people knew that Yi Xiaohua was in existence that could make Red Scorpion tremble, TSK. In the army, Yi Xiaohua and Wu Yong are very special, especially Yi Xiaohua. They have to go to many training sites. Even though special forces are difficult to apply for. In a month's time, both Lin Lan and Wu Yong had made great progress. In the past month, Wu Jiarong's reputation as the female Zhuge sharpshooter had become more and more famous. There's a mission. Lin Lan walked over with a piece of paper with a serious expression. The mission is a little complicated. Wu Jiarong and the other team members are going with us. The chief wants you to go. Yi Xiaohua took a look and immediately put it away. Go. She wrote to gather at the gate at 8 o'clock in the evening. However, when Yi Xiaohua and the other two arrived, Wu Jiarong and Li Zongyuan had already left. Let Yi Xiaohua and the others find their own way. Their attitude was very dismissive. It can be imagined that they are very disdainful to cooperate with Yi Xiaohua. Without you, let's see how they can break the defense system. Wu Yong had a bad temper. Lin Lan frowned and contacted Wu Jiarong. If it was just Wu Jiarong, it would be fine. The key was that there were other soldiers with Wu Jiarong. Yi Xiaohua closed the PDA and frowned. Don't be impulsive. They are more difficult to deal with than Red Scorpion. When she received Yi Xiaohua's contact, Wu Jiarong wanted to hang up the phone, but she was still enduring. Her voice could not help but ridicule. Do you know who Red Scorpion is? More difficult to deal with than Red Scorpion. I really don't know why the higher-ups sent you with us. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Xiaohua to explain, Wu Jiarong directly cut off the link. Damn, this Wu Jiarong. Lin Lan, who had always been good-tempered, could not help but burst into vulgarities. Turning his head, he saw Yi Xiaohua still standing like this. Wu Yong could not help but say, Boss, aren't you angry? Yi Xiaohua glanced at him. What's there to be angry about? I'm fighting for the people behind me, not for her. Hearing this, Wu Yong felt that it made sense, but he was still very angry. Isn't her marksmanship very good? You worship her that much? Wu Yong muttered, if they knew that you can handle a few fighter jets by yourself, they would go crazy. Hearing this, Yi Xiaohua glanced at Wu Yong. She kindly did not remind him that he was once a member of the people who worshipped Wu Jiarong. On the other side, the atmosphere on Wu Jiarong's side was completely different. Wu Jiarong's soldiers were grinning. They were not afraid at all. With Wu Jiarong here, this mission was nothing. Captain Wu, that Yi Xiaohua just called? Hearing this name, Li Zongyuan could not help but frown. That's her. She actually told me that the other side is more difficult to deal with than Red Scorpion, Wu Jiarong sneered. She doesn't even know what kind of organization Red Scorpion is, right? She dares to say such things. I feel embarrassed for her when she said this. Li Zongyuan was surprised and looked at Wu Jiarong in surprise. You even know about Red Scorpion? Wu Jiarong smiled faintly. Of course, the world's #1 terrorist organization. Yi Xiaohua doesn't even know this, and she dares to say that there's more than Red Scorpion. An organization that is difficult to deal with. She really thinks that just because she knows about Red Scorpion, she's amazing? Digression, did the babies vote for the red packet today? There were almost 8,000 comments. The first mug was about to be born. Everyone, good luck. When Wu Jiarong read novels, what she hated most was the female protagonist who only knew how to play to the gallery and rely on the male protagonist to solve problems. Okay, don't be angry. Li Zongyuan comforted Wu Jiarong. Hearing his words, Wu Jiarong smiled and forgot to continue to be angry. A group of people took the map and began to study the mission. This time, the mission was to rescue the representative of Hua country who was trapped on Baizu Island. Because the mission had already had 3 excellent Special Forces soldiers who died in the line of duty, it was very complicated and involved a chain of relationships, so the higher-ups had to send them to solve it. Even Wu Jiarong and Yi Xiaohua, the 2 current ace teams of the military region, were dispatched. Of course, Wu Jiarong's group did not know the strength of Yi Xiaohua's group. Yi Xiaohua found the mission location 20 minutes later. It was an island on the edge of Hua country. Wu Jiarong had already found the information left by the previous mission teams. A person wearing white casual clothes sat on a bench at the door. When he saw Yi Xiaohua, he couldn't help but look up. How did you find this place? Yi Xiaohua didn't speak. Wu Yong and Lin Lan felt very annoyed. How did they find this place? Yes, they were different from Wu Jiarong. They were not Special Forces soldiers. Their various combat abilities and analytical abilities were far inferior to Wu Jiarong, but they learned from Yi Xiaohua for a month. they had also made a lot of progress. This time, the location and the news were completely analyzed by them. That's how we found it. Lin Lan said faintly and turned her head. She didn't want to look at them anymore, indicating that she was annoyed. Inside the house, Wu Jiarong was bowing her head and saying something to the other team. Seeing Yi Xiaohua and the others coming, Wu Jiarong just glanced at Yi Xiaohua and turned her gaze back. The person in charge of receiving them was Gardley, the representative of Hua country. Elder Xiao was controlled by the people of S country. The people of S country sent a document to the International United Organization, announcing that we used biological and chemical weapons on Baizu Island. Elder Xiao argued strongly, but he was controlled. Please be sure to rescue Elder Xiao safely. After he is rescued, we will immediately send troops to suppress him. At this time, it was completely because of Elder Xiao. With that, Gardley bowed to them. Don't worry, I will. Wu Jiarong and the others were also very serious and angry when it came to matters related to the nation. Yi Xiaohua crossed her arms over her chest and leaned against the door. She had just received the news and didn't know much about this matter. She didn't know the whole story until she heard Gardley's words. Baizu Island was the border between S country and Hua country. 3 years ago, a wealthy businessman from S country signed an agreement with Hua country to rent Baizu Island for development. 3 years later, Mr. Xiao went to negotiate and asked to take back Baizu Island. However, the people of S country submitted a document to the international organization, saying that they used biochemical weapons on Baizu Island and forcibly detained Mr. Xiao. This time, they were not only going to rescue Mr. Xiao, but also to find the evidence that the S people framed them and used biochemical weapons first. At the end of the day, they were reluctant to give up the 100-foot island. The reason why Yi Xiaohua said that it was harder to deal with than Red Scorpion was because she had checked the surveillance in advance. This rich businessman of S country had cooperation with Red Scorpion. There are a lot of surveillance cameras on Baizu Island. Gardley said seriously, you know this, right? I know, we'll be careful. Wu Jiarong and Li Zongyuan both nodded. Then they started to move. Yi Xiaohua rolled up her sleeves and put on the micro-communicator. Let's go to the island first. Wu Jiarong directly ordered. A group of people immediately followed behind her and started to move. The island was basically filled with people from S country, and there was a defense system almost every 3 steps. Go this way. When Yi Xiaohua saw Wu Jiarong walking towards a road with the most defense systems, she finally couldn't help but open her mouth. What do you know? At this serious time, Yi Xiaohua was still interrupting. Wu Jiarong couldn't wait to shoot her. Can you not bother me at this critical moment? Lin Lan and Wu Jiarong also had some feelings before, so she couldn't help but open her mouth. Captain Wu, Captain Li, you listen to Boss Yi. Li Zongyuan didn't speak. After a wave of guards left, he immediately followed Wu Jiarong to choose that road. Following behind Wu Jiarong, he walked with her without hesitation, not even looking at Yi Xiaohua. Damn. Wu Yong couldn't help but make a sound. Yi Xiaohua twisted her eyebrows. Lin Lan, you go with them. Do you remember the surveillance I sent you before? Don't let them touch the minefield. I'll go with Wu Yong to Elder Xiao. Lin Lan also knew the priorities of the matter. At this time, he was somewhat complaining about the decision of his superiors. Why did they send this group of people to increase the difficulty of the task? Wu Jiarong was too conceited and definitely not a good leader. Well, be careful. Lin Lan nodded to them. Then he followed Wu Jiarong's group while cursing. Follow me. After Yi Xiaohua saw them leave, she immediately took Wu Yong to a place. Her spiritual force had already covered most of the island, so she naturally knew where Elder Xiao was at this time. Take it. She knocked out 2 people, took off their coats and mixed into the consul's hall. There was a group of people in the hall. On the long table were members of S country and international organizations. Wu Yong and Yi Xiaohua slowly walked inside. That's Elder Xiao. Wu Yong pointed to the figure of an old man. Yi Xiaohua raised her head and looked at Elder Xiao. The other party was already in his 50s or 60s. He stood ramrod straight and was talking to the person sitting at the head of the table. Our country's people haven't set foot on Baizu Island for 3 years, nor have we used biological weapons. You use this reason to insult our people, insult my country. He was only one person, and in front of him stood countless people of S country. These people simply wouldn't listen to his word for word to argue for his motherland. You wait to talk to the international organization about this tomorrow. S country and the international member looked at Elder Xiao indifferently. Looking at Elder Xiao's very thin and lonely figure, who was defending his motherland, Yi Xiaohua couldn't help but clench her fingers tightly. At this moment, the island suddenly shook. It was the sound of an explosion. Yi Xiaohua cursed. It was a problem with Wu Jiarong. Did you see that, ambassador? The people next to him are from Red Scorpion. Yi Xiaohua raised her hand, pressed the communicator in her ear, and whispered, I'll take Elder Xiao away first. You put the smoke bomb, and we'll meet at the old place. The two had been training for a month and had a tacit understanding. As soon as Yi Xiaohua finished speaking, Wu Yong began to move. At this time, Yi Xiaohua didn't fall behind. Her figure appeared beside Elder Xiao like a ghost. Elder Xiao's eyes widened. His muddy, disappointed, and angry eyes turned to look at Yi Xiaohua in disbelief. Yi Xiaohua whispered, Elder Xiao, come with me. She knocked out the people around her with one hand and took Elder Xiao with the other. Then she took out a row of silver needles and swept them. The people of Baizu Island naturally didn't expect the attack to be so fierce. Yi Xiaohua took an old man who had no fighting power, and his movements were far less flexible than before. His arm was grazed by a bullet, and blood could clearly be seen flowing out. Elder Xiao, get on the boat and leave here first. Wu Yong breathed a sigh of relief, but his vigilance didn't decrease. Elder Xiao looked at the messy land behind him with cloudy eyes and held their hands tightly. I didn't sign. Both of you are excellent soldiers of the country. The motherland will rely on you in the future. Remember, please remember, don't forget such a day. Yi Xiaohua pursed her lips and nodded. At this time, Wu Jiarong and the others had returned. Everyone was very embarrassed, obviously unable to withstand the enemy's firepower. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua and Wu Yong brought Elder Xiao back, some people were very surprised. Wu Jiarong sneered, we attracted all the firepower. If they still can't save Elder Xiao, they are not retarded. Hearing what Wu Jiarong said, the others obviously felt the same and didn't find it strange. Wu Yong frowned and didn't say that most of the people were led away by Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua glanced at the crowd and found that Wu Jiarong's team was missing two people. She squinted, Lin Lan. He and Li Zongyuan were surrounded by the enemy. Wu Jiarong didn't stop and immediately boarded the boat. The purpose of this trip was to save Elder Xiao. Since Elder Xiao had come out, Wu Jiarong did not resist. Wait for reinforcements. You take Elder Xiao to the boat. Yi Xiaohua just took a deep look at Wu Jiarong, then said to Wu Yong. Wu Yong opened his mouth. Yi Xiaohua pulled a piece of cloth to tie her arm and left directly. Wu Yong hardened his heart and took Xiao Lao to the boat. He did not leave with Yi Xiaohua. He knew that he would be a burden if he went. The group boarded the boat, and Wu Jiarong immediately used a knife to cut the mooring rope. Let's go. He urged the men to set sail. Wu Yong's face changed and he immediately stood up. Yi Xiaohua hasn't come back yet. Hearing this, Wu Jiarong looked at Wu Yong impatiently. She went to show off, and now she wants us to die with her. Don't wait for her, leave immediately. Most of the people here listened to Wu Jiarong. At this time, seeing that Xiao Lao had also been rescued, where would he still care about Yi Xiaohua, who would go back to die, and immediately sailed away. In fact, they all knew that Lin Lan and Li Zongyuan should not be alive, so they left so resolutely. On this side, Lin Lan and Li Zongyuan could no longer hold on. The two of them had long been captured by the people on the island. They were tied to a pillar. The interrogation equipment on the island was too complete. They were interrogated by S country, and there was also a very fierce foreigner. Speak, what are you here for today? The interrogator pressed the switch of the electric shock. Cough. Lin Lan's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Scram. The interrogator was spat out a mouthful of blood by him. His face was furious, and then he increased the electric shock. Lin Lan bit his lip tightly, and did not let out a sound of pain. Beside him, Li Zongyuan, who had fainted, woke up again. Looking at Lin Lan's sorry figure, he suddenly opened his mouth. In fact, you also have it, the back of your tooth socket. They were Special Forces soldiers, each of them had a national secret. If they failed the mission and were captured by the enemy, someone would not be able to withstand the strict training and reveal the secret. In order to prevent this, everyone would hide a poison sac in the back of their tooth socket before carrying out a mission. If they couldn't resist, they would bite it to pieces. Even if they died, they had to die with dignity. Wu Jiarong and the others should have left safely. I don't know if Elder Xiao has been rescued. Li Zongyuan looked at their gradually increasing electric shock and suddenly said, "Sorry, I misunderstood you before. I didn't expect you to be more manly than me, but I don't understand why you suddenly want to be with Yi Xiaohua, but now there are no secrets to say. Since you misunderstood me, live well for me. Don't worry, my boss will definitely come back to save me." Lin Lan heard the meaning in Li Zongyuan's voice and said fiercely, "After we get out, treat me to a drink." Drink? Li Zongyuan was startled for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "Brother, you should also know that I carry a lot of secrets." Save? At this time everyone knew that only by abandoning them could they safely evacuate. Who would come to save them? "This glass of wine, I will treat you to a drink in the next life." As he spoke, Li Zongyuan had already found the medicine in the back of his tooth socket. Li Zongyuan has already paid for the medicine. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. Then there was a boom. In the secret room where they were held, the iron door was blown apart by a miniature explosive pack, and dust flew everywhere. Li Zongyuan stared blankly at the dusty door. The dust and iron filings in the air gradually fell. And the figure standing at the door gradually showed a thin figure at this time. The other party held the remote control to adjust the explosives in one hand and a gun in the other. His face was cold. "You." Li Zongyuan stared at the familiar but strange figure with wide eyes, and was directly stunned. At the beginning, when he and Lin Lan fell into the trap, he immediately made the decision to let Wu Jiarong retreat. He was very calm and clear about his current situation. Even if Wu Jiarong and the others came, it would only be a few more people being arrested. Li Zongyuan's brain made a clear decision. Every Special Forces soldier was not so easy to train. And Wu Jiarong and the others gritted their teeth and left after weighing it. If Wu Jiarong and the others rescued Elder Xiao, Li Zongyuan felt that the country would soon send people to suppress them. But no matter what, he and Lin Lan would die without a doubt. That's why he felt very ridiculous about Lin Lan saying that the boss would come to save him. As long as a soldier had a brain, he would not rush in to save them without reason. But now, seeing Yi Xiaohua's figure, Li Zongyuan's eyes suddenly felt a little hot. "Who are you?" The person in charge of the interrogation was injured by the debris from the explosion. Seeing Yi Xiaohua, his pupils could not help but dilate. Yi Xiaohua directly threw out a silver needle, noisy. The man fell in an instant. However, Yi Xiaohua's face was not good. She walked to Lin Lan's side and could see his injury at a glance. She did not speak, but just frowned at the password lock on Lin Lan's body. Li Zongyuan looked at Yi Xiaohua with a very complicated expression, and his voice did not have the impatience of the past. "Yi Xiaohua, this kind of lock is a high-tech research by S country. We can't solve it. Let's go before their reinforcements come." Li Zongyuan said this and closed his eyes slightly. There were too many surveillance cameras on the island. If there was someone in their team who knew about hacking, this mission would not be like this. He was thinking. But he saw that Yi Xiaohua had lowered her head and fiddled with the password lock on Lin Lan's hand. Li Zongyuan was just about to say useless. With a click, the combination lock was unlocked. Then Yi Xiaohua went to him, bowed her head and fiddled with the password lock on his wrist. A few seconds later, the combination lock was unlocked. Li Zongyuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. He looked at Lin Lan beside him and found that there was no strange expression on her face at all. Obviously, he knew Yi Xiaohua's ability very well. Li Zongyuan was still in a daze. At this time, Yi Xiaohua took out 2 brown pills from her pocket. He stuffed it into their mouths. Li Zongyuan was just about to ask what it was when he felt a surge of energy gradually surging within his body. His originally powerless limbs were suddenly filled with energy. "Let's go." Yi Xiaohua took the lead in front. Lin Lan ran to her side. Boss, I knew you would come back for me. Well, I know you are waiting, how can I not come? Yi Xiaohua said. He killed his way to the exit. However, they saw the rich businessman of S country waiting for them at the exit. Destroy my island, you are really looking for death. The rich businessman of S country looked at Yi Xiaohua and others coldly. There was also a red-haired middle-aged man beside him. Yi Xiaohua took a step forward. The Red Scorpion terrorist organization. To everyone, it was the most terrifying existence. They were cruel and vicious, and everyone avoided them wherever they went. Li Zongyuan was no exception. He just didn't expect that a rich businessman from S country could invite someone from Red Scorpion. Yi Xiaohua avoided Li Zongyuan, took a step forward, and glanced at the red-haired man. You're from Red Scorpion? It's too late to know now. The red-haired middle-aged man smiled gently. Red Scorpion was an organization that had infiltrated all over the world. They cooperated with major arms dealers and alliances. They were the cancer of the world, but no one could control them. People from other countries didn't want to become enemies with Red Scorpion. They didn't expect S country to directly cooperate with Red Scorpion, but it wasn't that shocking. I thought this businessman from S country had some trump card. I didn't expect it to be Red Scorpion. Lin Lan sneered. If we knew it would be like this, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. You can still laugh now? Li Zongyuan was about to die from anxiety. But Lin Lan was still laughing. You don't know, Red Scorpion is the world's #1 terrorist organization. Everywhere they go, not even a blade of grass grows. Now that they're even cooperating with S country, I suspect they've already planned this. Lin Lan patted his shoulder, calm and composed. If S country cooperates with others, it'll be a little troublesome, but Red Scorpion, Lin Lan smiled strangely. Red hair, you should be Red Scorpion's branch stationed in our country. Yi Xiaohua looked at the red-haired man. That's right, you should be Sita. I didn't expect you to know my name? Sita was a little surprised, but he didn't show any other expression. The businessman beside him sneered. Since you know it's Mr. Sita, you still dare to openly provoke us. You're courting death. Yi Xiaohua ignored him and took out the satellite phone in her pocket. 2 minutes. Very good. I'll wait for you here. After that, she hung up the phone. Sita and the businessman from S country were still looking at Yi Xiaohua and the others as if they were clowns. Arrest them. Sita ordered. Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows. Bang, 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 the people 10 meters away from her were all stacked together. Steward's pupils shrank as he took a step back along with the wealthy businessman from country S. You're courting death. At this moment, the sound of a helicopter approached. Seeing the Red Scorpion logo on the helicopter, Sid's eyes lit up and he crawled up from the ground. Hua Nation soldiers, you're done for. Li Zongyuan narrowed his eyes and gripped the grenade in his hand tightly. We can't escape. The leader of the Red Scorpions jumped down from the helicopter and kicked Stephen away. Bastard, who allowed you to capture Xianxia's people? Stephen and the businessmen from S country were dumbfounded. The Red Scorpion leader didn't look at them. Instead, he walked to Yi Xiaohua's side in a very friendly manner and said with a smile, Miss Yi, I didn't expect to see you again. This time, it was my men who offended you. This is definitely not the intention of the Red Scorpion organization. Don't worry, I will definitely punish them properly. Li Zongyuan's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Yi Xiaohua looked at the leader of the Red Scorpions indifferently. She sensed the fighter planes circling not far away. We'll settle the score another day. Take your men and get out of the island. What are you going to do? The leader of the Red Scorpions was stunned. Captain Jiang, we're here? Yi Xiaohua pressed the communicator beside her ear. After she finished speaking, she turned to look at the leader of the Red Scorpions and sneered. Slaughter. What, you want to stay? Did they really think they were the Hua Nation from decades ago that could only endure humiliation? There was no absolute fairness in this world. Those who dared to offend the heavens must be punished no matter how far away they were. Digression, today's weather is so good, are you sure you don't want to vote monthly? Speaking of which, Mother was afraid that I would get sick on the way back home. Huahua's computer is very cumbersome, so she didn't let me bring it back. Grandma doesn't have a computer at home, so Huahua has been typing on her phone these few days. It's very inconvenient. 600 yuan per hour. Huahua can go to the internet cafe tomorrow to type. The Red Scorpion leader didn't say a word after hearing this. He put his hat on his head and turned to instruct his subordinates, pack up everything here and there. Get on the fighter plane within a minute. As he gave the order, he ordered everyone to retreat. In front of the fighter plane, he tilted his head to look at Yi Xiaohua. Miss Yi, if there's anything I can do internationally in the future, feel free to look for me. If I'm not here, you can look for Curtis. Haven't you been practicing with him recently? He wanted to look for you when he arrived, but was your phone turned off? After asking, the Red Scorpion leader also felt like a fool. Yi Xiaohua was obviously on a mission. How could her phone be on? Yi Xiaohua looked up. He raised his hand perfunctorily. Seeing that she heard him, the Red Scorpion leader raised his hand to close the door and take off. Country's rich businessman watched Sida leave. Then he listened to the conversation between the two. Just now. The leader of Red Scorpion who was so powerful that no country dared to provoke him? The leader of Red Scorpion who was #1 on the FBI's wanted list, Curtis? The genius arms dealer that all the countries in the world wanted to rope in. No wonder Red Scorpion had so many arms that only a few countries in the world had. So it was because the Red Scorpion leader knew Curtis, but no matter what, the names of these two people would shock the leaders of international organizations and even the whole world. Especially Curtis, he had an eccentric personality and almost no friends. Country had tried to be friendly to him many times, but he had rejected them all. Not to mention the Red Scorpion leader who made other small countries tremble in fear. To know these two people at the same time, even Country was trying hard to do it. Li Zongyuan, who was still standing beside Lin Lan, looked at the gentle side of the legendary fierce Red Scorpion leader and listened to what he said. He turned his head to look at Yi Xiaohua in a daze. This? Yi Xiaohua, Li Zongyuan once again felt that he knew very little about Yi Xiaohua. As he was thinking, a person jumped down from the fighter plane circling overhead. The rope extended into the air. He grabbed the end of the rope and jumped down from a height of more than 10 meters. It was a very handsome posture. He wore a dark military cap on his head. His cold and deep eyes looked over, causing even someone as calm as Li Zongyuan to involuntarily widen his eyes. The guards behind Jiang Yunjing also followed him down and immediately commanded the crowd to bring Lin Lan and Li Zongyuan away. Lin Lan heaved a sigh of relief. However, when Li Zongyuan was being supported, he saw that the guards were leading them away. He couldn't help but open his mouth. Are we leaving just like that? Are we going to ignore them? Lin Lan was already used to it. Don't worry about it. If Boss Yi was alone, I might be worried, but these two together, it's simply, he thought for a moment, wondering what adjective to use. A humanoid robot, the guard beside him continued. Yes. Lin Lan nodded vigorously. That's it, a walking machine. Only then did the rich businessman of Country know fear. He forced himself to stay calm as he watched Lin Lan's fighter plane soar into the sky. On the island, even if the Red Scorpions left, there were still nearly 1,000 of their soldiers. He had already sent a distress signal to his country. This place was at the border of Hua country and Country. If Jiang Yunjing could come so quickly, Country naturally could too. Yi Xiaohua stood beside him and turned on her phone. There were indeed many calls from Curtin. However, this was not what she was concerned about. Because she saw the video call from the commander. Commander? Yi Xiaohua immediately picked up. The commander breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Yunjing is here. Elder Xiao just wanted to ask if you're okay. Yi Xiaohua saw that the commander's eyes seemed to be a little red. Hurry back. When Yi Xiaohua rescued Elder Xiao, he was still fine, but now he blocked the bed. He seemed to have aged a few decades, his hair became pale, and his skin was full of wrinkles. When I boarded the ship, there was a fault in my memory. I didn't realize that you weren't here, little girl. Elder Xiao is really sorry. Hurry back with Captain Yun. There are biological weapons there. Elder Xiao, Yi Xiaohua realized where she had overlooked. She suddenly pursed her lips, and her voice was slightly astringent. Elder Xiao, when I saved you, you knew that there was a virus in your body, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me? Elder Xiao was a very important scientist in the country. He was the first to lead a team to develop a medicine that saved tens of millions of people in the country. He was an existence that even the most vicious people would not blacken. Now he was also one of the country's representatives. You newbies are no different from before. You have nothing else but passion. If you knew that I was like this, you would definitely try your best to avenge me. Elder Xiao smiled. He knew them very well. It's okay if I die, I can still donate the virus in my body to the country for research. But you guys can't have anything happen to the future of your country. Country has biochemical weapons, and you guys can't beat them. It's not too late to research the virus in my body. Listening to Elder Xiao's words, Yi Xiaohua looked down at the information she had just gotten on the island. Her first task was to save Elder Xiao. She didn't flip through the information. Now that she heard Elder Xiao's words, she lowered her eyes and began to read. She skimmed through them very quickly. Not only did Elder Xiao suffer, there was already a list of people who disappeared on the fishing boat in Hua country. She counted the numbers on the death list. 27. Then she looked at the surveillance destroyed by the rich businessmen in country before this. The hand holding the phone was shaking. Finally, she pulled out the keyboard from the chassis of the phone, entered a series of commands, and looked at a few red dots that appeared on the phone. She was suppressing her heart. She felt that what she did for the first time was a little strange. All this while, she had been treating every world as a game. This was the mission world, but this world really existed. The people in this world had the same blood as her. She didn't have such a strong feeling before. Maybe the identity of this mission world was too similar to her original world. It was almost the same mission, the same kind of glory. Yes, a weak country has no diplomacy, no technology, no ability, and can only be bullied, but Yi Xiaohua poked her palm with her fingertips. She thought about how Elder Xiao argued for the country in front of those people. Country's rich businessmen knew that Elder Xiao was very important to Hua country, but they would still be ruthless because they were not afraid. Because they felt that they had mastered a higher level of attack than Hua country. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua didn't speak for a long time, her lips tightly closed, and her eyes getting redder and redder, Elder Xiao suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, don't be impulsive, you haven't come back yet, please don't. I'm a person with half a foot in the coffin. It's okay to die, but you're different. Our current weapons, Elder Xiao, are their weapons powerful? They're not powerful at all. Yi Xiaohua's voice was very cold. Do you really think that our weak country has no diplomacy? In terms of weapons, who can compare with Curtin? I'll let Curtin contact you immediately. If you want to compete, let them come. As for these people. Yi Xiaohua turned her eyes to the country's rich businessman coldly. I'll let you see how we used our flesh and blood to drive away the invaders. After that, without waiting for Elder Xiao and the others to respond, Yi Xiaohua directly hung up the phone. She took out a row of silver needles from her pocket. There were also several miniature explosives that she had configured herself. On the other side, Jiang Yunjing only took out a dagger from his sleeve. Seeing that the two ignored him, the country's businessman relaxed a little. He had already received news from the country. However, Yi Xiaohua seemed to notice his gaze and looked directly at him. Contacted your commander? Want to ask for help from the international organization? Yes, I'll wait. Wait for them to come. We can even wait for the people from the International Organization Federation to come. I can tell you this, your commander will arrive in 7 minutes, and the people from the International Organization will arrive in 15 minutes, but there is only one result for you. Jiang Yunjing had never seen Yi Xiaohua so angry. He looked at Yi Xiaohua, the internal force in his body ran, and silently stood beside her. I'm a legal citizen of country. If you detain me, it will provoke the two countries. The country's rich businessman stared at Yi Xiaohua and Jiang Yunjing, feeling the murderous aura on Yi Xiaohua. He couldn't help but take a step back. Provoke a war? Yi Xiaohua looked at the country's rich businessman. Do you think we will be afraid of this? Jiang Yunjing looked at him very calmly. Fine, I'll let you live until the rescue comes. You killed dozens of our country's fishermen. Detain our ambassador. Torture us to save the soldiers. I will let you know that even if your commander comes, he can't change it. Xianxia said and threw out the silver needle mixed with internal force in her hand. Jiang Yunjing's figure was like a ghost, and another large group of people collapsed. Seeing this scene in the eyes of the wealthy businessman from S country, he only felt extremely terrified. I don't know how many weapons Xianxia has studied. After she fell down, she ran the internal force in her body and quickly laid the miniature bombs around the island. Then, he adjusted the remote control. Boom, a mushroom cloud of smoke rose into the air. The entire human island was shaken. The laboratory had been destroyed. This scene was also captured by the satellites of various countries. Now, it was not only countries and international organizations who knew about this matter. Almost all countries with satellites had begun to send special personnel to investigate this matter. At this time, the people from country S finally rushed over. He didn't look at Xianxia, but looked at Jiang Yunjing with great fear. Mr. Jiang, this should be enough for today, right? Jiang Yunjing glanced at him and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Xianxia. Hearing this, Xianxia looked at the people from country S and waved her hand. She held her phone and controlled the numbers on the remote control. Boom, this was the sound of the explosion of the comprehensive information building on the island. Boom, this was the sound of the explosion of the conference raw material building. Then, there were the subordinates of the wealthy businessman and a few people from the Red Scorpion organization that the leader of Red Scorpion specially left behind to apologize to Xianxia. The sound of the whole person exploding. On this side, the people from the international organization also arrived. On their way over, they just happened to run into the fighter of the Red Scorpion leader. It's really lively. Even though they had already flown so far, the Red Scorpion leader could still feel the vibration of the air. The subordinates around him knew a little about Xianxia, but they still didn't understand. Boss, isn't that the fighter of the international organization? They're here, won't miss ye and the others. They actually dared to provoke her, a bunch of fools. It wasn't without reason that the Red Scorpion leader could do this. He was very smart and knew what kind of strategy was good for the Red Scorpion organization. Did the international people still not know about the situation now? Even if they didn't know, Curtin would know, right? Could it be that they did not know who Curtin was working with to develop his latest weapon, and that wealthy businessman, his brain was also flooded with water? Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke such a race that wasn't afraid of death. Who didn't know the history of the past? Blood built a long dike. Mr. Jiang, you're Xianxia, right? I will report your indiscriminate killing to the international organization, to my people. The commander who rushed over from country S saw Xianxia's merciless scene and his face turned red with anger. This island was the result of their research for several years. Every piece of information and every person was very important to them, but now it had been directly blown up by Xianxia. Only the rich businessman was left on the field. Xianxia didn't deal with him. She just glanced at the rich businessman when she got on the fighter plane. This one glance made the rich merchant tremble in fear. Commander. The rich businessman looked at the commander of S country. The commander's face was not good, and he waved his hand. Let's go back and talk. The group hurried back to submit documents and evidence to the international organization. When they got off the fighter plane, they happened to meet the rich businessman for a long time. His uncle was from the military region of S country. Otherwise, he would not instruct the rich businessman to do these things, and the rich businessman would not be so bold. I'm going to die because of you this time. Seeing the rich businessman, his uncle's face was not good. I didn't let you touch the people of Hua country. Now they have evidence and video in their hands. You don't know, even without Xianxia, you will not have a good time this time. You pack up your things, and someone will send you to Hua country soon. After that, the rich businessman's uncle did not pay attention to him. He turned around and left directly. Behind him, the rich businessman sat on the ground. Two big words flashed in his head, it's over. The people of S country left with great momentum. After returning, they immediately took the initiative to send the rest of the people back to Hua country. Hua country, military camp. Wu Jiarong, Wu Yong, and others had already returned. Now Wu Jiarong was being pursued by a large group of people in the army. Captain Wu, I went to the Commander-in-Chief's office just now and heard that this mission can be considered a special merit. Wu Jiarong and the others sat on the ground in the military courtyard and looked at Wu Jiarong. This time, it's all thanks to Captain Wu that we can drink the soup. A special class merit was not something that could be easily obtained. Let's put it this way. There are thousands of tasks in the country in a year, and those who complete the tasks are basically only third-class merit or second-class merit. But the special merit is less than 5 in a year. Those who can get the special merit will at least be a general in the future. The accumulated merit is even higher. When someone above retires, if he is lucky, even if he becomes a commander, it is not impossible. However, how difficult is it to get the special merit? It can be seen from Xianxia's completion last time. Every time someone completes a level 7 task and gets the special merit, it seems to be glory, but in fact, it is the blood of countless comrades. Wu Jiarong's mouth twitched. She really wanted to laugh. But when she thought of Li Zongyuan, she couldn't smile. The male lead wouldn't die so easily, right? But at that time, she couldn't go back either. Wouldn't going back be the same as sending herself to death? If she could bring Xiao Laoan out safely, it would be a great achievement. Just as she was thinking, Li Zongyuan's mother and her entourage came back from outside the military compound with a basket of groceries. Seeing Wu Jiarong sitting on the ground, Li Zongyuan's mother was pleasantly surprised. Jiarong, you're back? Mission completed? Where is Zongyuan? Their mission was a secret. Li Zongyuan's mother did not know what they were doing. However, he vaguely knew that Li Zongyuan and Wu Jiarong's group had all gone to carry out the same mission. Now that Wu Jiarong was back, Li Zongyuan should be back as well, right? Brotherly. Wu Jiarong opened her mouth but couldn't say anything else. At this time, her mother also saw Wu Jiarong and squeezed over. Miss Wu, you're back. What about our Xiaohua? Did she come back with you? Yimu knows that Yi Xiaohua is a recruit. In fact, she didn't learn anything in the army. A few days ago, when she knew that Yi Xiaohua was going to do a task, she also begged Yi Xiaohua to persuade her to give up this career. Because Yi Xiaohua's brother died in the line of duty. But the night before she left, hearing her words, Yi Xiaohua just hugged her and said, I am a soldier first. Behind the task are thousands of people. Although it's a little dangerous, I'm also very happy. Yimu still remembers that her brother told her the same thing a few years ago. Then he never came back. That's why Yimu didn't let Yi Xiaohua enter the army. Even if she did, she wouldn't let people teach her more. Unexpectedly, it's still like this in the end. Having experienced this time, Yimu didn't cry this time, just lost her soul and walked. The military wife next door had attacked her before. Now seeing Yimu like this, she didn't know why her heart was a little sour. Sister-in-law, that's sister-in-law Li's house. Your house is here. Seeing Yimu holding the key, she couldn't open the door. The military wife next door finally couldn't help but walk over and help her to Yimu's own door. Oh, Yimu responded. At this time, the tears in the corner of her eyes suddenly fell. She immediately wiped it clean, then quickly walked to her house with the key and opened the door. Open, suddenly sit on the ground. I forgot to cry and don't know how to react. At this time, many fighters flew out of the sky. If this scene is in the past, the people present at this time must be crazy to discuss. There hasn't been such a big movement in the military region for a long time. But no. At the moment, no one in the military compound spoke. Very silent. When Wu Yong arrived at Ye's house, he saw the scene. Auntie, what's the matter with you? Wu Yong, tell me honestly, Xiaohua, what's wrong with her? Where is she? Yimu grabbed Wu Yong's hand. Who said something to you? Wu Yong frowned and looked at Wu Jiarong, then comforted in a low voice, it's okay. Let's take Xiao Lao out first. Yi Lan and Li Zongyuan were caught by the enemy. They are in a very dangerous situation. You know, boss is that kind of person. Before we set off, she told us that if we go out together, we have to come back together, so she went back to find Yi Lan and Li Zongyuan. Don't worry, she will be fine. After this sentence, Yimu had no reaction. Motherly opened her mouth wide, her face pale. What did you say? Zongyuan was caught by the enemy, Xiao. Xiaohua will go back to save him. The tip of her tongue touched the roof of her mouth, and her heart gradually filled with bitterness. When Wu Jiarong said that, Li's mother didn't think Yi Xiaohua was very good. She even thought that Wu Jiarong was right. Yi Xiaohua was arrogant. But now, Yi Xiaohua actually went back to save his son. Mother Li's eyes turned red. She opened her mouth, but like Mother Yi, she couldn't cry. She fell to the ground, and all her strength disappeared. The people in the military compound were crying. Wu Yong wanted to explain, but no one listened to him. "Mom, why are you sitting at the door?" At this time, a clear voice suddenly came from the door. Yimu froze for a moment, then overjoyed, "Xiaohua? You're still alive?" She stumbled and ran. "Of course, or else?" Yi Xiaohua glanced at Yimu, frowned and helped her wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes. Yimu looked up and down at Yi Xiaohua. Her body was very complete, without injury or even embarrassment. "Well, that's good." Yimu's mouth trembled, but she couldn't say anything else. "It's good to be alive. The task is not important, and it's not important to make contributions." Yi Xiaohua smiled and bent down to hug her. "I said, I want you to feel proud of me." "How lucky." Wu Jiarong on one side looked at Yi Xiaohua in surprise. The soldiers around Wu Jiarong were also stunned for a moment. Then, one of them laughed. "But you're the one who brought Elder Xiao out. Her meritorious service this time is definitely not as high as yours. The Commander-in-Chief's guard even consoled you personally." Hearing this, Wu Jiarong didn't think it was strange. She had made the first contribution this time. When other people in the yard heard this, they all cast a surprised look at Wu Jiarong. The special merit, the commander's guard's favor, this Wu Jiarong will be really good in the future. It was at this time that a large motorcade suddenly appeared outside the gate of the military area. The guard at the gate stared. "Commander, Chief?" The military compound of great sorrow and joy was silent at this time. Even Wu Jiarong didn't come out. She looked at the military vehicle that suddenly appeared here. As soon as the commander of the military area got out of the car, he looked in the direction. In the eyes of everyone, he walked directly towards Yi Xiaohua. "Comrade Yi." The two of them stood on Yi Xiaohua's side, raised their hands to her with appreciation and awe, and made a very standard military salute. The chief and the commander didn't seem to have anything to do with this action, but others were shocked. Yimu said directly, "Chief, Commander, what are you doing? Let Comrade Yi talk about this matter later." Some of it was a national secret. The commander and the chief were not easy to say. They just looked at Yi Xiaohua seriously. "The people sent by S country to negotiate have arrived, as well as Curtin and the people from international organizations. They are all waiting for you now." As soon as Yi Xiaohua came back, she saw Yimu first, so that these two people had to come to find someone. "Well," Yi Xiaohua nodded. "Mom, take it with you first. I'll be back soon." After that, she left with the two people. The military compound and Yimu and others looked at each other. There were countless questions in their hearts, but they didn't dare to speak in front of the commander and the chief. If it weren't for the commander and the chief, Yimu would have a good talk with her daughter. "What's going on?" But she just went out for a trip. Why does Yi Xiaohua look very familiar with the chief commander? Two people are still in awe of her. Also, who is Curtin? Who are the people of international organizations? They are all waiting for Yi Xiaohua? Digression, tomorrow opens a new world. Double the monthly vote, all the babies. Originally, there was an international section. Everyone who has read the article knows that Huahua's two articles have been blocked for various reasons, so the writing is very general and vague. Most of them don't dare to write. Think about it or change this chapter. It took a long time to delete and change. I hope everyone can understand the meaning of Huahua. Because, world peace intersection. When Yi Xiaohua's group left, the remaining group of people in the military compound had not come back to their senses. "Captain Wu, what's going on?" Wu Jiarong was stunned for a long time. Even if Yi Xiaohua came back, why did the commander and the chief come back? Wu Jiarong pursed her lips and did not reply. At this moment, Li Zongyuan took his hat and walked into the military compound. Seeing her mother standing at the door with tears in her eyes, she ran over and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" When Mother Li saw that Li Zongyuan had actually returned safely, she couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. Zongyuan, are you okay? It's okay, this time it could be considered as a rebirth. After wandering on the edge of death for a while, Li Zongyuan said in a low voice, almost, I couldn't get out, but Xiaohua later came back to save me and Lin Lan. If it wasn't for her, Ma Xiao, who loved you and saved me, I really, when he said the last sentence, Li Zongyuan's expression was a little different from before. Li Nanhing's mother and the neighbors were completely speechless. They had been captured by the enemy, and even Wu Jiarong and a large group of people had not gone in to rescue them. Listening to Li Zongyuan's description, one could imagine how dangerous the situation was. But so many people, only Yi Xiaohua risked her life to save him. Mother Li said nothing and knelt directly in front of Yi Mu. Yi Mother is still thinking about Yi Xiaohua. Seeing her like this, she immediately avoids. Shaking his head and looking at Li Zong, Xiaohua said that she just wants to go in and Lin Lan. Besides, you are comrades in arms. If she comes back alone today, I will look down on her. After that, she pulled Wu Yong into her home and prepared to cook. As for the group of people outside, because of her words, they all fell into deep thought. Wu Jiarong's comrades, who had wanted to congratulate her for receiving the special class merit, also fell silent. Their eyes were somewhat vacant. Because they followed Wu Jiarong, they were brainwashed by Wu Jiarong's ideology. Their lives had always been smooth sailing, and they had not experienced any setbacks. They were very happy when they obtained military merits, and even the special forces in the training camp looked down on them. But today, Li Zongyuan only glanced at them indifferently before leaving. The group of soldiers following Wu Jiarong fell silent. They seemed to have been wrong from the very beginning. He even envied Lin Lan and Wu Yong for having such a captain who was not afraid of death for them. Brotherly. Seeing Li Zongyuan's cold expression, Wu Jiarong didn't know why, but she felt a little flustered. She immediately went forward to call out to him. However, Li Zongyuan only paused for a moment before calling her Captain Wu in a very distant manner. Li Zongyuan returned home and took a bath, then waited for Yi Xiaohua to come back at the door. He still remembered in his heart that Yi Xiaohua had entered the camp for him. Later on, because of Wu Jiarong, the two of them gradually drifted apart. Li Zongyuan pursed his lips. When he thought of how she had rushed into the underground laboratory and saved him in that moment of despair, he made up his mind. Not far away, there were a few sounds. Li Zongyuan heard Yi Xiaohua's familiar voice. His eyes lit up and he looked up. Come on, your image is very okay, Yi Xiaohua picked her ears. No matter how you clean it up, it's just a military uniform. Can you still see the difference? Of course, didn't you hear what Curtin just said? Jiang Yunjing raised his eyebrows and wanted to refute, but he saw Li Zongyuan waiting not far from Yi Xiaohua's door. The other party was still looking at Yi Xiaohua with a startled expression. Jiang Yunjing moved sideways, blocking his line of sight. Let's go back quickly. After dinner, we still have to see the recruits. Both of them saw Li Zongyuan, but they turned a blind eye to him. They didn't even say a word and directly swept past him. The door was closed with a click. Li Zongyuan only reacted after a few minutes. Looking at the closed door and listening to the lively sounds coming from the courtyard, he couldn't help but reach out to cover his eyes. Hot tears gushed out of his eyes. Wu Jiarong came over to look for Li Zongyuan. Seeing him like this, her footsteps paused. She realized that the other party seemed to no longer appreciate her. Wu Jiarong couldn't help but bite her lip. Didn't Yi Xiaohua just complete a mission? She had the prophet title and the title of sharpshooter. She wouldn't lose to this person who was just lucky. However, because of the addition of Yi Xiaohua and Jiang Yunjing, the plot had long been different from the book. Wu Jiarong's subsequent 2 missions based on the book were not only wrong, but also made a big mistake, which almost led to the complete annihilation of the army of 100 people. Since then, she never received a mission issued by the military. As for her identity as a sharpshooter, Yi Xiaohua was now the top soldier in the military. She was invincible, and the 2 generals under her were even more terrifying. Everyone was trained by her to be almost omnipotent. Compared to them, Wu Jiarong, a sharpshooter, was nothing special. In fact, Wu Jiarong had always thought of herself as a god. She only had 2 golden fingers. She didn't integrate into this world at all. She didn't know what a soldier was. She used some of the achievements she had obtained as capital to show off and be proud of herself. From beginning to end, she didn't understand the concept of a real soldier. Therefore, in the end, she didn't have any comrades. As Xianxia grew step by step, everyone thought of themselves as soldiers under her and were proud to be with her in the military. "Captain, you go with Captain Jiang first. Don't come in." In the terrorist center of F State, in order to bring the people who were attacked by terrorists home, Lin Yu, the special forces soldier who followed Wu Jiarong, was inside dismantling the bombs. He shouted to the people outside. Yi Xiaohua and Jiang Yunjing were very important to the Hua country army. Even if everyone died, nothing could happen to them. Lin Lan was next to him, helping him block the flying bullets with a piece of iron. "Why haven't you left yet?" Lin Yu said anxiously, "Are you here to die?" Crack, Yi Xiaohua cut off a red thread, then looked at Lin Yu and frowned. "In my team, there is only one equal identity. If we go to war together, we have to come back together. But you know that you're here to die?" Lin Yu was stunned. Lin Yu's breath stagnated. His blood was boiling. He suddenly understood why the people in the military region desperately wanted to squeeze into this team. This was a team without fame and fortune entanglements. This was a team that had the most trusted comrades behind it at any time. When the national flag was hung on the front of the car and they successfully evacuated, Lin Yu's eyes were hot. They really successfully evacuated. 10 years later. Military region. A group of recruits joined the king of the army special forces. This group of recruits was most afraid of the very strict instructor Lin Lan. After the training, a large group of recruits sat on the ground. It was at this time that the entire military region suddenly sounded the bugle. The recruits were inexplicable. What surprised them even more was that the strict instructor Lin Lan actually took off his military cap and made a standard military salute towards the east. From the side, you could see the tears flowing down from the corner of his eyes. The incorruptible and inhuman instructor had such a side. The recruits widened their eyes, and a group of unruly people laughed at him in their hearts. Men, especially soldiers, shed blood but not tears. After the day's training, this group of recruits only knew in the dormitory. Their instructor was an old member of the 1st Special Forces team. At that time, they received a temporary terrorist attack mission. 10 people, they didn't know that they were facing tens of thousands of enemies. In the end, only this team annihilated the enemy, and almost the entire team was wiped out. When the old leader arrived, he heard that there was only Lin Lan on the field. He put the information in the black box, and beside him was a bomb. This group of recruits did not speak. Ding. Complete the main task, the system rewards 4,000 points. Ding. System 008 serves the host, 4,000 points have been received. Out of the world. Yi Xiaohua had just recovered from the shock when she heard 008's voice. She pressed her temple and didn't turn off the surrounding environment. She just asked 008 first, "Is there anyone alive?" Lin Lan. 008 knew what she was asking and immediately replied. "It's good that there is. This time, the information is very important to Hua country." Yi Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not in vain that I and Captain Jiang risked our lives to get it. With this, Hua country's position in the world will no longer be so passive." Speaking of this, Yi Xiaohua sighed, then smiled bitterly. Lin Lan has worked hard. She could not be more familiar with the feeling of watching her comrades die one by one while she was the only one alive. Yi Xiaohua is thinking, suddenly interrupted by a voice. "Young madam, please lift your feet. I want to sweep the floor." A servant came over with a vacuum cleaner and said in an impatient voice. Yi Xiaohua found herself sitting on a sofa. The person who spoke to her was a middle-aged woman dressed in black with a vacuum cleaner in her hand. Yi Xiaohua has not received the plot, so she did not speak, but lifted her feet. The sound is open big, the other side is rudely sucking dust, almost poking Yi Xiaohua's arm several times. The servant didn't even look at Yi Xiaohua. She just walked from one side to the other with the vacuum cleaner. Seeing the package beside Yi Xiaohua and the messy things on the coffee table, the servant snorted and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. Seeing her expression, Yi Xiaohua squints slightly. Calling her. Young madam, it seems that the original owner is the daughter-in-law of this family, but this servant looks down on her family. It seems that the original owner is not very liked by this family, even. Should be very disgusted. Otherwise, a servant would not dare to show this expression to the master. After the servant finished using the vacuum cleaner, she came here with a clean mop and vigorously mopped. After mopping, she found that Yi Xiaohua has not left. She can't help but look up at Yi Xiaohua. Why are you still here? I already said, the old madam and the old master don't want to see you. The servant still wants to say something. At this time, Yi Xiaohua looks up at her. This look is very cold, making the servant can't help but take a step back. There is some hesitation in her eyes. This young madam is a famous playboy in the capital. Every day, she only studies those ignorant and incompetent things, but in fact, she does not have any achievements. If it were not for the old man of the Su family, young Master Su would not marry her at all. Even if he married her, he did not enter her room. This matter is known in the circle of the rich and powerful in the capital, and has become a joke to others. Even the servants of the Su family know how this young madam is a prodigal. But now, the servant is shocked. Just now. I must have seen it wrong. Alright, you can leave after drinking the tea. Don't delay, wait for the madam and the young master to come back. If you don't leave, I will let the security come in and tie you up. The servant takes the mop and goes down, not daring to look at Yi Xiaohua again. Yi Xiaohua does not care about her, puts down the book in the hands of the original owner, and just lowers her eyes to begin to receive the story. The original Yi Xiaohua is the daughter of the Yi family, and can be regarded as a childhood sweetheart with the young master of the Su family. Later, the Yi family's parents died, leaving only the original owner, and the Yi family also became in danger. The hired manager could not make ends meet, and it looked like it was going to close down soon. The old man of the Su family and the old man of the Yi family knew each other, and the Su family also treated the very attractive original owner as their daughter. After the Yi family's parents died, the Su family decided to let the young master of the Su family, Su Zhihan, marry the original owner. Originally, this was not a big deal. The Su family also let the two get married before Su Zhihan went abroad to study. Su Zhihan majored in finance. His talent in stocks was not as good as old Master Su's, and he could not take over the company. That was why he came overseas. When he wanted to apply for a PhD from Professor Liu, he found out that Professor Liu had chosen someone else. Su Zhihan, who had always been favored by the heavens, was very curious to see who would defeat him. That was how he got to know the smart and beautiful Lu Xianxian. Lu Xianxian was the daughter of a small entrepreneur in Hua country. She was able to study abroad because of her excellent grades. She skipped 3 grades in a row when she was in school. She was only 23 years old now. At first, Su Zhihan wasn't convinced that Professor Liu had chosen her. However, Lu Xianxian had crushed everyone and won first place in a stock simulator competition held by several famous universities overseas. Almost all of the stocks that she had chosen were profitable. 1 million yuan as a startup fee. After a month of competition, she managed to catch the attention of the university with a result of 11 million yuan. Of course, Su Zhihan also noticed it. As they were both from Hua country, he admired her and liked to ask her questions about stocks. It was then that he found out that Lu Xianxian had been helping her father with the company. Moreover, it was well taken care of. She did not ask for a cent from her parents when she went abroad. She earned the money herself. The more he knew about her, the more Su Zhihan could not let go of her. Both of them were from Hua country, so it was natural for them to appreciate each other. As time went by, they developed feelings for each other. A year later, Su Zhihan returned to China. Lu Xianxian had also finished her courses and was hired by a local financial company. Su Zhihan did not have any feelings for the original owner of the body. He just did not meet the person he liked, so he did not mind getting married to her. Things were different now. Su Zhihan had met the stunning Lu Xianxian, so he did not want to be with Yi Xiaohua anymore. He wanted to divorce Yi Xiaohua after returning to China. Master Su was a righteous man. When he heard that Su Zhihan had hooked up with another woman after remarrying, he almost fainted. He locked Su Zhihan at home and did not let him see Lu Xianxian. While hiding it from Yi Xiaohua, he didn't want her to be sad. When Su Zhihan's mind was reconciled, Master Su decided to let Su Zhihan apologize to her. However, the original owner of the body, who used to go dancing with her friends every Saturday, suddenly came home and heard Master Su arguing with Su Zhihan. Anyone who encountered something like this would go crazy, not to mention that the original owner of the body really liked Su Zhihan. The original owner picked up a vase and threw it at Su Zhihan. Of course, Su Zhihan wouldn't let it hit him. But, to his surprise, the vase flew towards Old Master Su. Old Master Su fainted. Su Zhihan was so angry that his eyes turned red. He wanted to beat the original owner of the body to death. When the Su family heard the commotion, they rushed upstairs and sent Old Master Su to the hospital overnight. However, Old Master Su was already old. His head was also injured. He was still in the hospital and had not woken up. The Su family had always relied on Old Master Su. Su Zhihan was not talented and was still trying to figure it out. His father did not inherit Old Master Su's wisdom. Now that Old Master Su was in a coma, the Su family's finances had regressed. Because Elder Su was in a coma, Father Su and Mother Su hated Yi Xiaohua a little. They understood why their son liked Lu Xianxia, so they didn't stop him from seeing her. Because of their resentment towards Yi Xiaohua, Father Su and Mother Su didn't want to see Yi Xiaohua and wanted her to divorce Su Zhihan. In their eyes, the original owner of the body was an outsider. The Su family was a family. No matter how badly Su Zhihan had behaved, he was still the son of Father Su and Mother Su. On the other hand, the original owner of the body was the one who had injured Elder Su. When Yi Xiaohua came, it was the night before that Yi mother told Yi Xiaohua to divorce them. When the plot received here, Yi Xiaohua slightly squinted. He looked down at the book that he had thrown aside. Before she transmigrated, the original owner of the body was reading a book on the basics of stocks. However, Yi Xiaohua just glanced at it and didn't mean to pick it up again. She wasn't the original owner of the body, and she didn't like Su Zhihan. If she could get a divorce, she would do it as soon as possible. But, no matter what, Elder Su was like that because of the original owner. Even if there is no wish of the original owner, Yi Xiaohua will take over this body, and it is impossible to leave as if nothing happened. Now Master Su is still in a coma, and Su clan has become a mess. Yi Xiaohua stands up. The mess left by the original owner is still waiting for her to clean up. Thinking of this, she took the phone that the original owner of the body had put aside and walked out. She wanted to go to the hospital to check on the old man's condition first. After she left, the servant dared to come out and saw the stockbook thrown aside by Yi Xiaohua at will. He curled his lips disdainfully. Bah! He had thought that she could really read, but he didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to do it in less than 3 days. At the hospital. When Yi Xiaohua arrived, in the ward, several senior members of Su clan, as well as Su Zhihan and Su father and Su mother were there. Everyone's face was filled with helplessness. What are you doing here? As soon as Su's mother saw Yi Xiaohua, she couldn't help but turn her eyes away. She didn't want to see her. Just think that our Su family's life is not good. You go. I don't want to see you again. Yi Xiaohua didn't speak. She just looked in the direction of old man Su and observed his condition with her spiritual force. The senior members of the Su family used to respect Yi Xiaohua. This time, when they looked at Yi Xiaohua, there was a trace of anger on their faces, as well as feigned indignation. Why haven't you sent her away yet? A shareholder asked Father Su in a low voice. Papa Su pursed his lips and didn't answer the question, but his expression didn't look too good. Our Su family is in a mess right now. The incorporation hired a new foreign financial analyst to take care of the Su family first. I don't have the time to worry about these things. Because of Lord Su's absence, coupled with Madame Anne's deliberate oppression, the Su family's predicament had worsened. When Su Zhihan heard this, he looked at Yi Xiaohua with eyes as sharp as knives. He clenched his fists tightly. If not for the fact that she was a woman, he would have already punched her. Just when he was about to call someone to take Yi Xiaohua out, Yi Xiaohua left by herself. Just as he was about to say that Su Yu was being tactful, someone barged into the room without even knocking on the door. Mr. Su, manager, did you know? I was watching the stock simulation competition just now. Do you know what happened? Miss Liu, whom young master knows, got first place in the country. Now, even Madame An is hiring Miss Liu with a high salary. Madame Su and Mr. Su's eyes widened. Are you sure that's Xianxia? It's her. I've checked back and forth 3 times. Look, it's her photo on the official website. We're saved. Madame Su quickly stood up and said, Zhehan, hurry up and contact Yi Xiaohua. You guys should get a divorce. Even if she doesn't want to, you still have to get a divorce. Digression, God Yi, heh. It's the last day of the double monthly vote, my dears. Father Su closed his eyes and turned to look at Grandpa Su. He had no intention of stopping them. The Su family did not object to Yi Xiaohua and Su Zhehan's marriage, but Grandpa Su was the one who made the decision. Grandpa Su was in a coma and Yi Xiaohua did not agree to the divorce. They did not care about Yi Xiaohua for the time being. But now, the Su family was in a financial crisis. Lu Xianxian was the national champion of the stock simulation competition. Even Madame An had to spend a lot of money to hire her. If Lu Xianxian could marry into the Su family would be happy to exchange 100 or 1,000 Yi Xiaohua. If Yi Xiaohua did not hit Su Zhehan first, the situation would not have turned out this way. Su Zhehan had wanted to divorce Yi Xiaohua for a long time. He stood up immediately after hearing Mother Su's words. I'll go find Yi Xiaohua now. If she doesn't agree, then we won't care about the Yi family. The Yi family and the Su family had been good friends for generations. The friendship between the 2 families could be traced back to the previous generation. But now, the Su family was in danger. As long as Lu Xianxian did not mind Su Zhehan's marriage, she could stand up for the Su family. As for the Yi family and Yi Xiaohua, no one in the Su family would really care about them. Yi Xiaohua did not know about Lu Xianxian and the others. After leaving the hospital, she drove to Yi Group. Although it was called the Yi Group, it was actually just a small investment company. It couldn't even compare to the small factory of the Lu family, let alone the Su family. Miss? There was basically no one in the Yi family's studio. Only 2 people were printing documents while the others were looking at the market in front of the computer. Yi Xiaohua was an old employee of the Yi family, Xiaofeng. He was also a top student. He should have had a higher path, but he was saved by Yi father at a banquet, so he stayed in the Yi family and did not leave. Uncle Xiao, Yi Xiaohua glanced at his portfolio and suddenly had an idea. How's the company now? Yi Xiaohua had never been to the company since the death of Father Yi and Mother Yi. Manager Xiao was surprised that she took the initiative to ask about the company, but he still brought all the company's data. It's all here. Xiaofeng placed a large pile of documents on the table and smiled with some relief. If Boss Yi was still here and saw you like this, at this point, Xiaofeng saw Yi Xiaohua lowering her head in silence. He sighed and did not speak. He had watched Yi Xiaohua grow up. Originally, she was a fearless child, but now she was sitting in the office reading documents. Xiaofeng felt a little sad. Yi Xiaohua picked up the top one and began to browse the information. The original owner was really useless before. Not to mention the current stock market and financial circle, she didn't even ask about Ye's and Su's companies. Yi Xiaohua had to come here. The original owner's wish this time was a bit complicated. First, she wanted Su Zhehan to regret it. Second, she also wanted to wake up and protect the family business of Ye's parents. She didn't know how a playboy like her could have such a great dream. Although Father Yi and Mother Yi were dead, some loyal employees of the Yi family did not leave, such as Xiaofeng and the others. In the original plot, after the original owner died, the Yi family was also destroyed. These old employees lived in poverty. Manager Xiao. Just as Yi Xiaohua finished reading and picked up the next one, a young man suddenly came into the office and put a resignation letter on the table. Su Shen, do you know what you are talking about? Xiaofeng hadn't spoken yet. The boy behind Su Shen came in and looked at Su Shen angrily. Who funded you to study in the United States in high school? Now Mr. Yi is gone. You want to leave as soon as an company poaches you. You are. My dad didn't even find a replacement for you. Su Shen's face didn't change at all. He just glanced at Yi Xiaohua and saw her flipping through the financial statements. She stayed on a page for no more than 10 seconds. She couldn't even finish reading a line of words. Seeing this scene, Sushin shook his head in his heart. Sure enough, with such a young lady, the company would go out of business sooner or later. He withdrew his gaze and didn't feel guilty at all. I have done enough for the Yi family. Manager Xiao, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Do you dare to say that you don't know what happened to the Su family now? Miss Yi heard old Master Su. Now the Su family is in danger and won't care about our Yi family at all. How can we fill the hole in Yi family's finance? I'm already halfway through this month. I don't want my salary. That's it. After that, Sushin didn't look back and walked straight out the door. You. Xianxia saw that Sushin really left like that. His brows were tightly twisted. He couldn't wait to follow him and beat him up. If it weren't for Ye's father and mother, there wouldn't be a talented student like Sushin today. Every new year, afraid that Sushin would be a little lonely, Ye's mother would take them to the Yi family's mansion for the new year. The Yi family didn't owe him anything, but he was good. He even hit him when he was down at this time. Not only did he resign, he didn't hand over his work, but he also took away a big contract from the Yi family. Yi Xiaohua finished flipping through another document. Seeing that Xianxia was going to follow up and beat Su Shen, she put the document on the table. She didn't take a new document. She just raised her head and said lightly, this kind of person, if he wants to leave, let him go. But what about our financial hole? Xianxia still felt unwilling. Su Shen's actions were a great blow to the Yi family. The Yi family was already very difficult to support. Relying on this single, he didn't expect Su Shen to betray them. Yi Xiaohua shook her head. Don't worry, I'll think of a way. However, he still cared about the other members of the Yi family. Su Shen took his briefcase and was about to leave. He sincerely warned Xiao Feng and the other members of the Yi family, Uncle Xiao, I know the situation of the Su family and the financial world very well. I know you all care about the Yi family, but if you trust me, then listen to me and leave the Yi family as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to leave the Yi family. Xianxia wanted to rush over and beat Su Shen up, but Xiao Feng stopped him. Xiao Feng wasn't angry. He just looked at Su Shen calmly, if it wasn't for President Yi, I wouldn't be where I am today. Even if I'll be poor for the rest of my life, I have a clear conscience. You should leave, and don't call me Uncle Xiao anymore. I can't bear it. After hearing Xiao Feng's words, Su Shen's expression froze for a moment, then he sneered, all right, I hope you can be so open-minded when the time comes. Su Shen went straight to the elevator. Xiao Feng didn't know, but he did. Su Zhihen and Yi Xiaohua were in conflict. Not to mention that Elder Su was still unconscious, Lu Xianxian was a woman that even Madaman was trying to win over. Of course, it wasn't just because of this. The Yi family's future wasn't good. The financial circle had always been chaotic, and the unspoken rules had become the tacit price to pay. It was a pity that the Yi family didn't want to get involved in this mess. Even if it wasn't for Yi Xiaohua, Su Shen would have left the Yi family. Has our loan been approved? Xianxia and Xiao Feng sat in the office without saying a word. Yi Xiaohua stopped and suddenly asked after going through half of the documents. Xiao Feng didn't remember to ask Yi Xiaohua how she knew about the loan. He frowned, the bank and the CBRC didn't approve the loan, Uncle Xiao, according to your qualifications, you won't be selected, right? Yi Xiaohua suddenly thought of this question. When she said this, she clearly saw Xianxing's fingers clenched tightly and his expression was very angry. The financial circle was so **ket up. It relied on connections and unspoken rules. Ordinary people couldn't survive in this circle at all. It's just that Xiao Feng didn't want to expose the darkness in this circle to Yi Xiaohua. He smiled, it's okay, I'll think of a way. Speaking of this, his tone softened a lot, you can take care of Elder Su. An unspoken rule? Yi Xiaohua touched her eyebrows meaningfully. Yi Xiaohua copied the rest of the documents to the USB and went back to the Su family. As for the matter of the Yi family, she temporarily put it aside. The servants of the Su family saw that Yi Xiaohua had left and returned. Not only did she not leave the Su family, but she also returned to the Su family's room. They were all shocked. They didn't know where this young madam's face came from. Of course, the Su family didn't have any clear instructions, so these servants didn't dare to run forward and drive Yi Xiaohua away. The servants didn't to Yi family members. The servants of the Su family naturally knew what Yi Xiaohua had done. Because of Su's mother's embellishment, Yi Xiaohua was a bad image that hurt the old man in the eyes of these people. Even if they didn't know, they basically understood it one by one. They looked at Yi Xiaohua's eyes more or less with some contempt. Yi Xiaohua fairy was busy. On the one hand, she had to study Su Laozi's illness. On the other hand, she had to study Yi family. It wasn't just about playing with stocks. There were also some dirty tricks in the financial circle. None of them could escape from the capital's financial circle. It was led by the Su family. Yi Xiaohua had experienced the dirty and chaotic financial circle, but she didn't expect that even the financial circle was almost the same. If you had talent, no connections, and refused to accept the unspoken rules, you would never be able to get ahead. Just like Xiaofeng. Yi Xiaohua took a deep breath and thought about the meaning of arranging this world for her. She put a row of silver needles aside, picked up her mobile phone, and registered an account named Y on a stock software. She took a look at the stocks in circulation. Stock has always been a very risky investment. If you want to invest in a stock, most people will click on it to see the company's PE ratio and PB ratio. The PE ratio must be low. As for the professional research on the K-line and the Black Crow, they are all done by financial analysts. No professional investors will study these. Those companies that develop very fast in the future and can rise to the limit every day are called demon stocks in the stock market. Every once in a while, there will be such a demon stock. It depends on everyone's eyes, because once the demon stock rises to the limit, it is very difficult to buy. Yi Xiaohua couldn't stop these judgments. She took a look and bought the same stock with all the money in the account. Yi Xiaohua, come out. At this time, Yi Xiaohua's door was banging. The knock on the door was too loud. If Yi Xiaohua hadn't locked the door before coming in, Su Zhihan would have rushed in directly. Even if Su Zhihan didn't like Yi Xiaohua in the past, he wouldn't have done this. But things were different now. Yi Xiaohua had hurt his grandfather and put the Su family in danger. Now that Lu Xianxia was here, his parents wouldn't accept her as their daughter-in-law. How could Su Zhihan be polite to her? Yi Xiaohua stood up and looked at the balance on her phone. Then she exited the phone. From buying the stock to proposing it, he spent close to a few 100,000 yuan in less than 3 minutes. Even senior financial analysts would be amazed if they saw this scene. She would be a fool if she didn't have confidence in herself to make such a big investment. She held the phone in her hand and got up to open the door. What do you want? Su Zhihan thought that Yi Xiaohua was avoiding him because she didn't want a divorce. After all, if she divorced him, the Su family wouldn't help the Yi family anymore and she would have no way out. He didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua would really open the door. He didn't expect her to open the door so soon. Su Zhihan didn't expect it, but it didn't stop him from talking about serious business. I want to talk to you about the divorce and leave the Su family. Of course, she had to leave. Yi Xiaohua wasn't the original owner. She liked this bastard. But she didn't say it out loud. She just looked at Su Zhihan coldly. Miss Yi, this is the Su family. The housekeeper who followed Su Zhihan saw Yi Xiaohua's expression and immediately stopped Su Zhihan. He warned Yi Xiaohua not to hurt Su Zhihan again. After all, they knew that Yi Xiaohua had hurt Su Zhihan last time. Unfortunately, the housekeeper and the others didn't know that if Yi Xiaohua really wanted to hurt Su Zhihan, they wouldn't even be able to stop her. After all, she was the woman who made the world's biggest terrorist organization bow their heads in the last world. Master and Madam are back. You can leave now. The housekeeper stood behind Su Zhihan and looked at Yi Xiaohua as if she was a dead person. Seeing that Su Zhihan's mother and father were back, Su Zhihan immediately pushed Yi Xiaohua away and went downstairs. He didn't even look at Yi Xiaohua, who took a step back. Right now, Su Zhihan's heart and eyes were filled with Lu Xianxia. He didn't care about Yi Xiaohua at all. Downstairs, Su's father and mother were afraid that Su Zhihan would have an accident. After Su Zhihan left the hospital, they both rushed back one by one. One was for Su Zhihan, and the other was for Yi Xiaohua. He didn't expect to receive a call from Lu Xianxia on his way back. What did Xianxia say? Father Su asked immediately when he saw that Mother Su's face didn't look too good. Su's mother smiled and hung up the phone. Her eyes were very gloomy. She threw the phone on the table and her face was very cold. This Yi Xiaohua, she even found a hooligan to threaten Xianxia before. She really is. Where did her face come from? At this time, Su Zhihan and Yi Xiaohua had already come down. You sent hooligans to harass her before, which made her unwilling to come to Su clan. If it weren't for you, she would be in our Su clan now. She is different from you. She has won the first prize in the national stock simulation competition. With her, our Su clan will quickly get through this crisis. Madame Su saw Yi Xiaohua acting as if nothing had happened. Her desire to make a move was suppressed. Then she coldly said. Hearing this sentence, Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes. Before, the original owner didn't know the situation of Su clan and Yi clan. This morning, Yi Xiaohua went to Yi clan and learned about the situation of the financial market. Su clan and Yi clan were almost touched. Su clan's situation was very complicated. According to the original owner's memory, although Lu Xianxian was a genius in the simulation competition, in fact, she didn't have any actual combat experience. The real financial masters didn't participate in this kind of competition. How could she help Su clan get through this crisis? Yi Xiaohua was very suspicious. She crossed her arms and looked at Madame Su. Grandpa's illness is because of me. I will take responsibility. As for Lu Xianxian, is she very powerful? I don't want to accompany Madame and lose again. Although the original plot didn't have the following plot, Yi Xiaohua felt strange. It was such a coincidence that when Master Su fell into a coma, the Su clan suddenly collapsed, and Madame, the Yin clan has always been thinking big. Will they watch Lu Xianxian enter the Su clan? You will take responsibility. What else can you take responsibility for? Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Su Zhihan fiercely slapped the table and stood up. He couldn't tolerate others insulting Lu Xianxian. Aren't you relying on Uncle Yi and Aunt Yi? Without them, who do you think you are? Xianxian is not the same as you. She has always relied on herself. When she was in high school, she helped her parents run their company. A company that was about to go bankrupt was managed by her into a studio. When she was in M country, many professors wanted her to study. Compared to you, she is thousands of times better. Hearing Su Zhihan's words, Madame Su and Father Su didn't stop him. At this time, the Su clan naturally didn't bother to talk to Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua was an orphan who didn't understand anything. They didn't need to spend much effort on her. They looked at the stock that Yi Xiaohua held in her hands and now was thrown to the ground. They all laughed disdainfully. Isn't it a divorce? Yi Xiaohua put her hand in her pocket and said calmly, say a time. Su Zhihan was stunned. You agreed? Yi Xiaohua nodded. Well, this is voluntary. Even if the old man wakes up in the future, don't complain to him. Our Su family paid a lot of money for the Yi family. We didn't do you wrong. Su's father, who didn't speak, finally opened his mouth. He was afraid that Yi Xiaohua would go back on her words. He immediately called the lawyer and looked at Yi Xiaohua with a sympathetic look. What happens to your Yi family in the future, whether it's a blessing or a curse, has nothing to do with our Su family. I hope you know this. Now that the Yi family was still in debt, Su Zhihan and others naturally looked down on Yi Xiaohua. Su's father said this, but also for Yi Xiaohua to regret in the future. Papa Su had already received the news that Su Zhihan of the Yi group had jumped ship. In his eyes, Yi Xiaohua was still a playboy who didn't understand anything. In order to avoid Yi Xiaohua going back on her words in the future, he directly cut off Yi Xiaohua's retreat. Out of topic, let me tell you something sad. I have to go to work and school tomorrow. The road was crowded. I sat until I vomited. I didn't know what I wrote. Double monthly votes, end at 10 o'clock this morning, babies. After that, Father Su looked at Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua lived up to his expectations, I promise you, but I want to go to the hospital to see Grandpa Su, you can't stop me. No matter what, Father Su didn't force Yi Xiaohua on this point. If you want to see him, then see him. After that, Father Su and Mother Su both looked at Yi Xiaohua with a very complicated look. The other party also grew up under their own eyes, and they used to treat her as their own daughter, but no one thought that such a thing would happen. Grandpa Su was unconscious, Su family was in crisis, and Lu Xianxian as a comparison, the two really couldn't bring up the kind of good impression they had before. The lawyer came very quickly, and the divorce agreement had already been prepared, but at that time, the original owner knew that once she left Su family, she would have nothing, so she didn't agree. At this time, Yi Xiaohua finally let go, and the Su family immediately called the lawyer. Sign the agreement, let the assistant handle the rest, and the divorce certificate will be sent directly to Yi Xiaohua. Most people think this way. Maybe they were really good to Yi Xiaohua at the beginning, but now it involves their future, and the previous good to Yi Xiaohua has gradually become a complaint. I will be responsible for Grandpa Su's illness, thank you uncle and auntie for helping us when Yi family was in trouble. Putting down the pen, before leaving, Yi Xiaohua slightly bowed to Father Su and Mother Su. Then she went upstairs to get her own row of silver needles and her mobile phone, and directly left Su family. She didn't take any of those clothes, packages, and shoes. Seeing her like this, Father Su was stunned for a moment, and finally, for some reason, he suddenly said, Xiaohua, go back and persuade Xiaofeng, the financial circle is like this, don't learn from your father, follow Mrs. N's idea, so that your Yi family may have a way to survive. Dad, why are you so kind to remind her? Su Zhihan was overjoyed as he held the divorce papers in his hands. He pursed his lips when he heard Papa Su's final words. She didn't bring anything with her. Given her personality, she'll be back in a few days. If it was the original owner, she naturally couldn't bear this kind of suffering, but now it has been replaced by Yi Xiaohua who has long wanted to leave Su family. After leaving Su family, Yi Xiaohua went back to Yi family, took a few clothes from the original owner, and was about to go to Yi family's studio. At the same time, on a flight to M country, President He, you're returning to China? The agent looked at the clear and bright figure walking straight back. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Mr. Eric is still waiting for you for the meeting, and then He Xiaoyan lowered his eyes to look at the message that he had previously asked someone to find. The other party had already replied. After experiencing so many worlds, he could pretty much drive all of these modern high-tech cars. Have a video conference tonight. The assistant still wanted to say something, but the other party glanced at him. All right, President He. I'll contact Mr. Eric right away. Xia Yanqing was outside the Yi group, talking on the phone with someone. The veins on his forehead were popping out. Yes, I'm not ambitious. I don't like finance or stocks. I won't enter that circle again, okay? I'll give you 2 words, die. After the call, Xia Yanqing still hadn't replied. He clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He didn't want his father to see him like this. As soon as he turned around, he saw a man in a well-tailored suit stopping by the Yi Group store. Logically speaking, the Yi Group was almost done for now. Basically, they couldn't get any business. Why would someone come here at this time? Moreover, from the man's hair to the keychain in his hand, he could tell that he was very expensive. Even if he wanted to invest, the Yi Group wouldn't be able to afford it. And, this man's face was very familiar. Sir, what can I do for you? Xia Yanqing asked doubtfully. Excuse me, is Miss Yi Xiaohua here? The other party said in a low voice. I want to talk to her about a business deal. When did Miss Yi have such a friend? Xia Yanqing opened his mouth and wanted to answer, but Yi Xiaohua came. You came earlier than I expected this time. Let's talk inside. He Xiaoyan turned around and saw Yi Xiaohua wearing ripped jeans. He was stunned. He had never seen this kind of non-mainstream dress on the very mature Yi Xiaohua. It's really annoying, Yi Xiaohua didn't expect the original owner's taste to be so bad. She wanted to buy 2 more clothes for herself. You want to talk business with me? How big? When they arrived at the office, Yi Xiaohua poured a glass of water for him and a glass for herself. The two of them got along very naturally. Xiaofeng saw He Xiaoyan pull a chair for Yi Xiaohua to sit on. He withdrew his gaze and didn't look at her again. They should be old friends for many years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a tacit understanding. He Xiaoyan said a number to Yi Xiaohua. Wait for a while, Yi Xiaohua thought for a moment and then said, I have to deal with some trouble first. What trouble? He Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. Yi Xiaohua waved her hand and whispered, I'll do it myself. Outside the door, Xiaofeng was sitting in front of the computer, looking at the fluctuating stocks on the computer, lost in thought. Uncle Xiao, in fact, you like the financial circle very much, right? Suddenly, a clear voice appeared in his ear. Xiaofeng came back to his senses and looked up to see Yi Xiaohua. He said with a smile, Miss, why don't you chat with your friend for a few more days? His face didn't have the slightest change. I heard from my dad that you were a famous financial genius in Jing University. Uncle Xiao, don't tell me that you don't like this circle. Yi Xiaohua shook her head. I won't believe it. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Xiaofeng froze for a moment, then came back to his senses. He lit a cigarette and hooked his lips with a smile. There's no difference whether I like it or not. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, Xiaofeng's hand trembled. The cigarette ash fell on the table and he immediately wiped it. Then he pretended to smile indifferently, Miss, you are really young. Did President Yi tell you that I was completely annihilated by the financial circle? Except for Yi Group, there is no place for me. Speaking of this, Xiaofeng's eyes wandered. He would never forget that day. Because he did not accept the hidden rules hinted by his boss, he was blacklisted by the entire financial circle the next day. All the results of his research had been taken by someone else. Overnight, there was nothing left of him. His friends in the financial circle also turned against him. Since then, Xiaofeng no longer had his own dream. What about Sister Xiao? Yi Xiaohua suddenly asked. Xiao Xian was Xiaofeng's daughter and Xiao Yanqing's sister. She inherited the financial talent of Xiao family. She was an executive in group. But half a year ago, Xiao Xian went crazy. Yes, she went crazy. Hearing Yi Xiaohua mention Xiao Xian, Xiaofeng suddenly stood up. Miss, when my father was alive, he said that he did not expect the financial circle to become like this until he and my mother sacrificed their lives for it. It happened that he was competing with President and for the position. You? Xiaofeng looked at Yi Xiaohua blankly. Yi Xiaohua looked up. Yanqing also fell into a vicious circle. Uncle Xiao, I want to avenge my father. The reason why the financial circle is called the financial circle is that it belongs to the top students. The Yin family has monopolized this circle for too long. Do you want to go together? Xiaofeng was silent for a long time, then said in a hoarse voice, Okay, I promise you. Miss, Manager Xiao, the manager of Yin Group is here. Someone knocked on the door. I'll be ready soon. Yi Xiaohua took the phone and went outside to see the people of Yin Group. Inside the room, Xiaofeng looked at Yi Xiaohua's back and suddenly didn't know what to say. He had to admit that for a moment, he was infected by Yi Xiaohua's words. Thinking of this, he slowly crushed the cigarette. Xiao Chen, give me the research you did this quarter. Manager Xiao, don't you know these things? Xiao Chen took his computer in surprise. Xiaofeng chuckled. I'm getting old. I can't control my excitement no matter what I hear. Xiao Chen looked at Xiaofeng strangely, but Xiaofeng didn't explain. He just plunged into a pile of complicated data. 3 days later. Lady and Digi family go there? Third Childan blew out a smoke ring. The assistant beside him bowed respectfully. Yes. Third Master and wasn't surprised at all. Miss Yi is more tactful than her parents. After all, she has divorced Su Zhihan. The fate of the Yi family depends on Madame An. She has to listen to us. The assistant smiled. Did you find why? In the past 2 days, a stock god had appeared in the stock market. In just a few days, he had caught the attention of all the big shots in the financial industry. Even third young master and had to pay attention to him. The assistant handed over a document. I got someone to look into it, but I haven't found anything on this person yet. He's very mysterious. Stay tuned. Third young master and frowned. It would be best if we could poach Madame An. With his trading skills, it would be helpful for us to enter the international market. While they were talking, someone rushed in from outside. Third young master. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Third young master and frowned and looked at the person. Today's voting still hasn't been decided, the person said. Miss Yi voted for director and Miss Lu tied with him. Third young master and pinched the cigarette butt in his hand and sneered. Third young master, Yi Xiaohua used to be Su Zhihan's wife. The assistant wasn't surprised at all. And Zhihan divorced her for Miss Liu. How could she vote for Miss Liu? Hearing this, third young master and stood up. How is Xuanxuan's mood now? Miss Liu is a little angry, but she didn't say anything. She is preparing for the international stock simulation competition. That's good. You guys take care of her. Third master and threw the cigarette into the trash can and strode outside. The international stock simulation competition is very important to her. If we can't find why, we can only let Xianxia compete. I know. Third young master and knew that Lu Xianxia wasn't afraid of anything. After hearing this, he immediately went to find Lu Xianxia to comfort her. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got out of the car, he saw two figures confronting each other at the bottom of the conference building. Yi Xiaohua, you deliberately didn't vote for me. Lu Xianxia was infuriated by Yi Xiaohua's hypocritical attitude. She said coldly, you were the one who harassed me before, weren't you? For this day, she prepared for a long time but did not expect to be destroyed by a random vote of Yi Xiaohua. If eyes could kill, Yi Xiaohua would have died thousands of times now. It's me. Yi Xiaohua put his hand in his pocket, very careless. What? I finally know why Su Zhihan divorced her. Third master An's eyes dimmed. Miss Yi is so stupid. Is she so eager to die? The assistant beside him lowered his head silently, not daring to say anything. Third young master and took a few steps forward and patted Lu Xuanxuan's shoulder. He then looked at Yi Xiaohua and chuckled, Miss Yi, the river flows east for 30 years. There was a warning in his tone. Out of topic, what Lu Xianxia said to Su's mother before was just a guess. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaohua admitted it directly in front of her. If it wasn't for An's third young master pulling himself, Lu Xianxia would have rushed forward to beat her. An's third young master is blocking Lu Xuanxuan's side. He is different from Lu Xianxia. Although he hasn't been in contact with Yi Xiaohua before, he has heard a lot of rumors about Yi Xiaohua in the circle. Since junior high school, she has fought a lot of group fights. If she really wants to beat Lu Xianxia because of Su Zhihan, Lu Xianxia will not be her opponent. Miss Yi, yesterday Xiao Feng on behalf of your Yi family just borrowed a sum of money from our own family. An's third young master looked at Yi Xiaohua's appearance, implied a warning smile. Don't you think your approach today is a little inappropriate? I don't think so. Lu Xuanxuan's current status is not suitable to be the chairman of the CSRC branch. Yi Xiaohua looked at the text message received on the mobile phone and smiled while looking at it. When the delicate eyebrows and eyes came over, they were so beautiful that people's eyes were slightly stagnant. Listening to Yi Xiaohua's words, An's third young master's eyes changed again, and suddenly smiled. Miss Yi, you are really naive. I'm afraid Yi Xiaohua still doesn't know that the main reason why Su family is so anxious to get rid of the relationship with Yi family is that Grandpa Su's matter is just a fuse. An's third young master's eyes are really not comfortable. Yi Xiaohua doesn't want to deal with him too much. She turns around and leaves here directly. Although Ye's family can't go on, Ye's father had a substitute position in the CSRC before and had a vote. An's family originally thought that Ye's father and mother were dead, and the rest of the people would be easier to control. They didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua, who seemed to be the easiest to control, would change sides. An's third young master is sending people to check your news. 008 feels that the database is passive. It's normal, Yi Xiaohua sat in the car and squinted. I'll be surprised if he doesn't check, but he can't find anything. The image of the original owner before is a fact. As for some of the things I did, it will take some effort for him to find out. She lowered her eyes, took her mobile phone, and logged into a Weibo called Lei Lei. He posted the latest bullish stocks. Looking at the hundreds of comments that she had just posted on Weibo, she curled her lips. Then, he logged on to another account. It was the account of the original owner of the body. Thanks to Su Zhihan, the original owner of the body was quite popular on Weibo and had more than 10 million followers. It was just that the original owner was more black. There were too many comments below, and they were all scolding her. After returning to Yi Clan, Yi Xiaohua did not see Xiao Feng in the office. She only saw Xianxia sitting in the hall with a depressed face. Yi Xiaohua did not speak. The staff around her saw that she wanted to speak, but was waved by Yi Xiaohua and stopped. Several minutes later, Xianxia saw Yi Xiaohua. "Miss Yi, you're back." He smiled, as if the depression earlier was all an illusion. "Have you seen my dad? I don't know what he's been up to recently. He's always so mysterious." "I went out to find a friend." Yi Xiaohua also smiled and walked in to pat Xianxia's shoulder. "How are you recently? Are you okay?" Xianxia shrugged. "Of course I'm fine." Yi Xiaohua nodded and did not ask any more questions. She went directly to the office. As soon as she left, Xianxia sat in his seat as if he had collapsed. He looked down at the text message he received on his mobile phone. He looked stunned. "Miss Yi, you." He stood up and looked at the open door of Yi Xiaohua's office. Yi Xiaohua looked up and smiled at him. "Your girlfriend should have been bailed out. Go and see her. Don't let her break down." After that, Yi Xiaohua withdrew her gaze and continued to look at the stock page on the computer. Xianxia thought that Yi Xiaohua was still the original owner. He did not care at first. When he was just about to leave, he saw Yi Xiaohua's page from the corner of his eye. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Since you're not in a hurry, that's just right." Yi Xiaohua turned the computer side and showed him the portfolio page. "You can use the formula to calculate the risk of this futures portfolio. The data is on it, and the trading model is here." Saying that, Yi Xiaohua skillfully opened another software. Without looking at the keyboard, she directly entered a line of arithmetic code and then pressed the enter key to calculate and run. People in Ye's company were all people who studied finance. They might not be clear about other things, but they had a common understanding of these numbers. What Yes most lacked now was a set of operating models, and then the lack of loans. But once there was a plan to make money, loans and investment funds were no longer a problem. This is a problem that has not been solved in the last futures market simulation. Miss Yi is combining the model? An employee with sharp eyes saw what Yi Xiaohua was doing at a glance. He was a little surprised. It was the first time for others to know that Yi Xiaohua could do this. They couldn't help but gather their heads to see if Yi Xiaohua had calculated it. At first, Xianxia still had a skeptical attitude. But seeing Yi Xiaohua enter one complicated formula after another, some of which he could not understand for the time being, his expression gradually became dignified. At first, although he complained about Su Shen's departure, he knew that the other party's approach was not incomprehensible. As for Yi Xiaohua's divorce from Su Zhihen, Yi Xiaohua returned to Yes, and even Xiao Feng gave her the voting rights. Xianxia did not particularly agree at first. But now, looking at the final results of a set of complex futures portfolio, Xianxia's gaze towards Yi Xiaohua gradually became shocked. Originally, he thought that Yi Xiaohua left the Su family and returned to Yes to muddle along. But now, looking at her calculated portfolio, Xianxia suddenly found that he seemed to have gotten the facts wrong from beginning to end. Yi Xiaohua hasn't touched the stock market for a long time. But these things are printed in her mind, and she can calculate it with data. Her portfolio can't be said to be the best, but at least she can't find a portfolio with lower risk and higher profit than her portfolio. Xiao Feng and Xianxia were suddenly full of energy, and the originally precarious Yi clan gradually recovered. Yi Xiaohua took her silver needles to the hospital to see Elder Su. Unfortunately, Lu Xianxian and Su Zhihen were also in the ward. When Su Zhihen saw Yi Xiaohua, he frowned but didn't say anything. Before the divorce, they had an agreement that she could see Elder Su at any time. Lu Xianxian glanced at Yi Xiaohua, but didn't say anything. For these two people, Yi Xiaohua certainly didn't care much. She only sighed today's bad luck. She walked to Elder Su's side, dragged the only chair next to the bed, and sat down. Her fingers had just touched Elder Su's pulse when Father Su and Mother Su directly came in. Xianxian, you're here." Both of their faces looked like they were relieved. They were followed by Su clan's executives. "We're lucky to be able to catch Miss Lu's free time. Chief Su, Miss Lu is the new generation stock god. With Miss Lu here, Su clan's crisis will definitely be solved." These people thought Yi Xiaohua sitting in front of Elder Su's bed was transparent. as if she didn't exist. Lu Xianxian looked at Yi Xiaohua with a smile, but didn't see any anger on the other's face. She couldn't help but feel bored. Xianxian, let's go to Su Clan first. Su Zhihan didn't care about Yi Xiaohua at this time. This time, the capital's financial circle was reshuffled, and the old man was still in a coma. To be honest, there weren't many people in the Su family who could solve this crisis. If it wasn't for Lu Xianxian, their Su family would have been ruthlessly peeled off a layer of skin. Lu Xianxian didn't refuse and followed them to Su Clan. But when they went out, she looked back at Yi Xiaohua in the ward. I heard that Yi Clan recently re-entered the financial circle, but not many people pay attention to it. What's wrong? At the side, the Su Clan's higher-ups, who now regard Lu Xianxian as a deity, sneered, Miss Lu, you just came back, so you don't know the Yi family's situation. It was said that Yi Xiaohua took the lead in the investment. After all, she was still young. Maybe she thought that it was easy to mix in the financial industry, but now she wanted to mix in the financial circle. TSK. That Xiaofeng was also crazy. It was not like he did not know how much Yi Xiaohua weighed. She still doesn't know that Madaman has already targeted her. The Su family did not really care about Yi Xiaohua's situation. They only mentioned it in a hurry and changed the topic, returning the topic back to Lu Xianxian. When Yi Xiaohua was treating Su lousy, the capital financial circle was surging. The results of the CSRC election were not out yet, and everyone was moving carefully. At this time, a piece of news and a video swept through the entire financial circle. Lin He was a well-known analyst in the financial circle. He was Xiaofeng's classmate and had the right to vote in this vote. He had a gentle personality and had tens of thousands of fans on Weibo. Because of his position in the CSRC, he knew a lot of people. When he knew that Xiaofeng had returned, he specially contacted Xiaofeng. After seeing Xiaofeng's proposals, he decided to cooperate with Xiaofeng. However, today, there was a scandal about his financial circle. There was a written agreement about his bribery and a video of him trading with another candidate from the Yin family. These were hyped up by the media and posted on Weibo and other major software. With the rhythm of the water army, the situation instantly became a little subtle. This should be at least 500,000 yuan? If I'm not wrong, this middle-aged man is a higher-up of the Yin family. He is participating in this year's election. This is intriguing. I can't afford to offend him. So this is how the high and mighty financial circle looks like? Stinking social class, you still don't want to investigate? Don't you want to arrest him? The official Weibo of the Yin family directly posted such a Weibo, Lin He, you are an advisor of the Yin family. During the last vote, between Lu Xianxian and Managerin, you chose Managerin. I thought of many reasons, but I didn't expect you to be like this. Lu Xianxian isn't as rich and powerful as Managerin, but you. Lin He, we have no choice but to meet in court. This time, the group was filled with righteous indignation. Who was Lu Xianxian, a genius girl who had been the hottest topic on Weibo recently? She was still participating in the international mock stock competition. Countless netizens who didn't pay attention to this competition started to pay attention because of Lu Xianxian. Madaman's Weibo post made netizens think that Lin He had accepted bribes. They looked down on Lu Xianxian, a financial genius from an ordinary background. The news spread like a virus. In fact, those who were in the financial circle knew what was going on. The Yin family that dominated the entire financial circle wanted to kill Lin He. From now on, the financial genius Lin He, who was quite famous in the financial circle, was completely useless. No one would ask him to be an advisor anymore. Even after this news, his position in the Securities and Exchange Commission would be removed because of his bribery. Just like me. Yi Xiaohua listened to Xiaofeng's soft voice on the other end of the phone. Everyone in the circle knows it's not like this, but so what? No one will say anything because this circle belongs to the Yin family. No one will dare to go against Third Master, and Yi Xiaohua took a deep breath. But the expression on her face wasn't good. You received the news? Third Master and looked at Yi Xiaohua and couldn't help but take a sip of coffee. This is your fate. Have you thought about it? Of course. Yi Xiaohua smiled. You want Lin He to meet in court, right? Then let's meet in court. I want to see what reason you will use to remove me from the financial circle this time. You're really not afraid of death? Third Master was stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes. You're not afraid of me withdrawing my investment? Of course. Yi Xiaohua stood up and smiled at Third Master and oh right, let me reintroduce myself. That's me. Digression, really, if you don't like me, you don't have to read it. That's the kind of article I am. The first chapter emphasized it. The first 2 times I was reported and blocked, so every time I wrote, I was very careful. This time even the introduction was reported. I know that my popularity with passers-by is not very good. I have forced myself not to look at the comment section, but when I saw some screenshots and links sent by babies, during the National Day, something grew on my ear. Last night, I found that it grew bigger and hurt. I was really scared and couldn't write. T and my sister comforted me. It's nothing. Today, my medical classmate told me that it's a cyst. I still don't know what it is. The day before yesterday, the editor told me that I was reported again. It turned out to be a ridiculous position problem. At night, I knew that there were people on QQ. Huahua always thought that as long as you are happy reading the article, it's fine. But today, I am very confused and depressed. I don't know what is the meaning of my work, writing, and living every day. What did you say? Third Childen suddenly sat up from his chair. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't repeat it. She just nodded to him and said, that's about it. As for the money you lent to Yes before, I have informed Uncle Xiao to transfer it to your finance department. He will arrive in half an hour. See you later. After saying this, Yi Xiaohua left Madame An's office without any reluctance. Miss Yi, the contract. The assistant of Madame An was coming to the office with the contract that had just been printed. Yi Xiaohua took the contract in his hand and put it in the shredder not far away under the unbelievable eyes of the staff of Madame An. Yi Xiaohua actually didn't have so many dreams. From her point of view, if she hadn't felt that there was another secret behind the death of Ye's father and mother, if she hadn't used He Xiuyun's power to find out what happened to Xiaofeng's family, she was afraid that she would never be able to understand what kind of quagmire these newcomers who had no power and influence were in. Walking out of the door of Madame An, Yi Xiaohua looked up at the not-so-strong sunshine above her head and slightly pursed her lips. The reason why the financial circle was called the financial circle was that it belonged to every financial student. Even so, it was time for the financial circle of the capital to be cleaned up. Yes had been in danger for a long time. Everyone in the financial circle of the capital knew that Madame An lent Yes money before because Third Childen wanted Madame An's vote. He wanted to invest in Lu Xianxia. There was no doubt that according to Lu Xuanchuan's performance in M country, her future achievements would be limitless. And Madame An was already a bully group in the financial circle. No one dared to compete with her, especially when the news of Ye's father and mother's death came out. Therefore, everyone in the circle knew that as long as this election was over, Yes would immediately declare bankruptcy. Madame An's methods were ruthless. Most of the people who were expelled from this circle were done by Madame An. Just like Lin He today. But these people didn't expect that before this election was over, Ye's official Weibo directly announced that the cooperation with Madame An was broken. Did Madame An withdraw the money lent to Yes? If Yes couldn't pay the bank loan this month, according to the relationship between Madame An and the bank, if the bank forced the repayment, Yes would be forced to close down and sent to the auction house. Suddenly, there were different opinions in the circle. As for An, after Yi Xiaohua left, and Xianxia immediately let private detectives investigate Yi Xiaohua's affairs. Yi Xiaohua's last words made him very vigilant. However, before the detectives' news came, the finance department called on time. Xiaofeng had returned all the money to Madame An. At this time, Third Childen checked the time on his phone. It was exactly half an hour. His eyes darkened. It was at this time that the phone call of the private detective came. At a glance, he saw that the report was obviously unable to find the news of Yi Xiaohua and why, thinking that Lu Xianxia was participating in the international stock simulation competition, Third Master and gave her a call. Lu Xianxia, who was at Su Clan, answered the phone in confusion. After hanging up the phone, she couldn't react. Is Third Young Master crazy? You actually asked me if Yi Xiaohua participated in the stock competition? When Su Clan's people heard this, they didn't express anything. Only Su Zhihan held onto his phone and smiled. What's wrong with that? The Lu family is even crazier. They actually want to repay the Yi group at this time. Basically, every company would owe a debt to the bank, but the bank knew the ability of each company to repay the debt, so it wasn't worried. The bank didn't force the Yi family before, so even if the Yi family owed money, it wasn't impossible. But now it was different. The Yi family and Madaman had fallen out, so the bank was bound to pursue the debt. The Yi family couldn't afford it, so they could only declare bankruptcy. It was precisely because of this that Father Su had cleared up the relationship with Yi Xiaohua early. He had long expected this day to come. But now someone actually lent the Yi family money at this time. Wasn't it like drawing water with a bamboo basket? Su Zhihan said this was really crazy. Obviously, everyone knew that after killing Lin He, Madaman's next target was the Yi family. At this time, the Lu family really shouldn't have walked into this quagmire. After the Yi family and Madaman's matter was announced, few people came to Yi Xiaohua. Even if Yi Xiaohua and Su Zhihan divorced, there were still a few friends of the original owner who came to find her. But now, except for a fool, no one else called Yi Xiaohua. So big? He Xiuyun saw Yi Xiaohua come up to withdraw the investment, handed her a document in his hand, and read the news pushed by the news people on his mobile phone. Su Zhihan, Lu Xianxia, Third Young Master and so on were all very famous people on the internet. Third Young Master in particular, was a very famous young master in the capital. Although these people's exposure was not as strong as that of stars, ordinary people liked to pay more attention to what happened in their class. Their popularity was no less than that of an A-list star. Even a casual Weibo post by Third Young Master would be on the hot search. There had been a heated discussion on Weibo about a series of things happening at the moment. He Xiuyun was not an ordinary person. He naturally knew the rotten things in this circle, but he didn't mix in this circle much, and people like Third Young Master didn't dare to think about him. But it didn't prevent him from knowing things in this circle. There will be more. Yi Xiaohua didn't care about the document He Xiuyun gave her, glanced at it, and smacked her tongue. 7 billion yuan, a big deal. If Third Young Master knew about it, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to block our funds. He Xiuyun glanced at her and didn't answer her words. Instead, he asked, how big? In the last world, he was afraid. If she went crazy, he had to estimate whether he could bear it now. The financial circle, it's time to change blood. Yi Xiaohua looked out of the window and murmured. Xiaofeng transferred the money to Yi family. Su Shen also had a badge on him. His position should not be low. Yes, family? The staff next to Su Shen was surprised to see that Xiaofeng was not worried at all. Yes is short of everything but money. Xiaofeng smiled and said to the people in the finance department. Then he left with his small bag. He looked 10 years younger. The staff next to Su Shen stared at him. Manager Su, is Mr. Xiao delusional? Everyone knew that Yes was expelled from the financial circle by Ans. Even Ye's parents died. Yi Xiaohua had divorced Su Zhihan. How could she still have money? Was he dreaming? Su Shen did not know what Xiaofeng was thinking. But Su Shen did not have time to think about it. He was very busy now. He did not regret leaving Yes for a chance to climb higher. He did not pay much attention to Xiaofeng's strange behavior. No one knew better than him what position Yes was in. That was why he would rather be called an ungrateful person and leave Ye's company with his research results. He would not give himself a chance to regret. Lin's house. The living room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Lin He sat on the sofa in a sloppy manner, drinking without a care in the world. No one would have thought that this sloppy-looking person was the brilliant financial genius who predicted the direction of the stock market with a sentence on the news a few days ago. Squeak, it was the sound of his wife opening the door. Why are you looking for me? Lin He looked at the two people who came in. If you want to cooperate with me, I'm sorry. I have no assets and no ability to help you. It was Yi Xiaohua and Xiaofeng who came in. Hearing this, Xiaofeng opened his mouth, but Yi Xiaohua spoke before him. If you want to expose this mess, do you know how to speak? Lin He's hand paused slightly. Then he sneered as if nothing had happened. Expose? No matter how you want to expose it, this circle belongs to Anne's. No one can escape. Whoever stood in Anne's way would be blacklisted by the entire financial circle. It had become an unspoken rule in the financial circle. So you're going to continue like this? Xianxia didn't explain. She just pointed to a room and said, your son is also studying finance. He should also study this industry like you. What should we do in the future? Should we let him follow your old path, or follow the old path of Uncle Xiao and Sister Xiao? When he mentioned Sister Xiao, Xiaofeng clenched his fists and his eyes darkened. This matter was no longer a secret in the circle. Lin He also knew. He was silent for a long time before he finally said, what do you want me to do? It's very simple, Xianxia looked out of the window. Appeal to the court jointly. Other things and evidence, give them to me. Lin He froze for a moment. Ever since the video of Lin He's messy unspoken rules at the banquet was posted, Lin He's Weibo had already received tens of thousands of insulting comments. Everyone, including third young masterin, felt that Lin He had no chance to turn the tables. But they didn't expect it. Just today, Lin He, Xiaofeng, and many other people actually boycotted the incorporation. Lin He, I believe that one day, the incorporation's domination of the financial industry will be stopped. The financial industry, and all the finance students, will no longer be a mess in the financial industry. This matter was like a fuse. The ordinary people who had been set up by the incorporation all spoke out at this moment. They even showed their ID cards. You people from the incorporation train female employees to shape their bodies so that they can appear at the cocktail party. Then, you push all the blame on my sister, who committed suicide by jumping off a building. I'm not afraid of anything now. Bring it on. One after another, each with an ID card picture on the side. It was shocking to see. At the same time, the incorporation also received the news on Weibo. Third young master and wasn't worried at all. He even smiled. Let the people on Weibo cool down. By the way, delete all their Weibo accounts and ban them. After that, he picked up the phone and said to the person on the other end, Mr. Liu, you gave the Yi Corporation the money, right? 90 million in liquid assets, aren't you afraid that the incorporation will do something to you? Mr. Liu on the other end of the phone smiled carelessly. My son's life was saved by Miss Yi. Third young masterin, you can't be heartless. Really? Third young masterin laughed viciously and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Liu didn't look worried. He just called his son to ask about the situation. After getting a positive answer from his son, he ate and slept at the construction site. With Liu Xuanxuan's help, the Su family's situation improved. When he met Mr. Liu at the construction site, he couldn't help but look at Mr. Liu with pity. Did you really give the Yi family 90 million? Mr. Liu also looked at Mr. Su with pity. Did you really let your son divorce Xiaohua? The two of them looked at each other like fools. When third young master found out that Mr. Liu didn't get the money back and even gave the Yi family 100 million, he sneered. However, he didn't sneer for a long time. A call came from the headquarters of the family. When he received the phone call, before he opened his mouth, the voice over there hit him in the face, I warned you not to go too far. Now, all the edited videos have been posted on the internet without missing a second. None of them can be deleted. And corporation stock has plummeted. Are you going to settle down until we go bankrupt? And that why, don't you know what kind of person she is? Now she's fooling around all the way to M country. People like her can unite with those families and banks in M country to cause another financial crisis. Why did you provoke her for no reason? Digression, this story is for my college roommate who got up in the middle of the night and called me crying. When she wanted to quit, she wanted to write it suddenly. I wanted to listen to my sister's words and stop for 2 days to sort out and ease my mood. But you're right, I'm not afraid of being stopped by thousands of people. I'm afraid of surrendering. In fact, Xiaohua is my ideal character. I've been alone all the way from childhood to adulthood. I must not be afraid. I thought I would always bring positive energy to you, and I have been working hard. I didn't expect to be comforted by you in turn. Thank you for your trouble, and I hope that the rest of my days will be filled with joy for all of you. I also hope that the babies of Huahua will stop replying to those black comments. Don't let them affect your mood. I'll update it in the next few days. The financial circle had always been controlled by the Yin family. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of resisting, but it was too difficult for a person without money or power to climb up in this kind of quagmire step by step. This circle was a quagmire. Countless freshmen who came here with dreams of becoming a stock trader had their dreams shattered. They either numbly quit the circle like Xiao Feng, or compromise with the unspoken rules like Su Shen, or be destroyed by the circle like Xiaofeng's daughter. Yi Xiaohua posted all the edited videos of Lin He and then ed a series of people. When these hidden dark faces were released, the people who had been cursing Lin He and the others were instantly silent. You have talent? In this circle, talent is nothing. Without connections, no background, and disobedience, there is only one end for you, and that is to be blacklisted by the entire financial circle in Beijing. Lei Ting, this is the circle we are in. The dreams of those students are annihilated and buried. All the rules of the financial circle are set by the Yin family. Is this the meaning of us working hard to enter society? The Yin family's public relations department immediately contacted Weibo to delete the video and comments to reduce the popularity. But they were horrified to find that they couldn't delete Yi Xiaohua's video no matter what. She exposed the top circle of the wealthy in Beijing, and as soon as it was posted, it attracted countless people to watch and repost it. Lei Ting, a stock god who appeared on Weibo some time ago, predicted stocks more accurately than Lu Xianxia. In an instant, he attracted countless fans, and many people paid attention to Lei Ting just to see if he made a mistake. But he didn't make a single mistake. It was shocking enough that he didn't make a mistake, and the stocks he chose were the ones with the biggest gains. Even foreigners began to pay attention to Lei Ting's movements. Some people said that Lei Ting must be someone from the top of the financial circle, otherwise he wouldn't know this news. No one expected that Lei Ting would work with Y and repeatedly repost these things about the Yin family today. Below Lei Ting was a brief story about a girl who had just entered the financial circle and jumped to her death in less than a month. The netizens were silent for a moment, then exploded in an instant. She was my classmate, a senior in our University's finance department. After graduation, she was recruited by the Yin family. Countless people envied her opportunity. After her death, no one in our school believed that she committed suicide because her private life was discovered. How could such an outstanding and self-disciplined person do such a thing? So, it's actually because of this. This incident was quickly verified, and some netizens even dug up the news from that day and clearly saw the people of the Yin consortium passing by in the pictures provided by passers-by. Then, one by one, they either hid in the countryside, committed suicide, or suffered from depression. These people all came forward one by one. After the girl's brother saw this comment, he couldn't help but cry. Xiaofeng was still in the hospital. He and Xiao Yanqing stood outside the window, watching everything on Weibo. In the ward, the woman was sitting on the bed, combing her hair. Her fingers were trembling. It's really scary. Is the financial circle in Beijing so scary? No wonder. I was wondering why Mr. Lin he would accept bribes. He doesn't lack money at all. Aren't those girls the most pitiful? Damn it, if my daughter encounters something like this in the future, I'll definitely go after Madam with a knife. Why God, thank you so much. Thank you for speaking up for us ordinary people. No matter what happens, we'll definitely stand behind you. Please take care of yourselves for the next few days. These netizens were not stupid. Yi Xiaohua's sudden publicity would definitely be investigated by Madam people. Once they found out that Madam's power was enough to threaten Yi Xiaohua's life. This batch of netizens was more outstanding than any previous batch. Perhaps it was because they were angry at the girl who jumped off the building, or because they felt pity for the depressed girl who cried, or because they felt a sense of despair from them. In an instant, countless people from all over the country bought tickets and came to Capital with banners. Don't be afraid. There are countless ordinary people behind you. We're finance students, not toys in your hands. Please punish them. We're all behind you. Don't be afraid. Almost all of them came on their own. Madam had already called the police, but it was useless. Firstly, these people did not hurt anyone. They were only boycotting Madam, and secondly, Yi Xiaohua had already submitted a court application. The defendant, the higher-ups of Madam. This was the first time in history that such a large company had been sued in court. Third young master and looked at the subpoena handed over by the court, and then looked at the number on the computer page that Madam had been green for several days. He went completely crazy. What should I do now? Third young master and impatiently went out of Madam and through the underground passage, but he could go out, but those employees of Madam and could not come to work. Some could not get in, and some resigned directly. This Xianxia. Grandpa and went out of the court. He stopped the reporters who heard the news. I asked you to stop a little, but you insisted on it. Now you're in trouble? Third young master and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. How could he know that Xianxia could do so many things? Xianxia, what good will it do you to do this? When third young master and saw Xianxia and Xiaofeng and others coming out, he ignored the reporters and looked directly at Xianxia. You should also know that without Madam, the financial circle in the capital will collapse. There's no good. Xianxia looked back at third young master and her expression was very calm. Even if it's a mantis trying to stop a car, I will choose to stand up and speak out. And, do you really think that without your Madam, the financial circle will collapse? You? Third young master and couldn't imagine what Xianxia would do. When the court issued a notice in the afternoon, third young master and finally saw it. Xiaohua's own Big V account showed the joint venture case with a family of billions, and everyone on the internet could see the handwriting signed on the contract page. The He family was a very low-key family in Jing City. There were businessmen and politicians in the family, but they didn't mix in the financial circle. Not to mention the Yin family, even the entire financial circle didn't dare to provoke them. But now, the He family actually signed a contract with the Yi family. What kind of direction was this? But then, the official website of the Yi family showed a cooperation with the financial bank of M country. After that, the whole circle exploded. Xianxia, didn't you ask third young master and about our current situation? How is our joint venture going? Su Zhihan tried not to think about the current situation of the Yi family and endured the inner torment. Hearing this, Father Su and Mother Su also looked at Lu Xianxian. How could they not know what kind of people the He family was? It can be said that as long as they signed a contract with the He family, it was a life-saving talisman in Jing City. Not to mention the financial organization of M country. Although the Su family had a certain reputation in Jing City, it was not comparable to the financial bank of M country. If the Su family could sign a contract with the financial bank, then the Su family could also be regarded as a company that could stand on the international stage. Especially Father Su, when he saw the news of Lu Jiafa signing a contract with the He family and the financial organization, his heart ached. He couldn't help but think, if Xianxia was still in the Su family, would the Su family have risen now, instead of waiting for the news of the Yin family in fear? I don't know. Now the senior members of the Yin family are in the Yin family's old house. I will take you there. Lu Xianxian pursed her lips. Before Grandpa Su was in a coma, the Su family fell into a slump. Father Su and Mother Su drove Xianxia away for Lu Xianxian, and Lu Xianxian, as a genius girl, really helped the Su family a lot. She even helped the Su family get a cooperation case with the Yin family. The Su family was finally able to have a cooperation with the Yin family, and the Su family directly took out 200 million yuan. But now the Yin family was blocked by netizens, and the senior members of the Yin family couldn't enter the Yin family at all. Once they appeared, they would be smashed with rotten eggs. Because of the netizens' boycott, the Yin family was on the verge of collapse and would soon declare bankruptcy. Now the Su family was most afraid that there would be a problem with the cooperation, so they wanted to find someone to ask about the cooperation. Lu Xian knew where the higher-ups of the Yin clan were, so she led the Su family straight to the Yin clan's old residence. The main hall of the old mansion was filled with the higher-ups of the Yin corporation. They had no choice, as the Yin family's mansion was surrounded by the public, and they couldn't get in. They had also posted an apology on Weibo, but it was completely useless. Those people went crazy, and Anne's family could only hold a high-level meeting in Anne's old house. Father Su, Mother Su, and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the Yin family was still there and had not fled overnight. Third Master Yin, we're here today. Su Zhihan immediately went forward to ask about the collaboration. In fact, they had never thought that Xianxia would really kill Madam Yin. However, at this moment, the An family's door was opened, and a group of police officers from the court came in with arrest warrants. Mr. and Xingyi, Mr. and Wenxuan, and Honghua. You are related to several murder cases, as well as a bribery case. Please cooperate with our investigation. Although it was said to be an investigation, in fact, when the higher-ups of the An family were still in a daze, ice-cold handcuffs had already shackled them. Not to mention Third Master and even Lu Xianxia and the other two who were in An's house were taken to the police station as suspects and interrogated for a few hours before they were released. At the same time, An's officially declared bankruptcy. And the minions of An's were not implicated, and each company had a big financial problem. What should we do now? An's went bankrupt, our funds. As soon as Father Su came out, he received messages from all parties, phone calls, and news recommendations. To be precise, the An group had been sealed. The An group, which had been powerful in the financial circle, had really collapsed this time. All the companies that had a relationship with An also suffered a series of losses, and their Su family did not participate in the shameful things of An's before, but the 200 million invested in An's family was really wasted. Previously, they told An's that they would soon get profits, but now that they were told that they would get profits, perhaps they wouldn't even get a penny of the 200 million. For the entire Su family, 200 million was not a very large amount, but in fact, 200 million was the largest amount of liquid capital that the Su family could come up with. Now that they had lost all of it, the Su family basically had no liquid capital for this month, and they were afraid that they would not even be able to pay their employees' salaries. It's okay, Uncle and Auntie. My international league will be out soon, Lu Xianxian smiled. As long as I get first place, the funds will be back. Hearing Lu Xianxian say this, Father Su, Mother Su, and the others looked much better. Now that Madame An was in trouble, Lu Xianxian was definitely a member of the Su family. She was the international stock market champion. When the time came, many people would come to invest in her. Father An and Mother An breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days later. Su family. There are only 3 minutes left, Xianxian is still first. Su Zhihan did not doubt Lu Xianxian at all. However, at this time, Lu Xianxian refreshed. The rankings on the internet instantly changed. First, Y. Second, Lux. Third, Lu Xianxian. Not to mention first place, Lu Xianxian did not even get second place. Everyone's eyes were on this first place, and almost no one talked about Lu Xianxian. Lu Xianxian was stunned. I really don't know how Y's brain works. From the first day, she actually began to calculate all the contestants participating in the competition. In this simulation competition, she even created a mini financial crisis, and finally won a grand slam. She is simply a financial ghost. Only the stock god of M country has the power to compete with her. Although Su family's financial analyst was not good at stocks, it did not mean that he could not understand the situation. He could not help but speak. Compared to him, the Su family was terrified. I'll go to Xiaohua to borrow money, Su Zhihan stood up. Right now, relying on Lu Xianxian would definitely not work. He was even a little afraid that Su family would become like the An family. No matter what her conditions are, I will agree. Father Su and Mother Su did not stop him. Su Zhihan arrived at Yi family without being stopped. Compared to before, the current Yi family was like a brand new one. Yi Xiaohua was flipping through the documents. She flipped through them so quickly that Su Zhihan suspected that she did not clearly see what was written on them. Borrow money? Why should I lend it to you? She handed the documents to Xiaofeng beside her. Su Zhihan immediately said, didn't you sign a contract with the He family and the financial bank? I'll lend Lu Xianxian to you. She is a financial genius, let her help you manage the He family and the financial bank. However, before he finished speaking, Yi Xiaohua turned around and went to the office, ignoring him. Uncle Xiao, you can send young Master Su away. Young Master Su, Xiaofeng looked at the dumbfounded Su Zhihan and shook his head. You're too much. You're not attractive at all. Our young mistress is the champion of the International League. Didn't you ask around before coming here? Digression, in the countless unknown roads, I walked towards the faint light, it is a very suitable lyrics for this world. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. At night, when I was uploading the later chapters, I accidentally lost the unsaved manuscript on Word. I pressed Ctrl+C instead of Ctrl+V, and the copied content of the previous chapter was overwritten by my second chapter. I was very stupid and clicked exit. I didn't save it, and then I rewrote it. This is the first time I did such a stupid thing. My brain will be a little slow these 2 days. Everyone wait for me. Oh, winky face. Yi Xiaohua ignored the conversation between Su Zhihan and Xiaofengli. She stayed in the office for a while and went to see Grandpa Su with the silver needles. Su Zhihan was in a daze after hearing that Yi Xiaohua had rejected him. After returning to the Su family, he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything in response to Father Su and Mother Su's questions. So Xiaohua won't lend us the money now? Su Zhihan's heart ached when he heard his father's words. At that moment, the hospital suddenly called. Su Zhihan's mother's eyes widened. What? The old man is awake? It was a big deal for the Su family. The whole family rushed to the hospital. To be honest, we don't know how he woke up. The doctor shook his head at Su Zhihan and the others. Mrs. Su, Mr. Su, you don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Miss Yi. I don't know how she stimulated the old man's brain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have woken up. After that, the doctor turned around and left the ward. He didn't want to disturb the Su family. The Su family stood there and looked at each other for a long time. They didn't say anything. Su Zhihan was even more stunned. Finally, Mrs. Su said, "It's good that he's awake. Let's take the old man back." If Grandpa Su had woken up earlier, the Su family would have been overjoyed. However, the Su family lacked funds now and they had Lu Xianxian. It was useless for the old man to wake up now. He couldn't bring the funds to save the Su family. Why didn't Yi Xiaohua lend me the money? Does she still hate me? Lu Xianxian pulled her hair. She couldn't imagine why Yi Xiaohua wouldn't give her any face. But she's already hooked up with the He family. Su Zhihan had mixed feelings about Yi Xiaohua. He frowned when he heard Lu Xuanchuan's words. Don't talk nonsense. Did I say anything wrong? Otherwise, why would the He family be willing to cooperate with the Yi family? Lu Xianxian shook her head. She didn't want to argue with Su Zhihan anymore. Alright, I won't argue with you. It's a fact that she saved Grandpa Su. Alright, Zhihan, the most important thing right now is the money. Mother Su patted Su Zhihan on the shoulder to stop him from talking. Su Zhihan shook his head. There's one thing I haven't told you since I came back. Yi Xiaohua is the one who won against Xianxian. After saying that, he didn't care about the expressions of the rest of the people and directly helped Grandpa Su to leave. Mrs. Su stood rooted to the ground. When she realized what her son had said, she watched as Su Zhihan supported Grandpa Su's back as they left. She was filled with regret. Yi Xiaohua had already re-established a financial circle, and her 3 accounts on Weibo had also been re-authenticated by Weibo. When everyone found out that Wei, Lei Ting, and Yi Xiaohua were all the same person, the degree of surprise was no less than that of an A-list celebrity's secret marriage being exposed. However, she was most famous for her international stock war. She redefined the entire financial circle and eliminated all the families that had monopolized the financial circle. As for the Su family and Lu Xianxian, because Lu Xianxian ranked 3rd in the stock battle, she was much smaller than Yi Xiaohua in Tokyo. In fact, there was not much difference between them and those who ranked 5th and 7th. Lu Xianxian had always been outstanding since she was young. She couldn't bear such a blow. She persuaded the Su family to play a big game. Unfortunately, she was far behind in the stock market. When Yi Xiaohua bought her own shares at a low price and sold them at a high price, Lu Xianxian and the Su family suffered a huge loss. Although the Su family was not as rich as before, they could still make do with it. However, because of her actions, the Su family went bankrupt and had almost no foothold in Beijing. The Su family and Lu Xianxian were both arrogant. They wanted to start afresh, but they didn't have a large amount of capital or connections. It was easier said than done to start a business. Not to mention that the rules of the financial circle had changed. Those financial talents who had been buried together with her appeared one after another. Lu Xianxian gradually faded into the crowd. Lu Xianxian was defeated again and again. In the end, she completely lost confidence and faded out of the stock market. The Su family could only occasionally watch Yi Xiaohua on financial programs and secretly regret it. Yi Xiaohua and He Shouyan had lived in this world for a long time. One was mysterious in the financial world, and the other was like a fish in water in Beijing. Ding. Main task 1 is completed. The system rewards 3,000 points. Main task 2 is completed. The system rewards 2,000 points. Ding. System 008 is at the host's service. 5,000 points have been received. Leaving the world. When Yi Xiaohua opened her eyes again, she felt very uncomfortable. Her head was also throbbing with pain. Her thighs were bleeding. She felt a dangerous atmosphere around her. She opened her eyes and looked around. She only saw a group of people wearing animal skins talking around her. It was not Chinese. It was a strange language. She had never heard it before, but she could understand it. Yi Xiaohua reacted. It should be the body's instinctive reaction. She looked down at her upper and lower body covered with animal skins. Her bare arms were expressionless for a moment. It should be a primitive society. No, I can't leave my sister. She is injured. If we leave her, she will die. Yi Xiaohua heard a female voice. The woman who spoke didn't look old, but she was very clean. It was especially strange that she was wearing a very coarse linen jacket. It was much more high-end than other people wearing animal skins or grass skirts. Yi Xiaohua endured the pain in her legs. Ming, listen, we must leave immediately. There are at least 3 silver wolves here. You are the only one in our tribe who has the power to worship. The smell of her blood will attract the silver wolves. If we don't leave her immediately, the whole tribe will die. This was a slightly old voice. Yi Kun looked down at the thin girl who was thrown on the grass, and there was no trace of guilt on his face. Primitive people don't have very deep feelings for their children, especially those weak and incapable children. A tribesman hugged the girl with the power of sacrifice and left in a hurry. After realizing that this is the society of an tribe, Yi Xiaohua Lima props himself up to sit up, and then his brain is dizzy. The original owner is hurt too badly, otherwise the original tribe cannot leave her so simply. She could only see the weeds around her in a hurry, and then she fainted in an instant. When she woke up again, she had changed places. Yi Xiaohua immediately sat up vigilantly. At a glance, she didn't see any hemostatic herbs. Yi Xiaohua only saw a very clean face. When she saw it, her pupils shrank slightly. The other side turned out to be a handsome man wearing a very famous modern brand of clothes. It should be that the original owner's previous description was too sloppy. Yi Xiaohua could clearly feel the disgust in the man's eyes. The other side's sharp eyes were full of indifference. Only glancing at her, he turned away, and then said in the language of this continent, "She woke up, take her back to Chuyin." After that, he left directly, without looking at Yi Xiaohua. Behind him, the tribe seemed to be very powerful, but he was also very respectful to this man. Soon after, a very young woman dressed in animal skin came over. The man seemed to trust this local woman named Chu Yin very much. When calling her name, there was no temperature and the tone also became a lot gentler. "We are the people of the Ice tribe. I am the slave of the sacrifice disciple, the slave of the sacrifice Chu Yin. When I came out to hunt, I saw you on the road." The female slave said most of it. Seeing that Yi Xiaohua didn't speak, she seemed to be frightened. She just smiled and said nothing. While helping Yi Xiaohua up, she walked a few steps to catch up with the handsome man. Yi Xiaohua lowered her eyes and pretended to be speechless, while receiving the memory. This was indeed a primitive society. The original owner was originally a person called Kanglan tribe. However, the original owner was thin and had no power of sacrifice. Fortunately, she was the daughter of the tribal elder. Her sister had the power of sacrifice. She was sent by the god of creation to save their tribe, so the original owner could grow up safely. Unfortunately, the Azure Waves tribe was very small. Under the attack of a tribe called the Wolf tribe, they had no choice but to migrate. Because the original owner was too weak, he was abandoned by the Azure Waves tribe. The primitive society was extremely dangerous. There were ferocious carnivores everywhere, and being left behind was no different from being dead. The original owner of this body seemed to be very lucky. He was so weak yet he was able to survive until now. He had a sister who had the power of a sacrifice. But that was as far as her luck went. After being abandoned by her tribe, she was rescued by a large tribe called Bingyuan and became a slave. However, there was a priest disciple of the Icefield tribe called Chuyin who was very kind. Not only did she not look down on slaves, but she also treated them as human beings. She also had the power of a priest and was born with the divine power of healing. Usually, injuries that weren't too serious would quickly recover in her hands. This was too important in a society that did not have antibiotics and could not be treated by most doctors. Because of Chuyin, the Icefield tribe gradually became famous and became one of the 3 major tribes on this continent. Chuyin was very famous around the Icefield tribe. People from neighboring tribes often brought meat or salt to Chuyin for treatment. And the handsome man beside Chuyin brought the people of the tribe to become rich. In this tribe, everyone was equal. The original owner of this body followed behind the 2 and thought that she was in heaven. The man, who was wearing clothes she had never seen before, was like an ancestor god. All kinds of strange things could appear from his hands. Those tribes that the original owner of this body thought were very powerful, and the tribes that the original owner's tribe did not dare to provoke, would also come to find this man. Sometimes they exchanged information, and sometimes they did other things. The other side seemed to be different from everyone in this world. Some people said that he was a god sent by the ancestor god. He had a photographic memory and recognized herbs no matter where their tribe expanded. This mysterious man and Chuyin would always be recognized by the people of the surrounding tribes. The original owner was really glad that she came to such a tribe. She always looked at the back of Chuyin and the man with longing. People like him and Chuyin, in this world, really had the qualification to look down on everything. However, what the original owner didn't expect was that this place was another hell for her. Xianxia received the following plot, and the bottom of her eyes could not help but be stained with a layer of black air. When the plot was received here, Xianxia also arrived at this place called the Icefield tribe. She looked up and looked at the tall door. There was a sign called the Icefield tribe. This tribe was much bigger than the tribe of the original owner. It could also be seen that the level of this tribe was much higher than other tribes. Xianxia looked up and saw a young woman wearing delicate animal skin coming out of the tribe. It was the Chuyin in the memory of the original owner. Digression, I just sent a chapter and forgot to mark it with good night. Fortunately, I didn't publish it, and then I deleted it and reposted it. My brain is really not good recently. Xianxia found a lot of tribes from the memory of the original owner, but the one in front of her was obviously a very well-planned tribe, whether it was a distinctive house of some scale, or the patrolling soldiers in the tribe, or large pieces of green fruits and vegetables. Not far away, there was a group of children sitting under a big tree with wooden benches, receiving education from a female slave. Ignoring the environment and the animal skins on everyone's body, this was simply like a harmonious society in a dream. No matter who came to this tribe, they would be surprised by such a tribe. This is the main city of our Ice Plains tribe. The female slave beside Xianxia smiled and turned to look at Xianxia. There was obvious pride between her brows. Lord Chen said that in the future, we will expand even more. At that time, we will be able to build a city like those first-class cities. That way, we won't be afraid of any tribe attacking us. Our Ice Plains will become a first-class city one day. First-class city? Xianxia narrowed her eyes. She did not find this city in the original owner's memory, but thinking about it, it should be a small tribe like the original owners that did not have the qualifications to know about this. After all, the information in the primitive society was too backward. Things that happened thousands of meters away might not even reach them after a year. Even if it did, it would be a deal between several large tribes. Seeing Xianxia's confused look, the female slave retracted her gaze and no longer looked at her. Instead, she looked longingly at Chuyin and Chennan. Chuyin's eyes lit up when she saw Chennan. She walked over and asked in a low voice, "How is it? Are you all right? Did you find the plant called Ma that you mentioned?" "No," Chennan sighed in relief when he saw her. He then shook his head and pointed to Xianxia. "However, I did find the person you predicted." Chuyin then looked in Yi Xiaohua's direction. Seeing the other party's dirty face and animal skin, she smiled slightly. Take her to my residence. This slave will follow me from now on. Chen Nan, I'll go back and change your dressing first. Yi Xiaohua thought about the identity of the original owner and immediately showed an expression of obtaining a blessing in disguise. Seeing this, Chuyin retracted her gaze uninterestedly. As for the man called Chen Nan, he was cold from beginning to end, as if he did not care about anyone but Chuyin. When the female slave who was holding Yi Xiaohua heard Chuyin's words, she looked at Yi Xiaohua with some jealousy and looked at her up and down. It seemed that she was wondering why Chuyin looked at her differently. Let's go, I'll take you in first. The female slave didn't dare to say anything more and directly took Yi Xiaohua in. This time, the people who went out had a good harvest. We have to prepare to make a bonfire at night. Here it is. You can go and buy yourself. I'll help you deal with the meat. The female slave told Yi Xiaohua her name was Zhen. The names in the primitive society were also very strange. Most of them did not have surnames. They only had individual names, which seemed to be used to distinguish each person. Those who had surnames were tribes that had developed to a certain degree of civilization. This female slave naturally did not have a surname, unless her master was willing to give her one. Seeing Zhen turn and leave, Yi Xiaohua raised her head to size up the only wooden hut in this icy plains tribe. It wasn't very large, but it looked much more luxurious than those casually built sheds made of stone or wood. However, Yi Xiaohua squinted at this structure and knew that the wooden hut wasn't very strong. It couldn't defend against ferocious beasts. On the way here, she saw a piece of clay. If clay was baked into bricks, the defense would be much higher in the primitive society. Your injuries are almost healed. You really are the future priest with the most potential in the icy plains. As soon as Yi Xiaohua stepped into the hut, she heard a low voice. Perhaps because there was no professional designer, the wooden hut was too big for them to support, so it was a little small. As soon as she looked up, she saw a man in a short shirt sitting on the animal skin in the middle. There were also a few old people sitting on the ground next to him. Around their necks and hands hung animal teeth hung with grass. Yi Xiaohua knew that this should be the chief and priest of the Icy Plains tribe. Chen Nan's arm was obviously bitten by a wild beast. At this time, it was a little red and swollen. Chuyin was helping him clean it. Yi Xiaohua glanced over and roughly understood that the wound hadn't been properly treated. However, in the primitive society, this kind of treatment was already very common. I heard from Zhen that your name is Yi, right? After Chuyin finished treating the wound, she put down her hand and looked at Yi Xiaohua warmly. From now on, you can follow me. What do you know? Yi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes, then said softly, I can find water for you. Chuyin smiled. Forget it. From now on, you can follow me. The others didn't say anything. Their tribe was built next to a small stream, so they didn't lack water at all. Moreover, even if the stream stopped flowing, their priests could calculate the approximate position of the water. Moreover, Chen Nan had said that they could dig a large lake to bring in the stream's water. Even if the stream stopped flowing in the future, the water wouldn't be cut off. Chen Nan reached out and flicked the dust off his clothes. He chatted with the priests, discussing the future development of the tribe. They didn't understand why Chuyin was so concerned about a weak slave, nor did they pay it any attention. In their eyes, this kind of worthless, weak slave wouldn't live for long. There was no need to pay attention to him. Outside the house, someone came to look for Chuyin. Another group of people who had just gone out to hunt had returned. One of them seemed to have his hand bitten off. He hurriedly came to look for Chuyin and the high priest. Hearing this, Chuyin immediately rushed over. If the hand was bitten off, it would be equivalent to being a cripple. This would be a huge blow to any family. It was equivalent to the tribe losing a strong man. The people in the tribe were very concerned. The others also hurried over. Yi Xiaohua looked down at the wound that had already healed. Then, she slowly walked out of the door. She looked at Chuyin who was being escorted away by the others. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Xiaohua didn't close her ears. She watched as Chuyin took a pile of herbs and left. In a primitive society, every tribe's priests had their own special skills. They all had herbs that were passed down from generation to generation. These were their support as priests. Chuyin had taken a lot of herbs. Yi Xiaohua guessed that some of them were herbs that Chen Nan had taught her. Zhen and the other slaves who were carrying the wolf meat laughed when they heard this. Lord Chen, we're going to roast meat tonight. After saying this, they glanced at Yi Xiaohua, as if waiting for her to ask what roast meat was. However, Yi Xiaohua didn't look at them. Zhen looked away in disappointment. In the middle of the Icelandic tribe, a bonfire was already lit. The plot was still developing at the beginning of the Icelandic tribe. Chen Nan had just arrived from the modern era. The Icelandic tribe seemed huge, but in reality, there weren't many people. Including the slaves, women, and children, there were only about 200 people. Chuyin and the high priest returned. The member with the broken arm wasn't in good condition. They didn't look happy. However, the people of this tribe were in good condition. With Chen Nan and Chuyin around, everyone was very hardworking. The division of labor was clear. The women were in charge of the tribe's affairs. The women who could fight would go hunting with the tribe's warriors. It wasn't without reason that it became a large tribe in the plot. Yi Xiaohua and Zhen started a fire together. Zhen, Tina helped us take care of the wolves today. She also hunted a wild boar with us. This is your share for today. A man from the Icelandic tribe was in charge of distributing the meat. Zhen happily took a pile of almost burnt meat. She didn't look down on it. Thank you, Eagle. I'll hunt with you tomorrow. I'm strong. Eagle smiled at her. When he walked past Zhen to Yi Xiaohua's side, his expression turned cold. Lord Chen said that everyone in a good tribe has to contribute. Although you're Chu Yin's slave, you're also part of our tribe. However, you didn't do anything. There's no meat today. With that, he walked past Yi Xiaohua to another person's side. After hearing the condor's words, the others couldn't help but laugh. Look at her. She's just like the other tribes, just a vassal. Lord Chen said that men are equal to women. Women can do what men do. It's just a leg injury. Yi Xiaohua bowed her head and ignored this group of people. Although she was very hungry, she couldn't eat this kind of roasted black and smelly meat at all. She knew that Chen Nan probably came from the modern world. However, even though he thought of barbecuing meat, he didn't know how to do it. The night passed quickly. Yi Xiaohua slept on the cold ground with a group of slaves. She began to miss the fragrant and soft cake. Early the next morning, she lowered her head and found a stream not far away. She washed her face and then took a branch and forked a fish in the stream. He casually picked up 2 stones by the stream and started a fire. He also saw a natural cumin-like plant and 2 wild mushrooms by the side of the road. She crushed the mushrooms and sprinkled them on the fish, then sprinkled the cumin. The fish was roasted until it was a golden brown. The oil on top sizzled. Seeing that it was almost roasted, Yi Xiaohua ate it directly. The natural wild fish here was very delicious. Coupled with the fresh taste of the mushrooms and cumin, it didn't lose out to the top modern cuisine. It would be even better if there were chili and salt. Yi Xiaohua thought about going out with them today and paying attention to chili. After eating the last bite of fish, she kicked the fire beside her into the stream. Voices sounded behind her. It was Chuyin and Chen Nan. The two saw Yi Xiaohua here and thought that Zhen had told Yi Xiaohua the location of the stream yesterday, so they weren't surprised. Only Chen Nan, who was standing by the stream, suddenly smelled the delicious smell of fish. However, when he smelled it carefully, he couldn't smell it. It must be because I miss barbecuing too much, Chen Nan said quietly. A horn sounded in the Icelandic tribe. When Yi Xiaohua returned, she saw that the horn in the man's hand seemed to be a natural animal horn. However, Yi Xiaohua had never seen that kind of horn before. It should be a native animal. Before going out to hunt today, the high priest and the leader of the warriors had made plans in Chu Yin's house. Yi Xiaohua, as a slave, naturally couldn't listen to these plans. She sat on a wooden stake outside and waited for the others to come out to hunt together. After resting for a few days, Chu Yin and Chen Nan brought the team out to hunt. It was already autumn. They began to stock up on food and dead wood. Secondly, they had to build a base. In a primitive society, there was no such thing as cotton to keep warm. During the winter, most people would stay at home and rely on the things they had stored up to survive the long winter. Because of this, every winter was the time when the most people in each tribe died. Chewing divined a direction, and the group headed in that direction. Along the way, not only did they hunt, they also found a lot of wild fruits. However, they also met another group of people on the way. Condor was the leader of the warriors in the Icelandic tribe. Because his battle strength was especially strong, he was personally appointed by Xianxia. Seeing that the group had returned with a lot of things in their hands, Condor was overjoyed. Xianxia, you're back? When the other people in the Icelandic tribe heard Condor's voice, they couldn't help but look in that direction in surprise. Every tribe had a fixed surname. The people in the Icelandic tribe all had the surname Chu. Xianxia was looking down at a medicinal herb by her feet. She didn't notice it at first, but when she heard the voice, she was stunned. Then, she raised her head to look at the person who had come. Everyone in a primitive society was more or less in a somewhat sorry state. Even the conceited Xianxia, who had only been in the primitive society for a few days, had bloodstains on Granny Xiang's clothes. Chewing could be considered clean, but the animal skin on her body was also somewhat dusty. But, his arm seemed to have been scratched by something sharp. Although the bleeding had been roughly stopped, the flesh was still frighteningly swollen, and the sides were purple. Xianxia frowned. Eagle's expression changed when he saw him like this. How did you get hurt? Chewing, come quickly. Help Lord Yun take a look at his wound. Chu Yun was probably very popular in the Icefield tribe. His return was welcomed by all the tribesmen. Xianxia furrowed her brows and looked at Chewing, who didn't seem very interested. This Chewing was too strange. Her gentleness seemed very out of place, but in fact, her eyes were very cold. She was only very serious about Xianxia. She didn't even care about Chu Yun, who was very popular in the tribe. Seeing that Chewing was about to touch him, Chu Yun took a step back. He didn't see Xianxia, who was standing behind the crowd. He just said indifferently, no need. Chewing had no choice. She smiled and said, you've been with me for a few days. Help me take care of Lord Yun. Zhen, who was standing beside Xianxia, looked at Xianxia jealously. Lord Yun is the most powerful person in our tribe. The other slaves also looked at Xianxia unkindly. They didn't understand why the seemingly weak and useless woman was so favored by Chewing. Xianxia didn't answer Zhen's question. She just walked over to Chu Yun. Chu Yun was surrounded by many people. This time, he had brought 10 people from the tribe to a large tribe to trade for salt for the winter. Salt was as indispensable to every tribe as water. This time, not only did he use animal hides and a large number of slaves to trade for enough salt, he also hunted a lot of game on his way back. The people who came back with him all talked about how powerful Chu Yun was to the people around them in admiration. Chu Yun didn't look at Chewing. He wasn't interested in the person she was looking for. Although he hadn't studied medicine, he had been by Xianxia's side for a long time, so he knew some of the simple herbs. The internal energy in his body was also running. He didn't care about this injury, so when he heard Chu Yun's words, he subconsciously refused. Then he looked up and saw a pair of very familiar black eyes. Just like that, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. His fingers were tightly clenched, but he didn't take the initiative to speak. Xianxia takes out her own golden needle from the system space, but with so many people here, she does not immediately use it for Chu Yun, only inserts it in her own animal skin. Hearing that Chu Yun did not chase Xianxia away, Chewing felt a little strange. However, she did not express anything. She just moved closer to Xianxia's side and the group discussed something in low voices. Chu Yun's gaze did not leave Xianxia. When he saw the thing on her hand, his face clearly revealed a gloomy expression. Xianxia looked down. It was the special slave symbol of this world. No wonder he had such an expression. Clan leader. Chu Yun looked directly at the clan leader. This person is now mine. He narrowed his eyes and pointed to Xianxia, who was already standing beside him. The chief was stunned. Chu Yun was the strongest warrior in the tribe, but he was different from the others. He never wanted slaves, so why was he now? If it's someone else, it's okay, but the person Chu Yun refers to is Xianxia, the patriarch has some difficulties. He could only look at Chuyin. Chuyin, what do you think? Chuyin seems to be very confident in herself. She looked at Chuyin indifferently. Lord Yun, you've been away for a long time, so you don't know. Everyone in our tribe is equal now. If you want my slave, it's very simple. Ask her if she agrees. Sometimes, she would teach slaves things that others would not. In the past, the women in the tribe would choose strong warriors, but now, under Chen Nan's guidance, these women have begun to have the desire to become stronger. Chuyin did not believe that Yi Xiaohua would really choose Chuyin. However, she did not expect that Yi Xiaohua would choose Chuyin without a second thought. Chuyin's expression darkened. She almost crushed the animal tooth in her hand. Don't be angry, Chen Nan looked at Yi Xiaohua with a very mocking and disgusted look, then patted Chuyin's shoulder and comforted her very gently. There's no need to be angry with this kind of person. Under Chen Nan's repeated comforting, Chuyin finally calmed down. However, her gaze towards Yi Xiaohua and the others was very unfriendly. You said it yourself, Chuyin is the strongest warrior in the tribe. In the modern era, Chen Nan was the second generation of a rich family. He did not have much combat power, but his children and slaves were still learning. Primitive people seemed to be born with a powerful bloodline. Every one of them was very powerful, so Chen Nan was very afraid of this tribe's strongest warrior. In this barbaric society, it was best to have some combat power. How can he be considered a strong warrior? He's not as smart as you, and he can't think of the construction of the tribe. In the future, the weapons you build will be thousands of times better than his. Chuyin was furious. Chen Nan had previously described modern weapons to Chuyin. He thought that Chuyin was talking about this, so he smiled and comforted her. Under Chen Nan's comforting, Chuyin's anger gradually subsided. Yi Xiaohua followed behind Chuyin. She had everything. Chuyin looked at her scabbed thigh and frowned, not letting her do anything else. The other slaves looked at Yi Xiaohua with faint hostility. However, Yi Xiaohua did not have any medicinal ingredients on hand. If she brazenly went to look for medicinal ingredients, it would inevitably attract the attention of others. Furthermore, medicinal ingredients suitable for Chuyin were not something that could be found so easily. When the group returned to the tribe, they did not see any medicinal ingredients on the way. However, Chuyin, the high priest, and the others came out with some medicinal ingredients, some of which they did not recognize. Yi Xiaohua did not follow Chuyin, so Chuyin called Zhen to follow behind her. She took a fancy to a red plant that Chuyin had placed in Zhen's hand. Zhen and the other slaves didn't have a good impression of Yi Xiaohua. They didn't do anything, but Chuyin Darren still gave her the most tender meat. Now that Chen Nan and Chuyin ignored Yi Xiaohua, Zhen's attitude towards Yi Xiaohua naturally changed. Chen Nan didn't know what this red plant was, but Yi Xiaohua knew that it was the medicine she needed. She originally wanted to exchange with Chuyin and tell her what this red herb was for. But now that Zhen said this, Yi Xiaohua didn't force her and returned to Chuyin's side. Seeing Yi Xiaohua leave like this, Zhen and the other slaves all laughed at Yi Xiaohua's departing figure. Yi Xiaohua's face didn't show any signs of depression, making Zhen feel very bored. After returning to the tribe, Chuyin accepted the enthusiasm of the other people in the tribe, but they were all rejected by him coldly. He directly took Yi Xiaohua's hand and went back to his house. When he arrived at his house, Chuyin's brows furrowed. Seeing his expression, Yi Xiaohua knew that when he came to this world, he probably wasn't in this tribe yet. He should be on his way to exchange for salt. This was because this house was too simple and crude. You stay here for the night, I'll take a look tomorrow. He went out and brought back a very large white fur to spread on the ground. The house finally didn't look so simple and crude. Yi Xiaohua nodded. The tribe had salt and some food. At night, they held a large bonfire. Before going out again, Yi Xiaohua lifted her leather skirt and looked at her already scabbed thigh. Then she tore the wound again without wrinkling her brows. Only then did she go out with Chuyin. This time, because of Chuyin, Yi Xiaohua didn't sit with the other slaves. She and Chuyin sat opposite of Chen Nan. In front of them was a long rough wooden table. She sat on a wooden stump. The meat here was still as black as last time. It couldn't be said to be delicious, so Yi Xiaohua had no interest. It was better to go back and roast the meat herself after the banquet. She secretly picked a lot of seasonings along the way. However, the fruits and nuts of the primitive society were very delicious. Xianxia had eaten something the size of a fist placed in front of her before. The outer shell was very hard, but the flesh inside was white and sweet. It was very tasty. She reached out and casually picked one up and handed it to Chuyun. Chuyun was talking to the clan leader about gathering the last batch of winter supplies for the next final trip. Xianxia handed it to him, and he casually took it, very naturally crushed it with one hand, as if he was crushing an eggshell. Then, he gave her the separated pulp. His gaze was still fixed on the clan leader, and he did what he was doing as if he had done it countless times. It was very natural. The other warriors at the table and the group of slaves not far away, Xianxia took a bite. It was still very delicious. She didn't care much about those eyes. When she took half a bite, she suddenly remembered that this was what she gave him to eat. What's wrong? Chuyun looked down at her. Xianxia shook her head. Nothing. Chuyun saw that she didn't seem to be in trouble, so he retracted his gaze and the group continued to talk. The next day, Chuyun asked people to move a pile of wood and stones. He told other people in the tribe to build a house, and then he took Xianxia to go out. This was the last time the Icy Plains tribe would go out. They wanted to hunt some living creatures, so they had been away for a long time. Therefore, only the strongest warriors of the tribe were going out. Xianxia and Chuyun went to the edge of the clearing. Xianxia, who had very good senses, heard Qiannan and Chuyun talking about iron. Seeing Xianxia and Chuyun coming, the two of them immediately stopped talking. It was as if they were afraid that Xianxia and Chuyun would hear something. After Chuyun stopped, she looked at Xianxia's leg. Chuyun had someone make a new leather skirt for Xianxia. It was longer than the previous one. They could not see the wound, but they could see the dripping blood and the faint smell of blood. When he saw the blood, Chuyun could not help but look at Xianxia doubtfully. Xianxia did not know what he was thinking, but she felt Chuyun's gaze on her. He was not as persistent as before. You're going to bring her this time? Condor and Hui, who had followed Chuyun back that time, also came. Seeing that Chuyun had brought Xianxia, the powerful warriors of the tribe could not help but frown. Lord Yun, it's very dangerous for us to go out this time. It's not suitable for us to bring her. Hui had recently heard the rumors in the tribe and had a very bad impression of Xianxia. She looked at her with obvious disdain. She won't drag us down. Chuyun's gaze was very indifferent. He looked at Chuyun, Qiannan, and the others and said directly, if you're not willing, you don't have to come with us. For this last trip, the high priest had divined 2 directions, one south and one north. Both had what their tribe needed. Hearing Chuyun's words, Chuyun immediately said, all right, you guys go north, we'll go south. Those who are willing to come with us can come with us. Condor and the others who had seen Qiannan's miraculous skills left with Qiannan and Chuyun. After all, Chuyun still had treatment. If she was injured outside, she could still survive. Although Hui and the others did not like Xianxia, they had followed Chuyun to exchange salt and had already seen how powerful he was. Although they disliked Xianxia, they were not surprised by Chuyun's words. However, after Chuyun and the others left, Hui could not help but look at Chuyun. Lord Yun, I heard that Lord Chen can make a weapon. If we follow them, it will be much safer and we won't lose many brothers. This time, not a single one of you will be missing. After saying that, Chuyun led them towards the south. It didn't matter which side Xianxia's team went, but it was strange that Chuyun was so persistent in going to the north, but she didn't say anything. The group walked for 2 days and did not encounter any prey, but they were not anxious. When passing by a mountain, Xianxia and Chuyun stopped for a moment. I think so. I'll go up and take a look. Chuyun saw Xianxia studying plants nearby. He didn't let her go with him. He just told Hui and the others to wait for him to come back and protect Xianxia. Hui and the others curled their lips but did not say anything. A group of people sat under a tree and ate roasted meat. Suddenly, Hui narrowed her eyes and saw Xianxia squatting beside a plant, carefully digging the plant. Behind her, a snake was sticking out its tongue. You're really courting death. Huey's expression changed. This stupid woman didn't even sense a single snake. He immediately threw away the meat in his hand, took a few steps forward, grabbed the snake's head, and twisted it to death. Hui. You seem to have become a lot stronger. The others, who were originally quite frightened, were stunned by this move, and then said excitedly. Hui also didn't expect that he would become so powerful. He looked at his hand with some surprise. Thank you. Yi Xiaohua finally finished digging her own plant. She stood up and nodded at Hui. Hui was immersed in the excitement of saving people. You're welcome. Lord Yin asked me to protect you. He didn't expect his movements to be so much faster than before. He didn't know if he could beat Lord Yin now. Although he looked down on Yi Xiaohua, with so many warriors around, if he couldn't even protect a woman, it would be a bit too embarrassing. Yi Xiaohua glanced at him and didn't say anything. Just now, that snake, before it could even get close to her, would be blown up by her own mental strength. However, this Hui was beyond her expectations. He actually saved her. This snake. Hui stared at the snake and suddenly remembered something. This snake seems to be the black snake we've heard of. As he spoke, suddenly there was a bird's cry above his head. Yi Xiaohua looked up and was very surprised to see a very large bird. A dozen or so arrogant people wearing linen clothes jumped down from the bird. They looked at Hui and the others, and finally fixed their eyes on the snake in Hui's hand. When Hui saw them, his face turned pale. It's a team from a first-class city. And it's a warrior of the 7th rank. A first-class city was a city, not a tribe. It was above all the tribes. The leader, a man with a mysterious pattern on his arm, looked at them coldly and said, "Bring the snake over. Kill all these barbarians." Hearing his words, Hui and the others paled. Lord, we accidentally picked up this snake. We didn't mean to provoke you. Please don't kill us, do it. The warrior of the 7th rank didn't listen to these people at all and directly said. Yi Xiaohua knew that the warriors of the Icy Plains tribe had a sense of honor. At this time, seeing everyone in the team, including Hui, had a look of fear on their faces. It was as if they were very afraid of this warrior of the 7th rank. Strange. Yi Xiaohua slightly narrowed her eyes and put the plant in her hand next to the tree. It seemed like she didn't care about this group of people from the first-class city. At this time, Hui and the others couldn't care less about Yi Xiaohua's suicidal action. Meanwhile, a warrior of the first-class city was holding a knife made of unknown material and was about to execute Yi Xiaohua and the others without a care. But at this time, the eyes of these people from the first-class city suddenly widened. The woman who was putting the plant a dozen meters away from them suddenly appeared in front of all of them, looking at them impatiently. Digression, finally finished writing this chapter. Good night, everyone. How could this be? The dozens of warriors from the first-class city had not yet reacted. Yi Xiaohua's fingertips were shining with a cold light. More than a dozen golden needles flew towards the eyebrows of these warriors at the same time. After disappearing, they reappeared from the back of the head. Yi Xiaohua reached out to take the silver needles that flew to her palm, put them on the animal skin on her body, and wiped them clean. Hui and the others behind her were terribly quiet. The pupils of these level 7 warriors who had just clamored to take their lives slightly dilated, and they stood motionless in the same place. Hui, a warrior of the Bingyuan tribe, murmured, "I just saw you go over. They are dead? They died before they could do anything?" That's right, another person was very sensitive to the smell of blood. He could see a red dot between the eyebrows of more than a dozen people very clearly, but he still did not know how Yi Xiaohua did it. That Xianu. Yi, she is very strong. What did primitive society fear the most? Martial strength. And the mysterious ability, a strong enough warrior was enough to feed the people of a tribe. These people admired Chu Yun's power very much, so they did not show any dissatisfaction with Chu Yun bringing Yi Xiaohua here. I'm really stupid. Hui took a deep breath. No wonder I could kill that snake so easily. In fact, she should have known about that snake a long time ago. It's not that she was too weak to feel it, but that snake was not enough to pose a threat to her. Every warrior of the Bingyuan tribe now looked at Yi Xiaohua in a different way. They were a little nervous and a little excited. She was not afraid of a level 7 warrior. Could she be a level 8 warrior, or even higher? In any case, Hui and the others no longer dared to look down on this slave who was rescued by the Bingyuan tribe. They looked at her with a little awe and passion. Let's see what they have on them. Yi Xiaohua picked up a branch and poked it on the bodies of the level 7 warriors. She didn't find anything she wanted, so she handed the sharp weapons to Hui and the others. Take it. You. Hui saw that Yi Xiaohua gave the things to them and didn't keep them, so he couldn't help but open his mouth. However, before he said it, Yi Xiaohua waved her hand irritably. I don't need it. Hui, Yi Xiaohua looked down at the surrounding plants again and finally determined a few. When Chuyun came back, he did not show any surprise when he saw a group of people lying on the ground. He only took out a brown stone to show Yi Xiaohua. Yi Xiaohua took a look, and her eyes brightened. Yes. Seeing her reaction, Chuyun nodded, memorized the location, and continued forward. When they set up camp to rest in the evening, some of them made a fire, and some of them were dealing with a few fat rabbits they caught. When they dealt with the rabbits and threw them into the fire to roast, they were stopped by Yi Xiaohua. Fennel's expression changed. Lord Yi, we can just roast the meat. Yi Xiaohua ignored him. Chuyun only glanced at him lightly. Hui was so scared that he retracted his hand. He was somewhat at a loss. Before, they thought that Yi Xiaohua was a slave. It was nothing for her to barbecue, but now she was not at all. Especially, she might be at the same level as Chuyun. However, 10 minutes later, when they saw the rabbit meat sprinkled with chili, cumin, and salt, emitting a fragrance they had never smelled before, they were completely speechless. They looked at the roast meat in Yi Xiaohua's hands like wolves. Eat. After roasting it, Yi Xiaohua only tore off a rabbit leg and divided the rest. After eating, Hui and the others looked at Yi Xiaohua even more fervently. Even Chuyun, who was looking at them coldly, did not notice. When you're done, I'll teach you how to train. Chuyun stood up with a branch and looked down at Hui and the others. Yi Xiaohua sat by the fire and studied the plants she saw today. She did not raise her head, but she heard the sound of fists hitting bones and muscles a few meters away. About an hour later, Hui and the others came back with embarrassed expressions. Chuyun was still elegant. They went out for a month. After a month, the weather gradually turned cold. Chuyun and Yi Xiaohua found a lot of things along the way before returning to the Ice Plains tribe. They returned a little late. When they came back, Chu Yin and Chen Nan's group had already returned. Yi Xiaohua found that there were about 200 to 300 people in the tribe. They were all wearing coarse hemp clothes. Lord Yun, you're finally back. On one side, the woman in the ice field is wearing animal skin. She is very embarrassed. Yi Xiaohua remembers that her name is Pomelo. She is the spouse of the man who lost his arm at the beginning. Almost all the natives of the Ice Plains were still wearing beast skins. What happened? Chuyun did not speak. Hui knew that he and Yi Xiaohua did not like to talk, so she immediately stood in front of them and asked in a low voice. Seeing that Chuyun and the rest had returned, Yi ran over with a resentful expression. Lord Yun, you don't know this. Chu Yin and Chen Nan brought 200 people back and brought them to develop our ice plains. Now, the ice plains have been completely occupied by them. They took over our living quarters to build houses and snatched our female slaves. Those of us who stayed in the tribe couldn't get any meat. You and the rest had no choice but to bring the children out to hunt. At the end of her sentence, she fell silent. His eyes were red with anger. They had not expected that Chen Nan, who they had initially treated as a lord and had taken in under Chu Yin's request, would end up wanting to take over their ice plains. Hearing these words, Chu Yin nodded slightly. No expression could be seen in his pitch-black eyes. However, Yi Xiaohua, who was standing beside him, knew that he was definitely angry. Let's talk inside. Chu Yin calmly led them in. We have a new group of tribesmen today. On the way, a man dressed in hemp clothes said to the tribe leader and the rest of the ice plains, go over there and build a house. Finish it as soon as possible. We want to live in it immediately. Build a house? Chu Yun looked not far away. The wooden house he had people build before he left was the shape that Yi Xiaohua had drawn herself. It had already been built, but someone else was living in it. Chu Yun glanced at it. It was a young man that he didn't recognize. He wasn't from the icy plains. Of course, after it's built, I'll give you more meat today. The man in the sackcloth thought that Chu Yun and the others had agreed and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, Bang Hui and the others had been training with Yi Xiaohua and Chu Yun for a month. Their martial strength had already reached a terrifying level that they were afraid of before. Hui was already furious when he heard the chief and Pomelo's words. Now, these people were still arrogantly asking them to build a house in their icy plains territory, and even said that they wanted to split the meat. He slapped the man in the sackcloth to the ground, then picked him up like an eagle catching a chick. He looked at him with a twisted smile. More meat? Have your chief and priest come out. Tell them that the warriors of the icy plains have returned. Then he threw the man in the sackcloth down. Huey's move made the man extremely afraid. He scrambled towards the most central house to find Shuyin and Chen Nan. The other people in sackcloth didn't dare to approach the ferocious Chu Yun and the others. With Chu Yun and Yi Xiaohua here, their team's harvest was quite plentiful. They brought back more than 10 ferocious live cows, 20 horses, and a group of goats. Cows, in particular, were not something that ordinary people could catch alive. Lord Yi, how was my performance just now? After that person left, Hui looked at Yi Xiaohua flatteringly, his eyes shining. Yi Xiaohua rubbed her chin, still lacking some experience. Hui clenched his fists, his eyes bursting with light. I will continue to work hard. When the previous chief and high priest of the icy plains saw Hui throw the craftsman away, they anxiously gathered over. Now, they treated Chu Yun and the others as their backbone. However, they didn't expect to see Hui flatteringly looking at Yi Xiaohua. There was even a very relaxed smile on his face. He didn't seem to be worried about the icy plains that had more than half of its territory occupied. Chu Yun, Hui, the original tribe leader of the icy plains, was extremely anxious. What do we do? That person was the leader that Chen Nan chose. If we beat him up, Chen Nan and the others will definitely not let this matter rest. Then we'll fight them. Chu Yan's expression did not change at all. He only lowered his head to look at the clan leader. What's going on? Why are there so many people in the tribe? The clothes they're wearing are made by them. Why don't you have any? Those are the people that Chen Nan and Chu Yin brought back after they went out on a trip, said the man next to the chief hatefully. They're extremely shameless. They took over our room the moment they arrived. I thought that they were brought back by Chen Nan and the others. I never thought that they would become members of the icy plains in the future. Especially those soldiers who followed Chu Yin out. They're all on Chu Yin's side. You gritted her teeth. They helped those people to bully us, saying that we don't have the labor force. They even built factories and houses here. What weapons are they still making now? There's also a crafting room. You raised her hand and pointed ahead. Look, that's their factory. Chu Yin raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He saw the completed wood factory. His eyesight was very good. He could still see the smiles on the faces of the strangers at the edge of the factory. He also saw someone kick a man in animal skin who was dragging a piece of wood into the factory. Chen Nan's gaze gradually turned cold. Chen Nan and the others wanted to establish their own power in the icy plains. Very good, I'm afraid they won't be able to bear this result. As they were talking, Chen Nan, Chu Yin, and the others came out with their men. The patriarch and Pomelo looked at the black weapons in the hands of Chen Nan and the others and involuntarily took a step back. It was as though they were extremely afraid of the weapons. Condor and the others were also dressed in coarse hemp clothing. They were extremely excited as they followed behind Chen Nan and the others. You're back? When Chen Nan saw the pile of animals behind Chu Yun's group, his eyes flashed with astonishment. He never thought that Chu Yun's group would actually be able to bring back a living cow. Cows that were alive could still reproduce, horses and sheep were the same. It was just that the hooves of the primitive society were too ferocious and easy to tame, so almost no one could successfully raise livestock. Usually, they would only bring back some dead meat from hunting. These resources were much better than dead meat. Chu Yin, who was beside him, did not have such a good attitude. She looked at Yi Xiaohua, Chu Yun, and the others impatiently. Do you know that we're very busy? We don't have time to teach you. If you have any questions, just ask Condor. Don't ask why you don't have hemp clothing to wear. If you want to wear hemp clothing, you must contribute to our tribe. Chen Nan, who was beside her, seemed to agree with her. He slowly observed Yi Xiaohua and the others without saying anything. Yi Xiaohua had never seen such a thick-skinned person. That's right. Hui pointed in the direction of the wooden houses Chu Yun had people build. That's the wooden house that Lord Yun had people build before he left. Even his place of residence was given to others? What do you mean by occupying the Icy Plains tribe? Before Chen Nan could speak, Chu Yin sneered. The Icy Plains tribe is only where it is today because of Chen Nan. This Icy Plains should have been his. He will lead you to a first-class city. Don't be so ungrateful. It's all because of Chen Nan? Yi Xiaohua was stunned by Chu Yin's words. May I ask how long has Chen Nan been here? Just because he helped you build a few wooden houses, and even gave our ice field the name of a city? So the Icy Plains should belong to him? What do you know? Chu Yin was extremely disdainful of talking to Yi Xiaohua. She didn't even look at her. She directly ignored her and looked at Chu Yun, Hui, and the others. Chen Nan even brought us to find some linen. These linen cloths can only be found in first-class cities. He even taught us how to make many weapons. Our martial prowess is much higher than before. The people of the Icy Plains can wear hemp. Without him, would you have the Icy Plains today? Without the Icy Plains, do you think you can still live and grow up? Without the Icy Plains, who would have given you the location? If we didn't save you back then, would you still be alive? Did you chop all the wood? Chu Yun looked at Chu Yin, Chen Nan, and the rest with a cold expression. Also, is that the reason why you seized our Icy Plains tribe? After he finished speaking, Chen Nan, Chu Yin, and the rest opened their mouths but did not know what to say. And Condor, are you just going to watch as your tribesmen are abandoned? In the end, Chu Yan's gaze landed on Condor and the rest behind Chu Yin. Condor and the rest were originally warriors of the Icy Plains. Now that they saw Chu Yan return, they wanted to change sides. It was not like they were unaware of Chu Yan's strength. The atmosphere froze. Hui, Chu Yin and the others have weapons in their hands. I heard it's called a bow and arrow. It's so lethal that it can even pierce through a horse's stomach. The patriarch and the others standing behind them were very anxious when they heard what Chu Yun and Yi Xiaohua said. Stop, Chu Yun. Don't let them talk anymore. Otherwise, although they were looking forward to Chu Yun's return, they didn't want Chu Yun to go against Chen Nan and the others. Previously, a portion of the Icy Plains tribe's warriors had already pledged their allegiance to Chen Nan and the others. Now that they had no fighting strength, the patriarch could only hope that Chu Yun and the others could return to their resting grounds. It's okay. Hui smiled. The two of them aren't afraid. At this moment, the person behind Chen Nan and Chu Yin smiled impatiently. Lord Chen, why are you wasting your time talking to these barbarians? Just attack. With that, he grinned and raised the black weapon in his hand towards Chu Yun and Yi Xiaohua. Let's go. We don't want the land anymore. The patriarch's eyes turned red when he saw this. He reached out to pull Chu Yun and the others. That's their weapon. It's faster than a cheetah. Chu Yun. Seeing that Chu Yun and Yi Xiaohua were still standing in front of them without moving, the patriarch was so anxious that he didn't know what to say. They were a primitive society and had yet to discover iron. How could they have experienced the power of bows and arrows? All of them were extremely afraid. However, Chu Yin and the others had very few bows and arrows. They usually didn't leak out and were only used for concealment. Now that they were pointing these weapons at them, how could the patriarch and the others not be afraid? It's okay. Don't be afraid, patriarch. Hui received Yi Xiaohua's gaze and licked his lips. His gaze was like a torch as he looked at the person holding the bow and arrow. Then, he suddenly made his move. Whoosh! The pupils of the person holding the bow and arrow shrank. Then, he immediately shot an arrow. Hui reached out and not only grabbed the arrow in his hand, he also grabbed the person who shot the arrow like he was grabbing a chick. The moment he made his move, the other warriors behind Chu Yun also made their moves. In a few moments, Chu Yin and the others were all captured. This combat power made the patriarch and the others, who were still anxious a few seconds ago, dumbfounded. Lord Yun, Lord Yi, how should we deal with this person? When he saw his battered and exhausted wife and daughter standing behind the clan leader, a bloodthirsty look flashed across his eyes. Bring them to the clearing and gather everyone here, Chu Yun said coldly. When Chen Nan heard this, his expression changed drastically. He had underestimated the combat power of these barbarians. Soon, the newcomers and those who had surrendered to Chen Nan all gathered. When they saw Chu Yin and the others who were tied up, their eyes widened. The person in linen clothes, who had a smug look on his face, was at a loss. The first rule of the Icy Plains tribe is unity. They have violated the tribe's rules, so I will chase them out of the tribe. Seeing these newcomers, Chu Yin said calmly, you are all newcomers to our Icy Plains tribe, so I will not pursue this matter for now. I have already told you the rules of the Icy Plains tribe. The old, the sick, and the weak cannot be abandoned. In the future, everyone can live in the first batch of wooden houses, but they must pay rent. Of course, it is not impossible to buy them. Each wooden house has 20 horses. As long as you hunt them, they will belong to you. This was the management method that Yi Xiaohua had told Hui on the way. It was very similar to the management methods of ancient times. They had to gradually establish a complete management plan. Wait, Chen Nan was still tied up. When he heard Chu Yun say that those things would belong to the tribe, he could not help but change his expression. These wooden houses were built by us. And those weapons and linen clothes, why should we give them to them? I don't agree, and they won't agree either. If you do this, I will leave the Icy Plains tribe. In reality, the majority of the people in the Icy Plains tribe, including the old, the sick, and the disabled, totaled 200 to 300 people. Chen Nan had used the methods he used in business to bring them to a primitive society. After hearing his words, the people standing nearby all nodded. Chu Yun, as you can see, these people don't agree with your decision. Chen Nan no longer cared that he was being held by Hui and the others. The Icy Plains had a very good geographical location. Chen Nan had already observed it. The soil here was very good, and many of the foods he had eaten in the modern era grew here. He didn't want to leave the Icy Plains. It was too difficult to find a suitable tribe after leaving. Of course, he didn't think the Icy Plains would really let him go. Chu Yun looked at the group of people behind him. Those who came later were naturally on Chen Nan's side. He could ignore them, but there were also people who stood later and surrendered to Chen Nan and Chu Yin. They had enjoyed different levels of treatment by Chu Yin's side and tasted the sweetness. Naturally, they wouldn't agree with Chu Yun's words. Lord Yun, what do we do? A warrior beside him said hatefully. Chu Yun's eyes darkened. He exerted some force with his fingers. I want to see blood, Yi Xiaohua saw through Chu Yun's thoughts. She pinched his fingers and smiled. Then, she stood up and smiled at the group of people on the ground. Do you feel unreconciled? How about this, those who don't agree, stand up. I want to see how many people there are. Some people didn't know Yi Xiaohua, but seeing her relationship with Chu Yun and Hui's respectful attitude, they knew that she was a person of high status. The group looked at each other, then nodded. That's right. As for Zhan and the others who knew Yi Xiaohua, they were also very surprised to see Yi Xiaohua standing next to Chu Yun. In the future, Yi Xiaohua will be the new priestess of the Icy Plains, Chu Yun said coldly. Her words are my meaning. That's fine. Yi Xiaohua wasn't interested in the position of priestess. She didn't look at the shocked faces of Chu Yin and the others. She only smiled. If any of you disagree with Lord Yun's words, raise your hand and let me see how many people there are. Hearing Yi Xiaohua's words, these people looked at each other, not knowing what Yi Xiaohua was trying to do. It's all right. Didn't your Lord Chen say that he's a democratic person? I respect your thoughts. Yi Xiaohua looked at them encouragingly. When she said this, Zhen was the first to raise her hand to show her sincerity towards Chu Yin and Chen Nan. Seeing Zhen raise his hand, the others glanced at each other. Another person raised his hand. Originally, there were some people who were afraid of the martial prowess of Hui and the others. It must be known that even Chen Nan's bow and arrows were unable to harm them. However, now that they saw so many people raising their hands, they felt reassured. One after another, they raised their hands. Even if he really wanted to punish them, he wouldn't punish so many people. In the end, only a part of the original Icefield tribe did not raise their hands. Yi Xiaohua reached out and let this small group of people stand behind Hui and the others. Only then did he look at the majority of the people who had raised their hands, including Chu Yin and Chen Nan. He smiled and said, "You should know that the people of the tribe have to abide by the tribe's rules. Since you have any complaints, it's very simple. Leave the icy plains." Chen Nan and Chu Yin did not expect Yi Xiaohua to say such a thing. Their expressions changed. The faces of those who had finally found a new tribe were also filled with shock. "My wooden house and factory." Chen Nan and Chu Yin opened their mouths. Yi Xiaohua stopped smiling. "You've knocked down the wooden house. I'll give you time to pack up the factory. You can take everything with you. Hui, listen carefully. Keep an eye on them. In 2 hours, if they don't leave, I'll allow you to kill them. Who cares about your wooden house? Who cares about your weapons and your sackcloth clothes? If you don't listen, then scram, digression. Today, I tried the comments Ctrl+C. It really works. Retreat. Die, why didn't we meet earlier? I cried. At night, I couldn't help but watch S8 for a while. Blue Queen didn't update today. She added 1 chapter yesterday. I'm still 8 chapters short in my little notebook. Yi Xiaohua's rules have always been like this. She has experienced too many worlds. She doesn't know how many collaborators and subordinates she has chased away. Chu Yun stood beside her. When he heard her words, he felt that this way of dealing with things was too familiar. A white light flashed in his mind, as if there were some scenes that flashed past, pulling his nerves to the point of pain. His expression didn't change. He just looked deeply at Yi Xiaohua, the corners of his lips slightly pursed. He didn't know why he suddenly fell into this kind of infinite reincarnation, but he clearly remembered that the few worlds he had experienced didn't have such a scene. For the first time, Chu Yun felt that his sudden fall into reincarnation wasn't so simple. The expression on his face actually changed a lot, but now no one was paying attention to him. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xiaohua's face. Especially those 200 or 300 people wearing sackcloth. They were originally an intelligent tribe. They were born smart, but their physical strength wasn't high, so they had nowhere to go when they were attacked by the wolf tribe. Fortunately, they met Chen Nan, who kindly took them in. With Chen Nan's advice, they found a kind of plant called sackcloth and made it into sackcloth. They let the people of the Ice Plains tribe and their own tribe wear sackcloth clothes. This made them very proud. They looked down on the old, weak, sick, and slow-witted people of the Ice Plains tribe. But in fact, the Ice Plains tribe occupied a large area, had very strict management, and could even build wooden houses that they had never seen before. What's more, the martial strength that Chu Yun and Hui showed was too strong. It wasn't easy for the people of the intelligent tribe to come to such a dream tribe. Who would want to leave? They didn't expect Yi Xiaohua to be so ruthless as soon as she opened her mouth. Wait. The original chief of the intelligent tribe immediately stood up. His expression changed greatly. He opened his mouth to argue, but Yi Xiaohua didn't look at them at all. Hui grinned and urged these people to pack up their things and leave the tribe. Are you sure? Chu Yin didn't get angry. He just looked at Yi Xiaohua with a strange expression. You also know that we have a lot of things in our hands. Of course, you're not afraid of bows and arrows, but there are guns that are more terrifying than fire. You don't know what I'm talking about. But these sackcloth, in the future, there are many things that even first-class cities don't have. Yi Xiaohua didn't even think about it. Not interested. If you think that you can protect the entire tribe with just a few people, you'll still be useless against the people from a first-class city. The factory that Chen Nan had built was still here, so Chu Yin did not really want to leave. But Chen Nan will help you. It's not too late for you to back out now. However, what answered her was a sneer from Hui. As a modern person, Chen Nan had always looked down on these primitive people who hadn't even developed their own civilization. He didn't expect that Yi Xiaohua would actually chase him away after he had shown so many sides. Although he was reluctant to part with the things he had set up bit by bit, he couldn't stand being looked down upon by a primitive man. Wasn't it just to leave this place and make a comeback? With his modern mind, his brain was filled with a bunch of inventions and constructions. Any one of them was far beyond the level of this world. Originally, he wanted to lead this group of primitive people to make a fortune, but he didn't expect them to look down on him. If they knew that they were looking down on people from a civilized society thousands of years later, who knew what they would think? A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Chen Nan's mouth. Then, he turned around and gathered Condor's group of people. They smashed all the wooden houses in the tribe so that Xianxia and the others wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. There was also a large linen factory that he had people build. He led people to take away whatever they could and smash whatever they couldn't. Originally, he didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to tell Yun and Xianxia the method of making linen. Now that he saw Yun and Xianxia acting like this, he couldn't help but feel angry. Without saying a word, he led a group of people and left the tribe that night. Condor and the others were originally warriors of the Icy Plains tribe. They often hunted with Hui and the others. Now that they were chased out by Yun, Xianxia and the tribe leader, they were more or less reluctant to leave. However, he didn't regret it. He just found Hui and the others to bid farewell before leaving. Hui, you shouldn't have listened to Master Yun and the others and chased Master Chen away. You know that once our bodies reach rank 5, we can no longer improve. Master Chen has a way to improve. Scram. Hui spat out the grass in her mouth and said coldly. We won't be too far away from you. If there's anything in the future, you can come and find us. Condor and the others looked at the cold faces of Hui and the others. In the end, they still followed Chen Nan and the others and left. Behind them, Hui and the others watched the backs of the warriors as they left. No need to say anything. Hui watched the last person leave before returning to Xianxia and Yun to report. About 300 people left. The tribe suddenly became empty. The wooden houses that Chen Nan and the others had built were all smashed. It looked very desolate and dilapidated. In less than an hour, the originally bustling tribe had become like this. Those people are really despicable. Yu stood beside Xianxia, her eyes filled with hostility. Xianxia and Yun didn't really care about the linen. The two of them were discussing in low voices the plants they encountered on the road. She brought some back with her, and she was going to let Hui bring some people to bring some back. The tribe leader was also silent for a moment. Not only did Chen Nan leave, he also took all the linen they made. The original factory was also destroyed. After they left, the tribe leader let the remaining people in the tribe tidy things up. Tribe leader, Master Yun, they took everything away. They didn't leave a single thing behind. Hearing this, disappointment naturally appeared on the tribe leader's face. However, it quickly disappeared. In their tribe, since the beginning of history, no one had surpassed level 5 warrior. Only a first-class city would have level 5 warriors and above, or even level 8 warriors. So when a level 6 warrior appeared in Chen Nan's group, the entire tribe was shocked. The chief and the others were also very afraid. The chief and the others originally thought that when Xianxia and the others heard the news, they would be as surprised as they were. They did not expect them to be so calm. Xianxia was still talking to Yun with her head lowered. The chief could still hear them talking about cotton and bricks that they did not understand. Hui and the others were instructing the women and men of the tribe to settle down the cows, goats, and horses that they brought back. Hearing the chief's words, Hui knew that Yun and Xianxia would not talk about such a boring matter. He tilted his head and pursed his lips. I forgot to mention, they are at least level 6 warriors. WH. What? The chief and you could not help but want to dig their ears to see if they were hearing things. Yeah, I broke through to level 6 warrior half a month ago. Tu was the second person to reach level 6 after Xianxia and the others. When he said this, he looked at Hui with some jealousy. Hui is better than us. With Lord Yun and Lord Ye's personal guidance, she has long been a level 7 warrior. Why didn't you tell Condor that you have already reached level 7 warrior? 1 month. In just 1 month, Hui had gone from level 5 to level 7. The others had also improved by 1 or 2 levels. They had basically all reached level 6 warriors. In just 1 month, Hui and the others believed that Xianxia and Yun were the people sent by God to save them. What if they don't leave? Hui shot a glance at Tuesday. Tu scratched his head with a look that said, "You're right." If they don't leave, it will be troublesome. It's better not to say it. Are you close to becoming a level 8 warrior? Just a little bit more. I think I still have to wait for another half a month. Lord Yi said that my aptitude is poor, and he was right. Hui sighed and then clenched his fist. I will definitely work hard. The two of them spoke one after another, but they did not know that the chief and the others were completely stunned. Level 7 warrior, and he's about to break through to the 8th rank? They didn't really believe it at first. Ku Hui and the others were very showy. Each of them fought to perform in the open space for them. Some were as fast as the wind, and some were able to lift hundreds of kilograms of rocks with one hand. These people, who were originally very depressed because of Chen Nan and the others leaving, were now celebrating with excitement because of the strength of these people. Master Hui, this is for you. Pomelo and the others were extremely excited. They also knew that Hui was already a level 7 warrior. She directly called him Lord Hui. Fini lowered her head and looked at the roasted black leg of lamb in Pomo's hand. She was silent for a moment. Thank you, but I don't want it. We've already eaten. These legs of lamb are naturally for our greatest warrior. The patriarch and the others did not agree. They even tore off the other 2 legs of lamb and sent them to Xianxia and Chu Yun. Don't. Please don't. We couldn't imagine Xianxia looking at the black leg of lamb. We've already eaten when we returned to the tribe, so we're not hungry. Pomo believed him and nodded. Then, he happily shared the leg of lamb with his fellow tribesmen. That night, the bonfire didn't go out. Xianxia and Chu Yun didn't participate. The two of them studied the development of primitive society and made a few plans. The next morning, when Xianxia jumped down from the tree, she saw the people of the Icefield tribe. Master Yi. The people of the Icefield tribe woke up very early. They were cleaning up the wreckage. When they saw Xianxia, they greeted her very respectfully and politely. Xianxia touched her chin, feeling strange. Chu Yun had just said that she was the priest yesterday. According to reason, these people shouldn't have accepted it so quickly. Why were they so respectful after one night? Xianxia still hadn't figured it out when there was a commotion in front of her. It seemed to be the sound of fighting. There were people cheering from the side. What's going on? When Xianxia arrived, she saw that it was Tu fighting with someone. However, Tu didn't use all of his strength. When they saw Xianxia, the people of the tribe immediately gave way to her. Chu Yun stood beside her and said, "They've been showing off all night that they're already level 6 warriors. The other warriors of the tribe are beating them up." Xianxia finally understood why the attitude of the people of the tribe towards her suddenly changed. As the two of them were talking, the tribe leader also came over. Today, he no longer looked at Xianxia with disregard. Instead, his gaze was filled with reverence. "High Priest, we're going to build a wooden house soon. Although Chen Nan didn't teach us, we should be able to build it. The wooden planks and stakes that Chen Nan and the others had torn down yesterday were still there." The tribe leader decided to have people put them together again. "There's no need to build a wooden house." Xianxia shook her head and pointed at some people. "Hui and the others will bring back 400 people today. At the same time, they'll bring some plants and materials. Leave a few people to guard the tribe. The others will follow me to a place." 400 people? The tribe leader stared. Those 400 people were all saved by Master Yun and the high priest on the way. They're all in Defange, which isn't far from our tribe. I'll go now and probably come back at night. Hui thought for a moment, then continued. "Tribe leader, don't be too surprised. In the future, there will be more and more people in our tribe." After she finished speaking, Hui confirmed with Xianxia what she wanted to bring, then left the tribe. In the tribe leader, Yu, and the others had yet to react to the matter of not building a wooden house when they were shocked by Hui's words of bringing 400 people. When Xianxia and the others left with a group of people, he finally reacted. On the other side, Chen Nan had already found another place to build the tribe. This place was not particularly far from the Icy Plains tribe. When Chuyin saw the barren land, she said hatefully, "Such a good tribe. They've really gotten lucky." Zhen followed behind Chuyin. When he heard this, he said flatteringly, "Young Miss Chu, without you, who else would treat their injuries?" The tribe leader and the others will beg you to go back in a few days. Hearing Zhen's words, Chuyin managed to calm down a little. But Condor's words made Chuyin narrow her eyes. She turned to look at Condor and narrowed her eyes. Who? Chen Nan also looked at Condor. That Yi. Condor was very clear about the tribe's strength. Chuyin wasn't a brainless person who would chase away the old priest and Chuyin for no reason. The curious expression on Chuyin's face instantly disappeared without a trace when she heard this name. Chen Nan also withdrew his gaze and continued to draw on the ground, getting people to build the wooden house according to his ideas. So it's her. Chuyin waved her hand, not caring much. When she left, she took a look at Yi Xiaohua's thigh. There were still scabs on it. If she had treated it, it would have healed half a month ago. The corner of her mouth curved slightly. Chen Nan, let's have people cut down trees first. They no longer cared about the Icelandic tribe. Both of them wanted to quickly build a tribe. On the other side, Yi Xiaohua had already brought people to the place where she first found the clay. Master Yun, what does the high priest want to do? Tu did not go with Hui. Instead, he led the rest of the tribe. Seeing Yi Xiaohua mysteriously leading the way, he asked in a low voice, aren't we going to build a wooden house? Chu Yun wasn't sure what Yi Xiaohua wanted to do. In fact, she had too many strange ideas in her mind. But looking at the soil under his feet, he had a rough idea. I'll take you to build a house. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Yi Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. Chu Yun looked at her. When did you find the clay? I saw it on the first day. Yi Xiaohua nodded. Let's first dig a hole to make bricks. This place is very close to the iron mine. I'm not used to it without a knife. Hearing that Yi Xiaohua wanted to dig a hole, these people immediately looked around for something to dig. They didn't have many people, so they didn't do much on the first day. The hole wasn't deep enough. But at night, Hui and the others came back with a bunch of green plants and 200 strong men from the Short Mountain tribe. Yi Xiaohua taught the women how to roast meat with cumin and chili. She taught them how to cook the meat without burning it. Instantly, the smell of meat filled the air. We've come to the right place. A burly man from the original Short Mountain tribe didn't even lift his head as he ate. Chu Yun went back in the afternoon. Yi Xiaohua stared at them and taught them how to smelt iron. Chu Yun, on the other hand, went back to deal with the tribe's affairs. He planned the tribe's territory and made the rules. Then, he continued to bring people out to hunt in the surroundings. Both of them were extremely busy. 1 month later, the Ice tribe expanded to more than 1,000 people. The first brick house was built in the tribe. Yi Xiaohua hung a sign of the council hall on it. After the first brick house was built, the other brick houses were easier to build. Everyone was very enthusiastic. They had never seen such a house that could shelter them from the wind and rain. It was just a small bungalow, and the family did not live in a big house. Primitive people had strong labor power. In addition, there were so many people in the tribe. Even the children helped with the clay. In less than half a month, every family had their own house. Yi Xiaohua also found cotton, but although she knew everything, she still didn't know how to weave. She could only describe the principle of the loom and let the women in the tribe study it. High priest, she was talking to Chu Yun about the construction of the wall and the trap outside the Icefield city when Tu came in with a big iron pot. Is this the big iron pot you were talking about? Yi Xiaohua. Yes. But didn't she ask them to make a sword or something first? Great, so we can eat the soup and stir-fry you mentioned tonight? I'll bring it to the kitchen. Yi Xiaohua. Chu Yun also shook his head, and then said, I'll watch them forge swords. His previous swords were made by the Ministry of War. Although he didn't know how to turn iron oxide into iron, he would teach them how to forge swords and iron. Yi Xiaohua followed her memory and let people try to make some paper. This winter in the Icefield tribe was very comfortable. Although the cloth had not been researched, they wore linen clothes stuffed with cotton inside. More than half a year later, the Icefield tribe successfully expanded to 2,000 people. Loki began to become famous. They also began to build a wall outside the city. The bottom of the wall was built with huge stones. These stones were very heavy for the average person, but for most of the people in the tribe who had reached the 7th level, they didn't have any weight at all. As you can see, we can make paper, said an old man. If it weren't for the wolf tribe, our tribe wouldn't want to rely on you. I hope you can give our tribe a place to live. You will need our paper very much. With us joining, your tribe's strength will also become stronger. Chu Yun didn't look at the paper he was holding. Hui and the others played with the things in their hands and didn't pay much attention to his words. Yi Xiaohua held the paper in her hand. It was very rough and of poor quality. High Priest, Lord Yun, I've also reached the 7th level. I've also reached the 7th level. A person outside broke the wooden door and came in, excitedly looking at the people in the meeting room. As he spoke, he also smashed the huge stone in his hand to the ground. Hui couldn't help but roll her eyes. You, this kind of person who only broke through to the 7th level in 2 months, don't make a fool of yourself. The old man holding the paper, upon hearing the young man's words, his fingers trembled violently. Especially when Hui lightly threw out that huge rock, as if it was weightless, it was terrifying. Level 7 warrior. Level 9 warrior, this was already the strength of a first-class city, right? The old man's heart trembled. Chu Yun looked at him, then about your joining, Master Yun, we will join your tribe unconditionally. We will be a member of your ice field and will help you make paper unconditionally. Without waiting for Chu Yun to finish, the old man said excitedly. Chu Yun nodded, then said, go with Pomelo, she will help you arrange people. Pomelo handed a coconut to Yi Xiaohua, High Priest, this is what Tu and the others picked up at the beach. After giving it to her, she brought the old man out. The old man's tribe was still waiting outside the meeting house. They watched the children practicing martial arts on the grass, lifting stones, and some following the old man to write and draw on the ground. There were also some women holding cotton and twisting it into thin threads, chatting while talking, as if it was a paradise. The tribe was full of beautiful red houses. Not far away, there were cattle and sheep grazing on the pens. Chief, what did Master Yun and the others say? Did they agree? Seeing the old man come out, they immediately surrounded him. The old man shook his head, I did not make any requests, but Master Yun told the high priest that you will be the same as the others in the tribe. But the people in the tribe mastered the precious paper-making technology, that was why the wolf tribe invaded them. Unexpectedly, the old man did not mention their precious paper-making technology at all. That Hui is a level 9 warrior. The old man saw through the thoughts of the others in the tribe. The people in the tribe widened their eyes, then slowly retracted their gaze. Pomelo is in charge. Seeing that Pomelo brought them to a brick house, the old man realized that his tribe also had a house. He was so excited that he did not know what to say. He took the initiative to offer his tribe's most precious paper-making technology. This is our tribe's paper-making technology. Our tribe will offer it to Master Yun and the high priest for free. Pomelo glanced at their coarse paper, smiled, and did not accept it. The old man's tribe thought that Pomelo did not accept it and became anxious. No, we have this kind of paper a long time ago. Pomelo took out a piece of paper with rules written with charcoal pen from her pocket and showed it to them. Then, she said, your paper-making technique is missing some things. As for your specific matters, I'll arrange them tonight. Warriors can report to Lord Hui and strive to break through to the 6th rank within a month. We'll be going to a first-class city next month. When the time comes, only warriors above the 6th rank will go. When the tribesmen saw the paper in Yu's hands that was whiter and more exquisite than theirs, they couldn't react in time. They didn't expect that there was another tribe that knew how to make paper, and the paper they made was even better looking and more delicate than theirs. Of course, the most important thing was that Pomelo said that they could also train under Master Hui. Patriarch, is it true? The people in the tribe thought that they were dreaming. They only reacted after you left. It should be true, someone said uncertainly. I heard it too, don't call me Patriarch. Hee, I'll be a member of the Glacier Plain tribe from now on. The old man looked at the paper in his hands. Do you see that? At my age, I can stay in the tribe to educate the children or do other work. These people who were initially against coming here were now smiling like 200-pound fatties. A month later. Not far from the Glacier Plain tribe, a group of people were rushing over. Condor, we're almost at the Glacier Plain tribe. I wonder how Hui and the Patriarch are doing. The group of people brought a bunch of things over. There were linen cloths, small hidden weapons, and some not-so-pure iron. The man in the linen cloths chuckled when he heard that. Although they're not doing well, Chu Yun and Hui won't starve them. In the past, they used to call Chu Yun Lord Yun. They probably won't even think about it. Half a year later, you've all become 6th-rank warriors. This time, Jin also came back with them. Standing beside Condor, she seemed to be a little emotional. However, her eyes were filled with arrogance. She didn't need to come, but after thinking about it, she still came back. She wanted to see how the group of people who had stayed in the glacier plain were doing. She wondered how surprised they would be to see them. Thinking about it, Jin couldn't help but smile. She was extremely grateful for her choice in the past. Condor's mood was also very complicated. When he left, he didn't think that he would one day become a 6th-rank warrior. Let's not talk about it. Let's hurry up and exchange some things with them. Then, we'll meet up with Lord Chen and go to a 1st-rank city. This time, they came to the glacier plain under Chu Yin's instructions. Of course, Chu Yin couldn't be bothered to come. She just wanted to let the people of the glacier plain know how good their tribe was now. They were about to enter a 1st-rank city. Once they entered a 1st-rank city, it would mean that they were already a large tribe like the wolf tribe. This time, they said they were here to exchange things, but in reality, they were just here to show off. As the group spoke, they saw the towering city wall not far away. What's that? The person beside Condor was the first to see the city wall. Is the Glacier Plain tribe here? Did I remember wrongly? The group of people felt very strange. They were also a little panicked. The bottom of the wall was stone, and the top was a red thing they had never seen before. Although they didn't know what it was, it looked very sturdy. Normal beasts couldn't break through it. Wasn't it something that would only appear in a 1st-rank city? Why would it appear here? What about the Glacier Plain? The group of people were puzzled. None of them said anything. They quickened their pace and rushed toward the city wall. Condor's eyesight was very good. He was the first to see a wooden plaque hanging on the city gate. He was instantly stunned. The people behind him also rushed over one by one. The city wall looked too intimidating. At least Condor and the others knew that their tribe couldn't build such a wall right now. They had guessed that it might be a place where some first-class city had migrated. But they didn't expect, what was written on the wooden plaque were 2 words that they couldn't be more familiar with. Icefield. How could they build something like this? I don't believe it. Another person standing next to Condor shook his head as well. He even thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes hard. But nothing changed in front of them. It was at this moment that the guards of the city gate discovered them. Which tribe are you from? Why are you here? There were almost 3,000 people in the tribe now. Not all the gatekeepers knew each and every one of them. However, their warriors were wearing iron armor, which made them look different from the tribes outside. So he was sure that Condor and the others weren't from their tribe. Seeing the silver spears in the hands of the gatekeepers and the powerful aura they emitted, Condor was shocked, but his expression didn't change. I'm Condor. I'm here for Chu Yunyun and Hui. I'm their friend. After Condor reached the 6th level, he never called Chu Yunyun Lord. Because his strength surpassed theirs, he didn't need to call her Lord Yun anymore. Hearing Condor's words, the gatekeeper seemed to have heard a joke. You're Lord Yun and Lord Hui's friend? I'm the High Priest's disciple. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. He waved his hand in disdain and told them to leave. We're really... Jin's expression changed. Along the way, she had imagined the situation here countless times. Chu Yunhui and the chief would look at her with envy or beg her to take them away. The only thing she didn't expect was that the gatekeeper would chase them away like they were flies. Just then, a group of people rushed back, dragging a 3-meter-long monster that made people's expressions change. When Condor and the others saw this thing, their scalps went numb. They couldn't help but take a step back. Even they had to take a detour when they saw this thing. Who exactly were they? And they dragged it back after beating it to death? The gatekeeper, Stone's eyes lit up. You're back? But why is the 2-legged monster dead? Didn't the priest want to see it alive? It's too difficult to capture this thing alive. One of them sighed. We'll need Lord Hui and the others to do it. I wonder if the meat will taste good. As they spoke, they noticed the people standing at the entrance. Sure too, who are these people? Are they new tribes that came to seek refuge with us? They're just a bunch of hooligans. They say they're friends of Lady Yun and Lady Hui. Stone rolled his eyes at the eagle. They're not even level 8 warriors and they still have the cheek to say they're their friends. When Eagle and the others heard Stone mention a level 8 warrior, even Jin's expression changed, let alone him. If it had been before, they could have scoffed at the mention of a level 8 warrior. But now that a group of aggressive people had dragged a powerful two-legged monster back, they didn't dare to laugh at them anymore. A friend of Master Yun? The young man who was dragging the beast turned to look at Condor and the rest. He suddenly narrowed his eyes. You guys are the ones who left the glacier plains, right? That's right. Condor quickly said. We're here to trade. And these linen cloths, they're much better than the animal skins you're wearing. As he spoke, he pointed at the pile of sackcloth behind him, as well as the other scattered weapons. At this moment, a trace of the spirit from before appeared between his brows. Chuyin was very disdainful of the old, weak, sick and disabled people left behind. The things she used to trade were all coarse linen, which they did not wear anymore. Instead, they wore fine linen, as well as inferior weapons that they could not use. Although they weren't good, they were all very advanced. Zhan and the rest thought so too. They even thought that the people of the glacier plains would be overjoyed when they saw these things. Just then, a cool voice came from within the city gate. Then, a figure wearing fine white cotton clothes casually walked out. Stone, the people who went out to hunt are back. Digression, last night, Gao Dahua, 10-1 is equal to 8, confidently said that there were 8 more chapters. In fact, after completing this chapter today, there would only be 8 chapters. Forget it, you guys should know this problem of mine from reading novels. This voice was a bit familiar. Zhen, Eagle and the others all froze when they heard it. Zhen instinctively looked behind the rock. A familiar yet strange face appeared in front of him. Although she hadn't been in contact with Yi Xiaohua for long, because of Chu Yan's protection, in the end, Yi Xiaohua went from a slave to a priest. This was one of the reasons why they had such a deep impression of Yi Xiaohua. Right now, Zhen's mouth was wide open as she looked at the woman wearing exquisite clothes she had never seen before. What's wrong? Eagle and the others saw Zhen and asked while looking in her direction. Then. Don't you think she's very, very familiar? Zhen said each word with great difficulty. It was as if he had to use all his strength to say what he wanted to say. It wasn't that she didn't dare to recognize her. Just based on that face, they looked very similar. However, the woman in front of them was wearing precious clothes that might not even be found in a first-class city. More importantly, her aura was too frightening. They had followed Chen Nan and seen the emissary from a first-class city. The emissary was a rank 7 warrior. Even those emissaries didn't feel as much pressure as Yi Xiaohua. Such a frightening aura. How could it be a slave like Yi? Eagle also saw who it was. He clenched his fists tightly. His heart was in a mess and he didn't dare to believe it. However, the huge city wall appeared in front of him. The powerful two-legged monster was killed by this group of people. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. However, he didn't look away. High Priest. Stone and the others didn't notice the strangeness of Eagle and the others. They just looked at Yi Xiaohua with bright eyes. The youth dragging the monster didn't have any hostility in his eyes. He said in surprise, High Priest, is this the two-legged monster you wanted? If it is, we'll bring Lord Hui to catch one alive. Although it's dead, we can let manager you roast it. The meat will definitely be delicious. Is this it? Yi Xiaohua had been here for more than half a year. Because she could research many things, the people of the ice plains also started to research new things. This two-legged monster was said to have come from the west. Many tribes were destroyed because of it. Many small tribes that had good relations with the ice plains asked Yi Xiaohua's help. Yi Xiaohua fixed the knife, and this monster sounded the dinosaur in modern books, so let these people catch one and come back to see. The first team of the ice plains was basically made up of level 7 warriors. With a level 8 warrior as the team leader, it wouldn't be a problem for the 7 of them to capture a dinosaur. She looked at the 3-meter-long monster that the young man was dragging. It didn't look like the one in modern books. It was shaped like a lizard, but it was 3 meters long. Let's go back and let Hui take you there. Xianxia touched her chin. After observing the dinosaur, she turned to look at the people. Seeing that she finally looked at him, the eagle said impatiently, Yi? Xianxia raised her eyebrows slightly. It's me. Why are you here? She had heard about Chuyin from Tu and the others, but she did not pay much attention to it, because her mission this time was to bring the people of the Icefield tribe to a civilized society. She was a little surprised to see Condor flying over. High Priest. Seeing that Xianxia really knew Condor, the gatekeeper Stone was stunned. He immediately stood up and explained to Xianxia, these are the people of the neighboring Nanning tribe. They are looking for Lord Yun and Lord Hui to exchange things with us. As he spoke, he pointed to the things behind Condor and the others. In the beginning, it was a matriarchal society. Xianxia had people twist cotton into cotton thread, and then she explained the principle of the textile machine to the older women. They had nothing to do, so they really made a textile machine. However, what they made was some white cloth. Xianxia also tried to dye the cloth, but it looked good. Once the cloth was made, it was divided among the children and women. What else could the warriors in the tribe say? They could only pick up their leftover cloth to make clothes, because it was white but easy to dirty. The warriors in the tribe went out for a trip, so when they went hunting, they all wore animal skins. They didn't want to dirty such good cloth, so they waited for Xianxia to find black and dark dyes. It was precisely because of this that people like Condor and Zhen had the illusion that the tribe was still wearing animal skins. So when Condor took out the coarse linen, he regained some confidence. But now, they looked at the fine cotton clothes Xianxia was wearing. They opened their mouths, but couldn't say a word. Their expressions were very embarrassed. Condor even moved back a bit, hoping that he could cover the coarse linen behind him. Then you guys take them to find Hui. Xianxia casually waved her hand, then let the group of people dragging the dinosaur follow her inside. Stone looked at Condor and the others strangely. He didn't understand how such weak people could be Lord Huey's friends. Yes, High Priest. However, they didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation towards Xianxia's words. Condor and Jin followed behind Xianxia's group, and finally entered the city gate. Everything inside the gate was something they had never expected. They thought that the Nanning tribe was scary enough. After all, they had always believed that Chen Nan was sent by God to save them. Especially after they left the Icelandic tribe, they thought that Chu Yun and the others would definitely rebuild the destroyed wooden houses. But now, there wasn't a single wooden house here. All the houses were made of unknown materials. When they raised their heads, they could see a small 3-story building not far away. It was a combination of red bricks and logs. It was exquisite and beautiful. The Icelandic tribe had expanded again. The city wall they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Inside, there were houses arranged in picturesque disorder, and roads paved with square stones crisscrossed. Further away, there were large fields of green grain planted. Herds of cows, sheep, and horses walked leisurely on the grass. Condor and the others all stopped in their tracks. We still have weapons, which are bows and arrows. Condor finally calmed down and looked solemnly at Stone beside him. I want to trade for your cloth. The silver arrowhead shot out, almost piercing through the wood used as a target. Its speed and strength were both extremely strong. Eagle immediately swallowed the words in his eyes. He immediately thought of the half-finished bow that Chu Yin had picked out from the basket at the back that they couldn't use. Stone smiled at him, not believing that Eagle and the others were Huey's friends. Didn't they see that the priest didn't want to say a word to them? Hui. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar figure walking over. Eagle waved his arms excitedly. Hui didn't have any missions today. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and knee-length shorts. He looked very energetic. A green pattern appeared on his arm. When Hui walked closer, Eagle and Jin immediately saw the green pattern on Huey's arm. This was a pattern that only warriors of the 7th rank and above would have. Although these people were already mentally prepared after seeing the 2-legged monster and Xianxia, when he saw that Hui was really a 7th rank warrior, Eagle finally opened his mouth. Hui, you're a 7th rank warrior? Hui didn't expect Eagle and the others to return. Although they were of the same tribe, he was still very angry when he saw Eagle leave the tundra. Seeing them now, his attitude naturally wasn't very good. Seeing Jin staring at her, Hui suddenly smiled. That's right. In fact, half a year ago, with the help of our Lord Priest and Lord Yun, I became a warrior of the 7th rank. In fact, all the warriors in our tribe are of the 7th rank. Condor took a step back, and the warriors behind him stared at Hui with a burning gaze. What he heard with his own ears was very different from what he guessed. The shock on his face couldn't be concealed. After experiencing the two-legged monster, they didn't think that Hui was bragging, but they couldn't help but be tempted. Almost every warrior in the Tundra tribe was a 7th rank warrior. What about them? I heard that you're here to trade items with our tribe. Hui said slowly. Trade items? No, Condor no longer had such thoughts. No, Hui, we're just here to see how you're doing. Now that we've seen you, we're finally relieved. Before they came, Condor and the others were still guessing how miserable Fennel's mother must have been because she was still wearing animal skins. Now that they saw the fine linen clothes he was wearing, they didn't dare to mention anything else. Are you going to see Master Yun? Hui asked. There's no need. There are still many things to do in the tribe. We'll head back first. Eagle and Zhen were in no mood to see Chu Yun. Not far away. Pomelo brought the two completed clothes to Xianxia and Chu Yun. Lord Yun, Lord Priest, these are the clothes for you to wear to the first-class city. I have also made the clothes for Lord Hui and the others. Xianxia has now found 3 primary colors, pink, purple and green. For the sake of Xianxia and the others going to the first-class city, the people in the tribe were very worried and rushed to make a new set of clothes overnight. Xianxia is still wearing a snow-white dress, mainly because they feel that other colors are not worthy of the priest. However, this group of people cut a lot of flowers in 3 different colors and sewed them into the corners of their skirts and sleeves. The material is very light, looking as light as a fairy. Chu Yun reached out to touch the texture of the clothes. For the first time, he was a little surprised. Silk? That's right. A week ago, the first batch of silkworms that we raised finally spun silk. There's not a lot, but there's still enough to make a set of clothes for you and the high priest. The middle-aged woman in charge of the entire tribe's clothes said happily. Xianxia did not expect this group of people to be so capable. Beside them, a group of people were discussing whether dinosaur meat would taste good and how to make it taste good. High priest, why are they still here? At this time, Pomelo saw Eagle and the others walking towards the city gate in a sorry state. There was some hatred in their eyes. She knew that Chenan and Chuyin were not far from here. I heard from two that they will also go to the first-class city. Xianxia smiled nonchalantly. We'll meet eventually. Pomelo muttered, Lord Priest, Master Yun, I'll go prepare the supplies for the first-class city first. This time, it was an invitation from a first-class city. To become a first-class city, there are requirements. Every year, first-class cities will have messengers patrolling, looking for tribes that have the opportunity to become first-class cities. This was also the largest exchange of supplies in primitive society. Everyone would not miss it. Chen Nan and Chuyin were the same. The Nanning tribe had only been established for half a year, but it was already quite impressive. Now, the tribe had almost 1,000 people. Priest Chu, Master Chen. A person dressed in fine linen entered. Eagle and the others are back. Eagle? Chuyin thought about it. Today, Eagle and the others had gone to the Icelandic tribe. She wanted to ask about the situation, so she went out to see them. Chen Nan was also a little curious. He had not forgotten the humiliation the Icelandic tribe gave them. If it was not for the fact that they had to prepare the supplies for the first-class city, he would definitely have followed Eagle and the others. Did you let them bring the supplies for the exchange? Chen Nan asked. Chuyin smiled. She did not care much about this. Yes, I put some coarse linen. It's what we asked for. It was used to make sacks, so they got lucky. Now, they had already started to make fine linen. Chu knew that there would be better things in the future, so she did not care much about the coarse linen. Give them the eliminated items. Chen Nan nodded. It was just that he did not know how modern cloth was made. Otherwise, it would be much better than linen. Although Bu knew how cotton was made, he knew something called a silkworm. However, he had never found it. As the two spoke, they walked out. They saw Eagle and the others still standing outside the gate. Their expressions were a little strange. Chu immediately saw the things she had personally chosen for Eagle to bring to the Icelandic tribe. They were still in Eagle's basket. Not a single one was missing. Chu was very confident in her own things. Before they left, the people of the Icy Plain tribe envied them for being able to wear sackcloth. If they were still here, they would be pleasantly surprised by the things they came to trade. Although Bu didn't like them before, she didn't have the same idea after more than half a year. She asked the eagle to bring these things back as a gift. Now that the eagle was brought back untouched, Chu could only think of one possibility: the people of the Icy Plain tribe didn't survive the winter and died. Thinking of this, Chu felt a bit regretful. I didn't expect them to die. What a pity. Chen Nan knew that the most difficult thing in the primitive society was to pass the winter, so he didn't doubt Chu Yin's words. He just shook his head and didn't say anything. Not far away, the other people of the Icy Plain tribe had mixed feelings after hearing Chu Yin's words. But the eagle and Zhen who had gone to the Icy Plain tribe felt the same way. They felt a bit complacent and wanted to watch a good show. Inevitably, there were some mocking voices. No. The eagle said softly while they were talking, they have a city wall comparable to a first-class city and a large number of warriors of the 7th level. And Hui is probably a warrior of the 8th level. All the voices of the Nanning tribe disappeared instantly. Chu hadn't paid attention to the Icy Plain tribe since she left the Icy Plain tribe, because she didn't think the people of the Icy Plain tribe were worthy of her attention. The others were the same. They just focused on developing the Nanning tribe. The Nanning tribe did develop fast, but there was a serious problem: there were too few warriors in the tribe. What made them happy was that the Nanning tribe had several warriors of the 6th level. But they didn't expect that the eagle would bring back this news. Yi Xiaohua and the others didn't know that the Nanning tribe had a sleepless night while they were roasting the dinosaur meat. This primitive society had developed into a civilized place. This was the so-called first-class city. Each first-class city had a warrior of the 10th level, and the city patrols had warriors of the 7th level and above. The first-class cities also enslaved many vassal tribes. They were said to be subservient to the vassal tribes, but they were actually slaves to the first-class cities. Yi Xiaohua and the others flew in a very large brown bird and arrived at the first-class city one day in advance. They landed outside the city. Yi Xiaohua looked at the plants outside the city while walking toward the first-class city with the others. People from the Icy Plains tribe? As the great elder of the first-class city, Gutian saw that there were only 4 people in Yi Xiaohua's group and frowned slightly. Where are your tribal chief and priests? Call your priest and tribe leader over. Because Yi Xiaohua and Chu Yun were walking in front, the two of them looked too young and didn't seem to have any lethality, so Gutian treated them as the priest's disciples. He said faintly. No matter who comes to the first-class city, they can't wait to bring 100 or 200 soldiers. Yi Xiaohua's group is too few. Lord Gutian, this is our high priest and tribe chief. As the manager of the Ice Plains, you had always been very sociable. She smiled faintly as she introduced Yi Xiaohua and Chu Yun to Gutian. However, Gutian just frowned and looked at Yi Xiaohua. A soldier beside Gutian smiled and looked at Yi Xiaohua and her party. The two of them? This smile was not very gentle. Instead, it carried a hint of playfulness. It was like a giant looking down at an ant from above. In fact, it wasn't that hard to understand. In their eyes, the Ice Plains was just a tribe that had just risen for less than a year. Although the first-class city's patrol team had observed and listed the people of the Ice Plains on the list, in reality, the people of the first-class city simply didn't care about people outside of the first-class city. Hui came with Yi Xiaohua. This time, Yi Xiaohua left too and the others to guard the Ice Plains. She and Chu Yun both came to the first-class city. Hearing that, Chu Yun, who had inquired about many things in this world, said in a low voice, These are the people of the first-class city. They are above all the tribes in this society. Every year, as long as a new tribe appears, they will find the first-class city to cut off the opportunity for them to develop into a first-class city. This was probably also a kind of monopoly. Gutian looked at the four of them, especially when he saw that there were no patterns on Chuyun's arm. He made a decision in his heart. He quietly gave the soldier beside him a look. The soldier immediately stood up and said to them, "Since you are the tribe chief, then you should be the strongest person in the tribe? Do you want to fight with me?" Chuyun smiled very gently. "I'm not fighting, I'm just testing if you have the qualifications to join the first-class city." The soldier was still thinking of a way to make this group of people come out. He spoke without mentioning Chuyun. He looked at Chuyun's arm suspiciously and said, "You? Can you do it? Why don't you let that person come out?" He pointed at Hui. Unexpectedly, Hui shrank back a little at this time. The soldier furrowed his eyebrows. "All right, you come." The soldier waved his hand casually. He didn't even take out his own weapon. It seemed like he didn't see Chuyun as an opponent at all. He just pinched his fingers and deliberately flashed the level 7 pattern on his arm. Then, his whole body disappeared like a shadow. The group of patrol team behind Gutian saw that Chuyun was still standing there calmly. They couldn't help but point at his face and laugh mischievously. It was as if they were playing a circus. The soldier who was like a shadow also laughed. This kind of person who wasn't even a level 7 warrior really didn't think of picking up a weapon. However, the suddenly disappeared soldier didn't manage to grab Chuyun's neck. Instead, Chuyun fiercely grabbed his arm. The soldier's expression changed, but as a level 7 warrior, he still had the ability to adapt. He immediately took out his weapon with extreme speed. However, at this moment, his weapon was also in Chuyun's hand. End of chapter 8:12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.